Introduction. The tale of the unparalleled immortal. The path of revenge unfolds the journey of a seemingly ordinary youth navigating the treacherous realm of cultivation, rife with deceit and peril. Within this daunting world, Yunfei must relentlessly elevate his prowess, delve into the mysteries of immortality, and engage in fierce conflicts with various factions to safeguard himself and those dear to him. Alongside these external battles, he grapples with inner turmoil and trials, gradually evolving into a true master of cultivation. Chapter 1. The Leaf Family Mansion. Nestled amidst verdant mountains and crystalline waters, the Leaf Family Mansion sprawls impressively across the landscape. Surrounded by undulating emerald hills shrouded in ethereal mist, it resembles a celestial paradise. Within its confines, the courtyard is a haven of flourishing flora with rockeries, flowing waters, pavilions, and towers harmoniously complementing each other, akin to an ancient yet vibrant painting. In the warmth of spring, sunlight filters through the layered foliage, casting dappled shadows upon the stone-paved path, which dances in the gentle breeze. The courtyard bursts with life as peonies, and orchids bloom in a riot of colors, their fragrances attracting countless butterflies that flit about gracefully. On the meticulously manicured emerald lawn, a few snow-white spirit birds stroll leisurely, pecking at the ground and occasionally spreading their wings to sing softly. At the heart of the mansion stands a grand main building, soaring toward the heavens, its roof adorned with glazed tiles that shimmer in the sunlight with iridescent hues. Flanking the main edifice are two symmetrical wings, their architectural style exuding an air of timeless elegance that complements the principal structure. Before the main building lies a vast square paved with azure stone, at the center of which stands an exquisitely carved stone sculpture of a dragon and phoenix, symbolizing the Leaf family's esteemed power and glory. Today, the mansion buzzes with unprecedented festivity. To celebrate the imminent entry of his eldest son, Yunfei, into a sect of cultivation, the family patriarch, Darren, has organized a lavish family banquet. The mansion is adorned with colorful lanterns and red silks, radiating an atmosphere of jubilation. Servants bustle about, preparing a sumptuous feast as the delectable aromas of fine wines and meats waft through the air, stirring appetites. The banquet is set in the azure stone square before the main building, with over 100 round tables arranged neatly, each laden with an array of delicacies and fine beverages. The signs of the Leaf family and their friends gather, resplendent in their attire. Temporary stages have been erected around the square, where musicians fine-tune their instruments in anticipation of the evening's performances. Guests stream into the mansion, exchanging pleasantries and laughter. The Leaf family, a prominent clan in the region, possesses vast influence and extensive enterprises, attracting not only friends from the realm of cultivation, but also members of illustrious families from the mundane world. Each face is adorned with congratulatory smiles, exuding warmth and cordiality. Darren stands before the main building, radiating vitality as he greets each guest. Clad in an opulent brocade robe, he exudes an extraordinary presence. Beside him stands his wife, Lady Wu, dignified and graceful, embodying elegance. Together, they beam with pride and joy, raising their cups in salute to the guests who have come to celebrate. Patriarch Li, congratulations. Your son is truly exceptional. He will surely bring glory to your family, exclaims a middle-aged man in resplendent attire, raising his glass in toast. Not at all, Brother Wang, you flatter me. Young Yunfei still requires considerable practice. I hope everyone will take good care of him, Darren humbly replied, though pride was unmistakable on his countenance. Today, Yunfei donned a simple yet elegant white garment, a long sword adorning his waist, exuding a handsome and upright demeanor. Accompanied by his parents, he gracefully navigated among the guests, occasionally exchanging pleasantries. As the guest of honor, he received warm congratulations from all, yet he maintained a demeanor of humility and courtesy, earning the admiration of everyone present. Brother Yunfei, congratulations. From this day forth, you shall be a member of the immortal cultivation realm. It is truly enviable, remarked a youth of similar age with a smile. Thank you, Brother Zhao. I shall not disappoint the expectations placed upon me. Yunfei responded politely, a subtle smile gracing his lips. As time flowed on, the atmosphere of the banquet grew increasingly vibrant. Musicians began to play melodious tunes, and performers took to the stage, filling the air with laughter and joy. Guests savored delectable dishes while toasting one another, reveling in the camaraderie. As night fell, the evening glow painted the sky in hues of crimson. Lanterns in the square were lit one by one. Their red light, flickering like countless stars, descended upon the earth. Amidst the resplendent illumination, the Leaf family estate appeared even more dignified and beautiful. Standing in a corner of the square, Li Yunfei gazed at the splendid scene before him, his heart awash with emotion. From this day forth, he would embark on the path of immortal cultivation, pursuing the legendary road to eternal life. Although the future was uncertain, he felt a profound sense of confidence and anticipation. He understood that none of this would be possible without the nurturing of his family and the support of his parents. He silently vowed to bring glory to the Leaf family and enhance its honor. At that moment, a figure quietly approached him. Turning to look, Li Yunfei found it was his cousin, Li Yuanba. A few years his senior, Li Yuanba had a boisterous personality, and the two had shared a close bond since childhood. Yunfei, today is your momentous day. Do not forget your elder cousin's teachings, Li Yuanba said, patting Li Yunfei's shoulder with exuberance. Brother Yuanba, I have always remembered your words. Diligence in cultivation is paramount, for the road ahead is long. Li Yunfei replied with a smile, filled with gratitude. They exchanged a knowing smile, raising their cups in a toast, their brotherly bond deepening on this splendid evening. Just then, amidst the revelry, a series of thunderous roars echoed from the sky. Everyone looked up to see several beams of light slicing through the night, as a number of cultivators descended swiftly on flying swords. Li Daren and Madame Wu immediately stepped forward to greet them. These cultivators were esteemed guests invited to the occasion, undoubtedly adding luster to the entire banquet. Welcome, esteemed friends. The Leaf family is truly honored by your presence, Li Daren said, bowing with a warm smile. Master Li, you are too kind. We have come to congratulate you on hearing that your son is about to join the cultivation sect. One elder with a white beard responded with a gentle smile and kind eyes. Thank you for your kind words, esteemed friends. Please, take your seats. Li Daren warmly led the cultivators to their places, elevating the atmosphere of the banquet once more. Li Yunfei felt a surge of excitement within him, for he understood that the arrival of these cultivators was not merely to offer congratulations, but rather an acknowledgement of the Leaf family stature. He silently vowed to devote himself to rigorous training, striving to live up to the expectations and to elevate the family's reputation within the realm of cultivation. As night deepened, the banquet remained a lively affair, with guests reveling in the rare joy of togetherness. The Leaf family's grand estate, illuminated by countless lights, appeared even more resplendent, yet beneath this fog of opulence, a certain unseen undercurrent seemed to be stirring. Chapter 2. A gathering of guests as night descended. The bluestone square of the Leaf family mansion was aglow with lights, red lanterns hanging high, exuding an air of festivity. With the deepening twilight, the grand banquet commenced, and guests took their seats, filling the square to capacity. Musicians began to play lively melodies, and dancers adorned in vibrant garments twirled gracefully, instantly elevating the atmosphere to a crescendo of exuberance. Li Daren stood at the head of the table, raising his wine glass and surveying the gathering with a contented smile. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed in a resonant voice, "Dear friends and family, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your presence at my son Yunfei's farewell banquet. This is a momentous occasion for the Leaf family, and we're profoundly grateful for your kindness. Let us revel in this splendid moment until we are inebriated." No sooner had he spoken than the square erupted with enthusiastic applause and cheers. Guests raised their glasses in tribute to the head of the Leaf family, the atmosphere vibrant and joyous. Yunfei sat at the main table, subtly smiling as he met the gazes of those around him. His heart brimmed with excitement and anticipation. Although he was about to leave his family to embark on the path of cultivation, he understood that this journey was fraught with challenges and opportunities, and he was fully prepared to embrace whatever lay ahead. "Come, let's toast," Li Daren exclaimed, lifting his glass high. The crowd responded in unison, the crystalline sound of clinking glasses echoing in the night sky, laughter and congratulatory shouts rising in a harmonious chorus. The younger members of the Leaf family raised their glasses, exchanging toasts with the guests, creating a scene of unparalleled vivacity. Amidst this fervent atmosphere, the family servants navigated the tables, presenting an array of exquisite dishes. Each culinary creation was meticulously prepared, a feast for the senses that left everyone salivating. Roasted whole lamb, braised abalone, steamed hairy crabs, pan-seared silver fish, and charcoal-grilled pigeon were among the delicacies that delighted the guests. Master Li, your culinary prowess is truly astonishing. This braised abalone is simply exquisite, an elderly guest exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Not at all. I am merely pleased that you enjoy it. Please indulge yourselves today without hesitation, Li Darren replied, pride swelling within him. Brother Li, your son is indeed a promising young talent. After today, he will be a rising star in the realm of cultivation, with a boundless future ahead. Another guest raised his glass, toasting. Grateful for your kind words. Yunfei still has much to learn, and I hope you will continue to guide him in the future. Li Darren humbly responded, yet his face radiated with pride. Seated at the main table, Yunfei engaged in light-hearted banter with several family elders, occasionally raising his glass to drink with them. His heart was filled with both gratitude for his family and aspirations for the future. Although the path of cultivation was shrouded in uncertainty, he firmly believed that he would carve out his own destiny and bring honor to his family. Yunfei, Gome, I toast to you. His cousin Li Yuanba approached, raising his glass with a hearty smile. Brother Yuanba, I toast to you as well, Yunfei replied, and the two drank heartily, their laughter ringing out. At that moment, a clear chime of bells resonated, drawing everyone's gaze towards the stage. A group of dancers, clad in vibrant attire, began to perform, their movements graceful, accompanied by the melodious strains of music. Their dance was exquisite, movements light and ethereal, as if celestial maidens had descended from the heavens, captivating all gazes. After the performance concluded, a songstress stepped forward, her voice a melodious and crystalline sound that seemed to transcend time, transporting everyone into a realm of beautiful dreams. The guests erupted in applause, the atmosphere reaching a crescendo once more. During the banquet, a middle-aged gentleman clad in blue approached Li Yunfei and smiled. Young Yunfei, I have heard that you are soon to join a sect of immortality. How delightful! I raise my glass to you, wishing you a smooth journey on your path to transcendence, and hoping you become a master in due time. Thank you, Uncle Wang. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Li Yunfei replied with a smile, raising his cup to drink with the gentleman. By the way, young Yunfei, may I inquire which sect you plan to join? Uncle Wang asked, his eyes brimming with curiosity. I will be joining the Tianshan Sword sect, as chosen by my father, Li Yunfei responded, his heart filled with anticipation for the future. The Tianshan Sword sect, indeed a prestigious lineage. Young Yunfei, your future is undoubtedly bright, Uncle Wang marveled. At that moment, another guest approached Li Yunfei to offer a toast. Young Yunfei, I have heard of your remarkable talents. You are destined to achieve great feats in the realm of immortality. I raise my glass to you, wishing you safe travels on your journey. Thank you, senior. I shall certainly strive diligently. Li Yunfei smiled in response, raising his cup to drink. As time passed, the ambience of the banquet grew increasingly vibrant. The musicians played enchanting melodies one after another, while the dancers took turns to perform, filling the square with joyous laughter. The guests engaged in lively conversations, toasting each other and reveling in the splendid occasion. Let us all raise a glass to Master Li, expressing our gratitude for this lavish banquet, a guest proposed loudly. Everyone raised their cups in salute to Li Darren, exclaiming, Master Li, thank you for your generous hospitality. Li Darren stood, lifting his wine glass, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. I appreciate everyone's presence. Enjoy to your heart's content. We shall not return until we are intoxicated. As the crowd responded in unison, their glasses clinked once more, the atmosphere reaching its pinnacle. Li Yunfei gazed upon the scene before him, his heart swelling with warmth and gratitude. He understood that he was on the cusp of a new journey. Yet no matter how arduous the future may be, he would forever cherish the warmth and support of his family. As night deepened, the lights in the square shone ever more brilliantly, resembling a sky full of stars. The Li family mansion, illuminated by the glow, appeared exceptionally dignified and beautiful. The melodies, songs, and laughter intertwined, painting a moving tableau. At that moment, a young man dressed in purple approached Li Yunfei and smiled. Brother Yunfei, I raise my glass to you, wishing you a smooth journey on your path to immortality. Thank you, Brother Liu. I toast to you as well, Li Yunfei replied, raising his cup and downing the drink. "Brother Yunfei, I have heard you will be joining the Tianshan sword sect. What are your plans for the future?" Brother Lu inquired, his gaze filled with anticipation. "As I embark on my journey in the realm of immortality, I simply hope to enhance my abilities swiftly and bring honor to my family," Li Yunfei stated, his tone resolute. "Brother Yunfei, you possess lofty aspirations and shall undoubtedly achieve greatness," Brother Lu praised. As the night deepened, the fervent atmosphere of the banquet remained undiminished. Guests reveled in this rare moment of togetherness, while the members of the Li family busily attended to them, creating an ambience of harmony and joy. Amidst the well wishes of the attendees, Li Yunfei felt an overwhelming sense of warmth and strength. Time ticked away, and the banquet gradually drew to a close. Reluctantly, guests bid their farewells, while Li Darren and Mrs. Wu graciously saw them off, expressing gratitude for their presence. Standing beside his parents, Li Yunfei thanked each guest with a sincere smile illuminating his face. "Yunfei, tomorrow you shall depart from the family to train at the Tianshan sword sect. Remember, no matter the hardships you encounter, the family will always stand as your unwavering support," Li Darren imparted solemnly. "Father, mother, Yunfei will certainly strive diligently in his cultivation." Living up to the family's expectations, Li Yunfei resolutely replied, his eyes gleaming with determination. As the night grew quiet, the Li family's grand residence returned to a serene stillness. Li Yunfei stood in the courtyard, gazing at the luminous moon above, his heart brimming with aspirations and hopes for the future. He understood that tomorrow marked a new beginning in his life, and he was ready to embrace every challenge that lay ahead. The path of immortality, I am coming, Li Yunfei silently vowed, his eyes sparkling with unwavering resolve. Chapter 3. The Future of the Family as the night deepened. The Li family's mansion returned to a state of tranquility, with only the occasional chirping of insects resonating in the night sky. Following the conclusion of the banquet, the members of the Li family retreated to their respective chambers, enveloped in a serene atmosphere. However, in the study of the main building, Li Darren and Wu Shi remained awake, seated around a dimly lit oil lamp, their expressions grave. Li Darren held a scroll of bamboo slips in his hand, his gaze profound as he seemed to ponder deeply. Wu Shi sat beside him, worry etched on her face. She was acutely aware that the following day, Li Yunfei would embark on his journey of cultivation, an event that not only marked a significant milestone for the Li family, but also heralded new challenges and opportunities for their future. "My dear, what occupies your thoughts?" Wu Shi inquired softly, concern evident in her eyes. "I am contemplating Yunfei's future and reflecting upon the destiny of our family," Li Darren replied, setting down the scroll with a sigh. "Yunfei possesses exceptional talent. He is the hope of our Li family. Sending him to the Tianshan sword sect for training is intended to provide him with a broader horizon and better prospects. Yet, it also signifies his departure from us, as he faces the uncertainties of the world alone. I share your concerns," Wu Shi said gently, a hint of reluctance in her gaze. "Though he presents a fade of strength, he is still but a child. However, we must grant him the freedom to navigate the storms of life, for it is through such experiences that he will mature into a true warrior. Indeed, the path of cultivation is fraught with hardships and challenges. We cannot shield him for eternity," Li Darren affirmed with a resolute nod. "As parents, our role is to provide unwavering support and assistance when he is in need." After a brief silence, Wu Shi spoke again. "My dear, have you considered how we might assist Yunfei should he encounter danger in the outside world? The intricacies of the cultivation realm's conflicts are beyond our full comprehension. Precisely for that reason, I have made certain preparations." Li Darren's eyes glimmered as he retrieved a brocade box from within his robes and handed it to Wu Shi. "Inside are several precious artifacts selected from our family treasury, capable of safeguarding Yunfei's life in critical moments. Additionally, I have prepared some spiritual pills to ensure he can protect himself while away." Wu Shi accepted the brocade box and opened it to reveal exquisite artifacts alongside vials of elixirs. She gently closed the box, looking at Li Darren with gratitude. "My dear, your foresight is truly commendable. With these treasures, Yunfei will undoubtedly have an added layer of protection. This is the extent of what we can offer him. Li Daren smiled faintly, though his eyes still reflected concern. Yet, these external aids are ultimately supplementary. The essence lies in Yunfei's own strength and character. He must learn to grow amidst adversity to become a man of stature. I have faith in Yunfei. He will undoubtedly rise to the occasion, Wu Shi asserted, her eyes brimming with a mother's trust and anticipation. After a moment of silence, Wu Shi suddenly recalled something and asked softly, "My dear, do you believe Yunfei will one day lead the Li family towards a more glorious future?" Li Daren pondered for a moment before responding. "That is my greatest hope for him. The Li family has established a considerable foundation in the secular world, yet their standing in the realm of cultivation remains insufficient. Should Yunfei excel at the Tianshan sword sect, he will undoubtedly lead the Li family to new heights. However, every path is fraught with uncertainties and challenges." Wu expressed her concerns, stating that the conflicts within the cultivation world are ruthlessly fierce. If Yunfei wishes to establish himself within it, he must endure great hardships. Hence, I earnestly hope he can devote himself to his cultivation at the Tianshan sword sect. Li Daren affirmed with conviction that the Tianshan sword sect is a prestigious establishment in the cultivation realm, replete with resources and numerous experts. There, Yunfei will not only learn powerful spells, but also forge friendships and alliances that are vital for his future standing in the cultivation world. Wu nodded in agreement, softly replying, "My husband, your considerations are thorough. I too believe that Yunfei will diligently cultivate at the Tianshan sword sect, becoming an exceptional cultivator and bringing honor to our Li family. Indeed, that is my utmost expectation for him," Li Daren said with a gentle smile, his gaze filled with aspiration for the future. "Nonetheless, we must not overlook the other members of our family. They are equally the future of the Li family and deserve our attention and nurturing." Wu wholeheartedly concurred, stating, "You are right. Our Li family not only has Yunfei, but also many promising descendants who equally need our support and cultivation. Only through the collective advancement of the entire family can we secure our footing in the cultivation world. This has been my continuous endeavor." Li Daren replied solemnly, "Every member of our family is a treasure, and their growth and achievements are the very foundation of our family's future. Therefore, I plan to enhance our support for the younger generation, providing them with more resources and opportunities for cultivation in the days to come." Wu smiled, saying, "My husband, your foresight is commendable. I will wholeheartedly support you, whether for Yunfei or the other descendants. We must do our utmost to help them progress further on their path of cultivation. With you by my side, I feel more confident." Li Daren gently grasped Wu's hand, his eyes brimming with gratitude and affection. "Let us strive together for the future of the Li family." "Yes, together," Wu nodded, her eyes sparkling with determination. As night deepened, the flickering light of the oil lamp swayed in the gentle breeze, casting a glow on the resolute faces of the two. In this tranquil night, a steadfast conviction ignited in the hearts of Li Daren and Wu. Regardless of the arduous journey ahead, they would stand shoulder to shoulder, tirelessly working for the family's future. Meanwhile, Li Yunfei lay in his chamber, unable to find slumber despite the quiet that followed the revelry. As he contemplated embarking on the path of cultivation, he felt a blend of anticipation and trepidation. He knew his parents harbored high expectations for him, and he must exert every effort to live up to them. "I will strive diligently to cultivate and become a source of pride for my parents and family," Li Yunfei silently vowed, his eyes glimmering with resolve. That night, the Li residents basked in tranquility. However, beneath this tranquility lies each individual's yearning and resolve for the future. They are all aware that tomorrow heralds a new beginning, whether it be Li Yunfei's path to immortality or the future of the entire Li family, both brimming with boundless possibilities. Recently, the urgency to adapt has intensified, fueling our motivation to update more swiftly. Chapter 4. The duel as the first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the window. Li Yunfei opened his eyes and inhaled deeply, his heart brimming with anticipation for the new day. Today marked his final day in the family. For tomorrow, he would embark on his journey to the Tianshan sword sect to pursue the path of cultivation. Though a sense of reluctance lingered, It was overshadowed by an eagerness for the future that lay ahead. "Yunfei, are you up yet?" came the vibrant voice of his cousin, Li Yuanba, from outside the door. "I'm already awake, brother Yuanba," Li Yunfei replied promptly, hastily dressing before stepping outside. In the courtyard stood Li Yuanba, wielding a longsword, his familiar smile lighting up his face. A few years older than Li Yunfei, he possessed a robust physique that exuded an undeniable aura of strength. From a young age, Li Yunfei had admired his cousin, not only for his natural talent in cultivation, but also for his indomitable spirit and generous personality. "I've heard you're heading to the Tianshan sword sect tomorrow," Li Yuanba remarked, a hint of envy in his tone. "How about a friendly duel? I'd like to see how much you've progressed." "Absolutely, brother Yuanba," Li Yunfei responded eagerly, excitement flickering in his eyes. He recognized the formidable prowess of his cousin, and this duel presented a rare opportunity for him. The two made their way to the training grounds at the center of the courtyard, a place where the Scions of the Li family practiced their skills and engaged in contests. The ground was paved with blue stone slabs, encircled by towering trees that created a tranquil environment. "Remember, in this duel, we shall only employ sword techniques and refrain from using spiritual power," Li Yuanba instructed, a glint of battle intent flashing in his eyes. "I wish to gauge your mastery of the sword." "Understood, brother Yuanba," Li Yunfei nodded, gripping his sword tightly as he steadied his mind. He was acutely aware of his cousin's exceptional swordsmanship, and this duel would be a significant test. They faced each other, sword tips aligned, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Li Yuanba launched the first attack, his figure darting like lightning, the longsword slicing through the air. Imbued with a fierce sword aura aimed directly at Li Yunfei. Li Yunfei, refusing to underestimate the assault, swiftly retreated a step while countering with his own strike. The two swords clashed with a resounding metallic ring, sparks flying. The force behind Li Yuanba's strike was formidable, causing Li Yunfei's arm to tingle, nearly dislodging his sword. "Not bad. You've made progress," Li Yuanba remarked with a slight smile, yet his onslaught showed no signs of abating. His sword danced in a flurry, raining down upon Li Yunfei like a tempest. Li Yunfei remained composed, his movements fluid as he evaded the relentless attacks, while searching for an opportunity to counter. He understood that matching strength with Li Yuanba head-on would be futile. Instead, he needed to rely on agility and keen judgment to deflect his cousin's strikes. Suddenly, Li Yunfei spotted an opening. With a deft maneuver, he twisted his body, his sword striking towards Li Yuanba's flank like a serpent. Li Yuanba snorted in response, sidestepping the thrust while countering with a slash aimed at Li Yunfei's shoulder. Li Yunfei hastily retreated, narrowly avoiding the blow, though the edge of the sword grazed his sleeve, leaving a faint tear. Quick reflexes, yet still not swift enough, Li Yuanba chuckled, a trace of approval in his gaze. "Continue, do not let me down." Li Yunfei, unwilling to concede defeat, took a deep breath and launched another assault. He understood that his cousin's swordsmanship was not only swift but also multifaceted. He needed to concentrate fully to seize an opportunity for counterattack. The two exchanged blows, their swords flashing in a dazzling display, and the fierce combat filled the air with a palpable sense of battle intent. Each of Li Yunfei's strikes was deftly neutralized by Li Yuanba, while every counterattack from Li Yuanba imposed immense pressure on Li Yunfei. "Yunfei, your swordplay has improved significantly, yet it still lacks practical experience," Li Yuanba remarked, his tone tinged with a hint of mentorship. "On the path of cultivation, while swordsmanship is undoubtedly vital, the ability to apply it flexibly and the wisdom of combat are even more essential." Li Yunfei nodded, comprehending his cousin's wisdom. Swordsmanship was not merely a skill, but also a refinement of the spirit and a crystallization of wisdom. Each encounter in battle was a precious experience, and he must continually accumulate these lessons to advance further on his cultivation journey. The duel continued, their movements increasingly rapid, the shadows of their swords intertwining to the point where their figures became nearly indistinguishable. Li Yunfei was entirely immersed in his swordplay, sensing himself entering a sublime state where everything around him sharpened into clarity. Suddenly, he seized a fleeting opportunity, thrusting his longsword directly at Li Yuanba's chest. Li Yuanba let out a cold chuckle, deftly flicking his sword to deflect Li Yunfei's blade, simultaneously executing a counterstrike aimed at Li Yunfei's neck. Li Yunfei astili retrata, narrowly evading the blow, but the fabric of his chest was nonetheless torn, leaving him in a rather disheveled state. Indeed, you almost struck me, Li Yuanba acknowledged with approval, retracting his longsword. Your proficiency in swordsmanship has surpassed that of many peers. With a bit more practical experience, you are destined to become an exceptional sword cultivator. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Yuanba, Li Yunfei gasped, sheathing his longsword. His heart was a mix of reluctance and gratitude, recognizing that his cousin was aiding him through the rigors of real combat. Though challenging, it was the finest form of honing. Remember, swordsmanship is not solely for offense. It is equally meant for defense and neutralizing your opponent's attacks. Li Yuanba approached and patted Li Yunfei on the shoulder. You have performed admirably, but further training is still required. I understand, Brother Yuanba, Li Yunfei replied with a nod, his heart brimming with resolute determination. Well then, we shall conclude for today, Li Yuanba said with a smile, sheathing his longsword. Let us go have breakfast. There's much to accomplish today. Li Yunfei smiled and nodded as the two walked side by side toward the dining hall. The sunlight bathed them, casting two resolute silhouettes. Though this contest had imposed pressure on Li Yunfei, it also illuminated his shortcomings and the direction for his efforts. At the breakfast table, members of the Li family had already taken their seats, the table adorned with a bountiful spread. Li Darren and Wu Shi occupied the seats of honor, their faces lighting up with warm smiles upon seeing Li Yunfei and Li Yuanba enter. Yunfei, Yuanba, breakfast is ready. Come and eat, Wu Shi said gently, her eyes filled with maternal affection. Thank you, Mother, Li Yunfei replied respectfully as he approached, then took a seat alongside Li Yuanba. Yuanba, Lida Ren inquired with a look of concern. I just witnessed your contest. How did Yunfei perform? Yunfei has made significant progress. His swordsmanship has improved remarkably, Li Yuanba replied with a smile. However, he still requires more practical experience. That is indeed true. Practical combat is the finest teacher, Lida Ren nodded, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Yunfei, remember, cultivation is not merely about enhancing strength. It is also about honing one's character. Only by weathering storms can one truly grow. Yes, Father, I shall heed your teachings, Li Yunfei respectfully responded, his heart brimming with determination. After breakfast, Li Yunfei and Li Yuanba departed from the grand residence and made their way to the martial arts arena located in the serene back mountains. This tranquil environment served as a training ground for the scions of the Li family. Today, Li Yunfei resolved to continue refining his sword techniques, preparing for the impending farewell tomorrow. Chapter 5. Wang Xiaohu's sunlight streamed into the courtyard of the Li family residence, enveloping it in a warm embrace, while morning dew sparkled like gems beneath the radiant rays. Li Yunfei and his cousin Li Yuanba had just concluded their sparring session and breakfast, preparing to venture to the family's training grounds for further practice. At that moment, a familiar laughter echoed from a distance. Yunfei, Brother Yuanba, are you here? Following the sound, Li Yunfei beheld a robust young man, his face alight with joy, sprinting towards them. Clad in a simple training outfit and wielding a wooden staff, he radiated a smile as bright as the sun. This young man was none other than Wang Xiaohu, Li Yunfei's childhood companion. Xiaohu, what brings you here? Li Yunfei greeted him with a smile, giving Wang Xiaohu a friendly pat on the shoulder. I heard you're heading to the Tianshan sword sect for training, so I came to see you off, Wang Xiaohu replied with a hearty laugh, a hint of reluctance flickering in his eyes. We are good brothers. How could I miss such an important moment? Thank you, Xiaohu. I shall always cherish the brotherhood we've built over the years, Li Yunfei expressed gratefully, warmth swelling in his heart. Hey, Yunfei, do you remember the days we used to play together as children? Wang Xiaohu inquired, nostalgia permeating his tone. Of course I do. Li Yunfei smiled gently, envisioning their youthful selves frolicking in the woods behind the family estate, carefree and inseparable. We spent every day together, without a worry in the world. Indeed, those were glorious times, Wang Xiaohu reminisced, a glimmer of longing in his eyes. However, we have grown up now, each with our own aspirations and responsibilities. Absolutely. Though our paths may diverge, our friendship will remain unchanged, Li Yunfei affirmed earnestly, grasping Wang Xiaohu's hand firmly. Wang Xiaohu nodded, determination flashing in his gaze. Suddenly, he exclaimed, Yunfei, since you're heading to the Tianshan Sword sect, why don't we have a spar? Let us see how much you've progressed. Li Yunfei chuckled. All right, Xiaohu, let us give it a go. But this time I won't hold back. Perfect. I'm eager to see just how capable you become. Wang Xiaohu laughed heartily, assuming a combat stance. Li Yuanba, observing from the side, remarked, You two have a good match. I won't interfere. But remember, keep it friendly, no hard feelings. Rest assured, Brother Yuanba, Li Yunfei and Wang Xiaohu replied in unison, exchanging a knowing smile as they prepared to commence this long-awaited contest. The two took their stances, locking eyes. Wang Xiaohu struck first, rapidly thrusting his wooden staff towards Li Yunfei's chest. Quick on his feet, Li Yunfei sidestepped the attack, countering with a palm strike aimed at Wang Xiaohu's shoulder. Unfazed, Wang Xiaohu deftly retreated a step, executing a sweeping arc with his staff, aiming for Li Yunfei's waist. Li Yunfei tilted his body slightly, evading the blow, and retaliated with a palm aimed at Wang Xiaohu's wrist. Impressive, Yunfei. Your skills have indeed improved, Wang Xiaohu remarked with approval, a glimmer of combativeness flashing in his eyes. However, I shall not concede easily. Then let us proceed, Xiaohu, and allow me to witness your prowess. Li Yunfei replied with a smile, his own eyes shimmering with a similar fervor. The two engaged in a lively exchange, their moves flowing seamlessly as the air thickened with tension. Wang Xiaohu wielded his wooden staff with a fierce vigor, while Li Yunfei adeptly dodged, seeking opportunities to counterattack. Although their sparring lacked the ferocity of battles between Li Yuanba and Li Yunfei, it was imbued with the camaraderie and understanding of childhood friends. Yunfei, be cautious, Wang Xiaohu shouted, accelerating his strike towards Li Yunfei's head. In a swift retreat, Li Yunfei parried with his palm against the wooden staff, producing a sharp crack as it resonated. Undeterred, Wang Xiaohu swung his staff once more, propelled by a fierce gust. Li Yunfei nimbly evaded, his movements as fluid as a dragon in flight. Aware that Wang Xiaohu's strength far surpassed his own, he knew he must rely on speed and technique to gain the upper hand. The duel unfolded with an exhilarating intensity, each maneuver more unpredictable than the last. Indeed, Xiaohu, your strength is formidable, Li Yunfei gasped, admiration flickering in his gaze. However, you must quicken your pace. Yunfei, you are no slouch yourself. Your agility is remarkable. Wang Xiaohu laughed heartily, beads of sweat forming on his brow, yet his spirit remained aflame with the thrill of combat. Come, let's exchange another blow. As they clashed again, the intensity escalated. Li Yunfei's speed and skill sharpened, while Wang Xiaohu met him with raw power and bravery. Each displayed their strengths, neither willing to concede. At that moment, Li Yuanba approached with a smile, declaring, Enough, enough. You two should cease. Continuing like this may lead to genuine injury. Li Yunfei and Wang Xiaohu exchanged knowing smiles, simultaneously lowering their hands and patting each other's shoulders. Yunfei, your abilities have indeed progressed significantly. You truly deserve to join the Tianshan Sword sect, Wang Xiaohu remarked, catching his breath. Thank you, Xiaohu, Li Yunfei replied, a smile gracing his lips, his heart brimming with anticipation and confidence for the future. Tomorrow, you shall depart, and, I must admit, I feel a twinge of reluctance. Wang Xiaohu's tone bore a hint of sadness, yet was laced with blessings. Nonetheless, I believe you will carve out a place for yourself within the Tianshan Sword sect. Thank you, Xiaohu. We shall meet again, I assure you, Li Yunfei vowed earnestly, determination flashing in his eyes. Once I have honed my skills at the Tianshan Sword sect, I will return to seek you out. Then it is settled, Wang Xiaohu laughed, his eyes sparkling with hope for the future. As Li Yunfei and Wang Xiaohu strolled side by side through the courtyard, reminiscing about their youthful escapades and dreams ahead, The impending separation only served to fortify their friendship. Sunlight cascaded upon them, illuminating their resolute figures, as if heralding their respective luminous futures. In that moment, Yunfei felt the unwavering support and encouragement of his friend. He realized that no matter how arduous the path ahead, he would not be alone, for a steadfast brother stood silently behind him, ready to offer his support. Recently, the transition has become quite intense, which has fueled our motivation to update more swiftly. We kindly ask you to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 6. The alchemical elixirs in the gentle embrace of the morning sun, the courtyard of the Li family residence was suffused with a delicate floral fragrance. Following the conclusion of their contest, Li Yunfei and Wang Xiaohu were poised to embark on another day of cultivation. At that moment, Su Wanner approached, cradling an exquisite brocade box, a confident smile gracing her features. Su Wanner, a renowned alchemist of the Li family, despite her youth, had already attained remarkable proficiency in the art of alchemy. She and Li Yunfei had been childhood companions, their bond akin to that of siblings. Yunfei, Xiaohu, good morning. Su Wanner greeted them with a smile, her eyes sparkling with wisdom. Good morning, Wanner, Li Yunfei replied with a smile. Noticing the brocade box in her hands, he inquired, what do you have there? Another new creation? Indeed, I have recently concocted a new batch of elixirs and am eager to share them with you. Su Wanner declared proudly as she opened the brocade box. Inside, several petite jade vials were neatly arranged, each adorned with labels of various hues. Upon uncapping one, a rich medicinal aroma wafted forth, invigorating the senses. These elixirs are quite extraordinary, Su Wanner remarked, lifting one vial. This is my latest creation, the Spirit Gathering Elixir, designed to aid cultivators in swiftly gathering spiritual energy, thereby enhancing their cultivation efficiency. Spirit Gathering Elixir? It sounds impressive, Wang Xiaohu exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he accepted the vial for closer examination. Wanner, your alchemical skills have further advanced. Of course, alchemy is my forte, Su Wanner replied with a triumphant smile. She then picked up another vial, saying, this one is the Rejuvenation Elixir, which can restore physical and spiritual stamina in a short period, making it ideal for post-battle recovery. Li Yunfei took the Rejuvenation Elixir, inhaled its aroma, and nodded in agreement. Indeed, this fragrance is pure. Its efficacy must be exceptional. Wanner, you are becoming increasingly remarkable. Thank you for the compliment, Su Wanner said with a gentle smile, before retrieving the third vial. This is the Toxin Resistance Elixir, capable of warding off various toxins, particularly useful during outdoor expeditions. Wanner, how did you concoct these elixirs? Wang Xiaohu inquired, admiration evident in his gaze. All these elixirs were formulated based on the ancient texts of my family and my own experimental recipes, Su Wanner explained, a flicker of pride illuminating her eyes. Alchemy demands not only extensive knowledge, but also patience and meticulous execution. I dedicate each day to research and experimentation in the alchemy chamber, which has led to these results. Wanner, you truly work hard, Li Yunfei remarked, his respect for her deepening further. This is both my passion and my responsibility, Su Wanner smiled, then produced the final vial from the brocade box. This is the Focusing Elixir, which aids cultivators in concentrating their minds during meditation, thus improving their cultivation efficiency. Focusing Elixir? This is precisely what I need, Li Yunfei said with a smile, accepting the elixir and examining it closely. Wanner, you are truly exceptional. With these elixirs, my cultivation efficiency will undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Feel free to use these elixirs. Should you require anything further, do not hesitate to let me know. Su Wanner graciously spoke as she handed the brocade box to Li Yunfei and Wang Xiao. Wanner, we are truly grateful to you. These elixirs are of immense benefit to us, Wang Xiaohu expressed, his eyes brimming with appreciation. There's no need to be so formal. We are good friends. Su Wanner replied with a smile, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. However, Yunfei, you are heading to the Tianshan sword sect tomorrow. Having been away from the family for so long, please do not forget about us old friends. How could I possibly forget? Li Yunfei chuckled. Wanner Xiaohu, you are my dearest friends, and no matter where I go, You will always occupy a special place in my heart." "That's reassuring," Su Wanner nodded, a look of contentment gracing her face. "By the way, Yunfei, before you depart for the Tianshan Sword sect, is there any particular elixir you desire? I can prepare some in advance for you." Li Yunfei pondered for a moment before responding, "Wanner, could you concoct a few more revival pills and detoxification pills for me? The environment at the Tianshan Sword sect is quite complex, and these elixirs will surely be of great utility." "Certainly, I will ensure to produce a sufficient quantity." Su Wanner readily agreed, her demeanor cheerful. "Thank you, Wanner." Li Yunfei expressed his gratitude, filled with admiration for her kindness. "By the way, Wanner, aside from these elixirs, do you have any other research plans?" Wang Xiaohu inquired, his eyes glinting with curiosity. "Indeed, I am currently researching a new elixir called the barrier-breaking pill, which can assist cultivators in overcoming their bottlenecks," Su Wanner replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "However, the formulation of this elixir is quite challenging and will require additional time and effort." "The barrier-breaking pill? That sounds impressive," Li Yunfei exclaimed in surprise. "If you manage to succeed, it would be an incredible aid for cultivators." "Exactly. That is why I am diligently working towards it, hoping to achieve success soon," Su Wanner asserted resolutely, her gaze filled with determination. "Wanner, we have faith in you. You will surely succeed," Wang Xiaohu encouraged, his eyes reflecting anticipation. "Thank you for your support. I will certainly strive to do my best," Su Wanner replied with a smile, her heart infused with motivation. As the trio conversed, they were suddenly greeted by the sound of laughter from afar. Li Yunfei turned to see a group of young members from the Li family approaching, each wearing smiles that suggested they had come to congratulate Su Wanner on her recent achievements. "Wanner, we heard you have concocted a new elixir. We have come to see it," one young member said, his eyes filled with curiosity and eagerness. "Indeed, Wanner, you are becoming increasingly formidable," another joined in, their faces adorned with admiration. "Thank you all for your kind words," Su Wanner responded, displaying the elixirs from the brocade box for everyone to see. "These are my latest concoctions. Please let me know if you have any requests." The crowd gathered around, scrutinizing Su Wanner's elixirs with expressions of astonishment. Li Yunfei stood by, his heart swelling with pride and admiration for Su Wanner. He understood that Su Wanner was not only his friend, but also a vital pillar of their family. Her diligence and talent had brought immense benefits. "Wanner, your elixirs are truly remarkable. With them, our cultivation efficiency will undoubtedly see a significant enhancement," one of the disciples exclaimed, his eyes brimming with gratitude. "Thank you for your support. I shall continue to strive forward," Su Wanner replied with a smile, her heart filled with motivation. At that moment, Li Darren approached, wearing a gentle smile. He surveyed the elixirs displayed by Su Wanner and nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Wanner, your alchemical skills have achieved new breakthroughs, truly bringing glory to our Li family. Thank you for your praise, Patriarch. I will persist in my efforts and live up to the family's expectations," Su Wanner responded respectfully, her heart overflowing with gratitude and determination. "Yunfei, Xiaohu, Wanner, the three of you embody the future of our Li family. It brings me great joy to witness your progress today," Li Darren remarked, his gaze filled with hope, encouraging them to continue their endeavors for the family's honor. "Yes, Patriarch, we will certainly strive," Li Yunfei, Wang Xiaohu, and Su Wanner echoed in unison, their hearts imbued with unwavering conviction. In that moment, sunlight poured into the courtyard of the Li family's grand residence, illuminating a scene of harmony and warmth. Li Yunfei, Bang Xiongria, and Su Wanner were filled with anticipation and confidence for the future. They understood that no matter how arduous the path ahead might be, as long as they held onto their beliefs and fought diligently, they would undoubtedly realize their dreams. Standing shoulder to shoulder, they gazed at the distant sky, their hearts brimming with visions and hopes for what lay ahead. The sunlight enveloped them, casting three resolute and hopeful silhouettes. Though the future's path was fraught with challenges, they believed that through unity and cooperation, they could carve out a realm that belonged solely to them. Chapter 7. Patrol. The courtyard of the Li family mansion exuded an extraordinary tranquility in the morning light, with the melodious chirping of birds intertwining with the gentle whispers of the breeze, as if weaving a warm garment for this imposing estate. Li Yunfei, Bang Xiu, and Su Wan are engaged in cheerful conversation, preparing to commence a day of cultivation. At that moment, the family's chief guard, Zhang Wenhui, was conducting his routine patrol. Zhang Wenhui, a loyal sentinel of the Li household, possessed a robust physique and a resolute countenance, with an undeniable air of authority emanating from his gaze. As the leader of the family's guard, he was not only responsible for the security of the mansion, but also for training the guards, ensuring they remained in peak condition at all times. "Good morning, Captain Zhang," Li Yunfei greeted as he noticed Zhang Wenhui approaching. "Good morning, Yunfei." Zhang Wenhui replied with a slight nod and a faint smile. "You are all here. Why the early start to your training today?" "Indeed, Captain Zhang. We are planning to practice at the martial arts field," Li Yunfei explained, then introduced, "This is Su Wanner. She has just showcased her newly refined elixirs." "Oh, Miss Su, I have heard that you have recently concocted quite a number of excellent creations," Zhang Wenhui remarked, turning to Su Wanner with an approving tone. "It is truly fortunate for our family to have a talent like you." "Thank you for your kind words, Captain Zhang," Su Wanner replied with a smile, her heart brimming with gratitude. "I will continue to strive to contribute more to the family." "By the way, Captain Zhang, what does your patrol route look like today?" Wang Xiaohu inquired with curiosity, always fascinated by the work of the guards. "Today's patrol is rather conventional, starting from the front yard to the back mountain, ensuring each significant area is inspected," Zhang Wenhui stated, a flicker of seriousness crossing his eyes. "Although the Li mansion has always been secure, it is prudent to remain vigilant." "Captain, may we accompany you on your patrol? I find it quite intriguing," Wang Xiaohu exclaimed, his eyes alight with anticipation. "Of course. It will be helpful for you to assist me in identifying any overlooked areas," Zhang Wenhui readily agreed. "However, you must keep close." "Absolutely, Captain Zhang," Li Yunfei, Wang Xiaohu, and Su Wanner replied in unison, trailing behind Zhang Wenhui as they embarked on this special patrol. Zhang Wenhui led them from the front yard, first inspecting the main entrance of the mansion. Two guards flanked the entrance, and upon seeing Zhang Wenhui, they immediately saluted. "Thank you for your hard work. Remain vigilant," Zhang Wenhui instructed before continuing into the inner courtyard. As they walked, Li Yunfei observed his surroundings with newfound curiosity. Typically, he paid little attention to such details, but today, patrol offered him a deeper understanding of the family's security efforts. "Captain, do you not find this daily patrol exhausting?" Li Yunfei asked, a hint of concern in his tone. "Protecting the family is my duty, though it may be tiring at times. It is what I must do," Zhang Wenhui replied, his tone resolute. "Every position holds its significance. As long as we dedicate ourselves, we can foster a secure environment for our family." "Captain, you truly are our role model," Su Wanner exclaimed, a glimmer of admiration flickering in her eyes. "I shall learn from you. No matter the position, one must fulfill their duties with utmost diligence." "Thank you for your kind words, Miss Su," Zhang Wenhui replied with a faint smile, continuing onward. "Come, let's explore the backyard." The backyard was a vital area within the Li family estate, adorned with an array of flowers, plants, and trees, creating an enchanting environment, a favored spot for family members to relax and stroll. Zhang Wenhui meticulously examined every nook and cranny, ensuring there were no safety hazards. "Though there are seldom issues here, we must remain vigilant," he remarked, turning to the guards and instructing, "You all stay here. Report any anomalies promptly." The guards nodded in understanding. Zhang Wenhui then led Li Yunfei and the others towards the back mountain. The back mountain was another significant area of the Li estate, not only an excellent place for cultivation, but also a repository of family secrets. "Captain Zhang, how do you manage the many wild beasts that frequent the back mountain?" Wang Xiaohu inquired with curiosity. "We have dedicated team members responsible for clearing and patrolling the area to ensure no dangerous creatures approach the family members," Zhang Wenhui replied, his eyes gleaming with determination. "While the back mountain may pose dangers, as long as we remain alert, we should be fine." Li Yunfei nodded, aware that the back mountain was integral to the Li estate, not just for its breathtaking scenery, but also for its abundant spiritual energy, making it an ideal locale for family disciples to cultivate. Simultaneously, the safety of the back mountain was of paramount importance. Zhang Wenhui guided them along the mountain path. Traversing through a dense thicket, the air was fresh, filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Yet beneath this beautiful facade lay potential unseen dangers. As he walked, Zhang Wenhui attentively surveyed his surroundings, occasionally pausing to inspect suspicious areas. Yunfei, Guangxiao, Misu. Remember that the path of cultivation is not solely about enhancing one's strength. It is equally about learning to protect oneself and one's family, Zhang Wenhui imparted, his tone tinged with seriousness. Often, danger does not present itself directly, but lurks in the unseen. Li Yunfei nodded, his admiration for Zhang Wenhui deepening. He understood that Zhang Wenhui was not merely an exceptional captain of the guard, but also a person of profound contemplation. They continued onward until they arrived at a spacious meadow, a common ground for the Li descendants to practice and compete, now enveloped in tranquility. After ensuring there were no irregularities, Zhang Wenhui led them further toward the summit. Captain Zhang, how much farther must we go? Wang Xiaohu inquired, a note of curiosity in his voice. We are almost there. Just ahead lies the highest point of the back mountain, Zhang Wenhui responded, his tone laced with mystery. The group quickened their pace, soon reaching the pinnacle of the back mountain. From this vantage point, they beheld the entire Li estate, a breathtaking panorama that invigorated the spirit. Standing atop the heights, Zhang Wenhui surveyed the family's domain with unwavering resolve, as if guarding this serene expanse. This is our home. It is our duty to protect it, Zhang Wenhui declared, his voice imbued with a profound sense of responsibility and pride. Captain Zhang, you are truly our role model, Li Yunfei remarked, filled with admiration. Zhang Wenhui smiled faintly and replied, protecting the family is the duty of each individual. Regardless of one's position, one must fulfill their responsibilities. At that moment, a faint rustling sound suddenly emanated from the distant woods, and Zhang Wenhui immediately became alert. He swiftly gestured for Li Yunfei and the others to remain silent, then advanced briskly towards the source of the sound. The group followed closely, cautiously navigating through the forest until they arrived at a secluded corner. Zhang Wenhui halted, straining to listen, confirming that the sound indeed came from this spot. Gently parting the underbrush, he discovered a small creature foraging for food. It was merely a small animal, a false alarm. Zhang Wenhui let out a sigh of relief and turned to Li Yunfei and the others, stating that although it was just a false alarm this time, we must remain vigilant at all times. Li Yunfei and Wang Xiaohu nodded, their admiration for Zhang Wenhui's alertness and sense of responsibility deepening. They understood that it was individuals like Zhang Wenhui, who were dutiful and responsible, that allowed the Li family estate to maintain lasting peace and safety. After reaffirming the surroundings and ensuring there were no other anomalies, Zhang Wenhui led them to continue their patrol. This time, they circumvented a dense thicket and arrived at the edge of a small lake. The water was crystal clear, shimmering under the sunlight, exuding an extraordinary tranquility. This is an essential water source for our Li family, Zhang Wenhui remarked, his gaze scanning the area vigilantly, emphasizing that the safety of the water source is paramount, and no subtle changes should be overlooked. As they approached the lakeside, Zhang Wenhui bent down to inspect the water, confirming there were no signs of pollution or abnormalities. Meanwhile, Li Yunfei and Wang Xiaohu patrolled the narrow path along the shore, ensuring there were no hidden dangers. Captain Zhang, are there usually guards stationed here? Li Yunfei inquired, his eyes filled with curiosity. Yes, typically 2 guards are assigned to patrol this area to ensure the safety of the water source, Zhang Wenhui replied, rising to his feet. All right, there are no issues here. Let's proceed. They continued along the lakeside path for about half an hour, finally returning to the backyard of the estate. Zhang Wenhui led them to recheck several critical areas of the backyard, confirming everything was secure before concluding their patrol. Today's patrol ends here. Thank you all for your hard work, Zhang Wenhui stated, a faint smile gracing his face. Protecting the family's safety is our responsibility. Everyone must remain vigilant at all times. Thank you, Captain Zhang. We have learned so much, Li Yunfei expressed gratefully, filled with admiration for Zhang Wenhui. Indeed, Captain Zhang, You are truly our role model. Wang Xiaohu added, a glimmer of respect in his eyes. Su Wana nodded with a smile, saying, Captain Zhang, thank you for enlightening us about the importance of protecting the family. No need to be polite. You are all vital members of the family, and safeguarding it is our shared responsibility, Zhang Wenhui affirmed, his tone resolute, hoping that while you cultivate your skills, you will also remember the duty of protecting the family. A few individuals exchanged nods, their admiration for Zhang Wenhui deepening within. They understood that it was precisely due to the diligence and responsibility of individuals like Zhang Wenhui that the Li family residence could maintain its enduring tranquility and security. The sunlight poured into the courtyard, illuminating several steadfast figures. Li Yunfei, Beng Xiu, and Su Wana learned not only a great deal during this patrol, but also grasped the significance of safeguarding their family and the weight of their responsibilities. They recognized that the path ahead required not only the enhancement of their own abilities, but also the acquisition of skills to better protect themselves and their loved ones. In that moment, their hearts brimmed with anticipation and confidence for the future. They believed that as long as they united their efforts, they could undoubtedly preserve their homeland and embrace a brighter tomorrow. Chapter 8: The Arrival of the Mysterious Visitor. The afternoon sun filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow across the courtyard of the Li family estate. Li Yunfei, Beng Xiu, and Su Wana had just concluded a patrol led by Zhang Wenhui, and were preparing to return to their chambers for a brief respite. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps and hushed whispers emanated from the front yard. Yunfei, it seems something is afoot ahead, Wang Xiaohu remarked. His senses heightened as he turned to gaze towards the front yard. Li Yunfei nodded, a flicker of curiosity crossing his eyes. Let's investigate. The trio swiftly made their way to the front yard, where they beheld a group of family guards gathered at the entrance, seemingly engaged in receiving a visitor. As Li Yunfei approached for a closer look, he observed a mysterious figure cloaked in black standing at the threshold, their features shrouded in shadow, save for a pair of piercing eyes. Who are you? What brings you to the Li family? Zhang Wenhui inquired cautiously, positioning himself before the enigmatic visitor, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, ever ready to act. The mysterious figure lifted their gaze slightly, revealing a stern visage, their voice deep and resonant. I am here to speak with the master of the Li family regarding a matter of great importance. The master is currently occupied. You may convey your message to me. Zhang Wenhui replied, maintaining a vigilant gaze upon the stranger, refusing to lower his guard. This matter can only be addressed by the master himself. I kindly request that you inform him, the mysterious figure responded, their tone imbued with an unwavering resolve. Li Yunfei and Wang Xiaohu exchanged glances, their expressions rife with suspicion and intrigue. Su Wana furrowed her brow, a sense of unease stirring within her. At that moment, Li Daren emerged from the rear courtyard, his gaze sweeping over the mysterious figure and the surrounding guards. He wore a gentle yet authoritative smile. What is the situation, master? This visitor claims to have an urgent matter to discuss with you, Zhang Wenhui explained, a hint of perplexity evident in his eyes. Li Daren nodded slightly and turned to the mysterious figure. My friend, please follow me. The stranger inclined their head slightly and accompanied Li Daren into the estate. Li Yunfei, Wang Xiaohu, and Su Wana exchanged curious glances, acutely aware that now was not the time for inquiry. They could only await the outcome in silence. Li Daren ushered the mysterious visitor into his study and closed the door, his gaze now scrutinizing. What pressing matter do you wish to discuss with me? The mysterious figure removed their hood, revealing a resolute face, their eyes glinting with sharp intensity. Master Li, I am an envoy of the Black Dragon Guard, and I have come to convey a critical message. The Black Dragon Guard? Li Daren paused, his brow furrowing. The Black Dragon Guard was a clandestine and formidable organization within the realm of cultivation, tasked with managing various secretive affairs. Their presence often heralded significant events. Indeed, Master Li, the envoy affirmed, recently, we have received intelligence indicating that a powerful force is covertly orchestrating schemes detrimental to several prominent families within the cultivation community, and your Li family is among their targets. Li Daren's expression shifted, a sense of alarm blossoming within him. Please elaborate. The mysterious figure spoke in a grave tone. According to our intelligence, this force is shrouded in mystery and possesses formidable supporters. Their aim is to achieve their nefarious objectives by manipulating several prominent families within the realm of cultivation. We have confirmed that they are plotting an attack on the Li family. Upon hearing this, Li Daren's expression turned grave. He understood that the information from the Black Dragon Guard was always precise, and the current situation was not to be taken lightly. Thank you for your warning. Do you have any specific intelligence? The mysterious figure produced a scroll from his robes and handed it to Li Daren. This contains all the information we currently possess, including their operational plans and the identities of key individuals. I hope it proves useful to you. Li Daren accepted the scroll, scrutinizing it closely, his brow furrowed. These individuals are indeed formidable. Thank you for your assistance. I shall take immediate action. The mysterious figure nodded and said, patriarchally, the enemy this time is exceedingly powerful. I hope you are fully prepared. The Black Dragon Guard will assist you from the shadows. Li Daren expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you for your help. We will respond with all our might. The mysterious figure offered a faint smile, donned the hood of his cloak, and departed from the study. Li Daren watched him leave, contemplating the strategies ahead. He recognized the urgency of the situation and the necessity for prompt action. He swiftly summoned the core members of the family, including Zhang Wenhui, Li Yunfei, Wang Xiaohu, and Su Wanner, to discuss countermeasures. When everyone had gathered in the study, Li Daren presented the intelligence provided by the Black Dragon Guard, elucidating the situation in detail. The atmosphere turned somber as they absorbed the information. Father, these individuals are exceedingly dangerous. We must enhance our defenses immediately, Li Yunfei asserted, determination flashing in his eyes. Indeed, Patriarch, we need to bolster our patrols and heighten our vigilance. Zhang Wenhui concurred, his gaze resolute. We can utilize Su Wanner's elixirs to enhance our combat capabilities, Wang Xiaohu suggested, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Su Wanner nodded, starting. I will expedite the creation of more elixirs to ensure everyone has adequate support in battle. Li Daren nodded in agreement. All your suggestions are commendable. We must act without delay. Zhang Wenhui, you will oversee the enhancement of patrols and defenses. Yunfei and Xiaohu, you are tasked with training the family members to elevate their combat prowess. Wanner, you will focus on concocting additional elixirs to secure our logistical support. Everyone nodded in unison and swiftly set to work. Li Yunfei and Wang Xiao led the family members in rigorous training at the martial arts field. Zhang Wenhui intensified patrols and defenses, while Su Wanner busied herself in the alchemy chamber, tirelessly crafting various elixirs. The entire Li family estate fell into a state of tense yet orderly preparation, as each individual endeavored to confront the imminent danger. Li Yunfei realized that he would be departing from the family the following day. Yet in this final moment, he was determined to contribute wholeheartedly to the family's cause. Yunfei, you will be heading to the Tianshan sword sect tomorrow. I hope you will remember the training during this period, Wang Xiaohu remarked, patting Li Yunfei on the shoulder. Rest assured, Xiaohu, I shall certainly remember these words, Li Yunfei declared firmly, his heart brimming with resolve. Suvane Apoa Chet, presenting several vials of newly concocted elixirs to Li Yunfei and Wang Xiaohu. These are the potions I have just refined, suitable for use in battle. I hope they may assist you. Thank you, Wanner, Li Yunfei replied gratefully, accepting the potions. These elixirs are of immense significance to us. Vanya, your potions are truly our treasures, Wang Xiaohu exclaimed, filled with admiration for her. We are all family. There is no need for formality. Su Wanner said with a warm smile, her eyes sparkling with kindness. As night fell, the Li family estate remained bustling with activity. Li Daren stood by the window of his study, gazing at the industrious crowd, his heart swelling with a sense of duty and determination. He understood that the enemy they faced was formidable, yet he believed that united, they would surely overcome this challenge. We, the Li family, will endure, Li Daren silently vowed, his gaze resolute. That night, the Li family estate was enveloped in a tense atmosphere of preparation. Each member was readying themselves for the impending battle. their hearts filled with love for their family and a resolute desire to protect it. The following morning, as dawn's light began to creep in, Li Yunfei rose to prepare for departure. Donning his cultivation robes and organizing his belongings, he felt a surge of anticipation and responsibility for the future. He knew he was embarking not solely for his own cultivation, but for the future of his family. Yunfei, take care of yourself before you leave, Li Darren said at the door, his gaze filled with profound concern. Father, mother, rest assured, I will strive diligently in my cultivation and live up to the family's expectations. Li Yunfei replied respectfully, his eyes shining with determination. Su Wan'er, Wang Xiaohu, and Zhang Wenhui all gathered to bid him farewell, their faces reflecting reluctance and well wishes. Yunfei, take care. We await your triumphant return, Su Wan'er said with a gentle smile, her eyes radiating warmth. Yunfei, once you reach the Tianshan sword sect, cultivate well and do not forget us, Wang Xiaohu added, his tone laced with jest, yet imbued with deep camaraderie. Yunfei, go forth. We shall always support you, Zhang Wenhui declared, his gaze resolute. Thank you, everyone. I promise I will not disappoint you. Li Yunfei bowed deeply before turning to embark on his path of cultivation. The sunlight bathed him, illuminating a hopeful road ahead. He understood that the journey would be fraught with challenges. Yet he believed that as long as he held onto his convictions and labored earnestly, he could realize his dreams and bring glory to his family. In that moment, the Li family estate appeared particularly tranquil and beautiful in the morning light. Each heart brimmed with expectation and confidence for the future, united in the belief that together, they could surmount any adversity and welcome a brighter tomorrow. Chapter 9. Vigilance after the mysterious visitor departed. Li Darren and Wu Shi found their spirits weighed down with an unusual heaviness. Standing in the study, they reflected on the recent conversation and the intelligence provided by the Black Dragon Guard, their hearts brimming with caution and concern. My dear, this situation appears to be more grave than we had anticipated, Wu Shi murmured, a flicker of worry dancing in her eyes. Indeed, Vanya, our adversary is exceptionally formidable and cunning. We must prepare ourselves thoroughly, Li Darren affirmed, nodding with resolute determination. We cannot afford to be negligent. Otherwise, our entire clan may fall into peril. Wu Shi wholeheartedly agreed, moving to the window to gaze upon the bustling clan members outside, her heart heavy with maternal anxiety and responsibility. Husband, Yunfei is set to depart for the Tianshan sword sect tomorrow. We must ensure that nothing unforeseen occurs at this moment of his departure. Absolutely, Li Darren replied, approaching the desk to unfurl the scroll provided by the Black Dragon Guard. We must extract more useful information from this intelligence, while simultaneously reinforcing our defenses on all fronts. As they delved into the intelligence, the duo engaged in strategizing. Li Darren meticulously marked each suspicious detail and organized personnel for heightened surveillance, while Wu Shi coordinated the clan's logistics and supply chains, ensuring every member was equipped with ample resources to confront potential dangers. Wan'er, please keep a close watch on the movements of our clan members in the coming days, especially in those areas that usually attract little attention, Li Darren advised, a contemplative glimmer in his gaze. Our enemy may very well exploit our oversights to launch their assault. I understand, my husband. I will arrange for increased patrols and surveillance. Wu Shi nodded, her mind already formulating a detailed plan. Li Darren stepped to the window, gazing at the sky, his heart filled with both apprehension and hope for the future of their clan. He recognized the might of their adversary, yet he believed that with unity, they could overcome any obstacles. Wan'er, we must also notify some trusted allies and request their support during critical moments, Li Darren suddenly realized. Turning to Wu Shi. Very well. I shall arrange for someone to make contact immediately, Wu Shi responded, promptly setting off to organize the effort. As night fell, the Li family residence was steeped in a tense atmosphere, each member prepared for the imminent danger, their hearts filled with love for their clan and a resolute determination to protect it. Meanwhile, Li Darren and Wu Shi continued their diligent research and discussion in the study, ensuring that no detail went unnoticed. My dear, when do you believe our adversary will strike? Wu Shi inquired, a trace of concern flickering in her eyes. According to the intelligence, they are likely to launch an assault during Yunfei's departure. Li Daren pondered for a moment before responding. Thus, we must maintain the highest level of vigilance during this period. Wu Shi nodded, her resolve strengthening. We must safeguard our clan and ensure that the enemy's nefarious schemes do not succeed. At that moment, a series of urgent knocks resonated from outside. Li Daren and Wu Shi exchanged a glance, anxiety gripping their hearts. "Come in," they called in unison. The door swung open, and Zhang Wenhui hurriedly entered, a trace of tension etched on his face. "Head of the family, madam, we have discovered some suspicious traces on the back mountain. It seems someone is watching us." Li Daren furrowed his brow and responded swiftly, immediately strengthened the vigilance on the back mountain, dispatch more personnel to patrol, and closely monitor the surrounding activity. "Yes, head of the family." Zhang Wenhui nodded in acknowledgement before turning to leave. Wu Shi gazed at Zhang Wenhui's retreating figure, her heart heavy with unease. "Husband, the situation is indeed grave. We must ensure absolute security." "I understand, Wanner," Li Daren said, moving beside her and taking her hand, his eyes brimming with resolve. "We will protect our family and navigate through this crisis." As night deepened, the Li family's residence remained brightly lit. Li Daren and Wu Shi continued their research and discussion in the study, ensuring that no detail was overlooked. They were aware that their adversary was cunning, but with united efforts, they were confident they could overcome any challenge. The following morning, as dawn broke, Li Yunfei rose to prepare for his departure. He donned his cultivation robe and organized his belongings, filled with anticipation and a sense of responsibility for the future. He understood that his journey was not solely for personal cultivation, but for the family's legacy. Li Daren and Wu Shi stood at the doorway, their gazes filled with profound concern. Wu Shi stepped forward to gently adjust Li Yunfei's collar, her eyes reflecting a mix of reluctance and hope. "Yunfei, remember, no matter the difficulties you encounter outside, take care of yourself. The family will always be your support. Mother, do not worry. I will strive diligently in my cultivation and live up to the family's expectations." Li Yunfei replied respectfully, his eyes shimmering with determination. Li Daren approached and patted Li Yunfei's shoulder. "Yunfei, the Tianshan Sword Sect is a prestigious establishment in the cultivation world. This opportunity is rare, so make the most of it. Also, remember your family responsibilities. Whatever happens, prioritize our family's honor." "Father, I understand." Li Yunfei nodded resolutely, his heart brimming with determination. Su Wanner, Wang Xiaohu, and Zhang Wenhui also gathered to bid farewell, their faces expressing reluctance and well wishes. "Yunfei, take care. We await your triumphant return," Su Wanner said with a smile, her eyes radiating warmth. "Yunfei, once at the Tianshan Sword Sect, cultivate well and do not forget us," Wang Xiaohu added, his tone lighthearted yet filled with deep camaraderie. "Yunfei, keep pushing forward. We will always support you," Zhang Wenhui affirmed, his gaze resolute. "Thank you all. I will not let you down." Li Yunfei bowed deeply before turning to embark on his path of cultivation. Sunlight bathed him, illuminating a bright road ahead. Li Yunfei knew that the journey ahead would be fraught with challenges, but he believed that with unwavering faith and relentless effort, he could realize his dreams and bring glory to his family. In that moment, the Li family residence appeared especially serene and beautiful in the morning light. Each heart brimmed with hope and confidence for the future, believing that as long as they worked together, they could surmount any obstacle and welcome a brighter tomorrow. Recently, the severe changes in coding have invigorated us, motivating us to update at an accelerated pace. Kindly take a moment to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 10. The Gift on the Serene Morning. When Li Yunfei embarked upon his path of cultivation, the Li family estate was enveloped in tranquility. Following the farewell to their son, Li Daren and Madame Wu returned to the study to deliberate on matters of the family's defense. Yet, an undercurrent of unease lingered in their hearts. As they busied themselves, a gentle knock echoed from the door. Li Daren looked up to see Zhang Wenhui standing outside, bearing a somewhat grave expression. "Master, the mysterious visitor has returned. He mentioned that he has an important gift to personally present to you," Zhang Wenhui announced. Li Daren furrowed his brow, a flicker of intrigue crossing his mind. "Please, let him in." Zhang Wenhui nodded in acknowledgement, and the enigmatic guest re-entered the study. This time, his demeanor seemed even more solemn as he approached Li Darren while cradling a black brocade box. "Master Li, I come on behalf of the Black Dragon Guard to present you with a gift which I hope will assist you in navigating this crisis." The mysterious figure intoned in a low voice imbued with enigma. "Thank you for the concern of the Black Dragon Guard. May I inquire as to the nature of this gift?" Li Darren asked courteously, his gaze fixed upon the brocade box. A faint smile graced the visitor's lips as he extended the box towards Li Darren. "This is a treasure artifact of the Black Dragon Guard, known as the Heart-Guarding Mirror. It possesses the ability to protect the holder's vital essence from fatal harm during critical moments." Li Darren accepted the brocade box and gently opened it, revealing an ancient copper mirror, no larger than a palm, its surface shimmering with a subtle glow, as if imbued with boundless power. The heart-guarding mirror? Li Darren's heart quaked. He understood that such a treasure was no ordinary item. The Black Dragon Guard's willingness to bestow such a precious gift upon them filled him with profound gratitude. The mysterious figure nodded, stating, "The adversary you face is formidable. We hope that this gift aids you in weathering the storm. While it cannot guarantee absolute safety, it may prove invaluable in a moment of need." Madame Wu stepped forward, examining the heart-guarding mirror with a gaze filled with gratitude and admiration. "This is truly invaluable. The kindness of the Black Dragon Guard will forever be etched in the memory of the Li family. It is not solely for the Li family, but also for the tranquility of the Cultivation realm." The mysterious visitor replied with a subtle smile, a glimmer of resolve in his eyes. "I hope you'll make good use of this artifact. Lidaran sulam linudda. We shall treasure this gift and exert every effort to safeguard both our family and the peace of the Cultivation world." The mysterious figure nodded in satisfaction, turning to depart. "I have other tasks to attend to and shall not intrude further. Masterly Madam, take care." Li Darren and Madame Wu watched as the enigmatic guest departed, their hearts swelling with deep gratitude towards the Black Dragon Guard. "Dear husband, we must safeguard this heart-guarding mirror. It may very well save our lives in a critical moment," Madame Wu remarked, carefully closing the brocade box and storing it away with utmost care. "Indeed, Warner, our adversary is cunning and powerful. We cannot afford any complacency." Li Darren sighed, determination flickering in his eyes. "The heart-guarding mirror provides us with assurance, yet our unity and diligence remain paramount." Wu nodded in agreement, saying, "Husband, we must promptly relay this information to the core members of our family, so they are aware of the gravity of this crisis and can adequately prepare." Li Darren immediately summoned the family's core members, including Zhang Wenhui, the other cousins of Li Yunfei, and several elders from the clan. They gathered in the study, their expressions solemn, awaiting Li Darren's instructions. "Esteemed members, our adversary is both formidable and cunning. We must be thoroughly prepared," Li Darren stated, elucidating the intelligence provided by the Black Dragon Guard and the matter concerning the heart-protecting mirror. "This crisis not only pertains to the safety of the Li family, but also to the stability of the entire Cultivation world." Upon hearing this, the attendees' faces grew grave, and they expressed their commitment to confront the crisis together. Zhang Wenhui was the first to speak, head of the family. "Our guard will enhance patrols and defenses to ensure the safety of our clan." An elder added, "We will closely monitor the movements of family members to prevent any internal slip-ups." Another elder interjected, "We can also deploy some of the family's secret treasures and formations to bolster our defenses." Li Darren nodded in approval. "All your suggestions are commendable. We must unite as one to tackle this crisis." Wu further remarked, "In addition to defense and vigilance, we must ensure the adequacy of logistics and supplies. Vanya, during this time, you must expedite the refinement of elixirs to guarantee sufficient resources for any emergencies." Suvan solemnly nodded. "I will exert all my efforts to concoct more elixirs, ensuring everyone's safety." After the discussions concluded, everyone swiftly sprang into action. The entire Li family estate fell into a state of tense yet orderly preparedness. The guards intensified their patrols and vigilance, while the younger members of the family, under Zhang Wenhui's guidance, engaged in rigorous training to enhance their combat prowess. Su Wanner busied herself in the alchemy chamber, tirelessly refining various elixirs to provide logistical support for the family. Li Daren and Wu stood by the window of the study, observing the bustling crowd, their hearts filled with a sense of responsibility and determination. "Husband, we will surely overcome this challenge," Wu declared firmly, her gaze brimming with confidence. "Indeed, Wanner, as long as we work together, we can surmount any difficulty," Li Daren affirmed, his heart filled with hope for the future. As night fell, the Li family estate endured the tension of preparation. Each individual was readying themselves for the impending battle, fueled by love and a resolute commitment to protect their family. Li Daren and Wu continued to study and deliberate in the study, ensuring no detail was overlooked. They understood that their enemy was exceedingly cunning, yet believed that with unity, they could conquer any obstacle. Chapter 11. The trap. Li Yunfei departed from the Li family mansion, embarking on the journey to the Tianshan sword sect. Sunlight cascaded upon him, and the morning air was imbued with a refreshing essence. With a satchel slung over his shoulder, Li Yunfei's heart brimmed with anticipation for the future and a profound sense of responsibility. Although the path was long, he felt a buoyant spirit, relishing the stunning scenery along the way, occasionally encountering fellow cultivators also en route to the Tianshan sword sect, exchanging pleasantries in a congenial atmosphere. However, as he drew nearer to the Tianshan sword sect, a twinge of unease began to stir within him. This sensation did not stem from external threat, but rather an inexplicable intuition that something was amiss. Why did he feel this way? Li Yunfei pundarat. Having always placed great faith in his instincts, particularly as they had often guided him away from peril during numerous encounters in battle and training. To ascertain his feelings, Li Yunfei slowed his pace and began to scrutinize his surroundings more meticulously. He noticed that while the passers-by continued as usual, the atmosphere seemed to be permeated by an unusual aura. Just then, he suddenly heard the faint sound of footsteps behind him. He swiftly turned around, only to find several figures cloaked in black silently trailing him, their gazes chilling. Who are these individuals? Why are they following me? A jolt of alarm surged through Li Yunfei as he rapidly assessed the situation. He understood that any rash actions could incite unnecessary conflict, yet feigning ignorance might prove even more perilous. Contemplating this, Li Yunfei resolved to test the waters. He deliberately quickened his pace, heading toward a thicket, hoping to lose his pursuers within the intricate terrain. However, the cloaked figures seemed resolute, quickening their strides to remain closely behind him. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Li Yunfei abruptly turned to confront the black-clad figures, coldly demanding, "Who are you? Why are you stalking me?" The leader of the black figures smirked slightly, revealing a sinister grin. "Li Yunfei, our target is you. As long as you comply and come with us, nothing will happen to you. Go with you?" Li Yunfei skufa, gripping his sword tightly, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "You are exceedingly naive." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Li Yunfei struck with lightning speed, his sword darting like a bolt of lightning towards the leader of the black figures. Clearly prepared, the cloaked figure evaded the attack with a swift maneuver, countering with a palm strike aimed directly at Li Yunfei's chest. Li Yunfei retreated hastily, narrowly dodging the blow. His mind alert. These individuals wield formidable powers. They are no ordinary assassins. The black-clad leader, momentarily taken aback by Li Yunfei's agility, coldly remarked, "It seems you will not submit easily. Then we shall not hold back." The other figures drew their weapons, encircling Li Yunfei. The air was charged with tension, and the impending clash loomed. Li Yunfei maintained his composure, wielding his sword in a flurry of sharp arcs, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the black figures. The exchange was fierce, each strike imbued with a palpable intent to kill. Who, indeed, were these assailants? As Li Yunfei engaged in combat, he pondered the implications of the situation. Was their objective clearly directed at him? Perhaps an insidious plot against the Li family? Despite the tumult of uncertainty swirling within, he remained resolute, understanding that only by vanquishing the adversaries before him could he unveil the truth. He exerted every ounce of his strength, each strike executed with precision, his sword radiating lethal energy. The black-clad assailants intensified their onslaught, evidently well-trained and coordinated, attempting to overwhelm Li Yunfei with their numerical advantage. Yet, his agility and mastery of swordsmanship rendered them futile. He denied them any opportunity to prevail. After a protracted struggle, Li Yunfei gradually gained the upper hand. Seizing an opening, his sword darted forth like a bolt of lightning, piercing the foremost black-clad figure. Taken by surprise, the man let out a piercing cry before collapsing, lifeless. The remaining assailants were struck by fear, realizing that their opponent was far more formidable than they had anticipated. Persisting in battle would only lead to further casualties. Retreat, one of them whispered urgently, as the others hastily withdrew, vanishing into the embrace of the forest. Li Yunfei watched the fleeing figures with a heart brimming with confusion and vigilance. Why were these individuals trailing him? What was their true aim? He understood that this incident was far from coincidental and likely intertwined with his family's looming crisis. With this realization, a sense of urgency gripped him. He must swiftly uncover the truth to take appropriate measures. Straightening his attire, Li Yunfei resumed his journey towards the Tianshan sword sect. He resolved to report this unsettling occurrence to the elders upon his arrival, hoping to glean further insights and assistance from them. Throughout his journey, he remained acutely alert, prepared to confront any potential threats. He recognized that this expedition was not merely for cultivation, but also for safeguarding his family's security. As night descended, Li Yunfei finally reached the Tianshan sword sect. The gate was brightly illuminated, with several disciples stationed at the entrance. Upon seeing Li Yunfei's arrival, they approached him respectfully. "You must be Li Yunfei. We have received word of your coming and extend a warm welcome to you as a new member of the Tianshan sword sect." One disciple greeted him with a smile, tinged with reverence. "Thank you. Please lead me to the elders," Li Yunfei replied, determination flickering in his eyes. The disciple nodded and guided him through the mountain gate, ascending several stone steps until they arrived before a venerable hall. Inside, several elders sat together, their expressions grave. Li Yunfei bowed deeply before the elders, respectfully recounting the events of his recent encounter. Upon hearing his account, the elders exchanged solemn glances, and one elder with a long white beard spoke. "Li Yunfei, we have comprehended your predicament. It appears that the threat you face is not solely aimed at the Li family, but could potentially jeopardize the entire realm of cultivation. Thank you for your concern. Esteemed elders, how shall we respond to this peril?" Li Yunfei inquired, anticipation swelling within him. The white-bearded elder contemplated for a moment before responding. "We shall initiate an immediate investigation while fortifying the defenses of the Tianshan sword sect. For now, focus on your cultivation to enhance your strength. This will be your foundation for confronting any crisis that may arise." Li Yunfei nodded in understanding, his heart filled with gratitude towards the Tianshan sword sect. He understood that only by continuously enhancing his strength could he better safeguard his family and the realm of cultivation. The elders unanimously expressed their unwavering support for Li Yunfei, pledging to assist him in swiftly integrating into the training system of the Tianshan sword sect. Gratefully, Li Yunfei bowed in acknowledgement, then followed the disciples' guidance to his residence. The night was profound, and the Tianshan sword sect appeared particularly solemn under the glow of lanterns. Standing by the window, Li Yunfei gazed at the distant peaks, his heart brimming with anticipation and determination for the future. Regardless of how arduous the path ahead may be, he vowed to diligently cultivate, instilling hope for his family and the realm of cultivation. In his heart, Li Yunfei silently swore, his eyes shimmering with resolute light. That night, he spent in his new abode within the Tianshan sword sect, filled with hope and determination for the future. He recognized that the journey ahead was fraught with challenges. Yet with unwavering faith and relentless effort, he was certain he could realize his dreams. Chapter 12. A warning after settling down at the Tianshan sword sect. Li Yunfei immediately immersed himself in rigorous training. Simultaneously, the atmosphere within the Li family mansion grew increasingly tense. The core members of the family were preparing for the impending crisis, while elder Zhao Tianyu, a respected figure within the Li family, appeared particularly anxious. Zhao Tianyu, with his profound cultivation and a history of resolving significant family crises, felt a deep sense of unease regarding the current adversary, sensing that matters were far from straightforward. One night, Zhao Tianyu sat cross-legged in his chamber, his brow furrowed in deep thought. The recent events, the warnings from the Black Dragon Guard, the appearance of mysterious visitors, and the attack on Li Yunfei compelled him to acknowledge the gravity of the situation. Head of the family, madam, something is amiss. Zhao Tianyu resolved to convey his concerns to Li Daren and Wu Shi. Early the next morning, Zhao Tianyu arrived at Li Daren's study, his expression grave. Head of the family, madam, I have some important matters to discuss with you, he stated. Li Daren and Wu Shi, noticing Zhao Tianyu's serious demeanor, immediately invited him to sit and inquired with concern. Elder Zhao, what is so significant? Taking a deep breath, Zhao Tianyu replied earnestly, a series of recent events has led me to believe there is a larger conspiracy at play. While the warnings from the Black Dragon Guard are undoubtedly significant, I fear we have yet to fully grasp the enemy's true intentions. Li Daren nodded, his expression growing more solemn. Are you suggesting that we may have overlooked crucial information? Indeed, Zhao Tianyu affirmed, a flicker of worry crossing his eyes. I am concerned that the adversary's focus extends beyond our Li family and may involve the entire realm of cultivation. We must exercise greater caution and not underestimate the threat. Wu Shi nodded in agreement. Elder Zhao is correct. We must remain vigilant. This crisis may appear to target the Li family, but the reality could be indicative of a more extensive scheme. What course of action should we take? Li Daren asked, determination flickering in his gaze. Zhao Tianyu pondered for a moment before responding. First and foremost, we must enhance surveillance within the family to ensure there are no traitors among us. Simultaneously, we need to strengthen our connections with other cultivation families, exchanging intelligence to ensure we possess ample information. Li Daren nodded in approval. That is an excellent suggestion. I will arrange for personnel to bolster internal monitoring immediately. Wu Shi added, I will take responsibility for contacting other families, particularly our close allies, to ensure timely information exchange. Zhao Tianyu nodded in satisfaction and continued. Additionally, we must closely monitor Li Yunfei's activities at the Tianshan Sword sect. While he may be relatively safe there, we cannot overlook any potential threats. Li Daren and Wu Shi exchanged glances, their vigilance heightened. Elder Zhao is right. We will keep a close watch on Yunfei's situation. After the discussion concluded, Zhao Tianyu rose to take his leave. Li Daren and Wu Shi watched him depart, their hearts filled with a sense of urgency and resolve. They understood that their adversary was exceptionally cunning and formidable, yet they believed that through unity and collaboration, they could undoubtedly overcome the impending challenges. In the days that followed, the Li family estate entered a state of heightened vigilance. The guard force intensified their patrols and alertness, while the younger members of the family, under Zhang Wenhui's guidance, engaged in rigorous training to enhance their combat effectiveness. The Wu family busied themselves with contacting other clans, exchanging intelligence to ensure they remained abreast of the latest developments. Li Daren personally oversaw the family's defense operations, ensuring that no detail was overlooked, aware that even the slightest oversight could result in catastrophic consequences. Simultaneously, Zhao Tianyu was not idle. He not only directed the family's defensive strategies, but also personally investigated the movements of the enemy. He understood that this crisis was not solely about the safety of the Li family, but also about the stability of the entire cultivation realm. One night, while patrolling the dense forest on the back mountain, Zhao Tianyu suddenly sensed an intense aura of malevolence. He quickly became alert, employing his agility to conceal himself behind a large tree, holding his breath and focusing intently on his surroundings. Indeed, not far in the shadows, several figures clad in black were engaged in hushed conversation, seemingly oblivious to Zhao Tianyu's presence. This mission must succeed. We cannot allow the Li family to discover our true intentions, the leader of the black-clad figures whispered, his tone laced with a hint of ruthlessness. Rest assured, leader, we are fully prepared. The moment the Li family's defenses show any sign of relaxation, we will act, another figure responded. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu's heart sank. Clearly, these individuals harbored more sinister schemes. He refrained from making any impulsive moves, remaining concealed in the shadows, attentively listening to their dialogue in hopes of gathering further information. Once we succeed in our operation, the entire cultivation realm will descend into chaos, and our plans will proceed without hindrance, the leader continued confidently. Yes, leader. We will undoubtedly accomplish our mission, the others echoed in agreement. Zhao Tianyu's vigilance heightened. He recognized that their plans were far from simple and that he must immediately relay this intelligence back to ensure the Li family could prepare accordingly. After the black-clad figures departed, Zhao Tianyu swiftly returned to the family estate, recounting everything he had overheard to Li Darren and the Wu family. Li Darren's expression grew increasingly grave. It seems our enemies do indeed harbor grander schemes. The Wu family concurred. We must take immediate action. We cannot allow their plans to come to fruition. Zhao Tianyu nodded in agreement. Head of the family, madam, I propose we bolster our external intelligence exchanges while closely monitoring our internal affairs to ensure no suspicious activities arise. Li Darren consented. I will promptly arrange for additional personnel to strengthen our defense and intelligence efforts. The Wu family added, I will continue reaching out to other clans to ensure we gather as much information as possible. Under Zhao Tianyu's warning, the defensive measures of the Li family estate became increasingly tense and orderly. Each member prepared for the impending crisis, their hearts brimming with love and resolve to protect their family. As night fell, the Li family estate was aglow with lights, bustling and organized. Everyone is diligently preparing for the impending battle, their hearts brimming with love for their family and a resolute determination to protect it. Li Darren and Wu Shi continue their meticulous study and discussion in the study, ensuring that no detail is overlooked. They are acutely aware that this adversary is exceptionally cunning, yet they firmly believe that through unity, they shall triumph over all challenges. That night, the Li family's grand residence is steeped in an atmosphere of tense preparation. Each individual is steadfastly readying themselves for the forthcoming confrontation, filled with a fervent commitment to safeguard their kin. They're convinced that as long as they work together, they can overcome any obstacle and embrace a brighter tomorrow. Chapter 13. Guests depart. Leaving questions as night descended, the Li family mansion appeared to regain its tranquility. Yet the palpable tension in the air left everyone feeling uneasy. After devising strategies to confront the situation, Li Darren, Wu Shi, and Zhao Tianyu returned to their respective posts, continuing their vigilance and precautions. Nevertheless, the core members of the family remained engulfed in confusion and uncertainty. Who was that enigmatic visitor? What profound significance lies behind the heart-protecting mirror and the warnings he brought? What are the true intentions of the adversary? As everyone pondered these questions, Li Darren suddenly recalled a pivotal point. He resolved to engage in conversation with the enigmatic visitor once more, hoping to glean further information and clues. The following morning, Li Darren dispatched several trusted guards to seek out the mysterious guest. Before long, they located him in a small village near the Li family estate. Master of the Li household, what are your instructions? The enigmatic visitor greeted Li Darren with a slight bow, his tone still infused with an air of mystery. I appreciate your assistance and your warning, yet I find myself with several inquiries that I hope you might clarify for us. Li Darren stated directly, his gaze imbued with a hint of curiosity. Please, go on, the mysterious guest smiled subtly, gesturing for Li Darren to continue. Firstly, I would like to understand why you chose to extend your aid to the Li family. Is this crisis not solely directed at us? Li Darren inquired directly, his eyes gleaming with a sharp intensity. The enigmatic visitor pondered for a moment before responding. Master Li, you are indeed an astute individual. In truth, this crisis extends beyond your esteemed Li family. It encompasses the entirety of the cultivation realm. One of our Black Dragon Guard's duties is to uphold the equilibrium of the cultivation world, and it is our responsibility to thwart any forces that threaten this delicate balance. Li Darren nodded, internally acknowledging this response. Then, could you enlighten us further regarding the adversary? What is their true intention? The demeanor of the mysterious visitor grew grave. The true identity of the adversaries is still under investigation. Yet it is certain that their aim is to acquire immense power and resources by manipulating the prominent families within the realm of cultivation. This operation is merely a fragment of their overarching scheme, and the full extent of their conspiracy remains shrouded in secrecy. Lee Darren furrowed his brow and inquired further. How should we respond to this situation, relying solely on the strength of the Lee family? It seems rather difficult to withstand such a threat. The mysterious visitor nodded and said, "Your concerns are well-founded. We advise you to strengthen ties with other immortal cultivation families to collectively thwart the enemy's schemes. Furthermore, you must remain vigilant at all times to ensure there are no traitors within your ranks." Lee Darren took a deep breath, his heart brimming with resolve. "Thank you for your advice and assistance. We will act promptly to enhance our defenses and communication." The mysterious guest smiled faintly, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. "Master Lee, you are a wise leader. I am confident that under your guidance, the Lee family will surely overcome this challenge." Lee Darren nodded appreciatively. "Thank you for your trust and support. We will spare no effort in safeguarding the peace of our family and the realm of immortal cultivation." The enigmatic visitor nodded in comprehension and stated, "I have other pressing matters to attend to and cannot linger. Should you require any assistance, you may reach me through the channels of our Black Dragon Guard." Lee Darren expressed his gratitude once more, watching as the mysterious figure departed. Though he had gained valuable information, a torrent of questions and unease still churned within him. Upon returning to the Lee family estate, Lee Darren promptly relayed the conversation to Lady Wu and Zhao Tianyu. The three gathered once more in the study, deliberating earnestly on their course of action. "It appears this crisis is indeed grave," Lady Wu remarked, her brow furrowed. "We must swiftly establish contact with other cultivation clans and unite against this threat." Zhao Tianyu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, clan leader. We require more allies and intelligence to counter such a peril." Lee Darren drew a deep breath, his voice resolute. "I shall immediately dispatch envoys to trusted families. Simultaneously, we must reinforce internal surveillance and defenses to eliminate any vulnerabilities." Lady Wu and Zhao Tianyu voiced their support and set about their respective tasks without delay. The entire Lee estate once again entered a state of heightened vigilance, each member preparing for the impending storm. Yet, one lingering doubt still haunted Lee Darren. What was the true identity of that mysterious visitor? Why does he care so deeply about the Lee family and the safety of the cultivation world? This dilemma weighed heavily on Lee Darren's mind. Yet he understood that the paramount concern now was addressing the imminent crisis and safeguarding his family's security. As night descended once more, the Lee residence blazed with illumination, its inhabitants moving with tense yet methodical purpose. Standing before his study window, Lee Darren gazed at the distant night sky, his heart brimming with both anticipation and resolve for what lay ahead. No matter how formidable our adversaries may be, he silently vowed, his eyes gleaming with unshakable determination. So long as we stand united, we shall surely overcome these trials. Chapter 14. Perplexity. The first light of dawn graced the Tianshan sword sect, the crisp air imbued with an aura of tranquility. Li Yunfei's training routine gradually settled into rhythm within the sect, his days marked by relentless diligence, never allowing himself a moment's laxity. Yet, the unease over his family's safety lingered like an unshakable shadow, particularly the memory of the ambush before his departure, an enigma that gnawed at his heart. One morning, Yunfei practiced his swordplay in the sect's training grounds, his blade weaving through the air like a dancing dragon and phoenix, a testament to his solid foundation and nimble footwork. Several fellow disciples observed from the sidelines, admiration gleaming in their eyes. "Junior brother Yunfei, your swordsmanship grows ever more refined," remarked an elder disciple with genuine praise. "Your kind words humble me, senior brother. I remain far from the pinnacle of the sword's path," Yunfei replied with a modest smile, sheathing his blade and wiping the sweat from his brow. Just then, a young man clad in white robes approached, his lips curved in a knowing smile, his eyes alight with wisdom. This was none other than Ling Feng, the prodigious disciple of the Tianshan sword sect. "Junior brother Yunfei, I heard you encountered an ambush on your way to our sect?" Ling Feng inquired, his voice laced with a trace of concern. Li Yunfei nodded slightly, a flicker of bewilderment flashing through his eyes. Indeed, senior brother Lingfeng. The origins of those black-clad individuals remain shrouded in mystery, and I've been unable to comprehend their motives. Lingfeng pondered for a moment before speaking. Based on certain intelligence I've gathered, numerous cultivation clans have recently suffered similar assaults. It appears there is a formidable force orchestrating these attacks from shadows. A formidable force? Li Yunfei furrowed his brows, his heart swelling with deepening perplexity. Could their ambitions extend beyond merely targeting the Li family? Highly probable, Lingfeng nodded solemnly. The political landscape of the cultivation world is intricate, woven with deep-seated interests and complex entanglements. For such forces to make their move, they must undoubtedly harbor ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Li Yunfei's unease deepened. Senior brother, he inquired with growing apprehension, what course of action do you suggest we take? Lingfeng smiled faintly and said, first and foremost, we must maintain the utmost vigilance and cannot afford to be careless. Secondly, you may utilize the resources of the Tianshan Sword sect to gather as much intelligence as possible, striving to uncover the true intentions of our adversaries. Li Yunfei nodded, finding some solace in his heart. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. I shall continue to train diligently while remaining vigilant. Lingfeng betal Yunfei's Schulde encouragingly. Rest assured, junior brother Yunfei, with the support of our Tianshan Sword sect, you're not alone in this. Gratitude filled Li Yunfei's voice as he replied, thank you, senior brother. I shall engrave your teachings in my heart. That night, Li Yunfei sat in meditation within his chamber, yet his mind remained restless. He pondered Lingfeng's words repeatedly, sensing that the enemy's schemes were far more intricate than he had imagined. What kind of force was truly orchestrating these attacks from the shadows? Li Yunfei pondered silently in his heart. What could their true objective be? In order to clarify these doubts, Li Yunfei resolved to leverage the resources of the Tianshan Sword sect to conduct a more thorough investigation. He sought counsel from the elders of the Tianshan Sword sect and received their full support and assistance. Several days later, Li Yunfei had gathered substantial intelligence, all pointing towards a mysterious organization known as the Shadow Covenant. This clandestine yet formidable faction specialized in all manner of unsavory activities, their influence permeating every corner of the cultivation realm. The Shadow Covenant? Li Yunfei gazed at the intelligence in his hand, his heart trembling with shock. Could these assailants truly be the minions of the Shadow Alliance? To further verify this conjecture, Li Yunfei resolved to conduct an in-depth investigation. Aware that his solitary strength would be insufficient to confront such a formidable force, he understood the necessity of rallying support from the Tianshan Sword sect and other allies. It was imperative to swiftly uncover the true intentions of the Shadow Alliance. With unwavering determination settling in his heart, Li Yunfei made his decision. That very evening, Li Yunfei once again visited Lingfeng's residence to report his findings. Upon hearing the revelations, Lingfeng's brow furrowed deeply, clearly recognizing the gravity of the situation. Junior brother Yunfei, your discoveries are of utmost importance, Lingfeng remarked, his tone laced with solemnity. The existence of the Shadow Alliance is indeed unsettling. We must act without delay. Senior brother, what course of action do you propose we take? Yunfei Li inquired, a trace of anxiety flickering in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Lingfeng responded, first, we must report this intelligence to the sect leader and the other elders to secure their support. Second, we need to unite with other cultivation families to jointly confront this crisis. Yunfei Li nodded in agreement. Understood. I will offer my full cooperation. A faint smile graced Lingfeng's lips as he gently patted Yunfei Li's shoulder. Rest assured, junior brother Yunfei, with us by your side, you will not face this alone. At dawn the following day, Yunfei Li and Lingfeng proceeded to the Grand Hall of the Heavenly Mountain Sword Sect to present their findings to the sect leader and the elders. Upon hearing their report, the expressions of the sect leader and the elders darkened, for they realized the gravity of the situation surpassed their initial expectations. It appears we must rally the other cultivation families to stand against the threat of the Shadow Alliance, the sect leader declared solemnly, his gaze resolute. The elders unanimously voiced their agreement and swiftly began deliberating countermeasures. Standing aside, Yunfei felt his heart swell with anticipation and determination. He understood that this crisis not only concerned the safety of the Li family, but also the stability of the entire cultivation world. No matter how arduous the path ahead may be, I will dedicate myself entirely to bringing hope to my family and the cultivation realm. Yunfei vowed silently, his eyes alight with unwavering resolve. Chapter 15. The tension in the air as night descended. The heavenly mountain sword sect was enveloped in an eerie tranquility. Yet beneath this calm, an invisible tension lingered. After Li Yunfei and Ling Feng reported the situation in the Grand Hall, the entire sect entered a state of heightened vigilance. Disciples patrolled every corner, their senses sharpened against potential threats. Returning to his chamber, Li Yunfei found no peace within his restless heart. Seated by the window, he gazed at the starless sky, his thoughts adrift like scattered leaves. The recent chain of events made him feel as though he were trapped in the heart of a vast conspiracy, where every step forward was shrouded in perilous uncertainty. What manner of existence was this shadow alliance, truly? Li Yunfei pondered deeply in his heart, yet no answer came to him. At that moment, a faint knocking sound emanated from beyond the chamber door. Rising swiftly with vigilance, Li Yunfei inquired, "Who goes there?" "It is I, Ling Feng." From beyond the door came Ling Feng's deep, resonant voice. Li Yunfei exhaled in relief and stepped forward to open it. There stood Ling Feng upon the threshold, his expression grave and solemn. "Senior brother, what brings you here at such a late hour?" Li Yunfei inquired. "I have just returned from the sect leader and have some crucial matters to discuss with you," Ling Feng declared, his eyes gleaming with resolute determination. Li Yunfei nodded and ushered Ling Feng into the chamber. Once seated, Ling Feng spoke candidly, "By the decree of the sect leader and the elders, our Tian Shan Sword sect shall dispatch elite disciples to form a special task force to investigate the movements of the Shadow Alliance." "A special task force?" Li Yunfei was momentarily stunned. Then a glimmer of anticipation flashed in his eyes. "Senior brother, I participate?" Ling Feng smiled faintly. "The sect leader has decided to appoint you as a member of the special operations team. Your strength and wisdom are precisely what we require." Li Yunfei felt a surge of warmth in his heart and nodded resolutely. "I will give it my all." Ling Feng continued, his tone measured. "However, this mission is exceedingly perilous, and we must prepare thoroughly. The other members of the team have also been meticulously selected, elite disciples who will gather at dawn tomorrow for a detailed briefing." Gratitude filled Li Yunfei's voice as he replied, "Thank you for your trust, senior brother. I will not let anyone down." Ling Feng placed a reassuring hand on Li Yunfei's shoulder, his eyes glinting with encouragement. "Rest well. Tomorrow, we shall face this new challenge together." After Ling Feng departed, Li Yunfei remained in his chamber, contemplating the intricacies of the impending mission. He understood that this task would be a formidable trial, yet also an opportunity to elevate himself and safeguard both his clan and the cultivation world. The night deepened, wrapping the heavenly mountain sword sect in an air of tension. Seated at the edge of his bed, Li Yunfei quietly reflected on the trials he had endured thus far, his resolve steadily solidifying. "No matter how treacherous the path ahead, I shall meet it head-on." With this silent vow, he crossed his legs and sank into profound meditation. Yet scarcely had he entered this state when a faint rustle sounded beyond his door. Instantly alert, Li Yunfei's eyes snapped open. Rising swiftly, he moved to the entrance and demanded in a low voice, "Who goes there?" There was no response from beyond the door. Yet Li Yunfei sensed an aura that felt hauntingly familiar. He gently pushed open the door to find Elder Zhao Tianyu standing at the threshold with a solemn expression. "Elder Zhao, what brings you here?" Li Yunfei inquired with astonishment. Zhao Tianyu stepped into the chamber, gently closing the door behind him, and murmured in a hushed tone, "Yunfei, I've just received word from the Li family. There are matters of grave importance I must convey to you." A sense of foreboding gripped Li Yunfei's heart as he swiftly questioned, "Elder Zhao, what has transpired?" Zhao Tianyu spoke in a solemn tone. "According to the latest intelligence, the Shadow Alliance's target is not merely your Li family. Their scheme is far more intricate and clandestine. We suspect they may have already infiltrated several prominent cultivation clans, possibly even planted moles within. Upon hearing this, Li Yunfei's countenance darkened abruptly. Moles? Could it be that there are members of the Shadow Alliance lurking among us? Zhao Qianyu nodded, a trace of concern flickering in his eyes. Precisely so. Hence, you must exercise extreme caution during this mission and trust no one lightly. Li Yunfei took a deep breath, his heart brimming with urgency. Thank you for the warning, Elder Zhao. I shall remain vigilant at all times. Zhao Qianyu placed a hand on Li Yunfei's shoulder, his tone grave and earnest. Yunfei, you are the hope of our family. No matter what trials you face, hold fast to your convictions. The Li clan and the Tianshan sword sect will stand with you unwaveringly. Li Yunfei bowed his head in gratitude. I shall not fail your expectations. With a faint smile, Zhao Qianyu turned and departed. Li Yunfei watched his retreating figure, his resolve hardening further. The night deepened, and as he sat by the window, gazing at the star-strewn sky, he silently swore an oath. No matter how perilous the path ahead, I shall give my all to safeguard both my family and the peace of the cultivation world. That night passed in a blend of tension and anticipation. Li Yunfei knew that the morrow would herald a new beginning, one fraught with challenges, yet brimming with hope. No matter how arduous the journey, he would march forward unshaken, ready to meet every trial head-on. Chapter 16. The Admonition on the Morrow as Dawn Broke. Li Yunfei rose early, prepared his belongings, and stepped out of his abode, embracing the morning light as he made his way to the conference hall of the Tianshan sword sect. Today, the Special Operations Team would convene to receive a comprehensive briefing on their mission. Yet, before he departed from the Tianshan sword sect, the gentle admonitions of his parents reverberated in his mind. Just as Li Yunfei was about to leave his room, a letter from his family arrived. The envelope bore the familiar signature of his father, Li Daren, which filled him with a sense of warmth and reassurance. Li Yunfei carefully opened the envelope and meticulously read each word within. The letter read, Dear Yunfei, we are aware that you are about to join the Special Operations Team of the Tianshan sword sect. This presents a significant opportunity for you, as well as a formidable challenge. Remember, no matter the difficulties you may encounter, remain calm and resolute. At this pivotal moment, we wish to impart a few pieces of advice. First, maintain a heightened sense of vigilance. As you know, the enemy's strength is formidable, and there may be traitors among us. Do not place your trust easily in anyone. Remain ever alert. Second, do not act recklessly. Though your prowess is remarkable, undertaking endeavors alone may lead you into peril. Learn to rely on the strength of your team, facing challenges collectively. The Tianshan sword sect is akin to a large family, where mutual support prevails. Third, prioritize your safety. Regardless of the circumstances, your well-being is paramount. We understand the sense of duty and mission that resides within you. But you are also our son, and we fervently wish for your safe return. Yunfei, the future of our family rests upon your generation. We have faith in your abilities and wisdom, trusting that you will make the right choices. Remember, wherever you may go, your family will always stand as your steadfast support. We shall forever be behind you. Take care. Father, Li Daren Mother, Wu Shi. Upon finishing the letter, a flicker of emotion and determination danced in Li Yunfei's eyes. He carefully folded the letter and tucked it into his bosom, his heart brimming with the hopes and admonitions of his parents. He understood that this mission was not solely about his personal cultivation, but also the safety of his entire family. Taking a deep breath, Li Yunfei turned and exited his room, embarking on the path to the conference hall. Along the way, the echoes of his parents' counsel and encouragement resonated in his mind, infusing him with an invisible strength. Upon arriving at the conference hall, Li Yunfei beheld the other members of the Special Operations Team. They were all elite disciples of the Tianshan sword sect, each face etched with resolve and determination. Ling Feng stood at the forefront of the group, and upon noticing Li Yunfei's arrival, offered a slight smile, beckoning him to join the ranks. Shortly thereafter, the sect leader and several elders entered the hall, their expressions grave and solemn. The sect leader surveyed the assembly and spoke in a low, commanding tone. My esteemed colleagues, today you are about to embark on a crucial mission, one that not only concerns the honor of the Tianshan Sword sect, but also the peace of the entire cultivation realm. Bear in mind, every decision you make may profoundly influence our future. The elders, too, expressed their support and encouragement, instilling further confidence and strength within the members of the Special Operations Team. The sect leader continued, "The objective of this mission is the Shadow Alliance. According to our intelligence, the Shadow Alliance is gradually expanding its influence within the realm of cultivation, seeking to dominate the prominent cultivation families. Your mission is to locate their stronghold, gather more intelligence, and disrupt their plans to the best of your ability." Ling Feng stepped forward to elucidate the specifics and arrangements of the mission. Each step had been meticulously planned, striving for absolute precision. Li Yunfei and the other members listened attentively, their hearts brimming with a sense of responsibility and purpose. They understood that this undertaking would serve as a monumental test, yet simultaneously an opportunity for self-improvement, safeguarding their families and the realm of cultivation. Upon the conclusion of the meeting, the Special Operations Team swiftly assembled, preparing for departure. Li Yunfei walked among the ranks, silently reflecting on his parents' admonitions, filled with determination and confidence. No matter how perilous the path ahead, he vowed to exert every effort to protect the peace of his family and the cultivation world. In his heart, Li Yunfei silently swore, his eyes shining with unwavering resolve. Under Ling Feng's leadership, the team promptly departed from the Tianshan Sword sect, advancing towards the Shadow Alliance's stronghold. Throughout the journey, they maintained heightened vigilance, ever prepared to confront any potential dangers. As night fell, the Special Operations Team set up camp within a dense forest. They gathered around the campfire, silently contemplating their forthcoming actions. Li Yunfei sat nearby, his gaze resolute, filled with anticipation and determination for the future. "Father, Mother, I will not disappoint your expectations," he silently vowed, his eyes glimmering with steadfast light. Chapter 17. The assault the night was profound, with the Special Operations Team encamped amidst a dense forest. The flickering campfire cast a warm glow upon the resolute faces of each member, who had settled in, preparing to replenish their strength for the impending mission. Li Yunfei and Ling Feng sat beside the fire, deep in contemplation, silently discussing the intricacies of their strategy. However, in the dead of night, a subtle disturbance rippled through the camp. Li Yunfei's keen intuition ignited his alertness. He swiftly opened his eyes, perceiving the faint sound of footsteps and the rustling of leaves. "Something's amiss," he whispered urgently to Ling Feng. Ling Feng immediately rose, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. He signaled to awaken all the team members. They swiftly got to their feet, gripping their weapons tightly, ready to confront any threat. At that moment, shadows emerged from the dense foliage surrounding the camp, accompanied by the glint of sharp blades, surging towards the heart of their encampment. The assailants moved with agility and precision, clearly exhibiting the hallmarks of rigorous training. "Assassins from the Shadow Alliance," Ling Feng shouted, brandishing his sword to engage. Li Yunfei quickly drew his own blade, parrying the initial wave of attacks. He realized that these assassins were formidable, each exuding a palpable aura of lethal intent, striking with deadly accuracy. The members of the Special Operations Team swiftly formed a defensive formation to repel the encroaching foes. The air was thick with the fervor of battle, as swords clashed and flashes of steel illuminated the night. Li Yunfei's movements were swift as lightning, his swordplay a radiant arc as he engaged one of the assassins. The adversary's strikes were vicious and rapid, but Li Yunfei's agility and exceptional swordsmanship enabled him to successfully deflect numerous assaults. What is the purpose of these assassins? Li Yunfei pondered, intensifying his offensive while searching for vulnerabilities in their defenses. Meanwhile, Ling Feng was locked in combat with another assassin, his sword dancing like the wind, forcing his opponent into a retreat. The other team members also unleashed their unique skills, embroiled in fierce skirmishes with the assailants. Suddenly, Li Yunfei noticed one assassin's movement slowing. Seizing the opportunity to thrust his sword like a flash of lightning, striking directly at the foe's chest. The assassin emitted a muffled groan and collapsed. One down. Li Yunfei gasped for breath, swiftly pivoting to prepare for the next wave of assault. Just then, the campfire at the center extinguished abruptly, plunging the surroundings into darkness. A jolt of alarm surged through Li Yunfei as he quickly adjusted his vision, striving to adapt to the combat conditions shrouded in obscurity. In the darkness, the low laughter of the assassins mingled with the furious shouts of his comrades. Li Yunfei understood the urgency of rekindling the light. Otherwise, fighting in the dark would prove exceedingly disadvantageous. Stay calm, focus your minds. Ling Feng's voice resonated in the darkness, providing a modicum of reassurance and strength. Li Yunfei swiftly located a fire starter, igniting it and rapidly rekindling the campfire. The flames illuminated the camp once more, restoring visibility and intensifying the ferocity of the battle. Upon witnessing the rekindled fire, the assassins swiftly recalibrated their tactics, launching another fierce assault. Li Yunfei engaged with one of the assassins, noting that their techniques had grown increasingly ruthless. Yet, armed with extraordinary reflexes and combat experience, he successfully countered their relentless onslaught. The assassins were evidently well-trained, and one could not afford to be careless. Li Yunfei silently remained vigilant, swiftly altering his offensive and defensive strategies in search of the opponent's vulnerabilities. As the battle raged on, the members of the Special Operations Team gradually gained the upper hand. With a single stroke of his sword, Ling Feng felled an assassin and turned to Li Yunfei, stating, "Yunfei, we must conclude this battle swiftly. We cannot afford to delay." Li Yunfei nodded in agreement, accelerating the pace of his attacks with his longsword. Seizing a fleeting opening, he thrust his sword with the swiftness of lightning, striking directly at the adversary's vital point. The assassin let out a piercing scream before collapsing to the ground. The other team members also showcased their prowess, repelling the incoming assassins one by one. As the conflict in the shadows began to wane, the remaining few assassins, witnessing the turn of events, quickly retreated and vanished into the dense forest. Li Yunfei and Ling Feng stood at the center of the camp, panting heavily. After scanning the surroundings to confirm the absence of any lingering enemies, they collectively exhaled in relief. Although the battle had ceased, the tension in the atmosphere lingered. "Let's check for injuries," Ling Feng said calmly, concern evident in his gaze. Several team members promptly examined each other's wounds, discovering that only a few had sustained minor injuries, none of which were serious. Li Yunfei, too, felt a sense of relief. Yet his heart remained shrouded in uncertainty. How could these assassins have known our whereabouts? What is their objective? He murmured, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Ling Feng pondered for a moment before responding. "It is clear that the enemy has become aware of our movements. Their aim is likely to thwart our efforts in gathering intelligence. We must exercise greater caution to avoid encountering such an attack again." Li Yunfei nodded in agreement. "We need to bolster our vigilance to ensure we are not caught off guard again." Ling Feng nodded and swiftly organized the team to re-establish their defenses, ensuring the safety of the camp. Despite having just emerged from a fierce battle, the members of the Special Operations Team remained spirited, brimming with resolve. As night deepened, the camp returned to a fleeting tranquility. Li Yunfei sat beside the flickering campfire, gazing into the dancing flames, filled with anticipation and determination for the future. No matter how perilous the path ahead may be, he vowed to exert every effort to safeguard his family and the peace of the cultivation realm. In his heart, Li Yunfei silently pledged, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. Chapter 18. Family Guardians. On the same night that the Special Operations Team encountered an attack at the Tianshan Sword Sex Camp, the guards of the Li family were also vigilant. As the foremost line of defense for the Li clan, they bore the grave responsibility of safeguarding their family security, and not a whisper of disturbance could escape their notice. Zhang Wenhui, the captain of the Li family's guard, was a steadfast, middle-aged man renowned for his composure and poise. That evening, as he patrolled the perimeter of the estate, a keen intuition stirred within him, sensing an undercurrent of unease. The air was thick with an intangible sense of crisis, compelling him to heighten his vigilance. "Everyone, increase your alertness," Zhang Wenhui commanded in a low voice, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. The guards sprang into action, following Zhang Wenhui's directives to bolster their patrols and defenses. Every sentry post was meticulously examined to ensure there were no vulnerabilities. Despite the outward calm, an unsettling premonition lingered in Zhang Wenhui's heart. "Captain, we've discovered some unusual traces on the eastern wall," a guard reported briskly. Zhang Wenhui swiftly led several elite guards to the eastern wall for a thorough inspection. Indeed, he observed faint scratches on the wall, indicative of an attempted breach. "Reinforce the defense here and maintain heightened vigilance," Zhang Wenhui calmly ordered. Though an inner sense of gravity began to settle within him, the guards promptly arranged their defenses as tension rippled through them, each prepared to confront potential peril. Zhang Wenhui stood beneath the wall, his gaze fixed, pondering the enemy's intentions. It seemed the adversaries were not merely orchestrating from the outside. They had likely infiltrated the very territory of the Li family. Just then, a gentle breeze rustled the night air, prompting Zhang Wenhui to look up. He spotted several dark figures leaping from the distant woods, rapidly approaching the Li family estate. "Enemy attack!" Zhang Wenhui shouted, drawing his sword and leading the guards forward. The shadows swiftly scattered midair, purposefully targeting critical areas of the Li residence. Engaging in combat with a few cloaked figures, Zhang Wenhui realized these assailants were exceptionally agile and their techniques brutally effective, clearly trained assassins. "Protect the family," he bellowed, as the guards raised their weapons to confront the encroaching foes. The air was charged with a palpable sense of battle, the clash of blades intertwining with the night. Zhang Wenhui displayed remarkable skill, his swordplay fierce, as he quickly repelled 2 assassins. Yet, more figures emerged, driving home the realization that the enemy's numbers and strength were formidable, necessitating their utmost effort. What was the target of these assassins? Zhang Wenhui pondered, simultaneously defending and retaliating. He discerned that the attackers possessed a clear objective, advancing toward the core of the family stronghold. Despite the guards' brave resistance, the relentless assault of the assassins began to wear them down. Zhang Wenhui understood the urgency of resolving the conflict swiftly. The longer it dragged on, the more detrimental it would be for the Li family. "Everyone, concentrate your firepower. Protect the core area," Zhang Wenhui commanded loudly, leading a group of guards swiftly towards the core area. He understood that this was the most crucial part of the Li family, and any failure was unacceptable. The guards quickly assembled, forming a defensive formation to thwart the attackers. Zhang Wenhui charged ahead, his sword gleaming like a rainbow, repelling each assassin with precision. His agility was remarkable, and every strike was imbued with a fierce intent to kill. Seeing their assault hindered, the assassins rapidly altered their tactics, attempting to distract the guards. Zhang Wenhui discerned their intentions and swiftly adjusted the formation, ensuring every corner was adequately defended. The battle escalated into a fierce confrontation. The assassins' attacks grew increasingly ferocious, yet the guards remained resolute, dedicating themselves to safeguarding their family. Zhang Wenhui felt his strength waning, but he persevered, refusing to yield. "We cannot allow the enemy to succeed," he resolved, wielding his sword against the encroaching foes. He was acutely aware that each of his strikes was pivotal to the family's safety, compelling him to exert every ounce of energy. At that moment, an assassin suddenly launched a side attack, aiming directly at Zhang Wenhui's vital points. Reacting swiftly, he sidestepped, countering with a backhanded strike that neutralized the assassin's assault. The assassin grunted and collapsed, but soon several others encircled Zhang Wenhui. He defended himself while searching for an opportunity to retaliate, knowing that this skirmish could not be prolonged. "Captain Zhang, reinforcements have arrived," a guard suddenly shouted. Zhang Wenhui turned to see Elder Zhao Tianyu leading an elite team to the rescue. Relief washed over him, knowing that their arrival would significantly alleviate the current peril. Elder Zhao swung his sword with finesse, swiftly engaging in battle and repelling several assassins in mere moments. The guard morale surged, emboldened to fight back and gradually suppress the attackers. "These assassins are far from ordinary," Elder Zhao remarked with a glint of vigilance in his eyes. "We must conclude this confrontation swiftly to ensure the family's safety." Zhang Wenhui nodded, quickly reorganizing the formation and leading the guards in a counterattack. Realizing the tide had turned against them, The assassins began to retreat, seeking an opportunity to escape. "We cannot let them flee," Zhang Wenhui commanded, guiding the guards in pursuit. The assassins scattered through the dense forest, attempting to evade capture, but the guards were well prepared, cornering them one by one and driving them back. After a fierce struggle, the remaining assassins were finally repelled. The guards exhaled in relief, yet remained vigilant, ensuring no threats lingered. Elder Zhao approached Zhang Wenhui, patting him on the shoulder. "Well done, Captain Zhang." Gasping for breath, Zhang Wenhui nodded. "Thanks to your timely arrival, Elder, the consequences could have been dire." Elder Zhao, with a keen gaze fixed on the distant forest, remarked, "These assassins will not easily concede. We must bolster our defenses to secure the family's safety." Zhang Wenhui agreed, swiftly organizing the guards to enhance patrols and fortifications, ensuring there were no vulnerabilities. The entire Li family estate returned to a state of heightened alertness, with everyone on edge, prepared to confront any impending danger. As the night gradually recedes, the dawn's light spills into the courtyard of the Li family mansion. After a night of fierce battle, the guards, though weary, remain on high alert. They understand that while the current crisis may have temporarily subsided, it could strike again at any moment. Zhang Wenhui stands in the courtyard, gazing at the distant horizon, his heart filled with resolve and determination. Regardless of how cunning the enemy may be, we shall exert every effort to safeguard the family's security. Elder Zhao Tianyu stands beside him, his eyes brimming with wisdom and vigilance. "The future of our family lies in our hands, and we shall protect this cherished home." This night, the guards of the Li family mansion traverse through tension and anticipation. They are aware that the road ahead remains fraught with challenges. Yet as long as they unite their strengths, they will surely overcome all adversities and embrace a brighter tomorrow. Chapter 19. The protection of parents. The dawn's sunlight streamed through the courtyard of the Li family mansion, casting a warm glow. After a night of intense conflict, tranquility had momentarily returned, yet each individual harbored a taut anxiety within. Li Daren and Madame Wu had spent the night in vigilant unrest, acutely aware that the threat from their adversaries was far from abated. Li Daren stood by the study window, gazing out at the courtyard, a profound sense of responsibility weighing heavily upon him. He understood that, as the head of the family, safeguarding the entire clan's safety was his paramount duty. Madame Wu approached him, gently grasping his hand, her eyes reflecting a flicker of concern. "My husband, last night's events have left me unsettled. It seems the enemy's objective extends beyond us," Madame Wu murmured, her brow furrowed in worry. "Indeed, Warner," Li Daren sighed, his gaze resolute. "We must remain ever vigilant, ensuring the safety of every family member." Madame Wu nodded in agreement. "I shall enhance the internal management of our family, particularly in those areas that often go unnoticed, to ensure no infiltrator lurks among us." Li Daren inhaled deeply and turned to face Madame Wu. "We must also ensure Yunfei's safety. His mission outside could prove perilous." A flicker of anxiety crossed Madame Wu's eyes. "Yunfei is our hope. We must safeguard him at all costs." Li Daren concurred. "I will promptly reach out to the leader of the Tianshan Sword sect to ascertain Yunfei's situation and request additional support." At that moment, Elder Zhao Tianyu entered the study, his expression grave. "Master, Madam, the events of last night have further convinced me that we may have an infiltrator within our ranks." Li Daren and Madame Wu exchanged a vigilant glance, their awareness heightened. Li Daren inquired solemnly, "Elder Zhao, what do you propose?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Tianyu replied, "We need to conduct a thorough investigation of the family dynamics, particularly focusing on those who have exhibited unusual behavior recently. Additionally, we must bolster the defense of critical locations to ensure no vulnerabilities remain." Li Daren nodded in agreement. "Very well, Elder Zhao. I will arrange for personnel to commence the investigation at once. Simultaneously, I will contact the Tianshan Sword sect to secure Yunfei's safety." Madame Wu added, "I will intensify the oversight of family members, especially in the less conspicuous areas, ensuring that no traitor goes undetected." The three swiftly devised a detailed plan and set it into motion. Li Daren contacted the leader of the Tianshan Sword sect to inquire about Yunfei's situation and to request further assistance. The sect's leader assured full support and dispatched additional disciples to aid the Li family. Meanwhile, Madame Wu personally led the women and children of the family, ensuring their safety. She appointed several trustworthy family members to oversee the care of these vulnerable individuals, guaranteeing their protection from harm. Elder Zhao Tianyu commanded a team of elite guards to initiate a meticulous inspection of the family premises. They scrutinized each room, ensuring no suspicious individuals or items were present, while simultaneously reinforcing the defenses of critical areas to eliminate any potential breaches. Li Daren personally patrolled the family's significant locations, ensuring that each area was adequately defended. His gaze was keen, missing no suspicious detail. As night fell once more, the Li family mansion entered a state of heightened alertness. Every guard was on edge, ready to confront any potential danger. Li Daren and Wu Shi sat in the study. Though fatigued, they remained acutely vigilant. "My husband, we must protect every member of our family, especially Yunfei," Wu Shi said softly, a glimmer of determination in her eyes. "Indeed, Wanner," Li Daren replied, gripping her hand tightly, his gaze filled with resolve. "We will safeguard our family, no matter the obstacles we face." At that moment, the study door creaked open, and a guard hurried in, his expression tense. "Master, madam, there is an urgent situation." Li Daren and Wu Shi immediately rose, anxiously inquiring, "What is the matter?" The guard, panting heavily, replied, "The guards on the east side have spotted some suspicious figures approaching the core area of the family." Li Daren furrowed his brow and promptly commanded, "All personnel on alert. Assemble at the east side." The guards swiftly relayed the order, and the entire Li family mansion returned to a heightened state of vigilance. Li Daren and Wu Shi personally led a team of guards towards the east side. In the darkness, the guards of the Li family swiftly gathered, forming a formidable defense line. Li Daren stood at the forefront, his gaze sharp, prepared to confront the encroaching enemies. Wu Shi stood beside him, her eyes reflecting a flicker of determination and courage. Beneath the eastern wall, several shadowy figures stealthily approached. Li Daren called out, "Who goes there?" "Halt immediately." The shadows momentarily froze before swiftly scattering, attempting to divert the Li family's attention. Li Daren sneered, drawing his sword. "Everyone protect the family." The guards raised their weapons, ready to engage the approaching adversaries. The air once again thickened with a palpable sense of battle, swords clashing in the night. Li Daren engaged with an assassin, discovering the opponent's movements were exceptionally agile and strikes fierce. Yet, drawing upon his extensive combat experience, he swiftly countered multiple attacks. Wu Shi also drew her sword to join the fray. Though her movements were not as fierce as Li Daren's, they were equally precise and powerful. Her swordplay, though soft yet firm, was imbued with strength and determination. What could be the assassin's objective? Li Daren pondered internally while intensifying his offensive, searching for an opening. The battle raged on, the guards gradually gaining the upper hand. Seizing an opportunity, Li Daren struck a critical blow to an assassin, who let out a shriek and collapsed to the ground. Wu Shi successfully repelled another assassin, panting heavily, her gaze resolute. "Husband, we must protect our family." Li Daren nudda, continuing to lead the guards in their counterattack. As the assassins felt their momentum falter, they began to retreat. "Li Daren comanda ludli, pursua." "We cannot let them escape." The guards swiftly launched a pursuit, and the assassins dispersed rapidly into the dense forest, attempting to flee. However, the guards were well prepared, surrounding and repelling them one by one. The battle has finally concluded, with the remaining assassins completely repelled. The guards exhaled a sigh of relief, yet remained vigilant to ensure no enemies lingered. Li Daren and the Wu family stood in the courtyard, gazing at the distant horizon, their hearts brimming with resolve and determination. "We shall undoubtedly safeguard our family and embrace a brighter tomorrow," Li Daren silently vowed, his eyes shimmering with unwavering conviction. Recent transformations have intensified our motivation, allowing for swifter updates. Please kindly exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 20. Organizational Counterattack. The first light of dawn gently filtered through the treetops, illuminating a corner of the Li family mansion. Although the fierce battle of the previous night had temporarily subsided, a palpable tension still hung over everyone's hearts. Li Daren, Elder Wu, and Zhao Tianyu had not closed their eyes all night, yet their gazes remained resolute and vigilant. On the opposite side of the mansion, Zhang Wenhui, serving as the captain of the guard, busily tended to his duties. He was acutely aware that the enemy would not relent easily, which necessitated their constant state of alertness. "Everyone, assemble immediately," Zhang Wenhui commanded loudly, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. The guards swiftly gathered in the courtyard, weariness etched on their faces. Yet determination and fighting spirit shone through. Zhang Wenhui stood at the forefront, his sharp gaze sweeping the surroundings. Although he claimed victory in last night's skirmish, the enemy will not yield without a fight, Zhang Wenhui stated solemnly. "We must remain ever vigilant to ensure the safety of our family." The guards nodded in agreement. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Zhang Wenhui continued, "Now, I need you to divide into several groups, each responsible for patrolling and defending key areas. Maintain heightened vigilance and report any unusual occurrences immediately." He quickly organized the guards into teams, each led by an experienced captain, ensuring that every corner was adequately defended. Subsequently, he personally led a team of elite guards to the epicenter of the previous night's battle for a thorough inspection and strategic arrangement. "Everyone, be attentive to the sound around you. Do not overlook any suspicious details," Zhang Wenhui instructed quietly, his eyes brimming with alertness. The guards meticulously examined every nook and cranny, ensuring there were no lingering threats. Their eyes were sharp, weapons poised for action. Zhang Wenhui conducted the rounds himself, ensuring that no area was left unchecked. "Captain Zhang, we have discovered some suspicious traces here," a guard suddenly reported. Zhang Wenhui swiftly approached the indicated area, scrutinizing the ground where subtle scratches and footprints hinted at recent passage. These traces suggested that the assailants from a night prior were not merely acting on impulse. They had likely infiltrated their ranks well in advance. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Wenhui promptly resolved, "We must take immediate action to uncover these lurking foes." He decided to initiate a comprehensive counteroffensive, summoning all the captains of the guards. He meticulously laid out the counterattack plan. Each team was entrusted with clear responsibilities to ensure efficient and precise execution. "We shall take the initiative. We cannot afford to remain passive," Zhang Wenhui declared steadfastly. "Remember, this operation is critical to the safety of our entire family, and we must not allow any slip-ups." The guard affirmed their understanding and swiftly mobilized according to Zhang Wenhui's directives. They divided into several groups, each heading to crucial areas to conduct thorough searches and inspections. Zhang Wenhui personally led a team of elite guards toward the dense woods on the eastern side. The dense forest marked the direction of the assassin's retreat from the previous night, and he harbored suspicions that this might very well be the enemy's hideout. "Everyone, remain vigilant and be prepared for battle," Zhang Wenhui commanded softly, his sword drawn and ready to confront any impending threat. The guards proceeded cautiously, their keen eyes scanning the surroundings. The air was thick with tension, as if a fierce battle could erupt at any moment. Suddenly, a faint rustle emanated from the thicket ahead. Zhang Wenhui swiftly gestured for everyone to halt and listen intently. The sound grew nearer, suggesting that someone was moving rapidly. "We have a situation. Be cautious," Zhang Wenhui whispered sharply, leading the guards to conceal themselves among the trees, preparing for an ambush. Moments later, several shadowy figures emerged into view, revealing the very assassins who had escaped the night before. They appeared taken aback and disoriented upon encountering the Li family's guards. "Now attack," Zhang Wenhui bellowed, charging forward with his sword aimed directly at one of the assassins. The guards sprang from their hiding spots, swiftly encircling the adversaries. The air once again crackled with the fervor of battle. As blades clashed and the intensity of the conflict surged, Zhang Wenhui, agile and fierce, quickly repelled two of the attackers and advanced toward their leader. This particular assassin, evidently a formidable foe, began to show signs of fatigue under Zhang Wenhui's relentless assault. "What is your objective?" Zhang Wenhui demanded coldly, intensifying his offensive to pressure the enemy. The assassin gritted his teeth in silence, his attacks growing increasingly ferocious. Yet Zhang Wenhui's swordsmanship was merciless, finding and exploiting the adversary's vulnerabilities, forcing him back several paces. "It seems you have no intention of speaking." A glint of coldness flashed in Zhang Wenhui's eyes as he struck once more, aiming for a vital point. The assassin let out a muffled groan and collapsed to the ground, prompting the remaining assassins to attempt a hasty escape. However, the guards were well prepared, systematically blocking their paths and repelling them one by one. The battle ultimately concluded, with all remaining assassins subdued. The guards exhaled in relief, yet maintained their vigilance to ensure no enemies lingered. Standing amidst the forest, Zhang Wenhui gazed at the captured foes, his heart brimming with resolve. They would never allow anyone to threaten their family. The guards swiftly escorted the captives back to the estate for interrogation by Elder Zhao Tianyu, while Zhang Wenhui led a team deeper into the forest to ensure no adversaries had slipped through the cracks. Upon returning to the estate, Li Daren and Madame Wu awaited their arrival, having listened to Zhang Wenhui's report with satisfaction, though their hearts remained cautious. "Captain Zhang, you performed admirably," Li Daren remarked, a hint of approval in his eyes. "Thank you, Master. It is our duty," Zhang Wenhui replied with a slight bow, his gaze still infused with alertness. Madame Wu interjected, "We must not let our guard down. The enemy could strike again at any moment." Li Daren nodded in agreement, stating, "We will continue to bolster our defenses to ensure the family's safety." Zhang Wenhui concurred and promptly led the guards in ongoing patrols and fortifications, ensuring that no corner was overlooked. The entirely family residence has once again entered a state of heightened vigilance, with every individual on edge, prepared to confront any potential danger. As the night gradually recedes, the dawn's light once more illuminates the Li family abode. After a night fraught with tension and conflict, the guards, though weary, remain imbued with determination and fighting spirit. Chapter 21. The might of a formidable foe. The dawn's light cascaded over the courtyard of the Li family estate. After a night fraught with battle and tension, the guards, though weary, remained acutely vigilant. Zhang Wenhui and Elder Zhao Tianyu led the guards in a thorough inspection of all critical areas, ensuring that no detail was overlooked. However, they were all acutely aware that the skirmish from the previous night was merely a prelude. The true threat had yet to manifest. At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from a distance. A guard rushed forward, his expression tense. "Master, Elder, we have detected a formidable enemy approaching from the eastern woods." Upon hearing this, Li Daren furrowed his brow. "Everyone, prepare for battle at once." The guards swiftly assembled, forming a tight defensive line. Zhang Wenhui and Elder Zhao Tianyu positioned themselves at the front, their gazes sharp, ready to engage. Li Daren and Wu Shi also advanced to the front line, orchestrating the defensive efforts. Shortly thereafter, an oppressive spiritual pressure emanated from the eastern forest, saturating the air with a palpable aura of menace. Zhang Wenhui's eyes narrowed. He understood that this adversary was far from ordinary. Several shadowy figures leapt from the woods. Leading the charge was a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, his gaze cold and exuding a formidable aura of spiritual energy. Accompanying him were several subordinates, each bearing a grim expression, exuding an extraordinary presence. "Master Li, I have long awaited this encounter," the man in black said with a chilling smile, his voice low and authoritative. Li Daren stepped forward, his tone resolute. "Who are you, and why have you trespassed upon Li family?" The black-robed man offered a slight smile. "I am the Elder Haisha of the Shadow Alliance. I have come today to settle a score." Upon hearing the name of the Shadow Alliance, Li Daren's brow furrowed even deeper. "So it is the remnants of the Shadow Alliance daring to invade my Li family today." Elder Haisha sneered, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Master Li, I advise you to be wise and hand over the one we seek, otherwise that is out of the question." Li Daren interjected without hesitation, his gaze resolute. The Li family never bows to its enemies. Elder Haisha's countenance darkened as he spoke coldly. "If that is the case, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." Before he could finish his sentence, Elder Haisha's subordinates launched a swift attack. The air crackled with lethal intent, and the glint of blades danced in the sunlight, signaling that battle was imminent. Zhang Wenhui was the first to engage, clashing with an enemy. His swordsmanship was fierce, his movements as swift as lightning. Yet his opponent's strength was formidable as well, leading to an intense exchange of blows. Elder Zhao Tianyu faced another adversary, his long sword sweeping through the air with deadly precision. The two were evenly matched, and neither could gain the upper hand. Li Daren and Wu Shi took their positions at the center of the formation, directing the guards' defenses. They understood that their foe was powerful, and they must exert every effort to ensure the safety of their family. Elder Haisha's lips curled into a cold smile as he darted forward, directly targeting Li Daren. His speed was astonishing, accompanied by a powerful wave of spiritual energy, as if the very air was being torn asunder. Li Daren swiftly drew his sword to meet the incoming attack, their blades intertwining in mid-air, producing a cacophony of intense clashes. Elder Haisha's techniques were ruthless, imbued with a fierce intent to kill. Yet, Li Daren, drawing upon his extensive combat experience, adeptly countered each of his opponent's strikes. Patriarchally, you shall not leave here alive today, Elder Haisha declared coldly, his long sword transforming into a stream of chilling light, aimed directly at Li Daren's vital points. Li Daren's gaze remained composed, his movements sharp as he engaged in an intense duel. He understood that the outcome of this battle was pivotal for the safety of his entire clan. There could be no room for error. Meanwhile, Wu, positioned nearby, provided defensive support. Her swordplay, a blend of grace and strength, was precise and powerful, ensuring that no enemy could approach Li Daren. As the battle escalated, the air was thick with potent spiritual energy. Zhang Wenhui and Elder Zhao Tianyu also fought valiantly against the adversaries, each of their techniques exuding unwavering determination and strength. The strength of our foes is formidable. We must conclude this battle swiftly, Zhang Wenhui mused, intensifying his offensive as he sought a flaw in the enemy's defenses. At that moment, Elder Haisha emitted a chilling laugh, his spiritual energy surging dramatically. His sword transformed into a barrage of razor-sharp sword chi, targeting Li Daren and Wu. Li Daren felt the immense pressure from his opponent, quickly deflecting several sword chi, yet more continued to rain down upon him. His expression hardened. He knew he must exert every ounce of his strength to withstand the onslaught. "Wu, be careful," Li Daren shouted, parrying a wave of sword chi while swiftly positioning himself to protect Wu. Wu reacted with agility, countering with her own sword strikes to disperse the incoming sword chi. Each of her movements was imbued with both power and resolve. "My husband, we must hold on," Wu declared steadfastly, determination glimmering in her eyes. Li Daren nudda, continuing to confront Elder Haisha with unwavering intensity. Their blades danced in the air, producing a symphony of fierce clashes, the atmosphere charged with an indomitable fighting spirit. Zhang Wenhui and Elder Zhao Tianyu persisted in their fierce combat against the opponents, their every technique infused with a strong sense of purpose and vigor. The guards, under their command, formed a robust defensive line, repelling the enemy's advances. As the confrontation wore on, both sides remained evenly matched, unable to gain the upper hand. A flicker of impatience crossed Elder Haisha's gaze. He knew the necessity of resolving the conflict swiftly, for the longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would become for them. "Patriarchally, your resistance is in vain," Elder Haisha remarked coldly, his spiritual energy surging once more as his sword morphed into a series of lethal sword chi aimed at Li Daren and Wu. Li Daren sensed the overwhelming pressure from his adversary, his eyes narrowing as he swiftly deflected several sword chi. Yet, more continued to assail him, compelling him to unleash his full power to withstand the relentless assault. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from afar. A contingent of disciples from the Tianshan sword sect arrived to offer their support, their presence fortifying the defense of the Li family estate. "Patriarchally, we are here to assist," the leading disciple called out, rallying the group to swiftly join the fray. Li Daren exhaled in relief, a flicker of gratitude crossing his features. "Thank you for your support." The disciples of the Tianshan sword sect displayed formidable prowess, their sword lights flashing like rainbows, swiftly repelling the adversaries. Elder Haisha, sensing the unfavorable turn of events, allowed a cold snort and retreated hastily. Masterly, Consider yourselves fortunate this time, but we shall not relent. Elder Hishad declared icily, leading his followers to vanish swiftly into the dense forest. As the battle came to a close, the guards of the Li family breathed a sigh of relief, yet remained vigilant to ensure no remnants of the enemy lingered. Zhang Wenhui and Elder Zhao Tianyu promptly surveyed each critical area, ensuring that no oversight occurred. Chapter 22. The Murder of Qin at the Tianshan Sword Sect. Li Yunfei and the Special Operations Team were engrossed in intense training and preparation. After several days of investigation, they had gathered significant intelligence regarding the Shadow Alliance and were poised for their next move. However, amidst the tranquil morning light, an unsettling feeling suddenly engulfed Li Yunfei, as if foreboding calamity loomed on the horizon. Standing atop the Tianshan Sword Sect, he gazed into the distance, a sense of ominous premonition gnawing at his heart. Yunfei, what troubles you? Ling Feng approached, concern etched on his face. Brother, I cannot shake this feeling of unease, Li Yunfei replied gravely, a flicker of worry crossing his eyes. Ling Feng placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, perhaps it is merely the weight of recent pressures. Fear not, we shall safeguard our family and you. At that moment, a disciple of the Tianshan Sword Sect rushed in, his pallid complexion and anxious demeanor alarming. Brother Yunfei, urgent news from the Li family. Li Yunfei's heart sank as he swiftly took the letter, unfolding it with trembling hands. The contents rendered his countenance ashen. The paper nearly crumpled in his grip. What is it? Ling Feng inquired urgently. The family has suffered an assault from the Shadow Alliance. Many relatives are injured and Li Yunfei's voice faltered, tears welling in his eyes. Ling Feng's expression turned grave. We must return at once. Nodding resolutely, Li Yunfei quickly assembled the Special Operations Team, preparing to depart without delay. His heart was heavy with anxiety and anguish. He had to return to protect his family, to shield his loved ones. The Special Operations Team hastily left the Tianshan Sword Sect, making their way toward the Li family estate. Throughout the journey, the weight of worry sat heavily upon Li Yunfei. He fretted for the safety of his family, particularly his parents and other kin. They hastened onward, soon arriving at the Li family estate. The atmosphere outside was tense, with guards standing vigilant, clearly having endured a fierce confrontation. Li Yunfei dashed into the estate, and the sight before him struck him like a thunderclap. The courtyard bore the scars of battle, bloodstains lingering in numerous places. The guards were engaged in clearing the remnants of conflict, the ambience somber. Yunfei, you have returned. Zhang Wenhui's eyes flickered with a glimmer of relief upon seeing Li Yunfei, though overshadowed by a deeper gravity. Captain Zhang, how are my parents? Li Yunfei urgently inquired, his gaze filled with trepidation. Zhang Wenhui hesitated for a moment before shaking his head, a shadow of anguish crossing his features. Madame was slain by the enemy, and the family head is gravely injured, currently in a coma. Li Yunfei felt as though the ground had vanished beneath him, nearly collapsing under the weight of despair. His mother, Madame Wu, had been murdered by their foes. An overwhelming tide of sorrow and rage surged within him, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms. I must see my father. Li Yunfei choked back his grief, his voice trembling. Zhang Wenhui nodded solemnly and led Li Yunfei to the inner courtyard. The atmosphere there was even heavier, several elders and guards standing vigil outside Li Daren's chamber. Li Yunfei pushed open the door, revealing his father lying on the bed, pallid and barely breathing. Father. Li Yunfei knelt before the bed, tears streaming down his face. Li Daren slightly opened his eyes, and a flicker of relief and pain crossed his gaze. Yunfei, you have returned. Father, I will avenge mother. Li Yunfei's voice choked with emotion, his eyes brimming with unwavering resolve. Li Daren slowly nodded, his voice faint. Yunfei, safeguard our family. Do not allow the enemy's schemes to succeed. Li Yunfei tightly grasped his father's hand, tears flowing uncontrollably. He understood that this scene would forever be etched in his memory. This anguish and fury would transform into the driving force propelling him forward. Exiting his father's room, Li Yunfei stood in the courtyard, his gaze icy and resolute. His heart harbored but a singular thought: to protect his family, eradicate the enemy, and avenge his mother. Ling Feng approached, softly stating, "Yunfei, we are all here to support you, united against the Shadow Alliance." Li Yunfei nodded, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. "Thank you all. We must utterly annihilate the Shadow Alliance, protect our family, and embrace a brighter tomorrow." Chapter 23. The Array Resistance as Night Descended. The Li family's grand residence was enveloped in an atmosphere of palpable tension. Following a harrowing assault, sorrow and indignation filled the hearts of all. Yet they understood that their adversaries would not relent easily. New threats loomed on the horizon. Elder Zhao Tianyu stood in the courtyard, gazing up at the myriad of stars, silently offering his prayers. He was acutely aware of the crisis confronting the family, and to repel the formidable foes, he resolved to employ the powerful ancestral array of the Li clan. "Zhang Wenhui, gather all the guards. I require your assistance." Zhao Tianyu spoke with a voice imbued with determination. Zhang Wenhui promptly nodded and swiftly called the guards to assemble. He recognized that Elder Zhao's array was the most potent defensive measure of the Li family, having safeguarded them on numerous critical occasions. Soon, the guards convened in the courtyard, each face etched with resolute determination and indomitable spirit. Zhao Tianyu stood before them, clutching an ancient scroll that emanated a faint glow. "Today, we confront an unprecedented crisis. Only through unity can we safeguard our home," Zhao Tianyu declared solemnly, unfurling the scroll with a grave expression. "We shall deploy the 9 stars aligned formation, our final bastion. Each of you must adhere strictly to my instructions to ensure the array's successful activation." The guards nodded in affirmation, comprehending the gravity of their task. Zhao Tianyu commenced the arrangement of the array, his fingers moving swiftly through the air, conjuring waves of spiritual energy. As he moved, the runes on the scroll began to materialize, radiating dazzling brilliance. "Zhang Wenhui, you shall lead the first group of guards to safeguard the southeast array point," Zhao Tianyu commanded, gesturing toward a symbol on the scroll. Zhang Wenhui promptly led the guards to the designated location, meticulously following Zhao Tianyu's directives. Each individual exercised utmost caution to ensure every detail was executed flawlessly. "The second group of guard will protect the northwest array point," Zhao Tianyu continued, his demeanor serious. Under his guidance, the guards swiftly sprang into action, each proceeding to their assigned positions to set up the formation. The entire Li residence was steeped in a tense yet orderly atmosphere, the air thick with potent spiritual vibrations. Zhao Tianyu stood in the center of the courtyard, his spiritual energy surging forth, beads of sweat forming on his brow, yet his gaze remained unwavering. The arrangement of such an array demanded immense spiritual power and stamina. But for the safety of his family, he hesitated not. "The third group of guards will defend the northeast array point." Zhao Tianyu's voice, though somewhat hoarse, remained resolute and powerful. As the positions of the final group of guards were established, the arrangement of the entire formation reached its culmination. Zhao Tianyu inhaled deeply, bringing his hands together in prayer, silently reciting incantations as spiritual energy coalesced into luminous rings encircling the array. 9 stars aligned. "Activate the formation," Zhao Tianyu bellowed, his hands sweeping dramatically, and in an instant, the entire array erupted in a blinding radiance. Above the grand residence of the Li family, 9 brilliant stars aligned in a straight line, their radiance merging to envelop the entire estate in a sacred glow. The guards felt the formidable power of the formation, their hearts brimming with confidence and hope. "This formation is truly powerful," Zhang Wenhui exclaimed, his gaze filled with admiration. Zhao Tianyu smiled faintly, yet a hint of fatigue lingered in his eyes. "This is the final line of defense for our Li family. We must give it our all." At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from a distance. Several guards rushed over, their expressions tense. "Elder, Patriarch, the enemies are attacking once more." Upon hearing this, Li Yunfei's gaze turned icy, his sword already drawn. "Everyone, prepare for battle." Shortly thereafter, Elder Haisha led a group of assassins toward the Li family residence. His eyes were cold, emanating a powerful aura of killing intent. clearly enraged by his previous failure. Li family patriarch, come out and die. Elder Haisha's voice was frigid, laced with a palpable malice. Li Daren emerged from the inner courtyard. Though gravely wounded, his gaze remained resolute. Elder Haisha, today our Li family shall fight you to the death. Ha ha! What a declaration of a death struggle. Elder Haisha laughed maniacally. Today, I will ensure the complete annihilation of your Li family. Before his words could fade, his subordinates swiftly launched their attack. The air thickened with an intense, murderous aura, the glint of blades flashing in the night. And the battle was on the brink of eruption. However, this time was different. The Li family's guards stood fortified by the powerful formation, their morale soaring. The light of the 9-star convergence formation enveloped each individual, seemingly granting them boundless strength and courage. Everyone protect the family, Zhang Wenwei bellowed, leading the charge with his sword aimed at an assassin. The guards engaged fiercely, their blades shining ever more brilliantly under the formation's glow, each strike infused with strength and determination. Although Elder Haisha's subordinates were formidable, they gradually found themselves overwhelmed by the power of the 9-star convergence formation. Zhao Tianyu stood at the center of the formation, his hands deftly manipulating its spiritual energy. His gaze was sharp, and he silently prayed, Ancestors, grant our Li family the strength to overcome this crisis. Li Yunfei clashed violently with Elder Haisha, his swordsmanship fierce, his movements lightning quick. Each encounter unleashing powerful waves of spiritual energy. Elder Haisha's techniques were ruthless, yet under the pressure of the 9-star convergence formation, he began to reveal vulnerabilities. How can your Li family possess such a powerful formation? Elder Haisha exclaimed in anger, a flicker of trepidation crossing his eyes. Li Yunfei snickered coldly, once again thrusting his sword directly at the enemy's vital points. Today, your defeat is inevitable. The battle intensified. The Li family guards, buoyed by the formation's support, gradually gained the upper hand. Sensing the dire situation, Elder Haisha's heart tightened. He knew that failure to retreat would lead to the annihilation of his forces. Retreat, he commanded coldly, leading his subordinates in a swift withdrawal. Finally, the battle came to a close, and the Li family residents returned to a fleeting tranquility. Although the guards were weary, each face bore the joy of victory. Elder Zhao Tianyu smiled faintly, feeling a quiet sense of relief within. The 9-stars convergence formation truly lived up to its expectations. Li Daren and the Wu family stood in the courtyard, gazing at the distant horizon, their hearts brimming with resolve and determination. We shall undoubtedly safeguard our family and embrace a brighter tomorrow. Recently, the severe transformation has fueled our motivation, compelling us to update more swiftly. Thank you for your kind cooperation in exiting the reading mode. Chapter 24. The tragic death of a family member as dawn broke. The tense atmosphere of the Li family mansion eased slightly. However, the wounds and sorrow left by the night's battle still lingered in the hearts of all. The guards remained on high alert, ensuring that no enemy could invade once more. Li Yunfei and Zhang Wenhui led a team of guards, patrolling every corner of the mansion to confirm that all formations and defensive measures were functioning properly. Despite the immense effectiveness of the 9-stars convergence array the previous night, they knew that the Shadow Alliance would not relent easily. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from a distance. A guard rushed towards them, his expression fraught with urgency. Master Yunfei, Captain Zhang, it's terrible. A family member's body has been discovered on the west side. Li Yunfei's heart sank as he quickly inquired. Who is it? Gasping for breath, the guard replied, It is Uncle Li Ming. He was brutally murdered by the enemy. Li Yunfei's complexion turned ashen. Li Ming had always shown him great affection. He swiftly led the guards towards the west side, his heart heavy with grief and fury. Upon arriving at the scene, he beheld Li Ming's lifeless body sprawled on the ground, covered in knife wounds, a clear testament to a fierce struggle. His fists clenched tightly, tears streamed down his face. Uncle Li Ming, Li Yunfei knelt before the corpse, his voice trembling. I shall avenge you. Zhang Wenhui spoke solemnly. Master, we must immediately enhance our defenses. It is evident that there are still infiltrators among us. Li Yunfei nodded, a glint of determination in his eyes. Everyone continued to search every corner, ensure no enemy remains. The guards sprang into action, meticulously inspecting each room to eliminate any potential threats. Meanwhile, Li Yunfei stood before Li Ming's body, engulfed in anguish and rage. Not long after, Elder Zhao Tianyu and Li Daren arrived at the scene. Although Li Daren bore grave injuries, he persevered to be present, a flicker of sorrow passing through his gaze. Yunfei, what has transpired? Li Daren asked, his voice tinged with weakness. With gritted teeth and a choked voice, Li Yunfei replied, Father, Uncle Li Ming has been cruelly slain by the enemy. I will seek vengeance for him. Li Daren's face grew paler, but he inhaled deeply, his gaze firm. Yunfei, we must unite and protect our family. Elder Zhao Tianyu examined the scene with keen scrutiny, a pensive look crossing his features. The enemy's methods are exceedingly brutal. They clearly aim to undermine our resolve through such acts. A flash of anger ignited in Li Yunfei's eyes. They shall not succeed. I will find these murderers and avenge Uncle Li Ming. Zhao Tianyu nodded gravely, imparting wisdom. Yunfei, remain calm. We must keep a clear mind to uncover the enemy's weaknesses. Li Yunfei took a deep breath, stifling his grief and rage, and nodded. The elder is right. We must not let hatred blind our judgment. Li Daren placed a reassuring hand on Li Yunfei's shoulder, a hint of tenderness in his gaze. Yunfei, you have grown. You carry the weight of our family. We believe in you. Li Yunfei nodded gratefully. Father, I shall protect our family and thwart the enemy's sinister plots. Just then, a hurried sound of footsteps echoed from a distance. Another guard rushed over, visibly anxious. Head of the family, Elder, more news has arrived. Several bodies of family members have been discovered in the north. Li Daren's complexion paled even further. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the anguish within. Take us there at once. Li Yunfei and Elder Zhao Tianyu swiftly followed the guard towards the northern side, their hearts laden with ominous foreboding. Upon arrival at the scene, they were met with the sight of several grotesquely disfigured corpses, all significant members of the Li family. This is Uncle Li Ji and his family. Li Yunfei's voice quivered, tears welling up once more in his eyes. Elder Zhao Tianyu's expression turned grave as he knelt down to meticulously examine the wounds on the bodies. Discerning that they had all been slain by the same weapon, the cruelty of the act evident in its execution. These adversaries are exceedingly brutal. Their intent is clearly to undermine our morale through such vicious means, Zhao Tianyu stated calmly, a flicker of rage crossing his gaze. Li Yunfei was engulfed by anguish and fury, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms. I will find these murderers and avenge Uncle Li Ji and the others. Zhao Tianyu placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, speaking earnestly. Yunfei, remain composed. We must identify the enemy's weaknesses to eradicate them completely. Li Yunfei took a deep breath, suppressing the grief and rage within, and nodded in agreement. You are right, Elder. We cannot allow hatred to cloud our judgment. Zhao Tianyu rose, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the surroundings. All guards, intensify your patrols and defenses. Ensure no enemy remains. The guards sprang into action, examining every nook and cranny, leaving no stone unturned. Meanwhile, Li Yunfei stood before Uncle Li Ji's body, consumed by sorrow and fury. Uncle Li Ji, Uncle Li Ming, I vow to avenge you and safeguard our family, he silently pledged, determination glimmering in his eyes. As nightfall enveloped the Li family estate once more, a pall of grief and tension hung heavily in the air. Each individual felt a surge of anger and resolve. They recognized that the path ahead was fraught with challenges. Yet united in purpose, they would undoubtedly triumph over all adversities. Chapter 25. The escape begins as night descended. The Li family estate was enveloped in a heavy atmosphere. The ferocity of the enemy ignited a profound sense of anger and resolve within everyone's hearts. However, Li Yunfei understood that the situation had become exceedingly dire. The enemy's target was evidently himself. In a bid to safeguard his family, he resolved to leave the estate in search of an opportunity to strike back. Father, mother, the elders, the enemy's sights are set on me. For the safety of our family, I must depart, Li Yunfei declared resolutely in the conference room. Li Daren's pallor was evident, yet his eyes brimmed with boundless concern. Yunfei, we cannot allow you to face these dangers alone. Elder Zhao Tianyu concurred. Yunfei, we can confront the adversary together. There is no need for you to bear this burden alone. Li Yunfei shook his head, a flicker of determination glinting in his eyes. No, only by leaving can I divert the enemy's attention and buy time for the family. I will locate the Shadow Alliance's stronghold, uncover their weaknesses, and then retaliate. Tears welled in Wu's eyes, her voice trembling. Yunfei, please exercise caution. Li Yunfei took a deep breath, suppressing the pain and reluctance within his heart. Mother, rest assured, I shall return safely. Finally, Li Daren nodded in agreement with his son's decision. Very well, Yunfei, you must take care of yourself. We shall await your good news here. After bidding farewell to his parents and the elders, Li Yunfei gathered the necessary provisions and weapons, stealthily departing from the Li family estate. He understood the urgency of his departure. Otherwise, the enemy would swiftly uncover his whereabouts. Under the shroud of night, Li Yunfei's figure moved rapidly through the woods. His heart was laden with concern for his family and fury towards the enemy. Yet he recognized that his immediate priority was to find a safe refuge and gather more intelligence on the Shadow Alliance. Shortly after leaving the estate, Li Yunfei sensed an ominous presence trailing him. He turned swiftly, discovering several figures clad in black hastening towards him. Clearly the Shadow Alliance's pursuers. Indeed, they have already detected my movements. Li Yunfei's heart sank as he quickened his pace. The black-clad figures pursued relentlessly, and a fierce chase ensued amidst the trees. With his agile movements and familiarity with the terrain, Li Yunfei momentarily evaded his pursuers. Yet he was acutely aware that this respite would be fleeting. He needed to find a secure hiding place and devise a strategy to counterattack. Deep in thought, Li Yunfei scoured the forest for a suitable refuge. After a period of frantic running, he stumbled upon a concealed cave. He swiftly entered the cave, holding his breath and straining to listen to the sounds outside. Before long, several black-clad individuals arrived at the cave's vicinity, searching diligently for any trace of Li Yunfei. However, due to the cave's hidden location, they found nothing and ultimately departed in frustration. Li Yunfei exhaled in relief, knowing he was momentarily safe. He sat within the cave, reflecting on the recent events and contemplating his next course of action. The strength of the Shadow Alliance was far greater than we had anticipated, yet they must possess vulnerabilities. Li Yunfei pondered silently within, realizing that only by locating their stronghold and unraveling their secrets could he hope to vanquish them completely. He resolved to rest for a night within the cave, replenishing his physical and spiritual strength before resuming his quest for the Shadow Alliance's lair. Aware that this path of escape was fraught with peril and challenges, he steeled himself for the trials ahead to ensure the safety of his family. As the night deepened, the howling wind outside the cave seemed to narrate tales of endless danger and the unknown. Li Yunfei engaged in silent cultivation, his heart brimming with anticipation and determination for the future. No matter how arduous the journey ahead, he vowed to persevere, to discover the enemy's weaknesses and avenge his family. A resolute glimmer shone in his eyes as he made this silent pledge. That night, Li Yunfei spent in the cave, his heart filled with hope and resolve. He understood that the road ahead remained laden with challenges, yet he believed that as long as he remained steadfast, he could overcome every obstacle and embrace a brighter tomorrow. At dawn, Li Yunfei rose early, setting forth once again towards the Shadow Alliance's stronghold. His heart swelled with hope and determination, convinced that persistence would lead him to a breakthrough, enabling him to decisively defeat the Shadow Alliance and restore peace to his family. In the days that followed, Li Yunfei tirelessly sought intelligence regarding the Shadow Alliance. He traversed mountains and rivers, penetrating enemy territory, each step fraught with danger, yet his resolve remained unshaken. Ultimately, he uncovered a reliable lead pointing to a clandestine stronghold of the Shadow Alliance. Without hesitation, he decided to act swiftly, determined to unveil the truth of this enigmatic organization and avenge his family. As dawn's light began to break, Li Yunfei quietly departed from the cave, resuming his flight. The air in the forest was refreshing, yet he had no time to revel in the surrounding beauty. His mind was singularly focused on one thought: to evade his pursuers and locate the Shadow Alliance's secret base. Navigating through the dense thicket, he moved with agility and steadiness, his keen ears alert to every sound around him. Suddenly, he heard the hurried footsteps and hushed conversations in the distance. "He can't have gone far. Let us pursue," a deep voice echoed. Li Yunfei's heart raced, aware that his pursuers were closing in. Swiftly, he adjusted his course, avoiding the main path and entering a thicker part of the forest. The towering trees of this woodland formed a dense canopy, their branches intertwining to block out the sun, providing him with excellent cover. "I must not be discovered," Li Yunfei reminded himself internally, lightening his steps. Yet, his pursuers were relentless, evidently well-trained and determined to capture him. Sensing an imminent threat, he understood that he must devise a means to completely elude them. Otherwise, escape would be impossible. Observing his surroundings carefully, he noticed a steep cliff ahead. An idea sparked in his mind, and he resolved to use the terrain to his advantage. He quickened his pace, racing towards the precipice. Arriving at the cliff's edge, without a moment's hesitation, he leaped into the void. Below lay a dense thicket, its lush foliage ready to break his fall. Adjusting his position mid-air, he utilized the branches to slow his descent, ultimately landing safely on the ground. As the pursuers reached the precipice, they observed Li Yunfei's figure vanish among the treetops, exchanging hesitant glances that betrayed their uncertainty. "He has jumped down. Pursue him swiftly," commanded the leader clad in black, urging his subordinates to continue the chase. Li Yunfei maneuvered rapidly through the dense forest, silently praying for the success of evading his assailants. Hearing the footsteps of his pursuers gradually recede, he realized he was temporarily safe. He halted, catching his breath while attentively listening to the sound surrounding him. "I have momentarily eluded them, but I must not let my guard down," he admonished himself internally. Resolute, he decided to advance further in search of a more secure hiding place, formulating his subsequent plans. Li Yunfei understood that he must swiftly locate the Shadow Alliance's stronghold, for only then could he decisively resolve this crisis. Navigating through the thicket, he arrived at a tranquil lake. The water was crystal clear, bordered by towering trees that contributed to an atmosphere of serene harmony. Approaching the lakeside, he splashed his face with the refreshing water, feeling invigorated. "Here, I am temporarily safe. I can afford to rest for a moment," he mused quietly. Finding a flat stone at the water's edge, he sat down to reflect on the recent events and contemplate his next strategies. The Shadow Alliance possessed formidable strength, and their hideout was surely well concealed. Yet he remained steadfast in his belief that any clue would eventually lead him there. Just then, a faint rustling noise from afar alerted Li Yunfei. Instantly on guard, he sprang to his feet, concealing himself behind a large tree, clutching his sword tightly and scanning the surroundings with keen eyes. Before long, a figure emerged from the underbrush. Li Yunfei, anxious, scrutinized the individual and discerned that the person wore simple attire, evidently not one of his pursuers. The stranger scanned the area, seemingly in search of something. Li Yunfei decided to test the waters, stepping out from his hiding place and softly inquiring, "Who are you, and what brings you here?" Startled by Li Yunfei's sudden appearance, the individual turned swiftly. Upon seeing Li Yunfei, their demeanor relaxed slightly. "I am a hunter from the mountains. This is a place I frequently visit. And you?" Li Yunfei lowered his guard just a fraction, replying, "I am merely a traveler who has encountered some troubles and seeks a place to hide." The hunter nodded, clearly understanding Li Yunfei's predicament. "This forest is indeed suitable for concealment. I can lead you to a more secluded location." After a moment's contemplation, Li Yunfei resolved to trust the hunter. "I would greatly appreciate your assistance." The hunter guided Li Yunfei through the thicket, arriving at a more concealed valley. Within the valley stood a modest wooden cabin, appearing rudimentary, yet remarkably suitable for hiding. "You may rest here for the time being. This area sees few visitors," the hunter said, a genuine smile adorning his face. Grateful, Li Yunfei responded, "Thank you. I will take a moment to recuperate here." The hunter nodded and departed from the valley. Entering the cabin, Li Yunfei observed that, though simple, it was quite clean. Sitting within the wooden structure, he began to meticulously contemplate his forthcoming actions. One must gather more intelligence regarding the Shadow Alliance to proceed with the next course of action. Li Yunfei resolutely concluded within himself. As night fell, a tranquil silence enveloped the valley. Li Yunfei quietly practiced in the wooden cabin, replenishing his physical and spiritual strength. He understood that the path ahead remained fraught with challenges, yet he believed that with unwavering determination, he could overcome all obstacles and embrace a brighter tomorrow. That night, Li Yunfei spent in the serene valley, his heart brimming with anticipation and resolve for the future. He recognized the necessity of perseverance. For the safety of his family and the integrity of his beliefs compelled him to move forward. Chapter 26. Pursuers as the first rays of dawn illuminated the valley. Li Yunfei awoke from his meditation, feeling invigorated. He understood that today heralded a new beginning, a day brimming with challenges. To safeguard his family and unveil the secrets of a Shadow Alliance, he must press onward. However, the tranquility of the valley was soon shattered. Just as Li Yunfei prepared to depart from the cabin, his keen intuition sensed an unusual presence. He swiftly concealed himself within the confines of the dwelling, cautiously observing his surroundings through the window. Not far off, in the dense thicket, several dark figures stealthily approached. A heaviness settled in Li Yunfei's heart. The pursuers had once again tracked him down. It was evident that the agents of the Shadow Alliance would not easily relent, having doggedly followed his trail. It seemed imperative to vacate the area as swiftly as possible, Li Yunfei contemplated. He hastily gathered his belongings, resolving to exit via a narrow path behind the cabin. Yet, the pursuers were alarmingly swift. Scarcely had he risen when several cloaked figures surged into the valley. "Yes, here. Don't let him escape," barked the leader of the black-clad men. Li Yunfei recognized that a direct confrontation would be unwise. He deftly employed his light-footed skills, dashing like lightning toward the narrow path at the rear of the valley. The pursuers were hot on his heels, the air thick with tension. The valley's complex terrain provided a temporary advantage for Li Yunfei, who, through his familiarity with the landscape and agile movements, managed to create some distance. However, he knew this edge would not endure long, as the pursuers were evidently well-trained. He must find a way to elude them, he reminded himself. With determination, he traversed the valley and entered a denser forest. Towering trees and interwoven branches offered him excellent cover. Li Yunfei skillfully navigated between the trees, attempting to use the terrain and his speed to shake off his pursuers. Nevertheless, their speed and acuity were formidable. They remained relentless in their pursuit, showing no signs of faltering. Li Yunfei felt an intense pressure mounting. He realized he needed to be more cunning to fully escape these hunters. This cannot continue. I must seek advantageous terrain, he mused. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he spotted a small stream ahead. The water flowed swiftly, and the rocks lining its banks were slick with moss, appearing treacherously slippery. Li Yunfei resolved to utilize this stream as both cover and a means of escape. He leaped into the water, allowing the current to carry him downstream. The sound of the rushing water masked his footsteps, making it difficult for his pursuers to pinpoint his exact location. Li Yunfei moved swiftly through the stream, occasionally submerging himself and then surfacing, striving to maintain his concealment. Upon reaching the stream's edge, the pursuers discovered that Li Yunfei's trail had vanished beneath the water, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure how to continue the chase. "He must be nearby. Continue the search," commanded the leader, directing his subordinates to scour both banks of the stream. As Li Yunfei swam some distance, he sensed the sounds of his pursuers gradually receding, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He understood the need to avoid lingering in the water too long, lest he be discovered. He quickly selected a concealed spot, emerged from the water, and sprinted toward the depths of the thicket. As he traversed the dense forest, Li Yunfei finally stumbled upon a relatively safe haven. He paused to steady his breath, quietly attuning himself to the sounds surrounding him. After confirming that his pursuers had not followed, he seated himself beneath a grand tree, reflecting upon the harrowing escape he had just endured. The relentless hunters were indeed formidable. and he admonished himself to exercise greater caution. He understood that his flight was far from over. The Shadow Alliance possessed immense power and would not relinquish their pursuit easily. To safeguard his family and unveil the secrets of Shadow Alliance, he must press onward, seeking further intelligence and clues. No matter how perilous the path ahead may be, he vowed silently within, his eyes shimmering with resolute determination. After a brief respite, Yunfei rose once more, delving deeper into the forest's heart. Each step he took was imbued with resolve and hope, for he believed that perseverance would ultimately lead him to a breakthrough, enabling him to vanquish the Shadow Alliance and restore peace to his family. As he journeyed through the thicket, the environment grew increasingly shadowy and treacherous. Although he had temporarily eluded his pursuers, he remained vigilant. He treaded carefully, meticulously scanning his surroundings to ensure no lurking dangers awaited. Suddenly, a sharp pain radiated from his ankle. He glanced down to find a black venomous snake clamped onto him. The serpent's eyes gleamed with malice before it swiftly released its grip and vanished into the underbrush. Cursed serpent! Yunfei gritted his teeth, swiftly drawing his sword and scanning the area for any additional threats before crouching down to examine the wound. The snake's venom began to spread, and he was overtaken by a wave of excruciating pain and numbness. He realized the urgency of treating the injury. Otherwise, the toxin would seep deeper, endangering his life. With haste, Yunfei retrieved the herbs and dagger he always carried at his waist. He cautiously made several small incisions around the wound with the dagger to extract the venom, then crushed the herbs and applied them to the injury. The coolness of the herbs provided slight relief from the agony, yet he was acutely aware that this was but a temporary remedy. He silently urged himself to find a more effective antidote, gritting his teeth against the pain as he continued onward. After some time, Yunfei's body grew increasingly heavy, the poison's effects becoming more pronounced. His vision blurred, and his steps faltered, yet he persevered. I cannot falter. I must endure. He encouraged himself inwardly, his gaze alight with unwavering spirit. At that moment, he suddenly heard the sound of flowing water nearby. A surge of hope washed over him. Perhaps a stream lay ahead, its waters capable of alleviating the spread of the toxin. Summoning all his strength, he made his way toward the sound. At last, he beheld a crystal-clear stream, its banks adorned with various medicinal herbs. Recognizing their potential to aid in his detoxification, Yunfei knelt by the water's edge, hastily gathering some herbs. He chewed them into a paste and applied them to his wound, cleansing it with the cool stream water. A refreshing sensation enveloped him, providing some respite from the pain and numbness that had plagued him. It appears that these herbs are indeed effective. A surge of joy filled Yunfei's heart. Yet he understood that this was merely insufficient. As he continued his quest for more herbs, an unusual aura suddenly enveloped him from behind. He swiftly turned around, only to behold several figures clad in black re-emerging within his sight, evidently the pursuers closing in once more. This is dire. They have caught up with me, he thought, a heavy weight settling in his chest, realizing the gravity of the situation. The black-clad figures had clearly noticed Yunfei's predicament, their eyes gleaming with a sinister smile. Perceiving this as a splendid opportunity, Yunfei, you cannot escape. Surrender willingly, sneered the leader of the black-clad men, his longsword glimmering with a chilling light. With gritted teeth, Yunfei steadied himself, unsheathing his sword, prepared to confront the threat. He knew he could not afford to falter at this moment. He must exert every ounce of strength to safeguard himself and his family. The black-clad assailants swiftly encircled him, the air thick with a palpable sense of malice. Yunfei met their advance with his sword, each strike imbued with fierce determination and vigor. Although the toxin's effects dulled his movements, his swordsmanship remained sharp and formidable. You despicable scoundrels! Today you shall pay dearly for your transgressions. Yunfei bellowed, his sword like a flash of lightning, aimed directly at the leader of the black-clad men. The leader merely scoffed, retaliating with haste, as the clash of their swords erupted in a violent symphony of sound. Yunfei felt his stamina waning, yet he gritted his teeth, persisting with each swing of his blade fueled by unyielding rage and resolve. The battle escalated in intensity, his vision blurring. Yet his mind remained alert. He understood that he must not succumb. He had to find an opportunity to break free. At that moment, he suddenly heard the rapid approach of footsteps nearby. A surge of hope gripped Li Yunfei's heart, recognizing the possibility of reinforcements. He swiftly sidestepped to evade a strike from a black-clad adversary, casting his gaze toward the source of the footsteps. A group of disciples from the Tianshan sword sect appeared, their arrival instilling a renewed sense of hope within Li Yunfei. Reinforcements have arrived. The Shadow Alliance, your end is nigh. Li Yunfei cried out, his morale soaring as he charged forth with his sword. The disciples of the Tianshan sword sect swiftly joined the fray, their blades cutting through the air like rainbows, driving back the black-clad men. Sensing the tide had turned, the black-clad figures hastily retreated, vanishing into the dense forest. Li Yunfei exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet his body had reached its limit. Darkness enveloped him as he collapsed to the ground. The disciples of the Tianshan sword sect rushed to his side, lifting him up and inspecting his wounds. Quickly, administer the antidote. The injury is severe. One disciple shouted, swiftly extracting an antidote from his robe and applying it to Li Yunfei's wounds. A soothing coolness washed over him as his consciousness gradually returned. He opened his eyes to find senior brother Lingfeng standing before him, his gaze filled with profound concern. Yunfei, how are you? Lingfeng inquired anxiously. Li Yunfei stifled the pain. Managing a faint smile, senior brother, I am well. Thank you for your timely arrival. Lingfeng patted his shoulder, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. We are comrades. No need for thanks. Rest for now. We will protect you. Li Yunfei nodded gratefully, his heart brimming with hope and strength. He understood that he was not alone. With the support of the Tianshan sword sect, he would undoubtedly triumph over all adversities, unveil the secrets of the Shadow Alliance, and safeguard his family's safety. Chapter 27. The predicament as night fell once more. A profound silence enveloped the dense forest. Li Yunfei, under the protection of disciples from the Tianshan sword sect, discovered a relatively secure temporary camp. Although his wounds had received preliminary attention, he still felt an overwhelming fatigue, the lingering toxins within his body rendering him weak. Yunfei, please rest for a while. We will keep watch for you, Lingfeng said gently, a flicker of concern evident in his eyes. Li Yunfei nodded, leaning against a sturdy tree, closing his eyes to regulate his breathing. Despite his physical frailty, he understood the necessity of remaining vigilant. He must stay alert. The temperature plummeted during the night, the chill of the forest biting through his clothing. He tightened his garments, yet the cold still seeped into his bones. The wind rustled through the treetops, producing a sound that evoked an endless sense of solitude and desolation. His stomach grumbled with hunger, after a day filled with arduous travel and fierce battles. His strength was severely depleted. Yet, in this remote wilderness, food and water were exceedingly scarce. I must find sustenance and a water source. Otherwise, I cannot endure for long. Li Yunfei silently reminded himself. Noticing his distress, Lingfeng retrieved some rations and a water pouch from his cloak, presenting them to Li Yunfei. Eat something first to replenish your strength. Gratefully accepting the provisions, Li Yunfei managed a weak smile. Thank you, senior brother. These are of utmost importance to me. Lingfeng smiled and patted his shoulder. We are comrades. It is only right. Rest well. We will guard you here. Li Yunfei nodded and began to consume the rations. Although they were somewhat tough and dry, he made an effort to swallow them, striving to regain his strength. He knew he needed to preserve his energy to face the challenges ahead. After finishing the rations, he took a few sips of water, feeling a slight restoration of vigor. Though his body still felt weak, he suppressed the cold and hunger, silently adopting a cross-legged meditation posture, channeling his inner energy to expel the toxins from his system. Time crept by in the cold and silence, and gradually, Li Yunfei's inner strength began to return, the toxins slowly being purged from his body. He sensed an improvement in his condition, yet he could not fully relax. As the night deepened and tranquility enveloped the campsite, the flickering campfire cast a dim glow and warmth. The disciples of the Tianshan sword sect took turns keeping watch, ensuring no enemy could approach. Their faces bore resolute expressions, each one wholeheartedly committed to safeguarding Li Yunfei. Sitting quietly by the fire, Li Yunfei's heart brimmed with anticipation and resolve regarding the future. He knew that his journey of escape was far from over, and the threat of the Shadow Alliance still loomed. Yet he must persevere, for the safety of his family and to unravel the mysteries of the Shadow Alliance. No matter how perilous the path ahead may be, I shall not yield, Li Yunfei vowed silently, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. At that moment, a faint rustle echoed from the distance, and Li Yunfei instantly became alert, swiftly opening his eyes and gripping his sword tightly. Ling Feng also sensed the disturbance, rising quickly to survey their surroundings. "There's movement. Be cautious," Ling Feng whispered, alerting the other disciples, who immediately fell into a state of vigilance. The air was thick with a palpable tension, the flickering light of the campfire illuminating each taut face. Li Yunfei's gaze was sharp, attentively listening to the sound surrounding him, his sword poised for action. Suddenly, several dark figures stealthily approached from the dense thicket. Li Yunfei's expression hardened. It was evident that these shadows harbored ill intentions. "Prepare for battle," Ling Feng bellowed, drawing his long sword and leading the disciples forward. The shadows, clearly caught off guard by the vigilance of Li Yunfei and the disciples of the Tianshan sword sect, swiftly launched their attack. The air was saturated with an intense aura of murder as blades clashed amidst the night, producing a cacophony of violent encounters. Despite the fatigue weighing on his body, Li Yunfei wielded his sword with unwavering ferocity, each strike infused with resolute determination and strength. Though physically drained, his spirit remained unyielding. The pursuers proved to be formidable adversaries. Yet retreat was not an option. Li Yunfei silently reassured himself, his eyes glimmering with steadfast resolve. The disciples of the Tianshan sword sect engaged fiercely with the shadows, their sword lights shimmering in the dark, each move lethal. Despite the formidable enemy, their unity and unwavering conviction gradually tilted the scales in their favor. After a protracted struggle, the shadows, sensing their impending defeat, began to withdraw. Li Yunfei and Ling Feng relentlessly pursued, ultimately driving the enemy away completely. Breathing heavily, Li Yunfei stood by the campfire, acutely aware of the growing fatigue and weakness in his body. Yet, his heart brimmed with determination and hope. "We did it, senior brother," he managed a strained smile, a glimmer of relief in his eyes. Ling Feng nodded, patting his shoulder. "Indeed, but you must rest well. Recovery is of utmost importance." Li Yunfei nodded in agreement and resumed his place by the campfire, focusing on regulating his breath. Though the night's chill and hunger continued to gnaw at him, he understood the necessity of enduring for the safety of his family and to unravel the secrets of the Shadow Alliance. That night, Li Yunfei endured the cold and hunger, yet his heart remained filled with hope and strength. He recognized that the path ahead was fraught with challenges, but with unwavering resolve. He believed he could overcome all adversities and embrace a brighter tomorrow. As dawn broke, the cold winds of the thicket remained biting. After a night of conflict, Li Yunfei and the disciples of the Tianshan sword sect resolved to find a more concealed and secure location to recuperate. Ling Feng suggested a nearby cave, noting its complex terrain, which would be advantageous for defense. "We need a secure place for Yunfei to regain his strength," Ling Feng said, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Li Yunfei nodded, forcing himself to stand. "Let us go. We must make haste." The group quickly gathered their belongings, supporting Li Yunfei as they made their way toward the cave. Nestled deep within the thicket, the cave's entrance was obscured by vines and brush, making it difficult to detect. Ling Feng led the way, entering the cave to confirm its safety before beckoning the others inside. Inside, the environment was dry and spacious, enough to accommodate them all. Li Yunfei sat beside the stone wall, while Ling Feng and the other disciples busily arranged defenses and kindled a fire for warmth. As the campfire blazed to life, a faint warmth gradually enveloped the cave. "Let's take a moment to rest. We will take turns keeping watch," Ling Feng addressed the group, his gaze imbued with concern. Li Yunfei looked gratefully at Ling Feng and the other disciples, feeling the comforting warmth of camaraderie among fellow practitioners. He closed his eyes, regulated his breathing, and continued to circulate his internal energy, diligently expelling the lingering toxins from his body. Time drifted slowly in the tranquility, and Li Yunfei's strength gradually returned, sensing an improvement in his physical condition. Yet, he was acutely aware that the true test lay ahead, necessitating vigilance. "Thank you all for your care." Li Yunfei opened his eyes, speaking to Ling Feng and the disciples, a glimmer of gratitude flickering in his eyes. Ling Feng smiled reassuringly. "We are comrades. There is no need for formality. Your safety is paramount to us." Li Yunfei nodded, his heart filled with resolve. "I will recover swiftly, and together we shall confront the Shadow Alliance." At that moment, a faint noise emerged from outside the cave, instantly alerting everyone. Ling Feng motioned for silence, urging the group to listen intently to the sounds beyond. "There seems to be movement. Everyone, be cautious," Ling Feng whispered, gripping his sword tightly. Li Yunfei sprang to his feet, standing alongside Ling Feng, his gaze sharp and fixed on the cave entrance. A palpable tension hung in the air as each individual held their breath, bracing for the impending threat. Suddenly, several dark figures appeared at the cave's mouth, unmistakably the pursuers. The shadows advanced swiftly, an aura of lethal intent saturating the air. "They've arrived. Prepare for battle," Ling Feng bellowed, leading the disciples forward. The adversaries, seemingly taken aback by the presence of so many disciples of the Tianshan sword sect, quickly launched their assault. The air was filled with the clashing sounds of blades, and combat erupted instantaneously. Li Yunfei engaged with his sword, though his body had yet to fully recover. His fighting spirit remained unyielding, each strike infused with strength and determination. Ling Feng and the other disciples fiercely clashed with the dark figures, the confined space of the cave amplifying the intensity of the struggle. "We cannot allow them to prevail," Li Yunfei admonished himself inwardly, his sword flashing like lightning as it lunged toward one shadow. The adversary, caught off guard by Li Yunfei's fierce counterattack, was forced to retreat. Ling Feng and the other disciples exerted their utmost efforts, keeping the enemies at bay at the cave entrance, preventing them from breaching the inner sanctum. As the battle escalated, the shadows realized they could not gain the upper hand and began to attempt a withdrawal. Li Yunfei and Ling Feng relentlessly pursued them, ultimately driving several shadows back, restoring a momentary tranquility to the cave. "We did it," Ling Feng gasped, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Li Yunfei nodded, though still weak, his heart brimming with resolve and hope. "Thank you for your assistance. We will surely overcome these foes." Ling Feng patted his shoulder with a smile. "You should rest well. We will continue to watch over you." Li Yunfei nodded, returning to his place beside the stone wall to resume his cultivation and recuperation. He understood that he must recover swiftly to confront the challenges that lay ahead. The night was profound, and the flickering flames of the campfire within the cave offered a feeble warmth, warding off the chill and darkness. The disciples of the Tianshan sword sect took turns keeping watch, ensuring that no adversary could approach unnoticed. Li Yunfei sat quietly beside the fire, his heart brimming with anticipation and resolve for the future. No matter how perilous the path ahead, he vowed silently, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. That night, Li Yunfei spent in the cave. Despite his physical frailty, his spirit remained infused with hope and strength. He was acutely aware that the road ahead was fraught with challenges, yet he believed that with steadfastness, he could surmount all obstacles and embrace a brighter tomorrow. As the morning sun streamed through the treetops and illuminated the cave entrance, Li Yunfei felt a renewed sense of vitality. He took a deep breath, rising to his feet, his gaze radiating resolute brilliance. "We shall press onward, unearthing the secrets of the Shadow Alliance and restoring peace to our family." Ling Feng and the other disciples nodded in agreement, expressing their support. They gathered their belongings, preparing to continue their journey. Li Yunfei knew he was not alone. With the backing of his comrades, he would undoubtedly conquer every trial and welcome a more luminous future. Chapter 28. Worsening injuries. The venom of the serpent had yet to be entirely purged from his system, and the fierce battle from the previous night had exacerbated his injuries. Li Yunfei took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. Yet Ling Feng perceptively detected his distress. "Yunfei, your complexion appears rather poor. Has your condition worsened?" Ling Feng inquired with genuine concern, a hint of worry evident in his gaze. Li Yunfei managed a strained smile. "It's nothing, brother. I can still endure." However, his smile failed to mask the agony etched upon his features. Ling Feng furrowed his brow, aware that the situation was dire. He stepped closer to examine Li Yunfei's wounds, noting the surrounding area had begun to swell with redness, clearly indicating that the toxin was still spreading. "Yunfei, we cannot proceed under these circumstances. You require rest and further treatment," Ling Feng asserted with resolute determination. Li Yunfei recognized the validity of Ling Feng's concern. Yet the weight of familial duty and a burning hatred for their adversaries compelled him to persist. "Brother, I must locate the Shadow Alliance's stronghold. Only then can we resolve this matter completely." Ling Feng shook his head, his tone unwavering. "Yunfei, safeguarding your life is paramount. Should you fall, our prospects will be dire. Trust me, we can accomplish the task of finding the stronghold together." The other disciples echoed their support for Ling Feng's decision. Li Yunfei inhaled deeply before finally acquiescing. "Very well, let us find a secure location to rest." Ling Feng and several disciples assisted Li Yunfei as they ventured deeper into the forest in search of a safe refuge. Soon, they stumbled upon a concealed cave, the environment dry and conducive for rest and treatment. Upon entering the cave, Ling Feng assigned the disciples to guard duty while he personally tended to Li Yunfei's wounds. Utilizing the herbs and detoxifying powders he carried, he meticulously redressed Li Yunfei's injuries, striving to mitigate the spread of the toxin. "You must rest properly and refrain from overexerting yourself," Ling Feng admonished earnestly. Li Yunfei nodded, though anxiety and restlessness surged within him. Yet, he understood Ling Feng's words held truth. His physical condition was not to be taken lightly. Time slowly passed in the tense atmosphere as Li Yunfei closed his eyes, endeavoring to relax and enter a profound state of cultivation. Despite his frail condition, he exerted effort to circulate his inner energy, attempting to expel the lingering toxins from his body. As night descended, the sound of wind rustled outside the cave, a chill permeating the air. Ling Feng and the other disciples took turns keeping watch, ensuring no enemies could approach. Under Ling Feng's care, Li Yunfei gradually sensed an improvement in his condition, yet the effects of the toxin still left him feeling weak. "Brother, thank you for your care," Li Yunfei murmured feebly, a flicker of gratitude shining in his eyes. Ling Feng smiled gently. "We are comrades. No thanks are necessary. Your safety is of utmost importance to us." Li Yunfei nodded appreciatively, his heart filled with resolve. "I shall recover swiftly and stand with everyone against the Shadow Alliance." Just then, an unusual noise emanated from outside the cave. Ling Feng immediately became alert, rising swiftly and scanning the surroundings. "There is movement. Everyone be cautious." The air was thick with tension as everyone gripped their weapons tightly, their gazes sharp and focused on the cave's entrance. Despite his frail condition, Li Yunfei mustered the strength to rise, preparing for battle. Suddenly, several dark figures surged into the cave, the atmosphere charged with an ominous intent. Li Yunfei and Ling Feng immediately engaged, their blades flashing in a deadly dance. The sound of their fierce clashes echoing within the confines of the cave. Though weakened, Li Yunfei's fighting spirit remained unyielding, each strike infused with vigor and determination. Ling Feng and the other disciples fought valiantly against the shadows, the cramped space of the cave amplifying the intensity of the conflict. "We must not allow them to prevail," Li Yunfei admonished himself inwardly, his sword darting like lightning toward one of the dark figures. The assailant, clearly taken aback by the ferocity of Li Yunfei's counterattack, was forced to retreat step by step. Ling Feng and the other disciples exerted themselves fully, pushing the enemies back to the cave's entrance, preventing them from breaching deeper into the cave's interior. As the battle escalated, The dark figures soon recognized their disadvantage and began to attempt a withdrawal. Li Yunfei and Ling Feng did not relent, pursuing relentlessly until they had driven several of the shadows completely away, restoring a brief tranquility within the cave. Chapter 29. Kind-hearted villagers while traversing the dense forest. Li Yunfei and the disciples of the Tianshan sword sect were suddenly startled by a profound cry for help emanating from nearby. The birds in the trees took flight, scattering in all directions. Exchanging a concerned glance with Ling Feng, Li Yunfei halted, anxiously surveying their surroundings in an attempt to locate the source of the sound. After a thorough search, they stumbled upon a small village concealed within the thicket. Though modest in size, the villagers appeared to lead a life fraught with hardship. At the entrance of the village, several farmers toiled in the rice paddies, sweat cascading down their cheeks. Women drew water from the well, some washing clothes, while garments hung on the fences surrounding the village, swaying gently in the breeze that carried a faint scent of grass. This place seemed impoverished, yet the villagers exuded a warmth and friendliness. Ling Feng observed quietly. Nodding in agreement, Li Yunfei approached the village, where an elderly man hurried toward them, his face etched with urgency. "Are you travelers from afar? An elder in our village has fallen and has been unconscious for quite some time. We are at our wits' end and desperately hope you can assist us." Without hesitation, Ling Feng and Li Yunfei expressed their willingness to help the elder. They followed the old man through the dense woods to a humble, thatched cottage. Inside, the atmosphere was tense and fraught with anxiety, as several villagers gathered around the bed, their faces marked by worry. An elder lay on the bed, his forehead glistening with perspiration, clearly suffering immensely. "Please, you must help. My father has been unconscious since he fell, and we are utterly lost as to what to do." A middle-aged man choked out in distress. Li Yunfei and Ling Feng swiftly approached the elder to assess his condition. Upon careful examination, they discovered that the elder's injuries were far more severe than anticipated. His leg was visibly fractured, and his breathing was faint, indicating significant internal injuries. He is gravely injured and requires immediate treatment. Otherwise, his life is in peril, Ling Feng remarked, his brow furrowing in concern. The villagers expressed their heartfelt gratitude as they carefully lifted the elder onto a stretcher, hastily departing toward a safe location outside the village. Although their pace was hindered, Li Yunfei and the disciples of the Tianshan sword sect endeavored to maintain the swiftest possible speed, hoping to expedite the elder's journey to medical aid. Throughout their trek through the forest, Li Yunfei remained vigilant, wary of potential attacks from adversaries. He understood that ensuring their safety was paramount to securing timely treatment for the elder. "We must be cautious. The Shadow Alliance could appear at any moment," Li Yunfei whispered to Ling Feng, his eyes scanning the surroundings with heightened alertness. Ling Feng nodded, signaling the other disciples to remain on guard. As they continued their journey, they eventually discovered a concealed cave in a valley, the environment dry and spacious, suitable for temporary refuge and treatment. Upon entering the cave, Ling Feng and several disciples quickly established defenses and kindled a fire for warmth. As the flames flickered to life, a semblance of warmth enveloped the cave, and Li Yunfei and Ling Feng carefully positioned the elder beside the fire to attend to his wounds. Ling Feng utilized the medicinal herbs and detoxifying powders he carried to treat the elder's injuries, striving to mitigate the spread of toxins. The villagers gazed at their industrious figures, their eyes brimming with gratitude. "We are truly thankful. Without you, we would be a loss," remarked the elderly man's son, tears glistening in his eyes. "It is our duty," Li Yunfei replied with a smile. "You may take a moment to rest. We shall continue to safeguard you." The villagers nodded in agreement, expressing their willingness to assist. They set up rudimentary defenses outside the cave to thwart any sudden enemy onslaught. Time flowed slowly amidst the tense atmosphere, as Li Yunfei and Ling Feng tended to the elder by the campfire, finding a modicum of solace in their efforts. Despite the myriad dangers they faced, their resolve to aid those in need remained unwavering. As night enveloped the landscape, the wind howled outside the cave, a chill pervading the air. Li Yunfei and Ling Feng took turns keeping watch, ensuring no adversary could approach. The villagers settled within the cave, their weary faces finally reflecting a semblance of tranquility. Li Yunfei sat quietly by the flickering fire, continuing to cultivate his energy. He understood the necessity of regaining his strength to confront the trials ahead. Suddenly, a faint rustling echoed from outside the cave. Ling Feng immediately became alert, rising swiftly with his sword in hand. "There's movement. Everyone be cautious." A palpable tension filled the air as all tightened their grips on their weapons, their gazes fixed sharply on the cave entrance. Though Li Yunfei felt frail, he steeled himself to stand and prepare for the impending confrontation. Shadows crept silently closer from outside, a menacing aura enveloping the atmosphere. Li Yunfei and Ling Feng charged forward, the air crackling with the clash of blades, a cacophony of fierce collisions erupting. Despite his weakened state, Li Yunfei's fighting spirit remained indomitable. Each strike was infused with strength and determination. Ling Feng and the other disciples engaged in a fierce skirmish with the shadows, the confined space of the cave amplifying the intensity of the battle. "We cannot allow them to succeed," Li Yunfei admonished himself, his sword darting like lightning towards one of the shadows. The shadow, clearly unprepared for such a fierce counterattack, found itself retreating under Li Yunfei's relentless assault. Ling Feng and the other disciples exerted their utmost effort to suppress the assailants at the cave's entrance, preventing them from breaching the interior. The conflict escalated, and the shadows, realizing the tide had turned against them, began to attempt a withdrawal. Li Yunfei and Ling Feng pursued them relentlessly, ultimately driving several shadows away, restoring a brief tranquility within the cave. "We did it," Ling Feng gasped, his eyes reflecting a hint of relief. Li Yunfei nodded, though still frail. His heart swelled with determination and hope. "Thank you for your assistance. We will surely overcome these foes." Ling Feng patted his shoulder, smiling. "You should rest well. We will continue to protect you." Li Yunfei acquiesced, returning to his place by the stone wall to resume his energy cultivation. He recognized the urgency of his recovery to face the challenges that lay ahead. The night deepened, the campfire within the cave flickering weakly, warding off the cold and darkness. The disciples of the Tianshan sword sect took turns keeping watch, ensuring that no adversaries could approach. The villagers nestled comfortably within the cave, their weary faces finally breaking into serene smiles. As the morning sun filtered through the treetops and illuminated the cave entrance, Li Yunfei felt a marked improvement in his condition. He took a deep breath, rose to his feet, and his eyes sparkled with resolute determination. "We shall press onward, uncover the secrets of the Shadow Alliance, and bring peace to our family." Recently, the coding has become increasingly challenging, fueling our motivation to update more swiftly. Please, kindly exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 30. Rescued by the villagers, Li Yunfei and the disciples of the Tianshan sword sect continued their journey. Though the scenery of the mountains was breathtaking, a tension lingered in their hearts. Despite some improvement in Li Yunfei's injuries, he was still far from fully recovered, and his steps were noticeably heavy. The disciples of the Tianshan sword sect took turns supporting him, ensuring his safety. After traversing a dense bamboo grove, the sound of flowing water faintly reached their ears. Following the sound, they discovered a crystal-clear stream. A few villagers were washing clothes by the stream, and upon seeing the disheveled appearance of Li Yunfei and his companions, they paused their work and cast curious glances. A middle-aged man set down the garments he was tending to and approached, inquiring, "Where do you hail from? You seem to be in distress." Li Yunfei managed a faint smile and replied, "We have come from the mountains, but encountered an enemy ambush along the way. One of our companions is injured and urgently needs rest." The man looked at Li Yunfei, a flicker of sympathy and concern shining in his eyes. "In that case, why not rest in our village? We have a skilled village doctor who can attend to your injuries." Ling Feng and Li Yunfei exchanged a glance, nodding in agreement to the man's invitation. The villagers quickly expressed their willingness to assist, gathering their belongings and guiding Li Yunfei and his group toward the village. Nestled at the source of the stream and surrounded by towering trees, the village exuded tranquility. The villagers were initially surprised by the arrival of outsiders, but soon welcomed them with warmth. A modest clinic stood in the village, marked by a wooden sign that read Renxin Medical Hall. The man led Li Yunfei and Ling Feng into the clinic, where an elderly man sat at a desk, perusing medical texts. Upon their entrance, he immediately set aside his book and greeted them with genuine hospitality. "This is our village doctor, Dr. Zhang," the man introduced. "His medical skills are exceptional. He will surely help you heal." Dr. Zhang examined Li Yunfei's injuries with a furrowed brow, which soon relaxed. "The wounds are severe, but fortunately, they are not beyond treatment. I have some herbs that can alleviate your pain and expedite the healing process." With that, he swiftly retrieved several herbs from a cabinet, grinding them into a paste before carefully applying it to Li Yunfei's wounds. The coolness of the herbs significantly eased Li Yunfei's pain, and he expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Dr. Zhang. I'm truly grateful." Dr. Zhang smiled gently. "No need for thanks. It is the duty of a healer to care for others. You may rest in the village for a few days until your condition improves." The villagers eagerly offered their assistance, arranging for Li Yunfei and the Tianshan Sword Sect disciples to stay in a spacious thatched cottage, providing them with warm meals and clean clothing. As night fell, the village radiated tranquility and harmony. Li Yunfei and Ling Feng sat outside the cottage, gazing at the star-studded sky, feeling a long-lost sense of peace. "Yunfei, the kindness of these people is truly remarkable. Their help means everything to us," Ling Feng remarked with a sigh. Li Yunfei nodded, a glimmer of gratitude in his eyes. "Indeed, their benevolence instills hope within me. We must triumph over the Shadow Alliance and protect these innocent souls." At that moment, several children from the village approached, their hands brimming with fresh fruit, eagerly offering it to Li Yunfei and Ling Feng. "Big brothers, these are the fruits we picked for you." Li Yunfei graciously accepted the fruits, gently patting the children's heads in appreciation. "Thank you. You are truly wonderful." The children laughed joyfully and ran off, leaving Li Yunfei watching their departing figures, his heart swelling with warmth and motivation. He understood that it was the kindness and support of these ordinary people that bestowed upon him the courage and strength to persevere. Time flowed quietly within this serene and heartwarming atmosphere, and under Dr. Zhang's meticulous care, Li Yunfei's injuries gradually improved. The villagers often visited, bringing various supplies and food, warmly inquiring about their well-being. A few days later, feeling significantly better, Li Yunfei and Ling Feng resolved to continue their journey. As they prepared to depart, the villagers gathered to bid them farewell. Dr. Zhang even prepared some herbs for Li Yunfei, saying, "These remedies may serve you well on your journey. I wish you safe travels." Li Yunfei accepted the pouch of herbs and bowed deeply. "Thank you all for your kindness. We will surely remember your generosity." The villagers waved goodbye as Li Yunfei and the disciples of the Tianshan Sword Sect set forth once again. Walking along the mountain path, Li Yunfei felt invigorated, filled with strength and hope. He knew that with so many kind souls supporting him, he could overcome any obstacle, unveil the secrets of the Shadow Alliance, and bring peace to his family and these innocent people. "Ling Feng, let us set off. Many challenges await us ahead," Li Yunfei declared resolutely. Ling Feng nodded, his gaze equally imbued with determination and resolve. "No matter what we encounter, we shall face it together." Chapter 31. A fleeting sense of safety with the enthusiastic assistance of the villagers. Li Yunfei and the disciples of the Tianshan Sword Sect reorganized their belongings and resumed their journey. As the village gradually faded into the distance, they entered a deep and tranquil forest, where sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting dappled shadows upon their resolute faces. Although they had left the village behind, this place felt relatively secure. Ling Feng remarked, surveying the surroundings and detecting no trace of enemies for the time being. Li Yunfei nodded, feeling a slight sense of relief. "Indeed, we can afford to relax a bit during this period and take the opportunity to recover our strength." They discovered a secluded spot within the woods and decided to pause for a rest. The morning dew still clung to the leaves, and the air was imbued with a refreshing aroma. Li Yunfei and the disciples gathered together, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. "This truly is a splendid place. It feels as if we are isolated from the world, one disciple remarked, a hint of relaxation gracing his features. Ling Feng smiled and nodded in agreement. Yes, with the threat of pursuers temporarily absent, we can utilize this time to recuperate. Li Yunfei retrieved the herbs given by Dr. Zhang, commencing further treatment for his wounds. The cool sensation of the herbs brought him comfort, and the pain gradually subsided. Dr. Zhang's herbs are truly miraculous. I feel much better, Li Yunfei expressed, gratitude flickering in his eyes. The villagers are kind-hearted. Their assistance has been invaluable to us, Ling Feng reflected. Li Yunfei nodded, recalling the villagers' kindness and warmth. Feeling a surge of warmth within, he understood that it was the benevolence and support of these ordinary people that bestowed upon him the courage and strength to continue onward. In this serene forest, they relished their fleeting sense of safety. The disciples also seized the moment to meditate and cultivate their inner strength. Li Yunfei closed his eyes, channeling his inner energy, sensing his injuries gradually healing and his strength slowly returning. Time slipped away in quietude as the sun ascended from the east, illuminating the entire forest. Li Yunfei opened his eyes, experiencing an unprecedented sense of calm and empowerment. Is everyone feeling better? He inquired, his gaze gentle upon the disciples. Yes, Brother Yunfei, I feel much improved, one disciple replied, a smile gracing his face. Ling Feng nodded as well. We have rested sufficiently. We can continue onward. Li Yunfei stood resolutely, his gaze unwavering. Very well, let us press onward, unveil the secrets of the Shadow Alliance, and bring peace to our families. They packed their belongings and set forth. Although the path ahead remained fraught with uncertainties and dangers, their hearts brimmed with hope and strength. As they traversed the dense forest, they emerged into an expansive meadow, where undulating mountains and crystal-clear rivers came into view. The scenery here was beautiful and serene, as if it were shielded from the conflicts of the outside world. This place is truly magnificent. I wish it could remain this tranquil forever, one disciple sighed. Li Yunfei smiled and nodded. Indeed. I hope that one day we can bring genuine peace to these beautiful lands. They paused on the verdant grass, taking in the beauty of their surroundings. Suddenly, Li Yunfei sensed an unusual aura, quickly becoming alert and signaling for everyone to exercise caution. There is something amiss. Remain vigilant, he whispered, his sharp gaze scanning the area. A tense atmosphere enveloped them, and the disciples gripped their weapons tightly, prepared for any imminent danger. Although Li Yunfei perceived that the aura was not particularly strong, he understood the importance of remaining cautious. At that moment, a figure emerged from the distant woods, a middle-aged man clad in simple attire, carrying a basket of herbs. Evidently, a herbalist from the mountains. Are you newcomers from afar? The man inquired amicably, a hint of curiosity and concern in his eyes. Li Yunfei relaxed slightly, responding, yes. We have come from outside and are merely passing through, intending to rest for a while. The man nodded with a smile, saying, this place is quite safe. You may rest here. My name is Li Shu, and I am a woodcutter from this vicinity. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. Li Yunfei expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Li. We truly need a secure place to rest. Li Shu warmly invited them to his humble hut, offering food and water. Li Yunfei and his disciples graciously accepted his hospitality, following him to a secluded mountain cottage. Though modest, the cottage was clean and tidy, with a small garden outside, flourishing with various vegetables. Upon seeing the guests, Li Shu's wife promptly prepared tea and meals with warm hospitality. You've had a long journey. Please take a moment to rest, she said with a smile, ushering them to sit, seated around a stone table outside the cottage. Li Yunfei and his disciples savored hot tea and fresh vegetables, feeling a wave of warmth and contentment. We are immensely grateful. Your kindness will forever be remembered, Li Yunfei sincerely expressed, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. Li Shu chuckled lightly. No need for formalities. We are all wanderers in this world, and it is only natural to assist one another. If you need anything, just let us know. Under the generous hospitality of Li Shu and his family, Li Yunfei and the disciples of the Tianshan sword sect found a fleeting sense of security and warmth. They rested in the cottage for the night, feeling greatly rejuvenated in both body and spirit. The following morning, Li Yunfei and Ling Feng resolved to continue their journey. They packed their belongings and bid farewell to Li Shu's family. "Brother Li, thank you for your assistance. We shall always remember your kindness," Li Yunfei said solemnly, bowing deeply. Li Shu patted his shoulder with a smile. "Travel safely. Take care. I hope you successfully accomplish your mission." Li Yunfei and his disciples waved goodbye and resumed their journey. As they traversed the mountain path, Li Yunfei felt an invigorating sense of strength and hope within him. He understood that with so many benevolent individuals supporting him, he would undoubtedly overcome all obstacles, unravel the secrets of the Shadow Alliance, and bring peace to his family and the innocent people. "Ling Feng, let us set forth. Many challenges await us ahead," Li Yunfei declared resolutely. Ling Feng nodded, his gaze equally filled with unwavering resolve and determination. "No matter what challenges lie ahead, we shall confront them together." Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting a warm glow upon them as Li Yunfei and Ling Feng led their disciples forward, embracing new challenges and hopes. They understood that as long as they united in purpose and exerted their efforts collectively, they could surely overcome all adversities and welcome a brighter tomorrow. Chapter 32. Grave injuries. As Li Yunfei and the disciples of the Tianshan sword sect pressed onward, they gradually found themselves enveloped in a deeper, more secluded valley. The trees here grew denser, allowing scant sunlight to penetrate, and the shadowy, damp environment instilled a sense of unease. Though Li Yunfei's injuries had improved somewhat with the aid of the villagers and the Li family, the prolonged journey and intermittent tense standoffs burdened his body greatly. Along the way, he felt his strength waning, and his wounds throbbed with discomfort. Ling Feng, sensing Li Yunfei's distress, approached with concern. "Yunfei, your complexion seems poor. Has your condition worsened?" Li Yunfei forced a faint smile and shook his head. "I am fine, merely fatigued. A brief rest will suffice." Yet, his smile failed to mask the pain etched on his face. Ling Feng was filled with worry, realizing the need for a change in their circumstances. "We must find a secure place for Yunfei to rest and recuperate," he declared with conviction to the group. The disciples nodded in agreement as they continued their trek through the valley, seeking an appropriate refuge. Soon, they stumbled upon a concealed cave beneath a cliff, its entrance obscured by vines and shrubs, making it difficult to detect. Once inside, Ling Feng and several disciples swiftly set up defenses and kindled a fire for warmth. As the flames flickered to life, a gentle heat began to permeate the cave. Li Yunfei was carefully positioned beside the fire, his pallor stark and his breaths growing shallow. "Yunfei, you must rest well. We will safeguard you," Ling Feng said, sitting beside him and grasping his hand with a hint of urgency in his voice. Li Yunfei nodded, shutting his eyes in an effort to regulate his breathing. He felt the weight of fatigue and pain intensifying, yet he gritted his teeth, unwilling to burden his disciples with worry. "Brother, I am fine. I just need some time to recover," he murmured, his voice tinged with frailty. Ling Feng's brow furrowed in concern as he retrieved the herbs given by Dr. Zhang, beginning to tend to Li Yunfei's wounds. The cooling sensation of the herbs provided slight relief from the pain, yet it was evident that his injuries had worsened considerably. "His condition is dire. We must seek a more effective treatment," Ling Feng informed the other disciples, anxiety flickering in his eyes. The disciples nodded, understanding the urgency of their situation and the necessity for prompt action. Just then, a disciple rushed into the cave, visibly agitated. "There is movement outside. It may be pursuers." Ling Feng sprang to his feet, gripping his sword tightly. "Everyone, stay alert and protect Yunfei." An atmosphere thick with tension enveloped them as the disciples swiftly assumed a defensive stance, their gazes fixed on the cave entrance. Despite his weakened state, Li Yunfei mustered the strength to rise, preparing to confront the impending threat. Suddenly, several dark figures appeared at the cave entrance, unmistakably the pursuers from the Shadow Alliance. They surged into the cave, the air charged with a palpable aura of menace. "Protect Yunfei, do not let them approach," Ling Feng bellowed, leading the disciples into the fray. Li Yunfei wielded his sword, confronting the enemy with unwavering resolve despite his frail condition. Each movement was infused with strength and determination. Ling Feng and the other disciples fought valiantly, engaging in a fierce battle against the shadowy figures. The skirmish unfolded within the confines of the narrow cave, amplifying the tension and intensity of the encounter. Although Li Yunfei's movements were somewhat sluggish, his swordsmanship remained sharp and formidable. The shadows, evidently taken aback by the ferocity of his counterattack, found themselves retreating under relentless pressure. We must not allow them to succeed. Li Yunfei admonished himself internally, as his sword flashed like lightning, aiming directly at one of the shadows. Realizing the tide of battle was turning against them, the shadows began to attempt a withdrawal. Li Yunfei and Ling Feng pursued them without relent, ultimately driving several of the shadowy figures away, restoring a brief moment of tranquility within the cave. Yunfei, how do you feel? Ling Feng inquired with genuine concern, worry evident in his gaze. Li Yunfei stifled his pain and managed a faint smile, replying, I am well enough. We have succeeded. Ling Feng patted him on the shoulder, smiling, you should rest now. We will continue to guard you. Nodding in agreement, Li Yunfei settled back against the stone wall, resuming his meditative practices. He understood the gravity of his injuries and the necessity to recover swiftly in order to confront the challenges that lay ahead. As night deepened, the flickering campfire within the cave cast a weak glow, dispelling the cold and darkness. The disciples of the Tianshan sword sect took turns keeping watch, ensuring no enemies could approach. Li Yunfei sat quietly by the fire, his heart brimming with hope and determination for the future. That night, although weakened in body, Li Yunfei's spirit remained imbued with optimism and strength. He was acutely aware that the road ahead was fraught with challenges, yet he believed that as long as he remained steadfast, he could overcome any adversity and embrace a brighter tomorrow. With the morning sun filtering through the treetops and illuminating the cave entrance, Li Yunfei sensed an improvement in his condition. Taking a deep breath, he rose to his feet, his eyes shimmering with resolute determination. We shall press onward, uncover the secrets of the Shadow Alliance, and bring peace to our clan. Ling Feng and the other disciples nodded in agreement, expressing their support. They organized their gear, ready to continue their journey. Li Yunfei understood that he was not alone. With the backing of his comrades, he was certain he could conquer any hardship and welcome a more luminous future. As dawn broke, Li Yunfei and the disciples of the Tianshan sword sect, led by Ling Feng, advanced further. They traversed the narrow valley path, gradually emerging from the dense forest into an expansive plain. At the far end of the plain lay a quaint village, its smoke curling gently into the air, exuding an aura of tranquility and peace. At the village entrance, an elderly man was tending to his field. Noticing the approaching group, he set down his hoe and greeted them warmly. Where do you hail from? You all appear quite weary. Ling Feng stepped forward, bowing respectfully, and responded, Good sir, we are disciples of the Tianshan sword sect. We passed through here and encountered some troubles. One of our companions has been injured and urgently requires treatment. Would it be possible for us to rest in the village for a night? Upon hearing this, the elder cast his gaze upon Li Yunfei's pallid face, and his expression immediately turned grave. Come quickly with me. Our village is home to an herbalist who should be able to assist. Li Yunfei and his disciples followed the elder into the village. The villagers, upon witnessing their arrival, greeted them with curious and warm smiles. A few children dashed forward, encircling Li Yunfei and his companions with an air of fascination. Fear not, they are good people, the elder reassured the villagers with a smile. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a modest thatched cottage. The front of the cottage was adorned with an array of herbs and dried plants, and a fragrant aroma wafted from within. A middle-aged man was busy organizing the herbs inside. He lifted his head upon seeing the group and promptly stepped outside. This is our herbalist, Dr. Wang, the elder introduced. Dr. Wang approached to assess Li Yunfei's injuries, his brow furrowing slightly, yet his eyes radiated a calm professionalism. He signaled for the disciples to assist Li Yunfei into the cottage and lay him down. The injuries are serious, but worry not. I possess certain herbs that can alleviate pain and aid in healing. Dr. Wang remarked as he skillfully selected several herbs from the shelf and commenced preparation. He crushed the herbs and concocted a poultice, meticulously applying it to Li Yunfei's wounds. The coolness of the herbal remedy significantly dulled the pain, and a hint of color returned to his fatigued visage. This ointment will reduce inflammation and relieve pain, but you must rest for a few days to ensure a full recovery, Dr. Wang advised, a glimmer of concern flickering in his eyes. Li Yunfei expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Dr. Wang. I am truly indebted to you." Dr. Wang smiled gently. "No need for thanks. Healing is my duty. You may rest here peacefully." The villagers are very kind. Ling Feng and the other disciples also conveyed their thanks, recognizing the villagers' assistance as invaluable. Dr. Wang and the villagers made arrangements for Li Yunfei to rest within the cottage, providing him with a clean bed and nourishment. The villagers even prepared warm water and herbal remedies to help cleanse his wounds. As night fell, tranquility enveloped the village. Lying in bed, Li Yunfei felt the pain in his wounds diminish significantly, and his heart swelled with gratitude. He understood that it was the benevolence of these kind villagers that afforded him a chance at recovery. Ling Feng and the other disciples, likewise accommodated by the villagers, found a place to rest. They gathered around a campfire, sharing the evening meal prepared by the villagers, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. These people are truly kind-hearted. Their assistance is paramount to us, Ling Feng remarked, his gaze tender as he observed the villagers. Li Yunfei nodded, a flicker of appreciation in his eyes. Indeed, it is the kindness and support of these ordinary individuals that grants us the strength to persevere. Before long, several elders and children from the village gathered around the campfire, listening intently as Ling Feng recounted tales of the Tianshan sword sect and their adventures. The children's eyes sparkled with excitement and curiosity, while the elders wore expressions of contentment. "You are truly brave. May you overcome all challenges and bring peace," one elder said, his eyes shimmering with wisdom. "We certainly shall," Li Yunfei responded resolutely, his heart brimming with determination. As the night deepened, the village lay enveloped in silence, with only the flickering campfire casting a gentle glow. Lying in bed, he listened to the whispers of the wind outside, enveloped in a sense of warmth and safety. He understood that this brief respite was crucial for his recovery. He must regain his strength swiftly to continue his journey and unravel the secrets of the Shadow Alliance. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the humble cottage, and Li Yunfei felt a noticeable improvement in his condition. He sat up, inhaling deeply, savoring the freshness of the air mingled with the fragrance of herbs. Dr. Wang entered, observing Li Yunfei's improved complexion and smiling as he said, "It appears your recovery is progressing well. A few more days of rest, and you should be fully healed." Li Yunfei nodded gratefully. "Thank you, Dr. Wang. I'm truly appreciative." Dr. Wang waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. It is my duty. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to let us know." In the ensuing days, Li Yunfei and his disciples received attentive care and support from the villagers. Their physical conditions gradually improved, and their spirits lifted. The kindness and warmth of the villagers enveloped them, and they recognized that this period of recuperation was vital for their impending endeavors. After several days, Li Yunfei's injuries had nearly healed, and he and Ling Feng resolved to continue their journey. As they prepared to depart, the villagers gathered to bid them farewell. Dr. Wang had thoughtfully prepared a bundle of herbs for Li Yunfei, saying, "These remedies may prove useful on your journey. I wish you safe travels." Li Yunfei accepted the package with a deep bow, expressing, "Thank you all for your kindness. We shall forever remember your generosity." The villagers waved goodbye as Li Yunfei and the disciples of the Tianshan sword sect set forth once more. Walking along the mountain path, Li Yunfei felt an overwhelming sense of strength and hope. He knew that with so many benevolent souls supporting him, he would surely overcome all obstacles, unveil the mysteries of the Shadow Alliance, and bring peace to his family and the innocent people. Chapter 33. Memories amidst suffering after departing from the benevolent villagers' aid. Li Yunfei and the disciples of the Tianshan sword sect continued their journey along the narrow mountain path. Although Li Yunfei's injuries had improved somewhat, he still felt a profound weakness in his body, often beset by waves of dizziness and fatigue. During such moments, he would pause, close his eyes, and strive to steady his breath. As he walked along the winding trail, sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting a warm glow upon Li Yunfei's face, and his thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the past. Vivid memories emerged, cherished moments spent with his parents, childhood companions, and the fervor and aspirations that accompanied his initiation into the Tianshan sword sect. Yunfei, what are you pondering? Ling Feng, noticing Li Yunfei's distraction, inquired with concern. Li Yunfei opened his eyes and managed a faint smile. I was merely reminiscing about some past events. Brother, do you recall our early days as novices? Ling Feng nodded, nostalgia glimmering in his gaze. Indeed, I remember. We were but youths, filled with hope and anticipation for the future. Those days, though arduous, were immensely fulfilling. Taking a deep breath, Li Yunfei continued, yes, the teachings of our master and the companionship of our fellow disciples. Those are our most treasured memories. Now, despite the multitude of challenges we face, the recollection of those beautiful times fills me with strength. Ling Feng smiled and patted Li Yunfei's shoulder. Precisely. We must persevere, not only for ourselves, but also for the loved ones and friends who have journeyed with us. Li Yunfei nodded, determination glinting in his eyes. He understood that he could not falter. He must seek vengeance for his family and strive to bring peace to the innocent. As he walked along the mountain path, Li Yunfei's thoughts once again wandered to the past. He remembered the stern admonitions of his father, Li Daren, and the gentle care of his mother, Wu Shi. Whenever he was injured or faced difficulties, his mother would always be there to comfort him, offering unwavering support and encouragement. Yunfei, no matter the challenges you encounter, never give up. If you persist, you will surely see the light. His mother's words echoed in his mind, enveloping him in warmth. He recalled his childhood companion, Wang Xiaohu, with whom he shared countless joyful moments running and frolicking in the mountains. Wang Xiaohu would often declare, Yunfei, we shall become great heroes, safeguarding our homeland. Reflecting on this, Li Yunfei felt a surge of strength and hope. Though the path ahead was fraught with hardship and trials, he was resolute. As long as he did not surrender, he would realize his ambitions. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through Li Yunfei's head, compelling him to halt and lean against a sturdy tree, struggling to maintain his balance. Observing this, Ling Feng rushed to his side, supporting him with urgency. Yunfei, how are you faring? Suppressing the pain, Li Yunfei forced a smile. I'm fine, brother, just a bit weary. A short rest will suffice. Ling Feng furrowed his brow, acutely aware that Li Yunfei's condition was far from optimistic. We can no longer proceed in this manner. You require proper rest and treatment. At that moment, a chorus of birdsong resonated from afar, shattering the tranquil silence of the mountain forest. Ling Feng surveyed his surroundings and discovered a quaint village ahead, shrouded in wisps of smoke, exuding an air of serenity. Let us rest in that village. Perhaps we shall find the assistance we seek, Ling Feng proposed. Li Yunfei nodded in agreement, accepting Ling Feng's suggestion. They supported Li Yunfei as they ambled towards the village. Though modest in size, the village was populated by amiable residents, who greeted the newcomers with warmth. A middle-aged woman approached them, her expression filled with concern upon seeing Li Yunfei's frail demeanor. Have you come from afar? This young man appears quite fatigued. He must require rest, she inquired with genuine compassion. Ling Feng politely replied, Indeed, we have journeyed from outside. He has sustained injuries and needs rest and treatment. Might there be a physician in the village who could assist us? The middle-aged woman nodded reassuringly, yes. We have an elder healer in our village, renowned for his skill. Please follow me. Under her guidance, Li Yunfei and Ling Feng arrived at the village's medical clinic. The elder healer, a venerable man, immediately set aside his work upon their arrival, greeting them with enthusiasm. From where do you hail? It seems you have encountered considerable trouble, he inquired with concern. Ling Feng briefly explained Li Yunfei's condition, and the elder nodded, gesturing for them to lay Li Yunfei upon a nearby bed to rest. He meticulously examined Li Yunfei's injuries, his brow momentarily furrowing before relaxing. Though his wounds are severe, they are not beyond remedy. I possess some herbs that can alleviate his pain and expedite his recovery, the elder healer stated, beginning to prepare a concoction. He crushed the herbs and concocted a poultice, carefully applying it to Li Yunfei's wounds. The soothing coolness of the herbal remedy significantly eased Li Yunfei's discomfort. "Thank you, kind sir," he expressed gratefully. The elder healer smiled gently. "It is my duty to heal and save lives. You may rest here peacefully for a few days until you regain your strength." With the villagers' assistance, Li Yunfei and Ling Feng received attentive care. As night fell, the village enveloped itself in tranquility. Li Yunfei lay in bed, listening to the whispers of the wind outside, feeling a profound sense of warmth and safety. He understood that this brief respite was crucial for his recovery. He must regain his strength swiftly to continue his journey and unveil the secrets of the Shadow Alliance. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the clinic. Li Yunfei felt a marked improvement in his condition. He sat up, inhaling deeply, savoring the freshness of the air and the fragrant herbs. The elder healer entered, observing Li Yunfei's improved countenance, and smiled. "It appears your recovery is progressing well. After a few more days of rest, you should be fully restored." Li Yunfei nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, esteemed sir. I am truly grateful." The elder waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for thanks. It is my responsibility. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform us." In the ensuing days, Li Yunfei and Ling Feng were pampered with diligent care and assistance from the villagers. Their physical condition gradually improved, and their spirits became lighter. The kindness and warmth of the villagers enveloped them in a profound sense of comfort. They understood that this period of recovery was crucial for their forthcoming endeavors. A few days later, Li Yunfei's injuries had nearly healed, and he and Ling Feng resolved to continue their journey. As they prepared to depart, the villagers gathered to bid them farewell, and the old doctor thoughtfully presented Li Yunfei with a bundle of medicinal herbs, saying, "These remedies may prove useful along your way. May you travel safely." Li Yunfei accepted the herbal package with a deep bow, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you all for your assistance. We shall forever remember your kindness." The villagers waved their goodbyes, and Li Yunfei, along with the disciples of the Tianshan Sword sect, once again set forth on their quest. As they traversed the mountain paths, Li Yunfei felt an invigorating surge of strength and hope within him. He was acutely aware that with the support of so many benevolent souls, he would undoubtedly overcome any obstacles, unravel the mysteries of the Shadow Alliance, and bring peace to his family and these innocent people. Chapter 34. The gentle teachings of Mother and the stern discipline of Father as Li Yunfei continued his journey along the winding and treacherous mountain path. A wave of bittersweet nostalgia washed over him, transporting his thoughts back to the days spent with his parents. The gentle guidance of his mother and the stern admonitions of his father unfolded vividly in his mind. In his childhood, Li Yunfei was often found trailing closely behind his mother, Mrs. Wu, absorbing various knowledge and etiquette. With a tender voice, she imparted her wisdom, patiently addressing each of his inquiries. "Yunfei, to be honest and kind is the true way to earn the respect of others," she would often remind him. Her voice, akin to a gentle spring breeze, soothed his tender heart. Li Yunfei recalled a moment when, during a sword practice, he inadvertently injured himself. His mother immediately set aside her tasks, rushing to comfort him and cleanse his wound. She softly blew on the injury, as if her breath could alleviate his pain. "Do not fear, Yunfei. Your wound shall heal swiftly." Her eyes brimmed with affection, enveloping him in an overwhelming sense of warmth and safety. In stark contrast to his mother's tenderness, his father, Li Daren, was much more exacting in his expectations of Li Yunfei. As the head of the Li family, Li Daren aspired for his son to inherit the family legacy and grow into a formidable man. "Yunfei, as a descendant of the Li family, you must learn to be strong and embrace responsibility," he would assert, his gaze imbued with an unyielding severity. Li Yunfei remembered the early mornings before dawn, when his father would rouse him to practice swordsmanship. In the biting cold of winter, his hands would nearly lose sensation. Yet his father never permitted him to slacken his efforts. Continue practicing, Yunfei. Only through relentless endeavor can one achieve greatness. His father's voice resonated like a mighty bell, granting Li Yunfei the strength to persevere through fatigue. On one occasion, after a misstep during practice, Li Yunfei faced his father's harsh reprimand. However, amidst the chastisement, he caught a fleeting glimpse of compassion in his father's profound eyes. "Father, I will strive diligently to ensure I do not disappoint you," Li Yunfei silently vowed. He understood deeply that it was the teachings and expectations of his parents that forged his current resilience and determination. His mother's gentle lessons instilled in him the virtues of compassion and kindness, while his father's stern guidance taught him the values of tenacity and responsibility. On this lengthy journey, whenever Li Yunfei recalled his parents' teachings, his heart brimmed with strength. He realized that no matter how arduous the path ahead, retreat was not an option. For behind him stood his parents and family, eagerly anticipating his victorious return. As Li Yunfei and the disciples of the Tianshan sword sect pressed onward, the mountain trail ahead grew increasingly perilous and intricate. Upon traversing a mountain pass, they entered a vast valley, surrounded by towering peaks, the scenery breathtaking yet deceptive. However, beneath this serene facade lay immense danger. Li Yunfei astutely sensed an unusual aura and signaled for everyone to halt, urging them to remain vigilant. "Be cautious. There may be an ambush here," he whispered, casting a sharp gaze around. Indeed, shortly thereafter, several dark figures emerged from the opposite end of the valley. Unmistakably, the pursuing agents of the Shadow Alliance. They swiftly approached, the air thick with an intense aura of menace. "Protect Yunfei. Do not let them near," Ling Feng bellowed, leading his disciples forward. Li Yunfei gripped his sword tightly. Though his body had yet to fully recover, his fighting spirit remained unwavering. The teachings of his mother and the sternness of his father provided him with boundless strength and courage at this moment. The battle unfolded in the valley, where flashes of blades intertwined, and the sound of fierce clashes echoed throughout. Li Yunfei engaged in combat, each move imbued with power and determination. Despite the formidable nature of his adversaries, a singular conviction resided in his heart: the enemy must not prevail. "You despicable wretches, you shall not succeed today," Li Yunfei cried out, his sword like lightning, lunging toward a shadowy figure. Ling Feng and the other disciples exerted themselves fully, pressing the foes back to the far end of the valley, preventing them from breaching their defenses. After a protracted struggle, the shadows, evidently realizing their disadvantage, began to attempt a retreat. Li Yunfei and Ling Feng remained relentless in their pursuit, ultimately driving several of the shadows away, restoring a brief tranquility within the valley. "Yunfei, how do you feel?" Ling Feng inquired with concern, a trace of worry evident in his gaze. Li Yunfei stifled his fatigue, forcing a smile as he replied, "I am well. We have succeeded." Ling Feng patted his shoulder, smiling as he said, "Rest well. We shall continue to protect you." Chapter 35. Resolve. The morning sun bathed the valley in its golden light, and the air was imbued with the refreshing scent of dew. After a night of recuperation, Li Yunfei felt a marked improvement in his physical condition, yet he was acutely aware that the path ahead remained fraught with uncertain challenges. Standing atop the heights of the valley, he gazed into the distance, his heart brimming with unwavering resolve. "We shall press on, unveiling the secrets of the Shadow Alliance and restoring peace to our family," Li Yunfei declared, his eyes shimmering with indomitable spirit. Ling Feng and the other disciples nodded in agreement, expressing their support. They readied their gear, preparing to embark on their journey anew. Each face was adorned with an expression of steadfast determination, as if they were primed to confront any adversities that lay ahead. Li Yunfei reflected on the teachings of his parents and the weight of his responsibilities, feeling a surge of strength within him. He understood that this quest was not solely for his own sake, but for the entire family, for the innocent lives affected. Retreat was not an option. There was no turning back. Faith in progress, they traversed the narrow path of the valley, their steps resolute and vigorous. Throughout the journey, Li Yunfei silently recited his father's words. Only through relentless effort can one achieve greatness. This mantra served as his guiding principle, propelling him onward. After crossing a mountain pass, they arrived at an expansive plain. Verdant grasses and flourishing flora stretched before them, while in the distance, a serpentine river glimmered. Li Yunfei recognized this river as a crucial route leading to the stronghold of the Shadow Alliance, necessitating their cautious advance. Stay vigilant. There may be ambushes ahead, Li Yunfei whispered, his gaze sharp as he scanned the surroundings. A palpable tension hung in the air, and the disciples gripped their weapons tightly, remaining on high alert. Despite the looming dangers, not a hint of fear resided in their hearts. Peril and rescue suddenly. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from nearby. Li Yunfei and Ling Feng swiftly reacted, leading the disciples to conceal themselves within the underbrush, holding their breath as they listened intently to the source of the noise. Several cloaked figures emerged from the woods, unmistakably the pursuers of the Shadow Alliance. They searched the vicinity with caution, evidently intent on uncovering Li Yunfei and his companions. Do not act rashly. We shall wait until they have moved on, Li Yunfei instructed in a hushed tone, a flicker of composure crossing his eyes. As the dark figures gradually receded, the tension in the air eased slightly. Li Yunfei gestured for the group to continue, striving to evade the enemy's gaze. They navigated the plain with utmost care, advancing alongside the river. However, just as they believed themselves temporarily safe, a cohort of cloaked assailants sprang forth from the underbrush on either side, encircling them completely. A heavy aura of lethal intent permeated the atmosphere, revealing the enemy's prior preparations. It appears we have been discovered. Brace yourselves for battle, Ling Feng bellowed, drawing his sword in readiness to confront the threat. Li Yunfei tightened his grip on his sword, his gaze steely. We cannot falter. We must break through their encirclement. The assailants launched their attack with swiftness, their blades dancing in a deadly ballet, and the clash of combat erupted instantaneously. Li Yunfei met the onslaught with vigor, each strike infused with strength and determination. Despite the formidable nature of his adversaries, a singular conviction resided in his heart: the enemy must not prevail. You despicable wretches, today you shall not succeed, Li Yunfei exclaimed with fervor, his sword slicing through the air like lightning, aimed directly at a cloaked assailant. Ling Feng and the other disciples exerted their utmost efforts, flanking the foes to prevent them from encircling their position. The atmosphere was thick with the clashing of metal and the cries of battle, as the conflict escalated to a fever pitch. In the midst of this fierce struggle, the teachings of his parents and the aspirations of his family resounded in Li Yunfei's mind. He understood the monumental responsibility resting upon his shoulders. Retreat was not an option, nor could he afford to fail. For my family, for the innocent lives at stake, I shall not fall, he vowed silently, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. As the battle intensified, although Li Yunfei's movements were slightly hindered by his injuries, his swordsmanship remained sharp and formidable. The cloaked figures were evidently unprepared for the tenacity of his counterattack, forcing them to retreat step by step. Brother Yunfei, we stand by you, the disciples shouted, their morale soaring, their fighting spirit as unyielding as steel. Seeing their advantage slip away, the black-clad assailants attempted to withdraw. Li Yunfei and Ling Feng pursued relentlessly, ultimately driving several of the attackers away, restoring a fleeting tranquility to the plain. As they prepared to set out once more, Ling Feng inquired anxiously, "How do you fare, Yunfei?" A hint of concern flickered in his gaze. Li Yunfei, suppressing his fatigue, managed a faint smile. "I am well enough. We have succeeded." Ling Feng patted his shoulder and replied with a smile, "You should rest now. We will continue to protect you." Li Yunfei nodded, settling back down to cultivate his energy. He recognized that his wounds would require time to heal, yet the resolve and faith within him imbued him with strength and hope, despite the pain he endured. Chapter 36. The secret monk among the villagers. After a considerable journey, they arrived at a secluded mountain village, encircled by towering peaks, creating an isolated haven. The villagers were engrossed in their daily routines, the rhythmic sounds of cultivation echoing from the fields. This place appears quite tranquil. We might take a respite here and replenish our supplies of food and water, suggested Ling Feng. Li Yunfei nodded in agreement. As they entered the village, the locals regarded the group of strangers with curiosity, yet they did not display undue wariness. A middle-aged man approached them warmly, inquiring about their purpose. We hail from afar and encountered some troubles along the way, necessitating rest and replenishment. Might we stay here for a while? Li Yunfei asked politely. The middle-aged man smiled and nodded. Certainly. Though our village is small, the people are exceedingly kind. You may rest freely, and if you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Li Yunfei and Ling Feng expressed their gratitude for the man's warm hospitality and followed him to a modest thatched hut. Though simple, the hut was clean and tidy. The villagers gathered around them, greeting them enthusiastically and offering fresh food and clean water. In the warmth of the villagers' hospitality, Li Yunfei and the disciples of the Tianshan sword sect finally found a brief moment of respite. As night fell, a serene stillness enveloped the village. Li Yunfei sat outside the hut, savoring the tranquility of the moment. This place is rather splendid. Who would have thought that amidst such peril, there exists a paradise like this? Ling Feng remarked. Li Yunfei nodded in agreement. Yet he sensed an unusual aura about the village, particularly emanating from the middle-aged man who had welcomed them, as if he possessed a subtle, ethereal energy. At that moment, an elderly man approached slowly, carrying an oil lamp that flickered gently, casting a warm glow on his benevolent face. Young ones, from whence do you come? You appear to have endured considerable trials. The old man spoke with a gentle voice, laced with concern. Li Yunfei replied courteously, We are disciples of the Tianshan sword sect, and we have encountered some difficulties on our journey. We are truly grateful for your concern. The old man nodded, a glimmer of depth passing through his gaze. I can see that one among you bears serious injuries. Allow me to examine. I may be able to provide some assistance. Li Yunfei and Ling Feng exchanged glances, deciding to trust the elder. They guided Li Yunfei to the old man's side, who examined his injuries with a furrowed brow that soon relaxed. Your injuries are indeed severe, yet fortunately not beyond remedy. I possess some herbs that can aid in your recovery, the elder stated, retrieving several medicinal herbs from his robe and beginning to prepare a remedy. The old man's adeptness in concocting the medicine revealed he was no ordinary villager. Li Yunfei, filled with curiosity, could not help but inquire, Esteemed elder, your medical skills are remarkable. May I ask where you acquired such knowledge? The old man smiled faintly, a hint of mystery flickering in his eyes. In my youth, I traveled far and wide, acquiring knowledge of various herbs. Now, in my old age, I have returned to this village to enjoy my twilight years. Hidden identities as the old man's medicine took effect. Li Yunfei felt a significant alleviation of his physical pain and was filled with gratitude towards the elder. However, as time passed, he began to sense a unique rapport between the old man and the middle-aged man, an unspoken bond of profound trust. One evening, while inadvertently eavesdropping, Li Yunfei overheard a conversation between the two. Though their voices were hushed, his keen hearing allowed him to grasp the essence of their exchange. Master, must we truly assist them? If our identities are revealed, it could lead to unnecessary troubles. The middle-aged man expressed his concerns. The elder pondered for a moment before responding. These young individuals bear a heavy responsibility, tasked with safeguarding their homeland. Since we possess the ability to aid them, we should not remain indifferent. A jolt of realization surged through Li Yunfei. He understood that the elder and the middle-aged man were not mere villagers, but rather practitioners concealed within the village. Unveiling the truth the following morning, Li Yunfei approached the elder's humble abode, respectfully knocking on the door. The elder opened it promptly, and upon recognizing Li Yunfei, welcomed him with a warm smile. Young master, what brings you here? He inquired gently. Taking a deep breath, Li Yunfei gazed into the elder's eyes and said, Sir, I inadvertently overheard your conversation with the middle-aged man. I wish to know your true identities. A flicker of surprise crossed the elder's eyes before he regained his composure. Nodding, he gestured for Li Yunfei to sit. Since you have already heard, I shall not conceal any longer. He began, in truth, We are practitioners who have chosen to retreat from the world, having once held some renown in the martial realm. However, for certain reasons, we opted for a life of obscurity. Li Yunfei was taken aback, but soon comprehended the implications. I see. No wonder your medical skills are so extraordinary. Sir, your willingness to assist us is greatly appreciated. The elder smiled faintly. You are individuals of righteousness, and I am willing to offer my help. However, be cautious. The Dark Shadow Alliance wields significant power and should not be underestimated. Li Yunfei nodded gratefully. Thank you for your warning. We will exercise caution. Receiving assistance with the elder's aid, Li Yunfei's injuries received further treatment, and his condition gradually improved. The elder also imparted knowledge about herbs and healing methods for future reference. Days later, Li Yunfei and Ling Feng resolved to continue their journey. As they prepared to depart, the elder and the middle-aged man came to bid them farewell, presenting them with precious herbs and talismans. These talismans may protect you in critical moments. May you successfully complete your mission, the elder advised, his eyes filled with hope. Li Yunfei accepted the talismans and bowed deeply. Thank you, sir. We will forever remember your kindness. The elder waved his hand, smiling. Take care on your journey. May you achieve success. The villagers also gathered to see Li Yunfei and the disciples of the Tianshan sword sect off, watching as they embarked on their path. Walking along the mountain path, Li Yunfei felt an overwhelming sense of strength and hope within his heart. He understood that with the support of so many kind-hearted individuals, he would undoubtedly conquer all challenges, unveil the secrets of the Shadow Alliance, and bring peace to his family and the innocent people. Ling Feng, let us embark on our journey. Many challenges await us ahead, Li Yunfei declared resolutely. Ling Feng nodded, his gaze equally filled with determination and resolve. No matter what we encounter, we shall face it together. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting a warm glow upon them as Li Yunfei and Ling Feng led their disciples onward, ready to embrace new challenges and hopes. They knew that as long as they stood united and worked diligently together, they would triumph over all hardships and welcome a brighter tomorrow. Chapter 37. The assistance of the mysterious monk Li Yunfei and Ling Feng continued their journey with their disciples, sunlight filtering through the treetops and casting a warm glow upon them, their hearts brimming with steadfastness and resolve. Unbeknownst to them, an elderly man and a middle-aged figure had been discreetly monitoring their progress, poised to offer assistance at a critical moment. Upon exiting the quaint mountain village, they traversed a narrow path, soon arriving at a sprawling meadow. The landscape was enchanting, yet Li Yunfei's intuition warned him that beneath the serene grassland lay potential peril. Remain vigilant. Do not let your guard down, he cautioned, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, the distant sound of thundering hooves echoed through the air, and a cadre of cloaked figures on horseback surged towards them. It was evidently the pursuers from the Shadow Alliance. The atmosphere thickened with tension as Li Yunfei and his disciples swiftly shifted into a combat-ready stance, prepared to confront the impending threat. Protect yourselves. We must repel the enemy, Ling Feng bellowed, drawing his long sword in preparation for battle. The clash of combat, the cloaked assailants closed in rapidly, and a whirlwind of blades and flashes of steel erupted as the battle commenced. Li Yunfei met their advance with fervor, each strike imbued with strength and determination. Despite the formidable opposition, a singular conviction held sway within him. The enemy must not prevail. For the sake of our family and the innocent populace, we must endure. Li Yunfei silently vowed, his sword arcing like lightning towards one of the black-clad foes. Ling Feng and the other disciples exerted every ounce of their strength, forcing the adversaries back to the far end of the meadow, preventing them from breaching their defenses. The air resonated with the clashing of metal and the cries of combatants as the skirmish escalated. However, the enemy's numbers and prowess clearly exceeded their expectations, and the intensity of the battle surged. Li Yunfei began to feel the strain of fatigue, and his wounds throbbed anew. The emergence of the mysterious monk, just as Li Yunfei and his disciples found themselves in dire straits. A voice, aged yet resolute, rang out from afar. Cease this conflict. With those words, the elderly man and the middle-aged figure materialized on the battlefield, swiftly conjuring spells, their hands weaving intricate gestures as streams of ethereal light shot forth, striking the black-clad assailants. "It is you. How did you come to be here?" Li Yunfei exclaimed, his heart swelling with gratitude and confusion. The elder smiled faintly. "Young man, how could we allow you to confront such dangers alone?" The middle-aged man nodded, a glimmer of resolve in his gaze. "Though we dwell in seclusion, how could we stand idly by in the face of such righteous matters?" A united counterattack with the assistance of the elder and the middle-aged figure. The tide of battle swiftly turned. Li Yunfei and Ling Feng regained their composure and launched a coordinated counterattack. The elder's spells unleashed like a tempest, repelling numerous foes, while the middle-aged man's swordsmanship was fierce, each strike imbued with lethal intent. "You ruffians shall not prevail here," the elder thundered, a beam of ethereal light emanating from his hand, toppling several black-clad assailants. Li Yunfei and Ling Feng, undeterred, executed their swordplay in perfect harmony, gradually cornering the enemy into a desperate situation. The malevolent aura in the air gradually dissipated, and seeing the futility of their efforts, the cloaked figures began to scatter in retreat. "Pursue the enemies. Do not allow them to escape," Li Yunfei shouted, leading his disciples in the chase after the fleeing adversaries. After a fierce confrontation, the dark-clad assailants were thoroughly repelled, and a fleeting tranquility enveloped the meadow. Li Yunfei and his disciples stood before the elderly man and the middle-aged gentleman, their eyes filled with profound gratitude. "Thank you for your timely assistance." Li Yunfei bowed deeply, expressing his heartfelt appreciation. The elder waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he replied, "No need for thanks. It is our duty to assist. You are champions of justice, and we shall naturally lend our utmost support." The middle-aged man added, "We hope our aid will enable you to fulfill your mission. The path ahead remains fraught with peril. Yet as long as you remain resolute, you shall overcome all obstacles." Li Yunfei nodded, a glimmer of determination crossing his gaze. "Thank you for your support. We shall strive to unveil the secrets of the Shadow Alliance and bring peace to our family and these innocent citizens." With the guidance of the elder and the middle-aged man, Li Yunfei and his disciples were granted a brief respite. The elder once again tended to Li Yunfei's wounds and provided him with precious elixirs to hasten his recovery. "These potions will aid in restoring your strength and spiritual energy. I hope they prove useful," the elder said, handing Li Yunfei a small vial, his tone earnest. Li Yunfei accepted the vial with gratitude, saying, "Thank you, sir. Your assistance is invaluable to us." The elder smiled gently, replying, "There's no need for thanks. Remember, as long as you harbor righteousness in your hearts, you shall surely triumph over evil." Under the watchful gaze of the elder and the middle-aged man, Li Yunfei and Ling Feng led their disciples onward. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, bathing them in warmth, filling their hearts with strength and hope. "Ling Feng, let us set forth. Many challenges await us ahead," Li Yunfei declared resolutely. Ling Feng nodded, his eyes equally imbued with determination and resolve. "No matter what we encounter, we shall face it together." Chapter 38. The beginning of recovery with the assistance of the elderly man and the middle-aged gentleman. Li Yunfei and the disciples of the Tianshan sword sect finally found a moment of tranquility. After departing from the grassy expanse, they discovered a secluded valley, an ideal haven for rest and recuperation. Towering trees encircled the valley, and a gentle stream meandered through, creating an atmosphere of serene solitude. The environment was perfectly suited for rest and recovery. Ling Feng surveyed the surroundings, nodding in approval. Li Yunfei, too, felt a sense of calm envelop him in this tranquil setting, signaling to everyone to settle down and commence their healing and cultivation. The disciples found suitable spots, sitting cross-legged and entering a meditative state. Li Yunfei perched upon a large rock, retrieving the elixir given by the elderly man. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and began to channel his energy. Although his injuries had improved, he still required time for a complete recovery. The elixir dissolved instantly upon contact, releasing a wave of warmth that quickly spread throughout his body. He sensed his internal spiritual energy gradually replenishing, and the pain from his wounds began to subside. Memories of his mother's gentle teachings and his father's stern admonitions surfaced in his mind, filling him with boundless strength and hope during this peaceful interlude. As several hours passed, Li Yunfei felt a significant restoration of his spiritual energy, and the internal injuries were steadily healing due to the elixir's effects. He opened his eyes, invigorated by a newfound vitality. "Brother Yunfei, you look much better," a disciple approached with genuine concern. Li Yunfei smiled modestly. "Thanks to the elder's elixir and your care, I feel greatly improved." Ling Feng also approached, his gaze filled with satisfaction. "Yunfei, let us rest here for a few more days, allowing everyone to regain their optimal condition before we continue our journey." Li Yunfei nodded in agreement. "Indeed, brother. We must ensure that everyone is prepared to face the forthcoming challenges in peak form." In the following days, Li Yunfei and the disciples engaged in not only healing and cultivation, but also an extensive exchange and learning. They shared their insights on cultivation, discussed sword techniques and strategies, and continuously enhanced their prowess. "Brother Yunfei, your swordsmanship is truly commendable," one disciple remarked, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Li Yunfei humbly smiled. "We learn from each other and progress together. Only through such collaboration can we better confront formidable foes." Ling Feng also contributed, imparting his years of training wisdom and battle experiences without reservation. The disciples felt profoundly enriched, experiencing notable advancements in their abilities during this time. One day, as Li Yunfei wandered through the valley, he suddenly sensed a powerful surge of spiritual energy emanating from a nearby location. Following the source of the energy, he discovered a concealed cave, its entrance shrouded by creeping vines, rendering it exceedingly discreet. This surge of spiritual energy seemed to originate from within the cave. Perhaps it harbored extraordinary treasures. Li Yunfei pondered himself. He stepped into the cave, finding an enchanting realm within. The cave walls were adorned with ancient runes, emitting a faint glow. Deep within the cavern, there lay a stone platform upon which rested a lustrous jade, faintly shimmering with the essence of spiritual energy. Li Yunfei approached cautiously, gingerly lifting the jade, feeling a powerful surge of energy coursing through him. He recognized that this jade was a rare spiritual artifact capable of significantly enhancing a cultivator's power. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. With this jade, their strength would ascend to new heights. Li Yunfei's heart brimmed with joy. Upon returning to his disciples, their astonishment was palpable as they beheld the jade. Ling Feng's eyes sparkled with surprise. "Yunfei, this jade is an extraordinary treasure. We can utilize it to elevate everyone's abilities." In the ensuing days, Li Yunfei and his disciples harnessed the jade for their cultivation. The jade's spiritual energy flowed incessantly into them, catalyzing a swift enhancement of their prowess. "This jade is truly miraculous. I can feel my spiritual energy increasing significantly," exclaimed one disciple, his face alight with excitement. Li Yunfei nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the jade's energy is exceptionally potent. We must make the most of it." With the jade's assistance, the disciples' capabilities flourished. Their sword techniques grew more refined, and their spiritual energy became more abundant. During this period, Li Yunfei's injuries fully healed, and he felt an unprecedented surge of strength and vitality. Days later, Li Yunfei and his disciples reached their zenith, resolved to forge ahead and confront forthcoming challenges. Before their departure, Li Yunfei carefully stowed away the jade, recognizing it as a vital ally in their journey. "Ling Feng, let us set forth. Numerous challenges await us ahead," Li Yunfei declared resolutely. Ling Feng nodded, his gaze reflecting the same determination and resolve. "No matter what we encounter, we shall face it together." Sunlight filtered through the treetops, bathing them in warmth as Li Yunfei and Ling Feng led their disciples onward, ready to embrace new challenges and hopes. They understood that with the restoration and enhancement they had experienced, they would undoubtedly overcome all adversities, unveil the secrets of the Shadow Alliance, and bring peace to their family and the innocent populace. Chapter 39. A new journey. Li Yunfei stood atop a high point in the valley. Gazing out at the distant scenery, he felt a powerful force surging within him, his heart brimming with confidence. He understood that this journey would represent a significant step in unveiling the secrets of the Shadow Alliance. Are we all prepared? Li Yunfei turned to his disciples, his voice resonating with strength. Ling Feng and the disciples responded in unison. We are ready. Very well, let us set forth, Li Yunfei declared resolutely, leading the group out of the valley and onto a new expedition. They traversed a winding mountain path, flanked by towering peaks, the scenery both magnificent and profound. Li Yunfei walked at the forefront, his keen gaze scanning the surroundings, remaining in a state of heightened alertness. Although we have regained much of our strength, we must not let our guard down. The Shadow Alliance remains formidable, Li Yunfei cautioned in a low voice. Ling Feng nodded. Indeed, we must remain vigilant and be prepared for any potential ambush. The disciples expressed their understanding, gripping their weapons tightly as they proceeded with caution. An air of tension hung in the atmosphere, yet each heart was filled with determination and courage. After a while, they encountered a stranger in an open meadow. The man, clad in simple attire, bore a friendly smile that radiated warmth. Are you disciples of the Tianshan sword sect? He inquired, curiosity and delight evident in his tone. Li Yunfei nodded. Yes, we are disciples of the Tianshan sword sect. Who are you, and what brings you here? With a gentle smile, the man replied. My name is Zhang Heng, from Feiyun Villa. I heard of your struggle against the Shadow Alliance and came specifically to offer my assistance. Li Yunfei and Ling Feng exchanged surprised yet grateful glances. Brother Zhang Heng, it is truly fortuitous to have your help. We are en route to the Shadow Alliance's stronghold. Zhang Heng nodded, a glint of determination in his eyes. Your courage is commendable. It is an honor to fight alongside you. With Zhang Heng's addition, Li Yunfei's group continued onward. Not only was Zhang Heng highly skilled, but he was also quite familiar with the terrain of the area, undeniably adding strength to their ranks. Brother Zhang, are you well acquainted with this region? Ling Feng inquired, his gaze filled with anticipation. Zhang Heng nodded. Yes, I know these mountains intimately. I can guide you around hazardous areas, saving us considerable time. Li Yunfei felt a wave of joy. That is splendid news. With you here, our journey will proceed much more smoothly. Under Zhang Heng's guidance, the pace of their march noticeably quickened as they circumvented several perilous zones, significantly conserving time. Li Yunfei sensed that this expedition would be more favorable. Yet, just as they were about to traverse a dense forest, Li Yunfei suddenly detected an unusual aura. He swiftly halted, signaling everyone to remain alert. There is an ambush. Be cautious, Li Yunfei whispered, his sharp gaze sweeping the surroundings. Indeed, shortly thereafter, a contingent of cloaked figures emerged from the forest, evidently the pursuers of the Shadow Alliance. The air was thick with a palpable aura of menace, and the battle was on the verge of erupting. Defend yourselves, prepare for combat, Ling Feng bellowed, drawing his long sword in readiness for the fray. Zhang Heng swiftly entered a state of battle readiness, his agility enabling him to engage the adversaries with remarkable speed. Li Yunfei and his disciples united, forming a robust defensive line to keep the foes at bay. The conflict unfolded amidst the trees, with a glimmer of blades intertwined with the thunderous sounds of clashing steel reverberating through the woodland. Li Yunfei met the onslaught with his sword, each strike imbued with strength and determination. He understood that this confrontation not only hinged upon their survival, but also upon their ability to unveil the secrets of the Shadow Alliance. Hold fast. We shall surely repel them. Li Yunfei rallied the spirits, his sword flashing like lightning as it lunged towards a cloaked adversary. Ling Feng and Zhang Heng exerted themselves to the utmost, their swordplay harmonizing seamlessly as they gradually gained the upper hand. The disciples, buoyed by high morale, exhibited a fighting spirit as unyielding as iron. You scoundrels shall not prevail today, Zhang Heng shouted defiantly, a ray of sword light slicing through the air, vanquishing several of the cloaked foes. After a fierce struggle, the assailants were decisively repelled, and a fleeting tranquility returned to the forest. Li Yunfei and his disciples stood before Zhang Heng, their eyes brimming with gratitude. Brother Zhang Heng, We are truly indebted to your assistance," Li Yunfei said with a deep bow of appreciation. Zhang Heng smiled faintly. "No need for formalities. United in purpose, we shall surely overcome these malevolent forces." Ling Feng also patted Zhang Heng on the shoulder, stating with a grin, "Your presence has greatly bolstered our confidence. Success is within our grasp." Following a brief respite, Li Yunfei and his companions resumed their journey. Zhang Heng guided them away from further perilous areas, and the pace of their advance quickened. They were acutely aware that the path ahead remained fraught with unknown challenges, yet each heart was filled with unwavering conviction and boundless hope. "Let us press onward, Ling Feng. Numerous trials await us ahead," Li Yunfei resolutely proclaimed. Chapter 40. Reflections of the night. As twilight descended, the sun gradually sank behind the mountains, and wisps of smoke began to rise from the valley. Li Yunfei and the disciples of the Tianshan sword sect halted at a secluded campsite, preparing to rest for the night. A campfire was kindled, its warm glow dispelling the chill of the night. The disciples gathered around the fire, relishing the fleeting moments of tranquility and warmth. After the fierce battles of the day, a sense of fatigue enveloped them, yet their hearts brimmed with unwavering conviction. "The battle today was perilous, but we emerged victorious," one disciple remarked, a weary smile gracing his face. Ling Feng nodded in agreement, his voice infused with reassurance. "Indeed, everyone performed admirably. We must maintain this spirit to forge ahead." Zhang Heng added with a smile, "Your courage and determination are commendable. We shall surely triumph over the Shadow Alliance." Li Yunfei, however, refrained from joining their conversation, opting instead to wander to the edge of the camp. He perched upon a large stone, gazing into the vast night sky. His mind swirled with myriad thoughts, a blend of anticipation for the future and reminiscences of the past. Li Yunfei was acutely aware that the road ahead remained fraught with unknown challenges and dangers. The Shadow Alliance wielded formidable power, their schemes inscrutable. For the sake of his family and the innocent citizens, he must unveil this mystery and eradicate the Shadow Alliance once and for all. "I cannot falter. I must not falter," Li Yunfei silently admonished himself. He recalled the assistance of the elder and the middle-aged man, their warm smiles and steadfast support instilling in him boundless strength. He knew that with so many kind-hearted individuals rallying behind him, he would undoubtedly surmount any adversity. "For these noble souls, for our family, I shall persevere," Li Yunfei resolutely declared within his heart. A gentle night breeze brushed past, prompting Li Yunfei's thoughts to drift back to the past. He reminisced about the days spent with his parents, his mother's tender guidance, and his father's stern admonitions, both leaving indelible marks upon his heart. "Father, mother, rest assured, I shall fulfill our mission," he vowed silently. He also cherished the joyful moments spent with friends, particularly with his childhood companion Wang Xiaohu, as they frolicked and played in mountains. Those blissful days seemed to have occurred just yesterday. "Wang Xiaohu, where are you? I will surely find you, and we shall fight together." A glimmer of determination shone in Li Yunfei's eyes. After a period of contemplation, Li Yunfei rose, inhaling deeply as he felt a surge of strength within. He returned to the campfire, where the disciples regarded him with expressions of concern. "Yunfei, are you well?" one disciple inquired. Li Yunfei offered a gentle smile and nodded. "I am well. You have all worked hard. Let us rest well tonight, and tomorrow we shall continue our journey." Ling Feng approached, patting Li Yunfei on the shoulder. "Rest assured, we shall succeed." Zhang Heng nodded in agreement. "Indeed, united in purpose, we shall overcome the Shadow Alliance." As the night deepened, the disciples lay down to rest, while Li Yunfei and Ling Feng took turns standing watch. The campfire flickered gently in the night breeze, casting a warm glow upon the resolute faces of the two individuals. "Ling Feng, today's battle has made me realize that we cannot afford the slightest complacency," Li Yunfei murmured, his gaze shimmering with unwavering determination. Ling Feng nodded, his expression equally steadfast. "Indeed, we must remain vigilant to fulfill our mission." As Li Yunfei gazed into the flames, his heart brimmed with resolve and hope. He understood that the road ahead was fraught with challenges, yet he was confident that as long as they remained steadfast, They would surmount all obstacles and embrace a brighter tomorrow. With the dawn's sunlight pouring into the valley, Yunfei and his disciples prepared for departure. After a night of rest, their bodies had rejuvenated and their spirits were invigorated with strength and optimism. "Are we all ready?" Yunfei inquired, his voice resonating with power. In unison, the disciples replied, "We are ready." "Very well, then let us embark," Yunfei declared resolutely, leading the group out of the valley and onto a new journey. Sunlight streamed through the treetops, bathing them in its warmth as Yunfei and Ling Feng guided their disciples onward, embracing fresh challenges and renewed hope. They understood that as long as they stood united in purpose and exerted their collective effort, they would undoubtedly conquer every hardship and welcome a more splendid tomorrow. Chapter 41. Yunfei's vow. As the morning sun poured into the valley, Yunfei and the disciples of the Tianshan sword sect were poised to embark on their journey. After a night of recuperation, they appeared invigorated and full of vitality. They understood that the day's endeavors would be more arduous, yet their hearts brimmed with boundless hope and unwavering conviction. Preparations before setting off, Yunfei stood at the forefront of the group, surveying each disciple. The determination and trust reflected in their eyes filled him with immense encouragement. Ling Feng and Zhang Heng stood beside him, smiling and awaiting his command. "Today, we shall press onward. The path ahead may be fraught with peril, yet we must not falter. For the honor of our families, for the innocent civilians, we must persevere," Yunfei declared, his voice resonating with strength. The disciples responded in unison, their spirits soaring. They gripped their weapons tightly, ready to embrace the challenges that lay ahead. The power of the oath taking a deep breath, Yunfei gazed resolutely into the distance. He recognized that a powerful vow was necessary to inspire his comrades, instilling in each a fierce courage and determination to fight. "I, Yunfei, hereby make my vow," he proclaimed loudly, his voice echoing through the valley. All the disciples ceased their actions, focusing their attention on Yunfei, eager for his oath. "For the honor of our family, for the glory of the Tianshan sword sect, and to protect the innocent, I, Yunfei, vow to unveil the secrets of the Shadow Alliance and eradicate all malevolent forces." His voice was firm and robust, his eyes shimmering with indomitable spirit. Ling Feng and Zhang Heng raised their swords in unison, proclaiming, "We stand with Yunfei, fighting for justice." The disciples collectively lifted their weapons, responding in chorus, "For justice, we shall fight." This vow reverberated through the valley, as if the heavens themselves were echoing their resolve. Yunfei felt a surge of strength within, knowing that as long as they stood united, they could conquer any adversity. Continuing forward inspired by the vow, Yunfei led the group onward. They traversed the mountain trail with unwavering steps, each face alight with confidence and bravery. Though the road ahead was likely to be laden with unknown dangers, we must not retreat. As long as we hold justice in our hearts, we shall overcome all, Yunfei asserted, his gaze steadfast. "Indeed, we shall succeed." Ling Feng and Zhang Heng echoed their support. The disciples nodded in agreement, gripping their weapons tightly, their hearts ablaze with the passion for battle. They understood that each step forward was fraught with challenges, yet also filled with hope. Encountering challenges, after some time, they arrived at a perilous cliff. Below lay an abyss, with only a narrow stone bridge leading to the opposite side. Yunfei scrutinized the bridge, noting the slick moss covering its surface. One misstep could send them plummeting into the depths. "Be cautious. This bridge is treacherous," Yunfei cautioned, signaling for them to cross one at a time. He stepped onto the bridge first, treading carefully upon the stone. The stone bridge swayed slightly beneath his feet, yet he maintained his balance, carefully advancing forward. Ling Feng and Zhang Heng followed closely behind, with disciples trailing one after another. Just as they were about to cross the bridge, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed from the opposite shore. A group of individuals clad in black emerged at the far end of the bridge, evidently pursuers from the Shadow Alliance. "Protect yourselves and prepare for battle," Ling Feng bellowed, drawing his long sword in readiness for confrontation. Yunfei stood at the center of the bridge, his gaze resolute. We cannot allow them to obstruct our path. Everyone, hold your ground. A fierce battle ensued upon the narrow stone bridge, where the glint of blades intertwined, and the air was thick with tension. Li Yunfei met the onslaught with his sword, each strike imbued with strength and determination. He understood the precariousness of their position on the bridge. Yet overcoming these adversaries was imperative. For our family and for justice, we shall not retreat. Li Yunfei shouted, rallying spirits as his sword darted like lightning towards a black-clad foe. Ling Feng and Zhang Heng also fought valiantly on the bridge, their swordplay seamlessly coordinated, gradually forcing the enemies back. The disciples' morale soared, their fighting spirit as unyielding as steel. You ruffians shall not prevail today. Zhang Heng cried out, a flash of his sword toppling several black-clad assailants. After a fierce struggle, the black-clad foes were thoroughly repelled, and a brief tranquility enveloped the stone bridge. Li Yunfei and his disciples stood at the opposite end, their eyes filled with determination. We have succeeded. Everyone has worked hard, Li Yunfei remarked, his voice brimming with relief. Ling Feng clapped him on the shoulder, smiling. Yunfei, your vow has bestowed upon us boundless strength. We shall surely prevail. Zhang Heng nodded in agreement. Indeed, united in purpose, we will conquer the Shadow Alliance. With a momentary respite behind them, Li Yunfei and his companions pressed onward. They recognized that the path ahead was still fraught with unknown challenges, yet each heart brimmed with unwavering faith and boundless hope. Ling Feng, let us move forward. Many challenges await us, Li Yunfei declared with conviction. Ling Feng nodded, his gaze equally resolute. Whatever we encounter, we shall face it together. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting a warm glow upon them as Li Yunfei and Ling Feng led the disciples onward, embracing new challenges and hopes. They understood that as long as they remained united and worked together, they could overcome all difficulties and welcome a brighter tomorrow. Their steps were firm and powerful as they continued forward, greeting an even more radiant future. Chapter 42. Contemplation. As Li Yunfei traversed the winding mountain path, a profound heaviness enveloped his heart. Though they had recently endured a grueling battle and successfully repelled the pursuers of the Shadow Alliance, the painful memories of his family's downfall lingered, refusing to dissipate. During this period, he had been fervently pondering the reasons behind the family's demise and how to exact vengeance for their suffering. A respite in the mountains, in a tranquil mountain retreat, Li Yunfei and his disciples discovered a secluded spot to rest. The gentle babbling of the stream and the lush greenery created an atmosphere that felt disconnected from the world, providing a rare sense of peace. Seated upon a large stone, Li Yunfei gazed into the distance at the majestic mountains, lost in a myriad of thoughts. Ling Feng approached, noticing Li Yunfei in deep contemplation, and inquired with concern, Yunfei, what occupies your mind? Li Yunfei inhaled deeply and responded slowly, Ling Feng, I have been reflecting on the reasons for our family's downfall. Why did the Shadow Alliance strike with such ferocity against the Leaf family? Ling Feng settled beside him, furrowing his brow as he replied, Indeed, it is a mystery. Although the Leaf family holds a certain renown in the martial world, we have not harbored any deep-seated enmity with the Shadow Alliance. Their actions appear to be premeditated. Recollections of family glory. Li Yunfei reminisced about the past, where the Li family had always been a beacon of honor and dignity in his memory. His father, Li Daren, as the family patriarch, upheld the family's prosperity through stern guidance and selfless dedication. His mother, Wu, earned the respect of all through her gentleness and wisdom. I recall my father once saying that the honor of the family surpasses the value of individual life. Every descendant of the Li family must fight for our family's glory. Li Yunfei expressed with a hint of nostalgia. Ling Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Li family has always been renowned for its integrity and benevolence, which is why our Tianshan sword sect chose to ally with you. Your family's spirit has long been a paragon in the martial world. Li Yunfei continued, yet such a family was annihilated in the blink of an eye. I cannot fathom how such a tragedy could transpire. Reflections on the adversary. Li Yunfei's thoughts gradually shifted towards the Shadow Alliance. This enigmatic and formidable organization clearly sought more than mere power and wealth. Their actions must be driven by deeper motives. What are the true objectives of a Shadow Alliance? Why they targeted the Li family? Li Yunfei mused aloud, his brow furrowed in concentration. Ling Feng pondered for a moment before replying. I believe their ambitions extend beyond the mere eradication of a single family. Their aim may be to dominate the entire martial world, perhaps even the realm itself. The Li family, as a symbol of righteousness, might be their primary target. Li Yunfei nodded thoughtfully. If that is indeed the case, then the adversary we face is far more formidable and perilous than we had anticipated. We must unveil their true intentions in order to vanquish them completely. An oath within, after a prolonged period of reflection, clarity began to dawn upon Li Yunfei. He understood that he must not allow hatred to cloud his judgment. It was essential to confront the reality with composure. He vowed to avenge his family, but more importantly, to fight for justice in the world. Ling Feng, I have come to realize, he declared, not only must we avenge the Li family, but we must also unveil the sinister machinations of the Shadow Alliance and safeguard the tranquility of the entire martial world. Li Yunfei declared resolutely, his gaze shimmering with indomitable spirit. Ling Feng nodded with a smile, affirming, indeed, we fight not solely for the Li family, but for all virtuous souls. We shall undoubtedly prevail. With determination and purpose, Li Yunfei rose, gazing into the distant mountains, a surge of invigorating energy flooding his heart. He understood that the path ahead remained fraught with challenges, yet he was no longer adrift. He resolved to wield his strength to avenge his family and champion justice. Everyone, have you rested sufficiently? Let's proceed. Li Yunfei addressed his disciples, his voice resonating with vigor. The disciples stood, gearing up for the journey ahead. Their eyes reflected unwavering resolve and trust, as if they were already prepared to confront any trial. Let us move onward. There are many endeavors awaiting our completion, Ling Feng remarked, his gaze imbued with resolute brilliance. Under Li Yunfei's leadership, the disciples of the Tianshan sword sect set forth on their expedition once more. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, bathing them in warmth, each face aglow with confidence and valor. Li Yunfei silently vowed, Father, Mother, I shall uncover the truth and avenge the Li family. More importantly, I shall protect the peace of this world and prevent further innocents from suffering harm. As Li Yunfei guided the disciples along the mountain path, his aspirations grew ever clearer. He recognized that identifying the puppet masters behind the Shadow Alliance was crucial for avenging his family and unraveling the conspiracy. His heart burned with the flames of vengeance, resolutely determined to locate his foes and ascertain the truth. In pursuit of clues, Li Yunfei pondered how to discover the Shadow Alliance's stronghold and its hidden orchestrators. He recalled the fragments of information left by his father during the family's annihilation, as well as tales his mother had recounted concerning the Shadow Alliance. We must uncover more leads to ascertain the location of the Shadow Alliance. Li Yunfei murmured to Ling Feng, his eyes gleaming with determination. Ling Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, perhaps we can glean valuable information from survivors or those in the know. They resolved to visit nearby villages and towns, seeking individuals who might possess knowledge of the Shadow Alliance. In a bustling marketplace, Li Yunfei and Ling Feng dispersed, hoping to uncover any threads of information. An elderly man sat at the entrance of a tea house, his gaze imbued with wisdom. Li Yunfei approached respectfully and inquired, Elder, have you heard of the Shadow Alliance? The elder lifted his head, scrutinizing Li Yunfei before responding slowly, Young man, why do you seek knowledge of the Shadow Alliance? It is an exceedingly perilous organization. Li Yunfei inhaled deeply, resolutely replying, I bear a family grievance that demands retribution. I must locate the Shadow Alliance's stronghold and expose their conspiracy. The elder fell silent for a moment, seemingly deep in thought before speaking. The whereabouts of the Shadow Alliance have always been shrouded in secrecy. Yet I have heard they have recently been active near Blackwind Mountain. Perhaps you can investigate there. Upon receiving this crucial lead, Li Yunfei and his disciples promptly set off for Blackwind Mountain. The treacherous terrain of the mountain is notorious, as it is often frequented by bandits and nefarious individuals, making it an exceedingly perilous locale. Be cautious, for Black Wind Mountain is exceptionally dangerous. We must remain on high alert, Li Yunfei admonished, his gaze shimmering with resolute determination. Ling Feng also spoke gravely. Indeed, everyone must exercise utmost caution and be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. As they ventured into Black Wind Mountain, the dense foliage obscured the sun, and an ominous chill permeated the air. Li Yunfei sensed the presence of countless unseen eyes watching them, yet he remained undaunted, leading his disciples onward. On the mountain path, they encountered several suspicious figures who, upon noticing Li Yunfei and his group, immediately recoiled, displaying palpable anxiety. Li Yunfei understood that they were drawing ever closer to the stronghold of the Shadow Alliance. We must be even more vigilant. These individuals are likely scouts for the Shadow Alliance, he muttered, tightening his grip on his sword. Ling Feng nodded in agreement, signaling to the disciples to spread out and remain alert for any signs of trouble. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, they were ambushed in a narrow valley. A throng of figures clad in black surged from all directions, their blades flashing and the air thick with the scent of impending violence. Prepare for battle. Protect yourselves, Ling Feng bellowed, unsheathing his long sword and leading his disciples into the fray. Li Yunfei met the attackers head-on, each strike infused with strength and resolve. He understood that this confrontation was not merely a struggle for survival, but a crucial step towards uncovering the truth and confronting their adversaries. We cannot falter. For the honor of our family, for justice, we must fight to the end, Li Yunfei declared, rallying their spirits as his sword darted like lightning toward a black-clad assailant. The disciples, emboldened, exhibited a tenacity as unyielding as steel. Ling Feng and Zhang Heng also engaged fiercely, their swordplay harmonizing flawlessly, gradually forcing their enemies back. After an intense confrontation, the assailants in black were decisively repelled, and a fleeting calm returned to the valley. Standing at the mouth of the gorge, Li Yunfei and his disciples bore expressions of unwavering determination. We have succeeded, but this is merely the beginning. The stronghold of the Shadow Alliance must be nearby. We must press on, Li Yunfei asserted, his eyes radiating an indomitable spirit. Ling Feng placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and smiled. Yunfei, we stand with you, united in our quest for vengeance and the pursuit of justice. After a brief respite, Li Yunfei and his companions continued their journey, fully aware that the path ahead remained fraught with unknown challenges, yet each heart brimmed with steadfast conviction and boundless hope. Chapter 43, The Commencement of Cultivation. Li Yunfei led the disciples of the Tianshan sword sect through the treacherous Black Wind Mountain. After enduring a fierce battle, they realized that their strength required further enhancement to confront the forthcoming challenges. Consequently, Li Yunfei resolved to find a secure location within Black Wind Mountain for cultivation, postponing the search for the Shadow Alliance's stronghold. After a period of exploration, they discovered a concealed cavern. The cave was spacious and dry, with a gentle flow of air, making it suitable for prolonged rest and cultivation. This place is perfect for us to recuperate and hone our skills, Li Yunfei remarked, nodding in satisfaction as he surveyed the surroundings. Ling Feng concurred, stating, Indeed, we must bolster our strength here before continuing our journey. The disciples echoed their agreement, commencing the arrangement of rudimentary defensive measures within the cave to guard against any sudden assault from the Shadow Alliance. Once settled, Li Yunfei and his disciples sat within the cave, preparing for their cultivation. He retrieved the pills and spirit stones bestowed upon him by the elder, distributing them among the disciples. These pills and spirit stones will aid us in enhancing our spiritual energy and restoring our vitality. Make good use of them. Ling Feng picked up a spirit stone, feeling the potent energy contained within, and nodded appreciatively. With these, our cultivation will yield remarkable results. The disciples eagerly grasped their pills and stones, each following their respective methods, closing their eyes to enter a meditative state. The cavern fell into a serene silence, disturbed only by the gentle ripples of spiritual energy in the air. Li Yunfei settled into a cross-legged position, closing his eyes to circulate the spiritual energy within him. He sensed that his injuries had mostly healed, yet his spiritual energy still required fortification and enhancement. He placed a pill in his mouth, which dissolved instantly, releasing a warm force that swiftly permeated his being. As the effects of the pill gradually took hold, Yunfei felt his spiritual energy swell within him. He inhaled slowly, attuning to the flow of spiritual qi around him, drawing it into his body to merge with his own energy. I must proceed steadily. Without haste, he reminded himself internally. He commenced the fundamental practice of internal martial arts, guiding his spiritual energy through a complete cycle, followed by a smaller cycle, allowing it to circulate within his meridians. This practice would not only solidify his foundation, but also augment his spiritual energy reserves. Yunfei opted for an external martial arts technique. Positioned in a corner of the cave, he grasped his sword, beginning to execute slow yet powerful movements. Each gesture was imbued with strength and rhythm, the sword-like carving elegant arcs through the air. Mastery of the sword required not only power, but also a tranquil and focused mind. Yunfei silently recited his master's teachings, striving to enter a state of selflessness. As his swordplay accelerated, shadows of the blade flickered within the cave, as if countless beams of light intertwined in the air. Yunfei felt his internal energy surge in tandem with the rhythm of his movements, each stroke infused with formidable strength. The disciples each selected their own methods of cultivation. Some engaged in meditation, while others practiced martial techniques. Each individual exerted their utmost effort to enhance their abilities, preparing for the battles that lay ahead. We must exert ourselves fully to achieve victory in the confrontation with the Shadow Alliance, a disciple murmured, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. The other disciples nodded in agreement, their hearts brimming with determination and conviction. Each session of cultivation, every drop of sweat, was dedicated to the noble cause of safeguarding their family and the innocent populace. After several days of rigorous training, Yunfei and his disciples experienced a remarkable enhancement in their abilities. They felt an invigorating surge of spiritual energy within, and their techniques had become increasingly adept. This period of training has been immensely beneficial. Everyone's strength has made significant strides, Yunfei remarked with satisfaction. Yunfei nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, we are prepared to press onward." The disciples echoed their assent, their faces aglow with confidence and courage. Upon concluding their training, Yunfei and the disciples organized their belongings, ready to embark on their journey once more. Although the path ahead remained fraught with uncertainty, their hearts were filled with steadfast belief and boundless hope. Yunfei, we shall advance. There are many tasks awaiting our completion, Yunfei declared resolutely, his gaze alight with indomitable spirit. Yunfei nodded, his eyes equally imbued with determination and resolve. No matter what challenges we encounter, we shall face them together. Sunlight streamed through the cave's entrance, casting a warm glow upon them as Yunfei and Yunfei led their disciples forward, embracing the new challenges and hopes that lay ahead. They understood that as long as they stood united in purpose and exerted their collective efforts, they could surmount all difficulties and welcome a brighter tomorrow. Yunfei guided the disciples of the Tianshan sword sect onward, despite their significant progress. They recognized that it was far from sufficient. The road ahead remained riddled with unknown trials and perils, necessitating additional resources to support their cultivation and battles. As they traversed the winding mountain path, Yunfei suddenly spotted a quaint village in the distance. Nestled against the hills, with wisps of smoke rising gracefully, it exuded an air of tranquility and harmony. There lies a village. We should explore it. Perhaps we can procure some cultivation resources, Yunfei proposed, his eyes glinting with hope. Yunfei nodded in agreement. Yes, we can stop there to rest and see if any assistance is available. The disciples expressed their concurrence, their hearts filled with anticipation. Thus, Yunfei led the group toward the village. Upon noticing the approaching party, the villagers appeared somewhat surprised, but soon greeted them with warmth. An elderly village chief stepped forward, his gaze imbued with curiosity and concern. "Esteemed heroes, whence do you hail? Is there any assistance you require?" The chief inquired, his voice resonating with sincerity. Li Yunfei replied courteously, "We are disciples of the Tianshan sword sect, passing through this area, seeking a place to rest. We hope to procure some cultivation resources. Might such resources be available in your village?" Upon hearing this, the chief's face brightened with a smile. "We have long been aware of the esteemed reputation of the Tianshan sword sect. It would be our honor to assist you. Please enter our village and rest. We shall endeavor to help you in every possible way." Li Yunfei and his disciples, guided by the villagers, arrived before a modest thatch cottage. The villagers eagerly expressed their willingness to assist. Some brought fresh provisions, others offered clean garments, while a few presented their cherished medicinal herbs and spirit stones. "These are what we have accumulated over time, and we hope they will be of assistance to you," the village chief remarked, his eyes shimmering with sincerity. Moved by their generosity, Li Yunfei recognized the immense value of these resources to the villagers. "Thank you for your kindness. These resources are of great significance to us," he replied. The village chief smiled gently. "No need for thanks. As long as you fight for justice, we are more than willing to lend our support." Under the village chief's guidance, Li Yunfei and his disciples settled into an unoccupied house within the village. They began to harness the resources provided by the villagers for their cultivation. The fresh herbs accelerated the healing of wounds, while the spirit stones offered abundant spiritual energy, greatly enhancing the efficacy of their training. Li Yunfei grasped the spirit stone, feeling the powerful spiritual energy it contained, and his heart swelled with gratitude. Closing his eyes, he commenced circulating the energy within his body, drawing the essence from the stone into himself to merge with his own spiritual force. Ling Feng, training nearby, found his swordplay becoming increasingly formidable with the assistance of the spirit stones, each move imbued with immense strength. Amidst their training, Li Yunfei and Ling Feng discerned that the village harbored some enigmatic secrets. Although the villagers were warm and hospitable, they occasionally displayed peculiar behaviors. Li Yunfei resolved to speak with the village chief to seek further understanding. On a tranquil night, he approached the village chief and candidly inquired, "Chief, I sense there are some unusual aspects within your village. Might you be willing to share?" The chief paused in silence before sighing. "In truth, our village has long concealed precious cultivation resources, but we dare not reveal them lightly, fearing they may attract unwarranted troubles." Li Yunfei's heart jolted. "Rest assured, Chief, we will not disclose these secrets. We merely wish to utilize these resources to enhance our strength and eradicate the Shadow Alliance at the earliest opportunity." The chief regarded Li Yunfei thoughtfully and nodded. "Very well, I trust you. Follow me." Under the chief's guidance, Li Yunfei and Ling Feng arrived at a concealed cave within the village. The cave was adorned with a variety of rare medicinal herbs and spirit stones, treasures seldom seen. These resources have been passed down through generations in our village, only brought forth in times of dire need. Today, I am willing to entrust them to you, hoping you will fight for justice," the village chief declared solemnly. Deeply touched, Li Yunfei bowed respectfully. "Thank you for your trust, Chief. We shall not disappoint your expectations." With these invaluable cultivation resources in hand, Li Yunfei and his disciples resolved to concentrate on their training for several days, fully exploiting these provisions to enhance their capabilities. They settled cross-legged in the cave, beginning to absorb the spiritual energy from the stones and the medicinal effects of the herbs. Li Yunfei felt the spiritual energy within him gradually becoming purer and more abundant, with each breath imbued with formidable strength. Ling Feng's swordsmanship grew increasingly fierce, each move resonating with an endless aura of lethality. The disciples sensed their own powers steadily ascending, their hearts brimming with confidence and hope. After several days of concentrated cultivation, both Li Yunfei and his disciples experienced a remarkable enhancement in their abilities. They resolved to press onward, determined to fulfill their mission. As they prepared to depart, the village chief and the villagers gathered to bid them farewell, their eyes filled with anticipation and blessings. The village chief grasped Li Yunfei's hand and said, "You are our hope. You must succeed." Li Yunfei nodded resolutely, replying, "Chief, we shall never forget your support. We will exert every effort to fight for justice." Chapter 44. Foundations. After a period of cultivation and recuperation, Li Yunfei and the disciples of the Tianshan Sword sect, with the assistance of the villagers, acquired invaluable training resources, significantly enhancing their abilities. However, Li Yunfei understood that true strength does not solely rely on external resources, but also requires a solid foundation and continual self-improvement. Thus, he resolved to lead his disciples in reinforcing their training outcomes from the ground up. Upon departing from the village, Li Yunfei guided his disciples to an expansive valley. The terrain was level and the environment tranquil, ideal for foundational training. "We shall pause here for foundational training," Li Yunfei proclaimed, his gaze reflecting unwavering determination. "Although we have acquired numerous precious resources, a solid foundation is paramount. Only with a robust base can one exert their utmost strength in critical moments." Ling Feng concurred, "Indeed. We must commence from the basics, steadily laying our groundwork to remain invincible in the face of formidable foes." Li Yunfei first led the disciples in swordsmanship training. They formed neat rows, commencing the practice of fundamental sword techniques under his guidance. Each movement demanded precision, striving for flawless execution. Basic swordsmanship is the cornerstone of all advanced techniques. Only by mastering the fundamental actions can one adeptly respond to various changes in combat, Li Yunfei elucidated, personally demonstrating each movement and meticulously correcting his disciples' postures. The disciples diligently adhered to Li Yunfei's instructions, practicing repeatedly, each striving for excellence. They understood that only through relentless training could they solidify their foundation. Ling Feng, meanwhile, assisted in guiding the disciples, his swordplay exuding both power and grace. As he demonstrated, he elucidated the movements, enabling the disciples to grasp and master the techniques more effectively. Simultaneously, Li Yunfei did not neglect the cultivation of internal energy. He led the disciples in basic internal exercises, focusing on breath control and the circulation of their internal spiritual energy to augment their inner strength. Internal power is a crucial source of our combat capability. Only with formidable inner strength can one endure in battle and avoid being easily vanquished, Li Yunfei stated, sitting cross-legged to demonstrate how to harness internal energy through breath regulation. The disciples followed Li Yunfei's guidance, closing their eyes and beginning their breathing exercises. They felt their spiritual energy flowing through their meridians, gradually becoming more abundant and potent. Pay attention to the rhythm of your breath. Take your time and do not rush, Li Yunfei reminded, carefully observing each disciple's condition, assisting them in adjusting their breathing and posture. To facilitate the disciples' mastery of foundational swordplay and internal energy, Li Yunfei also arranged pair practice and combat training. In pairs, they tested their training outcomes through sparring and enhanced their ability to respond to various unexpected situations through practical combat. Practical combat is the best measure of our training results. Only through continual reflection and summary in real combat can one genuinely elevate their strength, Li Yunfei asserted, personally sparring with Ling Feng as a demonstration for the disciples. In their practice, Li Yunfei and Ling Feng's swords intertwined, each collision igniting bursts of sword energy. The disciples observed from the sidelines, absorbing their techniques and strategies. After a period of foundational training, the disciples exhibited remarkable improvement. Their swordsmanship became more adept, their internal energy more abundant, and their combat responsiveness significantly enhanced. Li Yunfei felt a profound sense of satisfaction, aware that their efforts during this time were not in vain. He approached the disciples, smiling as he spoke. "You have all performed exceptionally well. Your progress brings me great joy. Remember, the foundation is the wellspring of our strength. Only by continually reinforcing our fundamentals can we stand invincible in future battles." Ling Feng nodded in agreement. "Indeed, your hard work has not gone unnoticed. Your advancements are quite evident. We must maintain this momentum as we face the challenges ahead." After a brief respite, Li Yunfei and the disciples readied themselves once more. They understood that the path ahead remained fraught with unknown challenges, yet their hearts brimmed with unwavering faith and boundless hope. "Ling Feng, let us forge ahead. Many tasks await our completion," Li Yunfei declared firmly, his gaze shimmering with indomitable resolve. Ling Feng nodded in affirmation, his eyes equally filled with determination and conviction. No matter what we encounter, we shall face it together. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting a warm glow upon them as Li Yunfei and Ling Feng led their disciples onward, ready to embrace new challenges and aspirations. They knew that as long as they remained united in purpose and exerted their collective efforts, they could surmount any obstacle and welcome a brighter tomorrow. Their steps were resolute and powerful as they pressed forward, anticipating a future filled with promise. Chapter 45. The first meditation practice after several days of fundamental training in the valley with the disciples of the Tianshan Sword sect. Li Yunfei resolved to lead them in their inaugural formal meditation session. This practice was not only intended to solidify their foundational skills, but also to enhance their internal energy, equipping them with sufficient strength to confront more formidable adversaries. Li Yunfei selected a picturesque hillside as the venue for their cultivation. The area was adorned with lush trees, babbling brooks, and an atmosphere of tranquility, abundant in spiritual energy, an ideal setting for meditation. This environment is perfectly suited for our practice. Please find a comfortable spot to sit, and we shall commence today's meditation. Li Yunfei instructed, gesturing for the disciples to settle on the hillside. The disciples promptly arranged themselves cross-legged on the grass, adjusting their breaths in preparation for entering a meditative state. Ling Feng also found a position, his gaze filled with anticipation. Guidance on meditation techniques. Li Yunfei stood before his disciples, beginning to elucidate the fundamental techniques of meditation. His voice was calm and resolute, imparting a sense of serene strength. The essence of meditation lies in the tranquility of the mind and the absorption of spiritual energy. First, we must relax our bodies and minds, adjusting our breathing to enter a state of calm, he explained, demonstrating how to regulate one's breath to attain greater serenity. The disciples followed Li Yunfei's guidance, closing their eyes and gradually refining their breathing. They felt the distractions of their minds dissipate, their entire being becoming light and tranquil. Next, we shall guide the internal spiritual energy in a cycle. Through breath and intention, we will draw on the surrounding spiritual energy, merging it with our own. Li Yunfei continued, illustrating how to circulate the internal energy for better comprehension. Entering the state of cultivation under Li Yunfei's tutelage, the disciples gradually slipped into the meditative state. They sensed the surrounding spiritual energy gently flowing into their bodies, merging with their own internal power, rendering their forms light, yet brimming with vitality. Li Yunfei also seated himself nearby, closing his eyes to commence his meditation. He felt the continuous circulation of his internal energy, each breath infused with formidable strength. Ling Feng focused intently on guiding his inner energy, a hint of tranquility and satisfaction gracing his features. He understood that this meditation session was crucial for enhancing his capabilities. As time passed, a rich aura of spiritual energy enveloped the hillside. The disciples' breaths became steady and robust, their internal energies steadily amplifying. Li Yunfei perceived the flow of spiritual energy within him, his body gradually becoming invigorated and potent. Maintain the tranquility of your mind, concentrating on the circulation of your energy, and do not let external disturbances sway you. Li Yunfei silently recited within his heart, striving to keep his spirit serene and allow the energy to flow freely within. The disciples echoed their master's words in their minds, feeling the energy coursing through them, each breath ushering in renewed strength. A subtle smile of satisfaction and joy appeared on their faces, for they sensed their powers steadily ascending. After several hours of meditation and cultivation, Li Yunfei and his disciples experienced a remarkable enhancement in their inner strength. They sensed a more abundant flow of spiritual energy within them, as if every cell brimmed with vitality. Upon opening his eyes and feeling the transformation within, a faint smile graced Li Yunfei's lips. He understood that this meditation session had been extraordinarily successful, and his disciples had significantly improved in their prowess. Well done, everyone. Your progress fills me with great satisfaction, he remarked, his gaze reflecting a sense of contentment and approval. Lingfeng nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, meditation has purified our inner strength while also fortifying our spirits. We must maintain this state as we face the challenges ahead." After a brief respite, Yunfei and his disciples prepared to set forth once more. They were acutely aware that the road ahead remained fraught with unknown challenges, yet their hearts were imbued with unwavering faith and boundless hope. "Lingfeng, let us advance. There is much to accomplish before us," Yunfei declared resolutely, his eyes shimmering with indomitable spirit. Lingfeng nodded in affirmation, his own gaze equally resolute and determined. "No matter what we encounter, we shall face it together." As sunlight filtered through the treetops, Yunfei and Lingfeng led their disciples onward, ready to embrace new challenges and hopes. They knew that as long as they stood united and worked collectively, they could overcome any adversity and welcome a brighter tomorrow. Their steps were firm and resolute as they continued forward, embracing an even more radiant future. Chapter 46 Guidance. Yunfei led the disciples of the Tianshan sword sect away from the valley, continuing their journey along the mountain path. Their objective was to further enhance their strength. In order to confront the looming threat of the Shadow Alliance, they must relentlessly fortify themselves. At that moment, they arrived once again at the quaint village where they had previously acquired cultivation resources, hoping to garner further assistance from the villagers. The village remained tranquil and serene, and upon seeing Yunfei and his companions return, the villagers warmly greeted them. An elderly village chief, upon spotting Yunfei, beamed with delight. "Young Master Li, we welcome your return to our humble village," the chief said, his eyes sparkling with genuine warmth. Yunfei politely bowed. "Chief, we have returned in hopes of receiving more guidance and assistance." The chief nodded with a smile. "Of course, your arrival is a tremendous blessing for our village. In fact, there's a reclusive cultivator residing in our village, whose mastery is profound and who can offer you further insights." Visiting the reclusive cultivator under the chief's guidance, Yunfei and his disciples made their way to the back mountain of the village. The scenery was enchanting, imbued with abundant spiritual energy. Deep within a grove of bamboo, a simple grass hut could be faintly discerned. The chief approached the hut and respectfully knocked on the door. "Esteemed elder, I have brought some young individuals with me. They are disciples of the Tianshan sword sect and wish to seek your counsel," the chief said with a voice full of reverence. After a moment, the door of the hut slowly creaked open, revealing an elderly man with a head of white hair. His gaze was profound, and a gentle smile adorned his face, emanating a faint aura of spiritual energy. "Welcome, young cultivators," the elder said with a warm smile, gesturing for Yunfei and the disciples to take a seat. Yunfei performed a respectful bow and said, "Esteemed elder, we hope to receive your guidance to enhance our strength." The elder nodded, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. "Your determination is commendable. I am willing to assist you and impart some insights and techniques of cultivation." Settling upon a stone, the elder began to share his wisdom on cultivation. His voice was calm, yet powerful, as if each word harbored profound truths. To cultivate is not merely to pursue power. It is of paramount importance to elevate one's state of mind. Only with a tranquil heart can one better harness spiritual energy, the elder stated, surveying each disciple with his gaze. Yunfei and his disciples listened intently, diligently noting every word spoken by the elder. They felt that each phrase resonated deeply within their souls, enriching their understanding of cultivation. The flow of spiritual energy must follow its natural course. Do not force it. You must learn to sense the surrounding spiritual essence and harmonize with nature to achieve greater results with less effort, the elder continued, demonstrating how to guide spiritual energy through breath and intention. In addition to insights on cultivation, the elder also imparted some practical techniques. He demonstrated several simple yet effective sword techniques, encouraging the disciples to practice each one diligently. In combat, the most crucial aspect is adaptability. Do not confine yourselves to rigid techniques. You must learn to respond flexibly to the situation to remain invincible in battle. The elder remarked that his swordsmanship was both concise and fierce, with each movement imbued with strength and beauty. As Li Yunfei and Ling Feng observed and practiced, they felt that every strike from the elder contained profound mastery, worthy of their earnest contemplation and study. Under the elder's guidance, Li Yunfei and his disciples made remarkable progress in their training. Their minds became more tranquil, and their control over spiritual energy grew increasingly adept. While practicing sword techniques, they sensed that each move became more fluid and powerful. The insights from our esteemed elder have been immensely beneficial. We shall cherish these teachings, Li Yunfei expressed gratefully, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. The elder smiled gently. Remember, there are no shortcuts on the path of cultivation. Only through relentless effort and perseverance can one ascend to greater heights. After resting for several days in the small village, Li Yunfei and his disciples resolved to set forth once more. As they prepared to depart, the elder and the villagers gathered to bid them farewell. Your future is boundless. May you conquer all adversities and achieve the aspirations within your hearts, the elder said, his gaze radiating earnest hope. Thank you for your guidance. We shall endeavor to live up to your expectations. The village chief and the villagers also offered their blessings, wishing them safe travels and swift success. Li Yunfei and the disciples of the Tianshan sword sect embarked on their journey anew, their hearts brimming with strength and hope. The elders' teachings endowed them with a deeper understanding of cultivation and significantly enhanced their abilities. Ling Feng, let us press onward. Numerous challenges await us ahead, Li Yunfei declared resolutely, his eyes glinting with indomitable spirit. Ling Feng nodded in agreement, his gaze equally resolute and determined. No matter what we encounter, we shall face it together. Sunlight filtered through the bamboo grove, casting a gentle glow upon them as Li Yunfei and Ling Feng led their disciples forward, ready to embrace new challenges and aspirations. They understood that as long as they united in purpose and exerted their efforts collectively, they would inevitably overcome all obstacles and greet a brighter tomorrow. Their steps were firm and vigorous, continuing onward toward an even more radiant future. Chapter 47. Initial Success Under the Guidance of the Elder. Li Yunfei and the disciples of the Tianshan sword sect made remarkable advancements in their training. After departing from the small village, they continued their journey along the mountain trails. After several days of arduous travel, they discovered a valley abundant in spiritual energy and decided to pause here for a while to consolidate their training results and further enhance their strength. The valley was suffused with rich spiritual energy, with babbling brooks, melodious bird songs, and fragrant blossoms, creating a serene and harmonious environment. Li Yunfei sensed that this place was exceptionally suitable for further cultivation, so he led his disciples to settle down in the valley. Here, we can train diligently. The spiritual energy is plentiful, and we can leverage this environment to enhance our abilities, Li Yunfei stated, his gaze filled with anticipation. Ling Feng and the disciples nodded in agreement, aware that this was a rare opportunity that they must seize to advance their training. Finding a suitable spot in the valley, Li Yunfei and the disciples commenced their focused cultivation. They sat cross-legged, closed their eyes, and regulated their breathing, absorbing the rich spiritual energy surrounding them. Li Yunfei circulated the spiritual energy within his body, drawing the surrounding energy into himself, merging it with his own. He felt his internal energy gradually becoming purer and more potent, with each breath bringing forth new strength. One's mind must be tranquil, and the flow of energy should be natural, not forced. Li Yunfei silently recited the elder's teachings, striving to enter a state of desirelessness and clarity. Ling Feng, practicing nearby, found his swordsmanship growing sharper under the nourishing spiritual energy, each move imbued with formidable power. As time passed, Li Yunfei sensed a continuous increase in his internal energy. His meridians expanded, and the flow of energy within them accelerated. He recognized this as a sign of nearing the qi refinement stage. We have made significant progress. It is now time to break through to the qi refinement stage, Li Yunfei resolved internally, continuing to concentrate on his cultivation, channeling all his energy into the flow of spiritual power. The disciples also felt their internal strength enhancing, their faces reflecting satisfaction and joy. They understood that this training would yield a qualitative leap. After several days of cultivation in the valley, Yunfei sensed that his internal energy had reached a critical point. He knew the moment of breakthrough had arrived. Everyone, focus your minds and prepare for the breakthrough to the Qi refinement stage, Yunfei announced to his disciples. His voice tinged with excitement and anticipation. The disciples adjusted their breathing, concentrating their minds to embrace the impending breakthrough. They felt their internal energy accumulating, as if poised to shatter a barrier. Yunfei took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and devoted himself entirely to circulating his internal energy. He sensed the energy flowing swiftly through his meridians, gradually breaking through the internal barrier, a powerful force surging within him. Breakthrough. Yunfei réjouissa internally. Feeling that he had entered the first layer of the Qi refinement stage, his internal energy now more refined and robust. Feng and the disciples also sensed the transformations within themselves. Their internal energy became more abundant and formidable at the moment of breakthrough. Every face radiated with the joy of smiles. Having made initial progress, after breaking through to the first layer of the Qi refining stage, Yunfei and his disciples felt a significant enhancement in their strength. Their spiritual energy surged, and their techniques became more formidable. Everyone has performed admirably. Our cultivation has begun to bear fruit. We must continue to strive and solidify our achievements, Yunfei declared, his gaze imbued with unwavering determination. Feng nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, we must maintain this momentum and incessantly elevate our abilities." The disciples expressed their consensus, their hearts brimming with confidence and hope. They understood that this breakthrough was merely the beginning. Countless challenges awaited them. After a brief respite, Yunfei and his disciples readied themselves once more. They recognized that the road ahead remained fraught with unknown trials, yet their hearts were filled with steadfast faith and boundless hope. Feng, let us press onward. There is much yet to accomplish, Yunfei resolutely stated, his eyes shimmering with indomitable spirit. Feng nodded, his gaze equally resolute and determined. No matter what we encounter, we shall face it together. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting its warmth upon them as Yunfei and Feng led their disciples forward, embracing new challenges and aspirations. They understood that as long as they remained united in purpose and effort, they could surmount any adversity and welcome a brighter tomorrow. Their strides were firm and vigorous. As they continued onward, poised to embrace a more radiant future. Chapter 48: Departure from the Village after a period of diligent cultivation. Yunfei and the disciples of the Tianshan sword sect successfully broke through to the first layer of the Qi refinement stage, significantly enhancing their abilities. In the quaint little village, they received warm assistance from the villagers and careful guidance from the cultivators. Now, feeling adequately prepared, they resolved to leave the village and embark on a new journey to face fresh challenges. As dawn broke, sunlight bathed every corner of the village, and the villagers emerged from their homes to bid farewell to Yunfei and his disciples. The village chief stood at the entrance, his gaze filled with warmth and reluctance. "Young Master Li, I do not know when we shall meet again," the village chief said, his voice tinged with a hint of sadness. Yunfei smiled faintly and bowed deeply to the village chief and the villagers. "Thank you for your kindness and care. We will forever cherish your generosity and hope to reunite someday." The village chief nodded, his eyes brimming with hope. "We shall always pray for your safety and success in overcoming all challenges." The reclusive elder cultivator also approached the village entrance, his eyes radiating kindness and anticipation. He stepped before Yunfei and gently patted his shoulder. "Young man, you possess boundless potential and unwavering will. I believe you will surely succeed," the elder proclaimed, wisdom gleaming in his gaze. Yunfei, moved, replied, "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. We will remember your teachings and strive to meet your expectations." The elder smiled slightly and handed Li Yunfei a small package. Inside are some elixirs and talismans that may aid you in times of difficulty. I hope they prove beneficial. Li Yunfei gratefully accepted the package. Thank you, elder. We will treasure these invaluable resources. As they prepared to depart, the village chief and villagers presented their tokens of goodwill. Some offered fresh food, others clean garments, and many shared their blessings and prayers. Take care on your journey, and may you return victorious soon, the villagers chorused, their eyes sparkling with reluctance and hope. Li Yunfei and Ling Feng bowed once more to the villagers before donning their gear and setting forth on their new adventure. Walking along the winding mountain path, Li Yunfei felt an invigorating sense of strength and hope within him. He understood that with the villagers' support and the elders' wisdom, their capabilities had been markedly enhanced. Though the road ahead was fraught with unknown challenges, they were prepared to face them. Ling Feng, let us press onward. Numerous tasks await our completion, Li Yunfei declared resolutely, determination shining in his eyes. Ling Feng nodded, equally filled with resolve and determination. No matter what we encounter, we shall confront it together. Leading their disciples onward, Li Yunfei and Ling Feng's objectives crystallized to locate the Shadow Alliance's stronghold, unveil the conspiracies lurking behind it, avenge their family, and protect the innocent. We must continually elevate our strength to secure an invincible position in our confrontation with the Shadow Alliance. Li Yunfei admonished himself internally, feeling the surge of spiritual energy coursing through his body, each step imbued with strength. Ling Feng, meanwhile, pondered the strategies and plans for battle, aware that only through unwavering effort could they triumph over this formidable foe. Under the guidance of Li Yunfei and Ling Feng, the disciples marched with resolute steps, each face radiating confidence and courage. They understood that as long as they united their hearts and labored together, they could conquer any adversity and embrace a brighter future. Senior brother, we shall surely succeed, exclaimed one disciple, his gaze alight with determination. Li Yunfei smiled faintly, affirming, indeed, we will succeed. As long as we do not yield, nothing can hinder our progress. As they advanced, new challenges continuously emerged, treacherous mountain paths, unknown dangers, and the pursuing shadows of the Dark Shadow Alliance, each step fraught with trials. Yet, Li Yunfei and his disciples remained undaunted, steadfastly facing each challenge that arose. After departing from the small village, Li Yunfei and the disciples of the Tianshan Sword sect continued along a winding mountain trail leading to a lush forest. Although the scenery was picturesque, Li Yunfei was acutely aware that the most beautiful places often concealed greater dangers. The forest was a haven of verdant trees and fragrant blossoms, with the fresh air imbued with a crisp essence. As the disciples traversed the woodland, they could occasionally hear the gentle murmur of distant streams. Nevertheless, Li Yunfei maintained a vigilant demeanor. Everyone be cautious. This forest, while enchanting, may very well harbor unseen perils, Li Yunfei cautioned in a low voice, his discerning gaze scanning the surroundings. Ling Feng nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, we must remain alert, ever prepared to confront unforeseen circumstances. The disciples acknowledged his words, gripping their weapons tightly as they proceeded with caution. A tense atmosphere enveloped the air, yet within each heart resided unwavering resolve and bravery. As they navigated through a dense grove, an unusual sound suddenly echoed ahead. Li Yunfei immediately signaled for everyone to halt, keenly observing their surroundings. Moments later, a group of cloaked figures leapt from the thicket, clearly the pursuers of the Dark Shadow Alliance. Protect yourselves and prepare for battle, Ling Feng shouted, drawing his sword and leading the disciples forward. Li Yunfei engaged in combat, each strike infused with power and determination. He understood that this battle was not merely a matter of life and death. It was a pivotal step in their journey forward. Hold your ground. We will surely repel them. Li Yunfei rallied the spirits, his sword flashing like lightning as it lunged towards a cloaked assailant. The disciples' morale soared, their fighting spirit as unyielding as steel. Their swords gleamed amidst the forest, each swing imbued with boundless strength. The clash erupted within the dense woods, blades dancing in a perilous ballet, the resounding echoes of fierce collisions reverberating through the trees. Li Yunfei and Ling Feng fought in unison, their sword techniques blending seamlessly, gradually gaining the upper hand. "You villains shall not prevail today," Li Yunfei bellowed, his sword arcing like a rainbow as he repelled several of the dark-clad foes. Ling Feng showed no signs of weakness. His swordsmanship was fierce, each strike imbued with immense power, forcing the enemies to retreat step by step. Just when they believed the battle was nearing its conclusion, a low, rumbling roar suddenly echoed from the depths of the forest. In an instant, a colossal beast burst forth from the thicket, charging directly towards Li Yunfei and his disciples. "Be cautious. Here, we face not only the pursuers from the Shadow Alliance, but also lurking beasts," Ling Feng warned, a hint of tension flickering in his gaze. Li Yunfei responded swiftly, brandishing his sword to meet the oncoming threat. He understood that this beast was no ordinary creature. Its speed and strength surpassed that of any human. "We must unite our efforts to repel this beast," Li Yunfei proclaimed, signaling his disciples to disperse and attack while seeking the creature's vulnerabilities. The disciples acted promptly, encircling the beast and launching their assaults, each strike aimed at its vital points. Although the beast was formidable, it began to show signs of fatigue under the relentless onslaught from Li Yunfei and his disciples. Just as they were on the verge of driving the beast away, the pursuers from the Shadow Alliance surged forth once more, attempting to seize the opportunity to attack Li Yunfei and his group. The situation grew increasingly dire. Li Yunfei had to contend with the dual threats of the beast and the pursuers. "Ling Feng, take a few of our companions to deal with the beast. I will handle these pursuers," Li Yunfei decisively commanded, his eyes gleaming with determination. Ling Feng led several disciples in a concerted assault against the beast, while the remaining disciples followed Li Yunfei to confront the pursuers. The battle intensified, with each individual exerting their utmost effort. After a grueling confrontation, Li Yunfei and his disciples finally repelled the pursuers and successfully vanquished the beast. A brief tranquility enveloped the forest, the air filled with a sense of relaxation following the tension. "We have succeeded, but we must remain vigilant. Greater dangers may lie ahead," Li Yunfei cautioned, his gaze resolute. Ling Feng nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we must press on and stay alert." The disciples expressed their understanding. They recognized this as merely a small trial on their journey, with more challenges awaiting them. After a brief respite, Li Yunfei and his disciples prepared to set forth once again. They were acutely aware that the path ahead remained fraught with unknown trials, yet their hearts brimmed with unwavering conviction and boundless hope. "Ling Feng, let us continue. Many tasks await our completion," Li Yunfei declared firmly, his eyes shimmering with indomitable spirit. Ling Feng nodded, his gaze equally filled with determination and resolve. "No matter what we encounter, we shall face it together." Chapter 49. The beasts assault Li Yunfei and the disciples of the Tianshan sword sect had just endured an intense battle in the forest. Although they successfully repelled the pursuers from the Shadow Alliance and the ferocious beasts, they were acutely aware that the path ahead remained fraught with peril. As they pressed onward, the forest grew increasingly dense, and a palpable tension hung in the air. The mountain trail narrowed, and the surrounding trees became more densely packed, casting an oppressive shadow that weighed heavily upon them. Li Yunfei and Ling Feng led the group at the forefront, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings. They understood that the deeper they ventured into the woods, the greater the dangers they would encounter. "Stay alert. There may be more beasts lurking in this forest," Li Yunfei cautioned in a hushed tone. The disciples nodded in understanding, gripping their weapons tightly as they advanced with caution. Despite the tension enveloping them, each heart brimmed with resolve and courage. As they carefully navigated through a thicket, a deep, menacing roar suddenly echoed from ahead. Instantly, a colossal beast lunged out from the depths of the trees, charging straight towards Li Yunfei and his disciples. "Everyone be careful. A beast approaches," Ling Feng shouted, drawing his long sword in preparation for battle. The beast was enormous, its body covered in tough scales, and its eyes gleamed with a fierce light. Its speed was astonishing, and as it pounced on Li Yunfei, it kicked up a gust of wind. Li Yunfei reacted swiftly, brandishing his sword to meet the onslaught. He knew that the beast's strength and speed far surpassed that of an ordinary creature. He had to summon all his might to fend it off. Scatter and attack its weak points. Li Yunfei commanded loudly, signaling to the disciples to spread out and attack the beast from various angles. The fierce battle unfolded within the thicket, with Li Yunfei and Ling Feng leading the disciples in a concerted effort against the beast. Though formidable, the creature began to show signs of fatigue under their combined assault. Li Yunfei's swordsmanship was sharp, each strike aimed at the beast's vital points. He discerned the extraordinary resilience of the beast's scales, yet he remained undeterred, continuing to seek an opportunity for a decisive blow. Ling Feng, agile and nimble, moved around the beast, searching for its vulnerabilities. His sword flashed with brilliance, each thrust imbued with tremendous force. I've noticed its underbelly is particularly vulnerable. Focus your attacks there, Ling Feng urged loudly. The disciples promptly adjusted their aim, directing their blades toward the beast's abdomen. Angered, the creature lashed out violently, but its attacks gradually lost their threat as Li Yunfei and the others deftly evaded. Just as they were on the verge of driving the beast away, an unusual rustling sound erupted from the depths of the forest. Suddenly, several more beasts emerged from various directions, evidently drawn by the roars of the initial creature. More beasts! Everyone be cautious, Li Yunfei warned, a flicker of anxiety crossing his gaze. These newly appeared beasts were smaller in size, yet they came in overwhelming numbers, swiftly surrounding them. Li Yunfei and Ling Feng found themselves compelled to divide their focus, battling against multiple foes. In this critical moment, Li Yunfei felt the surge of spiritual energy coursing through him. He knew he must exert every ounce of strength to escape this crisis. Hold on, everyone. We can surely repel them. Li Yunfei raised his voice to rally morale, his longsword flashing like lightning as it pierced towards the vital point of a beast. Ling Feng fought valiantly beside him, his swordsmanship fierce, each strike imbued with formidable strength. He understood that only through united effort could they survive in this perilous forest. After a fierce battle, Li Yunfei and his disciples gradually devised strategies to confront these beasts. They concentrated their attacks on the animals' weak spots, steadily forcing them back. Do not let your guard down, continue the assault, Ling Feng commanded, his gaze glimmering with unwavering determination. The disciples' spirits soared, their fighting will as resilient as steel. With every swing of their swords, they infused their actions with power and resolve. After a grueling struggle, Li Yunfei and his disciples finally repelled all the beasts. The forest fell into a brief tranquility, the air thick with the relief following tension. We have succeeded, but we must remain vigilant. There may be greater dangers ahead, Li Yunfei cautioned, his eyes reflecting tenacity. Ling Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must press on and stay alert. The disciples expressed their understanding, aware that this was but a minor trial on their journey, with many more challenges awaiting them. Following a brief respite, Li Yunfei and his disciples readied themselves once more. They recognized that the path ahead was still fraught with unknown challenges, yet their hearts brimmed with steadfast belief and boundless hope. Ling Feng, we continue forward. Many tasks await our completion, Li Yunfei asserted resolutely, his eyes shimmering with indomitable spirit. Chapter 50. Evading the enemy's pursuit, Li Yunfei and the disciples of the Tianshan sword sect engaged in a fierce battle amidst the mountains and forests, successfully repelling the ferocious beasts and the pursuers from the Shadow Alliance. Although they had temporarily eluded danger, Li Yunfei understood that the Shadow Alliance would not easily relinquish their pursuit. To avert further peril, they must devise a means to elude the enemy's tracking and continue their journey. In a secluded valley, Li Yunfei and Ling Feng led their disciples to a halt for rest. The valley was encircled by towering trees, with the gentle murmur of a stream, creating a serene environment that was perfect for a temporary refuge. We cannot remain in passive defense. We must find a way to evade the enemy's pursuit, Li Yunfei declared, his gaze imbued with unwavering determination. Ling Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, we need to formulate a detailed plan, utilizing the terrain and environment to conceal our movements. Li Yunfei and Ling Feng unfolded a map, meticulously examining the surrounding landscape. They discovered that the forest was riddled with myriad paths and concealed caves, which, if utilized effectively, could serve to evade the enemy's tracking. There is a narrow path leading into a dense thicket. We can initially proceed along this route, then enter the thicket, traverse a few streams, and ultimately reach a hidden cave, Li Yunfei explained, pointing at the map and elaborating on their strategy. Ling Feng also contributed some suggestions. We could leave false traces along the path to mislead the pursuers, then hasten our pace within the thicket, using the streams to mask our scent, ultimately taking refuge in the cave. The disciples listened intently to Li Yunfei and Ling Feng's plan, their eyes brimming with trust and resolve. Following the devised strategy, Li Yunfei and his disciples commenced leaving false traces along the narrow path. They employed branches and stones to create discernible footprints, deliberately guiding the pursuers in the wrong direction. These false traces should be able to confuse the pursuers for a time, granting us more time and space, Ling Feng remarked, carefully inspecting each false trail to ensure they appeared convincingly authentic. The disciples nodded in understanding, cautiously adhering to the plan to ensure no flaws were left behind. Once the false traces were set, Li Yunfei and the disciples swiftly departed from the path, entering the dense thicket. They navigated quickly along the narrow trails within the thicket, utilizing the surrounding trees and shrubs to obscure their movements. Remain silent. Do not make any noise, Li Yunfei whispered, his eyes filled with vigilance. The disciples nodded silently, striving to tread lightly as they cautiously maneuvered through the thicket. The air was thick with tension, yet each heart was filled with steadfast conviction. Upon traversing through the dense underbrush, they arrived at the banks of several streams. Li Yunfei signaled for everyone to halt and observe their surroundings. Once assured of safety, he instructed them to follow along the stream, utilizing the water to mask their scent. This will prevent the pursuers from tracking us by our scent, Li Yunfei elucidated, as he took the lead, stepping into the water and swiftly moving along the current. Ling Feng and his disciples followed closely behind, treading cautiously through the stream, making every effort to minimize noise. The cool water flowed gently, its sound masking their footsteps and providing them with a natural cover. After a period of swift movement, they finally arrived at the concealed cave marked on the map. The entrance was shrouded by dense vines, rendering it exceedingly discreet. This location was ideal for a temporary refuge, and Li Yunfei gestured for everyone to enter the cave. The disciples entered the cave one by one, carefully parting the vines to ensure no obvious traces were left behind. Inside, the cave was dry and spacious, with good air circulation, suitable for an extended stay. Upon entering, Li Yunfei and Ling Feng meticulously surveyed their surroundings to confirm the absence of other dangers. They set up basic defensive measures at the cave's entrance to prevent any pursuers from discovering their hiding place. This is a safe haven for now. Everyone can take a moment to rest and regain their strength, Ling Feng announced, motioning for the disciples to find a spot within the cave to sit and begin their recovery. Li Yunfei also settled cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to circulate his internal energy. He understood that the recent tense journey had left everyone quite fatigued, and it was imperative to restore their strength swiftly to face the challenges ahead. As the disciples recuperated within the cave, they felt their internal energy gradually replenishing, and the tension in their hearts began to ease. Meanwhile, Li Yunfei and Ling Feng remained vigilant, ensuring the safety of their sanctuary. We have evaded the enemy's pursuit, but we must not let our guard down. We need to proceed with greater caution, Li Yunfei whispered to Ling Feng. Ling Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must remain ever watchful, ensuring that each step is firmly under our control. Chapter 51. The cottage in the mountains. Li Yunfei and the disciples of the Tianshan sword sect continued their journey along the mountain path. Having evaded their pursuers, their spirits were somewhat lifted. However, they were acutely aware that the road ahead was fraught with unknown challenges. Thus, each individual remained on high alert. Throughout the trek, Li Yunfei pondered over their forthcoming strategy, contemplating how to ensure the safety of his disciples amidst the looming threat of the Shadow Alliance, while unraveling its sinister plots. After traversing a dense thicket, Yunfei discerned a quaint cottage nestled among the lush foliage. The cottage appeared rustic and unpretentious, surrounded by a profusion of flowers and greenery, exuding an air of tranquility and serenity. "Be cautious. There may be inhabitants here. Let us approach with care," Yunfei whispered, gesturing for his disciples to follow him. Ling Feng and the others nodded in agreement, advancing cautiously towards the cottage, ever prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Upon entering the cottage, Yunfei observed a set of wind chimes hanging at the door, producing a melodious sound in the gentle breeze. The door was ajar, and a faint scent of herbs wafted from within. "It seems this may belong to a healer," Ling Feng remarked quietly, scrutinizing the surroundings with keen interest. Yunfei nodded and gently rapped on the door. Moments later, an elderly man with a head of white hair emerged, a warm smile gracing his face, his eyes radiating kindness and friendliness. "Young ones, what brings you here?" the old man inquired, his voice imbued with a gentle warmth. Yunfei bowed respectfully. "Esteemed sir, we are disciples of the Tianshan sword sect, passing through this area. We seek your wisdom and hope to rest here for a while." The old man smiled slightly, nodding in response, "Welcome. Though my dwelling is humble, it is indeed a suitable place for rest and cultivation. Please come in." With heartfelt hospitality, the elder invited Yunfei and his disciples into the cottage. The interior was simply arranged, yet it emanated a profound sense of peace. The walls were adorned with various medicinal herbs, and the table displayed several refined elixirs. "Sir, are you an alchemist?" Yunfei inquired curiously, a trace of admiration in his gaze. The old man nodded, chuckling softly. "Indeed, in my youth, I traveled far and wide, learning the art of alchemy. Now, in my old age, I reside here, leading a tranquil life." Ling Feng marveled, "Esteemed sir, this truly is an excellent place for self-cultivation." The elder smiled gently. "Indeed, it is a retreat from the clamor of the world, perfectly suited for training and healing. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Under the elder's warm hospitality, Yunfei and his disciples settled near the cottage. The old man provided them with various herbs and elixirs to aid in their recovery of strength and spiritual energy. Yunfei expressed his gratitude. "Esteemed sir, we are profoundly thankful for your generosity. Your assistance is invaluable to us." The old man waved his hand dismissively, smiling, "No need for thanks. It is my honor to assist young practitioners such as yourselves." In the ensuing days, Yunfei and his disciples took advantage of the herbs and elixirs offered by the elder for their cultivation. They discovered a suitable training ground around the cottage, commencing their meditative practices and sword training. Yunfei sat cross-legged upon a large stone, closing his eyes to begin circulating the spiritual energy within his body. He felt his internal injuries gradually mending, and his spiritual power becoming more abundant and formidable. Meanwhile, Ling Feng practiced his swordsmanship nearby, the light of his blade glistening under the sun, each move imbued with strength and grace. The elder frequently visited the training grounds, offering guidance on various cultivation techniques and insights to Yunfei and his disciples. His wealth of experience and ability to elucidate complex concepts in an accessible manner greatly benefited the students. Cultivation transcends mere enhancement of power. It necessitates a focus on the cultivation of one's mindset. Only with a tranquil spirit can one better harness spiritual energy, the elder imparted, his gaze reflecting wisdom. Yunfei and Ling Feng attentively absorbed the elder's instructions, realizing that their understanding and progress in cultivation had deepened significantly. Under the elder's tutelage, Yunfei and his disciples achieved remarkable advancements in their training. Their swordsmanship became more refined, their internal energy more robust, and their combat responsiveness significantly improved. "We have made commendable progress. Our training is beginning to bear fruit. We must continue to strive and solidify these gains," Yunfei declared, his eyes shining with determination. Ling Feng nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we must maintain this momentum and continuously elevate our abilities." Chapter 52. Cultivation in the forest after departing from the hermit's guidance. Li Yunfei and the disciples of the Tianshan sword sect continued their journey through the verdant forest. They resolved to engage in a period of cultivation within this vast and enigmatic woodland, not solely to enhance their powers, but also to acquire essential survival skills to confront unforeseen challenges. After several days of arduous trekking, Li Yunfei stumbled upon a picturesque valley. Here the trees flourished, streams babbled melodiously, and the spiritual energy was abundant, making it an ideal location for both cultivation and daily life. The environment was splendid, perfectly suited for their training and the acquisition of survival techniques. Li Yunfei expressed his satisfaction to Lingfeng, his eyes gleaming with approval. Lingfeng nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, we can establish our camp here and dedicate time to our cultivation." The disciples readily concurred, and they commenced the construction of rudimentary tents within the valley, preparing for both their training and daily living. Under the leadership of Li Yunfei and Lingfeng, the disciples collaborated efficiently, swiftly erecting a modest encampment. They fashioned sturdy tents from branches and vines and devised simple defensive measures around camp. We must not only cultivate, but also learn to survive in this environment. This knowledge will be crucial for our future endeavors, Li Yunfei declared, his gaze resolute. Lingfeng echoed his sentiments, stating, "Yes, mastering outdoor survival will not only enhance our adaptability, but also bolster our combat prowess. To better acclimate to life in the forest." Li Yunfei and Lingfeng guided the disciples in acquiring fundamental survival skills. They instructed them on foraging for food, sourcing water, and addressing sudden dangers. In the wilderness, food and water are our most fundamental needs. We must learn how to locate them, Li Yunfei emphasized, leading the disciples in search of edible wild fruits and medicinal herbs within the valley. Lingfeng demonstrated how to kindle a fire in the wild and elucidated the methods of locating water sources through careful observation of the terrain and vegetation. They also imparted techniques for dealing with wild beasts and unexpected threats. While mastering survival skills, Li Yunfei and the disciples remained diligent in their cultivation. Each morning and evening, they engaged in meditation, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy to enhance their own powers. Sitting cross-legged upon a large stone, Li Yunfei closed his eyes, attuning himself to the ambient spiritual energy. He circulated his internal power, drawing the energy into himself and harmonizing it with his own essence. One's mind must be tranquil, and the flow of energy should follow its natural course. Li Yunfei silently recalled the hermit's teachings, striving to enter a state of desirelessness and thoughtlessness. Lingfeng, seated nearby, was also engrossed in his cultivation. Under the nourishment of spiritual energy, his swordsmanship became increasingly formidable, each strike infused with immense power. As time passed, the internal strength of Li Yunfei and his disciples steadily grew. Their meridians expanded, allowing the flow of spiritual energy to accelerate. Li Yunfei sensed his internal power becoming purer and stronger, with each breath invigorating him anew. He recognized this as a promising sign of significant progress in his cultivation. The disciples felt their inner strength continuously enhancing, their faces radiating satisfaction and joy. They understood that this round of cultivation would lead to a qualitative leap. The training and survival exercises in the mountains not only augmented the disciples' abilities, but also fortified their team cohesion. Each collaboration, each shared confrontation with adversity, rendered them more united and resilient. We are a team. Only through unity can we overcome all challenges, Li Yunfei asserted, his gaze brimming with determination. Lingfeng nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is only when each of us grows stronger that the entire team becomes indomitable. The disciples expressed their understanding, their hearts filled with trust and resolve. Chapter 53. Kindred spirits Li Yunfei and the disciples of the Tianshan sword sect continued their journey through the dense forest. After a period of arduous training and survival, their abilities had seen marked improvement. Yet, the path ahead remained fraught with unknown challenges. One fateful dusk, they unexpectedly encountered another group of cultivators who were also fleeing. This encounter brought them new allies and a wealth of information. As they traversed a thicket, Li Yunfei suddenly heard the sounds of fierce combat and urgent shouts emanating from ahead. He promptly signaled for everyone to halt, taking cover within the foliage, keenly observing the unfolding situation. It appears there are individuals engaged in battle. Let us investigate, he whispered, his gaze imbued with wariness and concern. Ling Feng nodded in agreement, advising everyone, remain vigilant and prepare for any potential danger. They stealthily approached and discovered a group of cultivators locked in a desperate struggle against a cadre of cloaked assailants. It was evident that these adversaries were agents of the Shadow Alliance, while the cultivators fought valiantly to resist. Seeing these cultivators in dire straits, Li Yunfei did not hesitate to offer his assistance. Drawing his sword with fervor, he bellowed, "Prepare for battle. Everyone, let us drive back these pursuers." Ling Feng and the disciples rallied to his call, charging into the fray and engaging the shadowy figures in a fierce confrontation. The glint of swords illuminated the air, which was thick with an aura of impending death. The arrival of Li Yunfei and Ling Feng greatly invigorated the beleaguered cultivators, who rallied alongside them to mount a counteroffensive. The cloaked assailants, caught unawares by the reinforcements, began to falter and ultimately retreated. Once the clash subsided, Li Yunfei approached the weary cultivators, greeting them. Their faces bore the marks of exhaustion, yet their eyes sparkled with gratitude and relief. "Thank you for your assistance. May I ask your names?" one of the cultivators inquired. His expression filled with appreciation. Li Yunfei offered a gentle smile. "We are disciples of the Tianshan Sword sect. My name is Li Yunfei. This is Ling Feng. We happened upon this place and were drawn by the sounds of battle." The cultivator introduced himself. "I am Zhang Chun, a disciple of the Qixia sect. We have been pursued by the Shadow Alliance and fled here. Your timely aid has been invaluable. Without it, we would have been at a loss." After exchanging pleasantries, Li Yunfei and Zhang Chun sat down to share their circumstances and insights. It soon became clear that Zhang Chun and his companions were also fleeing due to their opposition to the Shadow Alliance. The Shadow Alliance's power grows increasingly rampant, and their methods are exceedingly brutal, Zhang Chun expressed with indignation. Li Yunfei nodded, his gaze resolute. "Indeed, we too have been forced to flee after our family was annihilated. Yet, we shall not yield. We are determined to unravel the Shadow Alliance's schemes and avenge our kin." A flicker of admiration glimmered in Zhang Chen's eyes. "Your resolve inspires us. Since we share a common foe, why not journey together and confront the Shadow Alliance as one?" After careful consideration, Li Yunfei recognized the wisdom in uniting with the disciples of the Qixia sect, realizing that such an alliance would bolster their strength and provide mutual support. He readily agreed, stating, "Very well, let us travel together, facing the threat of the Shadow Alliance as one." His eyes shone with unwavering determination. Ling Feng and the other disciples nodded in agreement, understanding that each additional ally would augment their strength. Zhang Chun and his companions appeared exceedingly pleased. "Let it be so. We shall strive together." Li Yunfei and Zhang Chun led their respective disciples to form a new alliance. They journeyed through the mountains and forests, engaging in mutual learning and exchange, continuously enhancing their skills and adaptability. During their travels, Li Yunfei and Zhang Chun frequently shared insights on cultivation and combat techniques, while their disciples progressed through collaborative practice. Together, they confronted the assaults of wild beasts, the challenges of nature, and the relentless pursuit of the Shadow Alliance. Each triumph fortified their alliance further. Through persistent cooperation and communication, a profound friendship blossomed between Li Yunfei and Zhang Chun, fostering greater unity and strength among their disciples. Every battle and training session rendered their team increasingly harmonious and formidable. "We are a team. Only through unity can we overcome all adversities," Li Yunfei declared, his gaze resolute. Zhang Chun nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, only when each of us grows stronger can our entire team become invincible." With resolve and hope, after a brief respite, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, and their disciples prepared to set forth once more. They recognized that the path ahead remained fraught with unknown challenges, yet their hearts brimmed with unwavering faith and boundless hope. "Ling Feng, Zhang Chun, we shall press onward, Many tasks await our completion, Li Yunfei asserted, his eyes glimmering with indomitable spirit. Ling Feng and Zhang Chen nodded, their gazes equally infused with determination. Whatever we encounter, we shall face it together. Chapter 54. The Alliance. Li Yunfei, Ling Feng, and Zhang Chen from the Qixia sect journeyed together through the dense forest. In light of the looming threat posed by the Shadow Alliance, they resolved to forge a temporary alliance to confront this formidable adversary. To better coordinate their efforts, they opted to convene a brief meeting to discuss the specifics of their collaboration and action plan. In a spacious valley surrounded by towering trees, Li Yunfei, Ling Feng, Zhang Chen, and their disciples gathered to deliberate on the intricacies of their alliance. The serene environment was perfectly conducive to discussion and strategizing. Since we have decided to ally, we must devise a comprehensive plan to effectively counter the threat of the Shadow Alliance, Li Yunfei stated forthrightly, his gaze imbued with determination. Zhang Chen nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, we need to clarify each person's responsibilities and tasks to ensure we can coordinate our efforts and maximize our strengths at critical moments." After extensive discussion, Li Yunfei and Zhang Chen resolved to delineate the roles within their teams, assigning clear duties to each member. Ling Feng, you shall lead a team responsible for reconnaissance and vigilance, ensuring our movements remain undetected by the enemy, Li Yunfei instructed, turning his attention to Ling Feng. Ling Feng accepted the assignment with a nod, promising, "Rest assured, I will safeguard our security." Zhang Chen then allocated another team of disciples to manage logistics and support, guaranteeing that everyone would receive timely supplies and assistance during their operations. "We will oversee logistics and support, ensuring ample provisions of food and medicine for all," Zhang Chen declared, as his disciples expressed their understanding. With the division of labor established, Li Yunfei and Zhang Chen commenced the formulation of a detailed action plan. They resolved to leverage the complex terrain of the forest, adopting guerrilla tactics to continually harass and weaken the forces of the Shadow Alliance. "We can utilize the forest geography to set traps and ambushes, striking at the enemy's pursuers," Zhang Chen suggested, his eyes sparkling with insight. Li Yunfei concurred, stating, "Indeed, we cannot confront the enemy head-on. We must adopt flexible tactics to gradually diminish their strength." Ling Feng also contributed valuable suggestions. "We could execute nighttime raids, as the enemy typically exhibits lower vigilance during the night. This would be an opportune moment for our strikes." To enhance their operational synergy, Li Yunfei and Zhang Chen agreed to regularly exchange intelligence, sharing updates on the Shadow Alliance's latest movements and developments. "We need to periodically share intelligence to ensure everyone is apprised of the enemy's current status," Li Yunfei asserted, his gaze reflecting resolute determination. Zhang Chen nodded affirmatively, stating, "Yes, timely sharing of information is crucial to our operations." They also established a method for emergency communication to ensure swift coordination in the event of unforeseen circumstances. Once all details were finalized, Li Yunfei and Zhang Chen decided to conduct a brief alliance ceremony to signify their mutual commitment and trust. "In our endeavor against the Shadow Alliance, and to protect the innocent populace, we hereby form this alliance, standing together in both advance and retreat," Li Yunfei proclaimed solemnly, his eyes glimmering with unwavering resolve. "Regardless of the numerous challenges and dangers that lie ahead, we shall stand united and fight to the very end," Zhang Chen solemnly declared, his gaze equally filled with determination. Ling Feng and the other disciples responded in unison, their eyes radiating unwavering resolve and courage. This alliance forged was not merely to confront a common foe, but to safeguard the justice and beliefs that resided in their hearts. After a brief meeting and a solemn vow, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chen, and their disciples became even more united and in sync. Their objectives were clear, their resolve steadfast, and they were prepared to face the impending challenges. "We are a team. Only by standing together can we overcome all adversities," Li Yunfei proclaimed, his eyes brimming with conviction. Zhang Chen concurred, stating, "Indeed, only when each of us grows stronger can the entire team become invincible." The disciples expressed their understanding, their hearts filled with trust and determination. After a short respite, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, and their disciples readied themselves once more. They were aware that the road ahead remained fraught with unknown challenges. Yet their hearts were imbued with unwavering faith and boundless hope. Ling Feng, Zhang Chun, we shall move forward. There are still many tasks awaiting our completion, Li Yunfei asserted, his gaze shimmering with indomitable spirit. Ling Feng and Zhang Chun nodded in agreement, their eyes equally filled with steadfastness and determination. No matter what we encounter, we shall face it together. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting a warm glow upon them as Li Yunfei, Ling Feng, and Zhang Chun led their disciples onward, embracing new challenges and hopes. They understood that as long as they remained united and worked collaboratively, they would undoubtedly overcome all difficulties and welcome a brighter tomorrow. Chapter 55. Acquiring information after forming a temporary alliance. Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, and their disciples continued their journey through the mountains and forests. In order to gain a deeper understanding of their adversaries, they resolved to exchange intelligence to acquire more information about the Shadow Alliance, thus devising a more effective course of action. In a tranquil night, Li Yunfei and Zhang Chun seated themselves by the campfire, commencing their exchange of gathered intelligence. The flickering flames illuminated their faces, revealing the gravity and determination in their gazes. Zhang Chun, during your previous encounters with the Shadow Alliance, did you observe anything particularly noteworthy? Li Yunfei inquired, breaking the silence. Zhang Chun pondered for a moment before nodding. Indeed, we discovered a mysterious leader among the pursuers of the Shadow Alliance, possessing formidable strength. Each time he appears, he brings with him a significant threat. Li Yunfei furrowed his brow slightly. A mysterious leader? What sets him apart? Zhang Chun elucidated. This leader is always clad in a black cloak, wearing a mask, and has never revealed his true visage. His swordsmanship is exceptionally fierce, and his internal energy is unfathomable. We have made numerous attempts to defeat him, yet he effortlessly neutralizes our efforts each time. Ling Feng, listening nearby, felt a chill. So, this enigmatic leader is a pivotal figure within the Shadow Alliance? If we could uncover his weaknesses, perhaps we could extract further intelligence from him. Zhang Chun agreed with a nod. Precisely. We have been searching for his vulnerabilities, but thus far, we have found no leads. Li Yunfei then asked, aside from this leader, have you discerned the location of the Shadow Alliance's stronghold? Zhang Chun's expression grew somber. While tracking their movements, we discovered that they frequently linger in a fog-laden forest. The terrain there is intricate, perpetually shrouded in thick mist, making reconnaissance exceedingly difficult. Li Yunfei contemplated the fog forest. You say? Perhaps it serves as a significant stronghold for the Shadow Alliance. If we could infiltrate it and locate their core area, we would gain invaluable intelligence. After thorough discussion, Li Yunfei and Zhang Chun resolved to devise a plan for infiltrating the fog forest. They decided to first dispatch a small team for reconnaissance, gathering further information on the terrain and enemy presence before determining their subsequent actions. We require an elite team to penetrate the fog forest and gather intelligence, Li Yunfei asserted, his eyes gleaming with resolve. Ling Feng volunteered. Allow me to lead this team. I am well-versed in concealment and reconnaissance techniques. Zhang Chun nodded in agreement. I will assign several agile disciples to accompany you, ensuring the successful completion of the mission. Li Yunfei, Zhang Shen, and Ling Feng meticulously deliberated their infiltration strategy. They decided to split into several groups, entering the fog forest from various directions, striving to evade enemy patrols while delving deeper into the internal circumstances. We must maintain constant communication. Should any emergencies arise, we will retreat immediately, Li Yunfei cautioned. Ling Feng nodded. Understood. We will endeavor to gather intelligence while ensuring our safety. Zhang Chen added. If we encounter the mysterious leader, do not engage directly. Prioritize the completion of our mission. Before their departure, Li Yunfei and Zhang Chun prepared essential equipment and talismans for Ling Feng and the reconnaissance team, ensuring they could handle various unforeseen circumstances during their infiltration. These talismans will aid you in becoming invisible or escaping in critical moments. Exercise caution in their usage, Zhang Chun advised, handing several talismans to Ling Feng. Li Yunfei patted Ling Feng's shoulder, his gaze reflecting a hint of concern. Proceed with care. We await your good news. Ling Feng smiled faintly. Rest assured, I shall accomplish the task. As night fell, Ling Feng led several disciples of the Qixia sect, quietly departing the camp in the direction of the misty forest. Li Yunfei and Zhang Chun stood at the edge of the camp, watching them leave, their hearts filled with both anticipation and worry. I hope they can successfully complete the mission and bring back valuable intelligence, Zhang Chun murmured, a flicker of anxiety in his eyes. Li Yunfei nodded, his gaze resolute. We must trust in Ling Feng's abilities while preparing to face the challenges ahead. After Ling Feng's departure, Li Yunfei and Zhang Chun continued to lead the disciples in cultivation and vigilance within the camp. They understood that the success of this reconnaissance mission would significantly impact their subsequent actions. Everyone, remain alert and seize the time to cultivate, enhancing your strength, Li Yunfei urged, his eyes shining with determination. The disciples expressed their understanding, their hearts brimming with trust and resolve as they immersed themselves in intense training. Li Yunfei and Zhang Chun guided the disciples deeper into the mountains, and as the reconnaissance team ventured into the misty forest, they decided to head toward a nearby town to procure additional resources and intelligence, preparing for the actions that lay ahead. Back at the camp, Li Yunfei and Zhang Chun convened a brief meeting to discuss their plans for the town. We need to replenish our resources and gather more intelligence regarding the movements of the Shadow Alliance, Li Yunfei stated, his eyes gleaming with determination. Zhang Chun nodded in agreement. Indeed, the nearby town may hold what we require. We can rest briefly there while inquiring for further information. The disciples unanimously agreed, recognizing that visiting the town would not only replenish their supplies, but also provide more security for their upcoming endeavors. Li Yunfei and Zhang Chun led the team away from the camp, following a mountain path toward the nearby town. Throughout their journey, they maintained a heightened sense of vigilance, ensuring they would not be detected by enemies. Everyone, be cautious and alert. We must not let our guard down, Li Yunfei reminded, his gaze scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Ling Feng and the other disciples remained acutely aware of their surroundings, knowing that the forces of the Shadow Alliance could appear at any moment. After several days of arduous travel, Li Yunfei and his group finally reached the nearby town. Nestled against the mountains, the town streets were lined with shops and residences, arranged in an appealing manner. Though small, it was quite prosperous. The environment here is pleasant. We can replenish our resources and gather some news, Zhang Chun remarked, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Li Yunfei nodded, affirming their plan. Indeed, we shall divide into several groups to procure supplies and gather intelligence. To enhance efficiency, Li Yunfei and Zhang Chun resolved to act independently. Li Yunfei led one group of disciples to the market for necessary provisions, while Zhang Chun guided another group to seek information regarding the Shadow Alliance. We must complete our mission swiftly and not linger here for too long, Li Yunfei cautioned. Ling Feng and the other disciples expressed their understanding and promptly set off, adhering to the outlined strategy. Arriving at the market, Li Yunfei and his disciples were greeted by a bustling crowd with an array of goods on display. They diligently followed their list, acquiring ample food, medicinal supplies, and other essential items. These provisions will sustain us for quite some time, Li Yunfei remarked, his eyes sparkling with satisfaction. The disciples carefully packed the purchased supplies, ensuring they remained undamaged during transit. Chapter 56. Significant discoveries. Li Yunfei led his disciples to the market, bustling with activity and brimming with an array of goods. They diligently procured sufficient provisions, including food, medicine, and other essential supplies. These items will sustain us for quite some time, Li Yunfei remarked, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. The disciples meticulously packed the acquired materials, ensuring their safety during transport. Meanwhile, Zhang Chun and his disciples discreetly sought information in the town's taverns and tea houses. They acted with caution, striving to gather any intelligence regarding the Shadow Alliance. I've heard that a mysterious group has recently appeared in the nearby mountains, their movements exceedingly clandestine. A taverne patron whispered. Indeed, It is said that they don dark clothing and operate with utmost secrecy, another patron added. Zhang Chen quietly noted this information, gradually piecing together a clearer picture. During their inquiries, one of Zhang Chen's disciples fortuitously overheard vital intelligence. An elderly man mentioned in the tea house that a reclusive alchemist had recently emerged near the town, seemingly linked to the Shadow Alliance. This alchemist frequents the town every few days to procure rare herbs, always under the veil of secrecy, the old man stated, his gaze imbued with an air of mystery. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Chun promptly resolved to rendezvous with Li Yunfei to share this crucial intelligence. After completing their purchases, Li Yunfei and Zhang Chun met in a secluded corner of the town. Zhang Chun relayed the recently acquired information. This enigmatic alchemist may have connections to the Shadow Alliance. We must closely monitor his movements, he cautioned, a hint of vigilance in his eyes. Li Yunfei nodded in agreement. Indeed, if we can track this alchemist, it may lead us to a significant stronghold of the Shadow Alliance. To gather further intelligence about the mysterious alchemist, Li Yunfei and Zhang Chun decided to devise a tracking plan. They resolved to dispatch a few agile disciples to covertly follow the alchemist, uncovering his whereabouts and intentions. We must proceed with caution and avoid alerting him, Li Yunfei asserted, determination radiating from his gaze. Zhang Chun concurred. Precisely. We must ensure that our efforts yield useful intelligence. Li Yunfei and Zhang Chun agreed to send a group of disciples to discreetly trail the enigmatic alchemist, while they themselves continued to gather more information about the Shadow Alliance throughout the town, preparing for their forthcoming endeavors. To optimize their intelligence-gathering efforts, they decided to split into several groups, probing various corners of the town. Ling Feng led one team responsible for tracking the alchemist, while Yunfei and Zhang Qin guided other disciples to collect information from taverns, tea houses, and marketplaces. Exercise caution and strive not to attract attention, Li Yunfei advised, his eyes reflecting a sense of alertness. The disciples nodded in understanding, swiftly setting off towards their respective destinations. Li Yunfei led a group to a bustling tavern in the town, alive with activity and vibrant chatter. Li Yunfei ordered several drinks and settled into a secluded corner, beginning to observe the surrounding activity. I've heard there have been recent incidents in the mountains. Several groups have gone missing, whispered one patron. Indeed, I've heard that too. It seems to be the work of some mysterious figures clad in black, another patron concurred. Li Yunfei listened quietly, committing these fragmented pieces of information to memory. He realized that these black-clad individuals were likely the pursuers of the Shadow Alliance. Meanwhile, Zhang Chun led another group of disciples to a tea house in the town, where the atmosphere was serene and many patrons conversed in hushed tones. Zhang Chun ordered a few cups of tea and took a seat near the window, attentively listening to the surrounding conversations. Recently, a rare batch of medicinal herbs has been procured, reportedly by a mysterious alchemist, an elderly man murmured. Yes, it appears this alchemist may have some connections with the Shadow Alliance. We should exercise caution, another added. Zhang Chun pondered this, recognizing that the information aligned with their previous intelligence. This enigmatic alchemist was indeed worthy of scrutiny. Ling Feng led a reconnaissance team as they stealthily trailed the mysterious alchemist through the market. The alchemist, cloaked in black, concealed his features within the hood, moving with an unusual secrecy. Everyone, be cautious. Do not let yourselves be discovered, Ling Feng warned softly, maintaining a safe distance while remaining vigilant to the alchemist's every move. The alchemist procured several rare herbs from the market before swiftly departing towards the outskirts of the town. Ling Feng and his disciples followed closely, ensuring they did not lose sight of him. During the pursuit, Ling Feng noted that the alchemist exhibited particular interest in certain herbs, which raised his suspicions. These herbs are likely intended for the concoction of some unique elixir. We must ascertain his true intentions. Ling Feng mused internally as they continued their tracking to gather further intelligence. Upon completing their respective tasks, Li Yunfei and Zhang Chun reconvened in a discreet corner of the town to share their findings. In the tavern, we learned of a group of mysterious black-clad individuals operating in the mountains. They are likely the pursuers of the Shadow Alliance. Li Yunfei relayed the news to the group. Zhang Chun then shared his discoveries from the tea house, We heard about the recent procurement of rare herbs, which is connected to the enigmatic alchemist. Ling Feng contributed the latest developments from tailing the alchemist. We found that the alchemist shows a particular interest in certain herbs, possibly for the creation of a unique elixir. Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, and Ling Feng consolidated all the intelligence and began to analyze and discuss their next course of action. These herbs and elixirs are likely tied to the Shadow Alliance's schemes. We must uncover their intentions, Li Yunfei stated, determination gleaming in his eyes. Zhang Chun nodded in agreement. Yes, we can continue to track this alchemist to discern his true motives. Ling Feng concurred at the same time. We must remain vigilant regarding the movements of those in black. They may launch an attack on us at any moment. After a thorough discussion, Li Yunfei and Zhang Chun resolved to continue their separate pursuits. On one hand, to maintain surveillance on the alchemist, and on the other, to bolster their vigilance to ensure the safety of their team. We must remain in constant communication. Should an emergency arise, we must report immediately, Li Yunfei urged, his gaze imbued with steadfast determination. Zhang Chen added, indeed, the timely sharing of intelligence is paramount to our endeavors. The disciples expressed their understanding, their hearts filled with trust and resolve, prepare to face the forthcoming challenges. Following a brief respite, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, and their disciples once again readied themselves for departure. They were acutely aware that the path ahead remained fraught with unknown trials, yet their hearts brimmed with unwavering faith and boundless hope. Ling Feng, Zhang Chun, we press onward. There are still many tasks awaiting our completion, Li Yunfei declared resolutely, his eyes glimmering with indomitable spirit. Ling Feng and Zhang Chun nodded in agreement, their gazes equally imbued with determination. No matter what we encounter, we shall face it together. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting a warm glow upon them as Li Yunfei and Zhang Chun led their disciples forward, embracing new challenges and hopes. They understood that as long as they united in purpose and exerted their collective efforts, they would surely overcome all adversities and welcome a brighter tomorrow. Chapter 57. Clues. After gathering some valuable intelligence in a nearby town, Li Yunfei and Zhang Chun resolved to press onward in their quest for further insights regarding the Shadow Alliance and the downfall of the Li family. They understood that only by unraveling the truth behind their family's annihilation could they exact vengeance and discover effective means to combat the Shadow Alliance. In a concealed area of the town, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, and Ling Feng convened an urgent meeting to deliberate on their forthcoming strategy. We have amassed crucial intelligence, yet it lacks sufficient detail. We must uncover more clues pertaining to the Shadow Alliance, particularly regarding the truth behind the demise of the Li family, Li Yunfei asserted, his gaze imbued with determination. Zhang Chen nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, we must uncover additional clues to utterly vanquish the Shadow Alliance. Ling Feng added, we can trace the movements of the Shadow Alliance to locate their strongholds and hidden secrets. Li Yunfei resolved to return to the site of his family's former residence, hoping to unearth further clues. He recognized that, although this place was steeped in painful memories, it might conceal the key to unveiling the truth. Let us first return to the Li family's former grounds and see if we can discover any useful leads, Li Yunfei proclaimed, his eyes reflecting unwavering resolve. Zhang Chun and Ling Feng expressed their support, deciding to accompany Li Yunfei in his search for clues. Together, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, and Ling Feng led their disciples back to the ruins of the Li family estate. Once a thriving mansion, it now lay in desolation, overgrown with weeds and suffused with an atmosphere of melancholy. Standing before the ruins, Li Yunfei was overwhelmed with emotion. He recalled the night of his family's destruction, the flames of vengeance reigniting within him. Everyone, be cautious. We may encounter patrols from the Shadow Alliance here, Li Yunfei cautioned, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings. Li Yunfei and his disciples began to meticulously search through the debris, hoping to uncover any traces that might reveal the truth behind their family's downfall. Zhang Chun and Ling Feng also led their disciples in a thorough examination of the vicinity, ensuring that no detail went overlooked. We must scrutinize every corner. No potential clue should escape our notice, Li Yunfei urged, gently clearing away a pile of rubble to inspect further. Ling Feng cautiously sifted through some broken furniture, seeking hidden secrets, while Zhang Chun examined an abandoned courtyard, assessing the surrounding environment. After an exhaustive search, Li Yunfei finally discerned something unusual behind a collapsed wall. He noticed strange symbols etched into the wall, appearing to be some form of peculiar markings. "Everyone, come look, there are some odd symbols here," Li Yunfei called out, a flicker of excitement illuminating his eyes. Zhang Chun and Ling Feng hurried over, carefully scrutinizing the symbols and recognizing their possible connection to an ancient formation. These symbols likely pertain to an ancient array, possibly related to the Shadow Alliance, Zhang Chun remarked, his expression contemplative. Ling Feng nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, based on these symbols, we may be able to uncover further clues, perhaps leading us to the secrets of the Shadow Alliance." Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, and Ling Feng resolved to unravel the enigma of these symbols. They endeavored to reconstruct a complete formation based on the arrangement and shape of the symbols. This formation appeared to be related to a teleportation array, perhaps leading to a stronghold of the Shadow Alliance. "We must decipher this," Li Yunfei proclaimed, a glimmer of wisdom illuminating his gaze. Zhang Chun and Ling Feng concurred, and they commenced their efforts to activate the ancient array according to the symbol's configuration. After considerable exertion, the formation was finally set into motion, a faint glow emanating from the symbols, as if beckoning them toward an unknown destination. Determined, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, and Ling Feng decided to follow the array's guidance in pursuit of further clues. They prepared themselves, donning essential gear, ready to face new challenges. "Be cautious. We may be entering the territory of the Shadow Alliance. We must remain vigilant," Li Yunfei cautioned, his eyes brimming with resolve. Ling Feng and Zhang Chun nodded in agreement, aware that this venture would be a pivotal step in uncovering the truth. Guided by the formation, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, and their disciples pressed onward. Their mission to unveil the secrets of the Shadow Alliance and seek further insights into the downfall of the Li family. During their journey, they encountered various figures from the martial world, forming new alliances and gathering additional information. While traversing a valley, Li Yunfei and his companions encountered a group of elegantly attired martial artists. These individuals were evidently disciples of a prominent martial family, their expressions wary and cautious. "Stay alert. These individuals do not appear to be benign," Ling Feng whispered, gripping his sword tightly. Li Yunfei nodded, signaling his disciples to remain vigilant. He stepped forward, cupping his fists in salute. "I am Li Yunfei of the Tianshan Sword Sect. May I inquire your esteemed names?" One of the men stepped forward, his gaze scrutinizing. "Ah, a disciple of the Tianshan Sword Sect. I am Morong Jun of the Morong family. What brings you to this place, young masterly?" Li Yunfei replied with a slight smile. "We have matters to attend to here. Might you, Morong brother, be aware of any peculiarities about this area?" Morong Jun narrowed his eyes. "This is the territory of the Morong family. We are investigating some unusual occurrences. Would you be so kind as to disclose your intentions?" Zhang Chun interjected, stepping forward with a smile. "We are merely passing through, harboring no ill intent. We have heard of some anomalies and came to investigate." Morong Jun nodded. "In that case, let's explore together. We may uncover something of significance." Li Yunfei and Zhang Chun agreed to collaborate with Morong Jun as they ventured deeper into the valley, continuing to follow the direction indicated by the array. The valley was rich in spiritual energy, yet suffused with an eerie aura. "Be cautious. Unknown dangers may lurk here," Li Yunfei warned, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings. Morong Jun similarly signaled his disciples to remain alert. "Indeed, everyone, stay sharp and do not let your guard down." As they delved deeper, they inadvertently triggered hidden mechanisms, and a barrage of arrows shot forth from the surrounding walls. Li Yunfei reacted swiftly, deflecting the arrows with his sword while urging everyone to take cover. "Be cautious. This is a trap," he bellowed, leading his disciples to evade the impending danger. Morong Jun also responded promptly, guiding his disciples away from the mechanism's assault. His swordsmanship was exquisite, with each strike executed with unparalleled precision. After considerable effort, they finally neutralized the threat posed by the traps. Li Yunfei and Murongjun stood in a clearing, nodding to each other in mutual gratitude. Thanks to your assistance, it would have been exceedingly difficult for us to evade these traps, Murongjun remarked, a glimmer of appreciation evident in his gaze. Li Yunfei smiled gently. We are equally indebted to your timely warning, which allowed us to escape unscathed. Zhang Chun chimed in with a grin. It appears we indeed have a necessity for collaboration. Perhaps together we can unravel the secrets hidden here. After averting the crisis, Li Yunfei and Murongjun delved deeper into their investigation, ultimately uncovering significant clues within a concealed cave. Inside the cavern lay an ancient map, marked with several enigmatic locations. This map may indicate a crucial stronghold of the Shadow Alliance, Zhang Chun stated, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Murongjun scrutinized the map closely. It seems we must further investigate these locations. Perhaps we shall uncover additional clues. Li Yunfei nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must ascertain the secrets of these sites to unveil the machinations of the Shadow Alliance. Chapter 58. Traces of enemies after forging an alliance with Murongjun, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, Ling Feng, and their disciples set forth toward the first enigmatic location, guided by an ancient map. Along their arduous journey, they remained vigilant, diligently gathering intelligence and observing their surroundings. At long last, after traversing a challenging path, they uncovered a significant clue regarding the whereabouts of Li Yunfei's nemesis. Following the map's indications, Li Yunfei and his companions navigated through valleys, dense forests, and rivers, ultimately arriving at a concealed cave. The air around the cave was thick with spiritual energy, yet it emanated an eerie aura. Be cautious. There may be an ambush by the Shadow Alliance, Li Yunfei cautioned, his gaze scanning the vicinity with alertness. Ling Feng and the other disciples nodded in understanding, gripping their weapons tightly in preparation for any potential danger. Deep within the cave, they stumbled upon peculiar runes and patterns, strikingly similar to the ancient formations they had encountered previously. Even more astonishingly, they discovered remnants of cloaked figures, including several letters in a corner. Li Yunfei carefully unfolded one of the letters, scrutinizing its contents. The correspondence mentioned several key figures and operational plans of the Shadow Alliance, and one name sent a shiver down his spine. He Sha! He Sha! It is he! Li Yunfei exclaimed through clenched teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury. Zhang Chun and Ling Feng leaned closer to inquire. He Sha? Who is he? Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Li Yunfei explained. He Sha is a high-ranking member of the Shadow Alliance, and one of the direct participants in the destruction of my family. He led the assault on my family that fateful night and personally murdered my parents. Ling Feng's brow furrowed in concern. So, this He Sha is one of the enemies we seek. Zhang Chen's gaze hardened with resolve. Indeed, we must find him and avenge the Li clan. After a thorough discussion, Li Yunfei and his companions resolved to follow the clues within the letter to track He Sha's movements. The letter indicated that He Sha's most recent appearance was in a place known as Haiyan City, a crucial stronghold of the Shadow Alliance. We must hasten to Haiyan City and locate He Sha, Li Yunfei asserted, determination radiating from his eyes. Murongjun nodded in agreement. Yes, we shall proceed together to ensure our safety. For this pursuit, Li Yunfei and his comrades made ample preparations. They replenished essential supplies, inspected their weapons and gear, and meticulously discussed their action plan. Remember, we must remain concealed and not alert the enemy, Ling Feng reminded, his expression imbued with vigilance. The disciples expressed their understanding, their hearts brimming with resolve and anticipation. After a considerable trek, Li Yunfei and his companions finally arrived at Haiyan City. The town appeared unremarkable, yet they were acutely aware that the Shadow Alliance's stronghold could be lurking within its shadows. We shall divide into groups to gather information and seek out the trace of He Sha, Li Yunfei declared, a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes. Zhang Chun and Murongjun expressed their agreement, deciding to act independently in pursuit of leads. Li Yunfei and Ling Feng entered a bustling tavern, where a myriad of voices intertwined with rumors. They settled in a corner, discreetly observing the surroundings. It was rumored that several enigmatic visitors had recently arrived in the city. seemingly connected to the Shadow Alliance. I heard the one called Black Shah is particularly formidable, a patron whispered. Indeed, he is not someone to be trifled with, another echoed. Li Yunfei felt a stir of excitement. He sensed he was nearing his objective. After some inquiries, he discovered a group of suspicious figures clad in black in a secluded alley. Quietly, he trailed them and found they entered a hidden mansion, likely the lair of Black Shah. We must proceed with caution, Li Yunfei murmured to Ling Feng, a hint of tension in his gaze. Ling Feng nodded in agreement. We need to conduct a thorough reconnaissance to ensure our intelligence is accurate. To guarantee the success of their mission, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, and Mu Rongjuan convened once more to meticulously discuss their assault strategy. They resolved to split into two teams, one for a frontal attack, the other for a flanking maneuver. We must ensure nothing goes awry and aim to capture Black Shah alive for further intelligence, Li Yunfei declared, his eyes alight with determination. Zhang Chun and Mu Rongjuan readily supported him, fully aware of the stakes involved in this operation. After a brief period of preparation, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, and their disciples rearmed themselves, ready to launch an assault on Black Shah as hideout. They understood that the path ahead was fraught with unknown challenges. Yet their hearts brimmed with unwavering faith and boundless hope. Ling Feng, Zhang Chun, Mu Rongjuan, let us press on. Many tasks await our completion, Li Yunfei resolutely proclaimed, his eyes shimmering with indomitable spirit. Ling Feng, Zhang Chun, and Mu Rongjuan nodded, their gazes equally filled with resolve and determination. Whatever we encounter, we shall face it together. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting a warm glow upon them as Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, and Mu Rongjuan led their disciples forward, embracing new challenges and aspirations. They recognized that as long as they stood united and endeavored collectively, they could surmount any adversity and welcome a brighter tomorrow. Their steps were resolute and powerful as they advanced towards a more luminous future. Chapter 59. Pursuing the nemesis. Upon confirming the whereabouts of the sinister Black Shah, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, Ling Feng, and their disciples meticulously devised a comprehensive tracking strategy. They resolved to cautiously follow Black Shah to ascertain his movements and intentions, ensuring they could ultimately apprehend him successfully. To avoid arousing suspicion, Li Yunfei and his team dispersed within the confines of Black Rock City, stealthily lurking near Black Shah's hideout. Each member remained vigilant, prepared to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. They maintained their concealment, striving not to draw attention to themselves. Li Yunfei whispered, his gaze fixed intently on the clandestine residence. Ling Feng and Zhang Chun similarly monitored from various vantage points, their hearts filled with both trepidation and anticipation. Shortly thereafter, Li Yunfei observed several figures clad in black emerging from the residence, escorting a person shrouded in a dark cloak, none other than Black Shah himself. An aura of cold malevolence emanated from beneath his mask, each of his steps executed with utmost caution. Black Shah has appeared. Prepare for action, Li Yunfei quietly urged, signaling for the group to continue their pursuit. Ling Feng and Zhang Chun swiftly responded, leading their disciples to silently trail behind Black Shah, maintaining a prudent distance to avoid detection. Black Shah and his escorts proceeded onward, ultimately arriving at a hidden underground marketplace within the city. The venue buzzed with activity, yet every individual wore a mask, cloaking their identities in mystery. It appears to be a black market. They may be engaged in clandestine dealings, Zhang Chun remarked, his eyes betraying a hint of wariness. Li Yunfei nodded. Let us continue to observe and discern the nature of their transactions. Concealed in the shadows of the underground market, Li Yunfei and his team attentively monitored Black Shah's actions. They witnessed him engage in a conversation with several enigmatic figures, subsequently producing rare herbs and spiritual artifacts for trade. These items seem exceedingly valuable. What could Black Shah possibly intend to do with them? Ling Feng inquired quietly. Li Yunfei furrowed his brow in contemplation. These materials may very well be intended for the concoction of a potent elixir. We must uncover his true objectives. Zhang Chun concurred. Indeed, we require more intelligence. After the transaction concluded, Black Shah and his escorts departed the underground market, continuing their journey towards the outskirts of the city. Li Yunfei and his team meticulously followed, ensuring their presence remained undetected. Be cautious. They may become aware of us, Li Yunfei warned, a glimmer of tension evident in his eyes. Ling Feng and the disciples maintained a heightened state of alertness, silently trailing behind Black Shah, ever ready to confront any sudden developments. As night enveloped the land, Black Shah and his escorts entered a dense thicket. Li Yunfei and his team resolved to set an ambush within the woods, biding their time for the opportune moment. This is our chance. Everyone, prepare yourselves, Li Yunfei murmured, his eyes sparkling with resolute determination. Ling Feng and Zhang Chun swiftly orchestrated the disciples to establish traps and ambush points within the forest, ensuring their successful capture of Black Shah. Just as Black Shah and his escorts ventured into the ambush zone, Li Yunfei issued the command, and the disciples launched their attack with alacrity. Ling Feng and Zhang Chun flanked from either side, launching a concerted assault on He Shah. "You cannot escape, He Shah," Li Yunfei bellowed, brandishing his sword as he advanced. He Shah coldly smirked, drawing his long sword to engage Li Yunfei. His swordsmanship was fierce, each move imbued with lethal intent. The guards also unsheathed their weapons, clashing fiercely with Li Yunfei's disciples. The battle unfolded amidst the dense forest, flashes of swords illuminating the air as blades intertwined. The confrontation between Li Yunfei and He Shah was extraordinarily intense, both masters exhibiting their exceptional skills. "Li Yunfei, you will never achieve your revenge," He Shah jeered, his attacks becoming increasingly ruthless. "I will surely avenge my family," Li Yunfei retorted fiercely, his sword flashing like lightning as it lunged toward He Shah. Ling Feng and Zhang Chun fought valiantly alongside, their disciples equally determined to capture He Shah. After a fierce skirmish, Li Yunfei finally discerned a flaw in He Shah's defense, piercing his shoulder with a decisive strike. He Shah let out a pained roar, but continued to resist tenaciously. "You cannot escape, He Shah," Li Yunfei declared coldly, his gaze resolute. Gritting his teeth, He Shah suddenly produced a black elixir from his robes and swiftly consumed it. His aura intensified, his attacks growing more ferocious. "Be careful. He has taken the elixir," Zhang Chun warned loudly, a hint of anxiety in his eyes. He Shah's strength surged dramatically. He fought back desperately, attempting to break free. However, Li Yunfei, Ling Feng, and Zhang Chun combined their efforts to corner him, driving him into a desperate situation. "You have no avenue for escape. Surrender," Li Yunfei spoke coldly. His sword pointed at He Shah. He Shah's eyes widened in fury with a sudden roar. His aura erupted violently as he attempted to self-destruct in a bid for mutual destruction. "Everyone retreat," Li Yunfei shouted, swiftly leading his disciples away to evade the blast shockwave. He Shah was gravely injured in the explosion, collapsing to the ground, his breath shallow. He looked at Li Yunfei with a mocking smile, a flicker of defiance in his gaze. "Li Yunfei, you will never know the truth," He Shah rasped before succumbing to death. A complex emotion flickered in Li Yunfei's eyes. He understood that this was merely the beginning of his quest for vengeance, and the true truth remained shrouded. After successfully thwarting He Shah, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, Ling Feng, and their team resolved to continue investigating the movements of the Shadow Alliance. Although He Shah had been defeated, they recognized that this was merely the tip of the iceberg, and the Shadow Alliance's power remained vast and enigmatic. They chose to observe discreetly, gathering further intelligence to prepare for future actions. Li Yunfei and his team cautiously surveilled both inside and outside Blackrock City. They divided into small groups, concealing themselves at strategic locations to monitor the Shadow Alliance's activities. "Spread out and be careful not to draw their attention," Li Yunfei instructed in a hushed tone, his expression marked by caution. Ling Feng and Zhang Chun led their disciples to ambush several key entry points within the city and locations frequented by the Shadow Alliance, ensuring they could swiftly grasp the enemy's movements. Based on the intelligence previously gathered, Li Yunfei identified several potential strongholds of the Shadow Alliance. They resolved to closely monitor these locations to observe any suspicious activities. We will focus on surveilling these areas without revealing our presence, Li Yunfei murmured, his gaze fixed on a mansion concealed deep within the city. Zhang Chun, positioned nearby, silently nodded as he led his disciples to discreetly conceal themselves in the shadows, carefully observing the movements both inside and outside the estate. After a period of vigilance, Li Yunfei and his team detected several anomalies. In the city of Blackrock, certain locations exhibited signs of Shadow Alliance activities, with mysterious figures frequently entering and exiting. These individuals may be members of the Shadow Alliance. We must ascertain their intentions. Ling Feng whispered, a hint of caution in his eyes. Li Yunfei nodded in agreement, stating, "Let us continue to observe and see if they reveal any vulnerabilities." To gather more intelligence, Li Yunfei decided to dispatch several agile disciples to covertly tail the suspicious figures. They moved cautiously in the dark, ensuring they remained undetected. "Everyone, stay concealed and avoid alarming them," Li Yunfei reminded, a trace of tension evident in his gaze. Several disciples stealthily followed the enigmatic individuals, meticulously noting their every action. During the pursuit, the disciples discovered that these mysterious figures appeared to be engaged in a secret transaction. They exchanged information and supplies in discreet locations, exhibiting extreme caution. It seems these individuals are indeed members of the Shadow Alliance, conducting clandestine operations here, Zhang Chen remarked, his demeanor calm. Li Yunfei pundarat silanli. We must uncover the nature of their dealings. Perhaps we can find further clues regarding the Shadow Alliance. After a period of patient observation and tracking, the disciples finally acquired some crucial intelligence. They discovered that the transactions between these mysterious figures involved significant maps and letters, likely connected to the Shadow Alliance's operational plans. These maps and letters are of utmost importance. We must find a way to acquire them, Ling Feng stated, determination gleaming in his eyes. Li Yunfei nodded in agreement. Indeed, we need to devise a plan to ensure the safe acquisition of this intelligence. To obtain the vital information, Li Yunfei and his companions decided to formulate a detailed action plan. They resolved to launch a surprise raid during the next transaction of these mysterious figures to seize the maps and letters. We must proceed with caution to ensure the safety of the intelligence, Li Yunfei solemnly declared, his gaze resolute. Zhang Chun and Ling Feng expressed their support, and they began to meticulously discuss the specifics of the assault, ensuring their approach would be flawless. Once the plan was established, Li Yunfei and his team awaited the opportune moment in silence. As night fell, they stealthily concealed themselves around the transaction site, poised for action. "Everyone prepare. As soon as they commence the exchange, we will strike," Li Yunfei instructed quietly, his eyes shimmering with determination. As the enigmatic figures commenced their dealings, Li Yunfei issued a command, prompting his disciples to swiftly surge into the trading venue, igniting a fierce confrontation. The battle was exceptionally intense, with Li Yunfei and his companions exerting every ounce of their strength to quickly vanquish the mysterious individuals, successfully seizing the map and correspondence. Ling Feng and Zhang Chun stood guard nearby, ensuring the safety of the intelligence. "We have succeeded," Zhang Chun exclaimed, a glimmer of joy illuminating his gaze. Li Yunfei smiled faintly, replying, "Indeed, yet we must remain vigilant. There is still much to accomplish." Following a secure withdrawal, Li Yunfei and his companions meticulously analyzed the acquired map and letters. They discovered that this intelligence unveiled several crucial strongholds and operational plans of the Shadow Alliance, providing invaluable insights for their forthcoming endeavors. This information is of paramount importance. We must utilize it wisely, Li Yunfei declared, his eyes radiating with resolute determination. Zhang Chun and Ling Feng nodded in agreement, understanding that the success of this undertaking would lay a solid foundation for the battles that lay ahead. Chapter 60. The transaction after acquiring intelligence regarding the Shadow Alliance. Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, Ling Feng, and their disciples resolved to delve deeper into the particulars of the information, particularly the segments pertinent to the nefarious Haisha. They discovered that although Haisha had been vanquished, his associates continued to engage in clandestine transactions that potentially implicated a more extensive conspiracy. Consequently, they decided to persist in tracking and surveilling these activities to unveil the true intentions of the Shadow Alliance. According to their intelligence, Yunfei and his team learned that members of the Shadow Alliance were scheduled to conduct a significant transaction at a concealed location. This transaction was likely to pertain to their core agenda. This transaction may be exceedingly crucial. We must exert our utmost efforts to uncover their secrets, Yunfei declared, his eyes radiating unwavering resolve. Ling Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must maintain vigilant observation and seize the opportune moment to launch our assault. In the vicinity of the transaction site, Yunfei and Zhang Chun led their disciples in a preliminary reconnaissance. They discovered that the location was an abandoned temple, shrouded by towering trees, rendering it exceptionally discreet. This place is ideally suited for secret dealings. We must proceed with caution, Zhang Chun whispered, his gaze reflecting alertness. Yunfei nodded. Everyone, disperse and conceal yourselves at strategic positions to ensure we can strike at any moment. On the night of the transaction, Yunfei and his team stealthily nestled around the abandoned temple, meticulously observing every movement. The temple, cloaked in the darkness of night, appeared particularly ominous. Yet they maintained a heightened state of vigilance. Everyone, remain concealed and do not reveal our presence, Yunfei instructed in a hushed tone, his eyes fixed on the entrance of the temple. Before long, several figures clad in black stealthily infiltrated the temple, evidently members of the Shadow Alliance. They escorted a mysterious leader, exuding an aura of formidable power. This could very well be a confederate of Haisha. Everyone, prepare yourselves, Ling Feng whispered, a hint of tension in his gaze. In the central hall of the temple, the members of the Shadow Alliance commenced their transaction. Through a shattered window, Yunfei observed them exchanging precious herbs, spiritual artifacts, and scrolls. These items appear to hold significant importance. We must ascertain their intentions, Zhang Chun remarked quietly, a glimmer of intellect illuminating his eyes. Yunfei nodded in agreement. Yes, we must seize this opportunity to gather more intelligence. As the transaction progressed, Yunfei deemed the moment ripe and decided to execute their ambush. They had to act swiftly to ensure the acquisition of those vital items and information. Prepare yourselves. We move now, Yunfei commanded softly, his gaze imbued with steadfast determination. Ling Feng and Zhang Chun led their disciples in swiftly surrounding the temple from all directions, ensuring that no member of the Shadow Alliance could escape. At Yunfei's signal, the disciples charged into the temple, igniting a fierce confrontation. The members of the Shadow Alliance, caught off guard, quickly regrouped to counterattack. Capture them. Do not allow them to flee, Yunfei bellowed, brandishing his sword as he clashed vigorously with the adversaries. Ling Feng and Zhang Chun fought valiantly at the side, their disciples equally committed to capturing every last enemy. The battle was fiercely intense, with a glint of blades intertwining and a palpable aura of lethal intent saturating the air. Yunfei engaged in a life-and-death duel with the leader of the Shadow Alliance. You traitors will never thwart our plans. The leader of the Shadow Alliance sneered, his swordplay fierce, each strike imbued with deadly intent. I shall unearth your conspiracy, Yunfei bellowed, his sword gleaming like lightning as it lunged toward the foe. After an arduous confrontation, Yunfei and his team triumphed over the members of the Shadow Alliance, successfully seizing their contraband and intelligence. Ling Feng and Zhang Chun stood guard, ensuring the safety of the information. We have succeeded, Zhang Chun exclaimed, a glimmer of joy illuminating his gaze. Yunfei smiled faintly. Indeed, but we must remain vigilant. There is still much to be done. Once they had safely retreated, Yunfei and his team meticulously analyzed the spoils acquired from the Shadow Alliance. They discovered that these items included precious medicinal herbs, spiritual artifacts, and significant scrolls and maps. These items are of utmost importance. We must utilize them wisely, Yunfei declared, his eyes brimming with resolute determination. Zhang Chun and Ling Feng nodded in agreement, aware that the success of this operation would lay a solid foundation for the battles yet to come. After a brief respite, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, and their disciples prepared to set forth once more, eager to continue unraveling the secrets of the Shadow Alliance. They understood that the path ahead was fraught with unknown challenges, yet their hearts were filled with unwavering conviction and boundless hope. Ling Feng, Zhang Chun, we shall press onward. There remains much to accomplish, Li Yunfei affirmed, his gaze shining with indomitable spirit. Ling Feng and Zhang Chun nodded resolutely, their expressions likewise imbued with determination. Whatever we encounter, we shall face it together. The sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting a warm glow upon them as Li Yunfei and Zhang Chun led their disciples forward, ready to embrace new challenges and aspirations. They understood that as long as they remained united and steadfast in their efforts, they could conquer any adversity and usher in a brighter tomorrow. Their steps were firm and resolute as they advanced, welcoming a future filled with promise. Upon successfully executing the ambush and acquiring the Shadow Alliance's possessions, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, Ling Feng, and their disciples returned to their secure encampment to conduct a thorough analysis of the spoils. They hoped to uncover further clues regarding the Shadow Alliance and the downfall of the Li family, aiming to unveil the machinations of this enigmatic organization. Li Yunfei and Zhang Chun spread all the spoils across the campsite, meticulously examining the details of each item. Among the spoils were precious medicinal herbs, spiritual artifacts, and several maps and scrolls. These items appear to be significant. We must analyze them one by one, Li Yunfei remarked, a hint of caution evident in his eyes. Ling Feng nodded in agreement. Let us first examine the maps and scrolls. Perhaps we can uncover some clues within. While examining the map, Li Yunfei discovered that one of the charts marked several clandestine locations, evidently significant strongholds of the Shadow Alliance. The symbols and markings on the map bore a striking resemblance to those previously uncovered at the Li family's ancestral grounds. These locations are likely crucial bases for the Shadow Alliance, and we can pursue further inquiries based on these clues. Li Yunfei remarked, his eyes shimmering with insight. Zhang Chun meticulously studied the map. Indeed, these markings are exceptionally detailed, perhaps guiding us to unveil more secrets concerning the Shadow Alliance. In addition to the map, Li Yunfei also stumbled upon an ancient scroll. This scroll chronicled certain arcane techniques and plans of the Shadow Alliance, notably mentioning a formidable forbidden art that appeared to be their current focus of research. These forbidden techniques are exceedingly perilous. We must ascertain their intentions, Ling Feng stated, his gaze betraying a hint of concern. Li Yunfei nodded in agreement. Yes, we need to gather more intelligence regarding this forbidden art to prevent the Shadow Alliance from employing it for nefarious purposes. As Li Yunfei continued to analyze the scroll, he uncovered a passage detailing the downfall of the Li family. This account meticulously outlined how the Shadow Alliance orchestrated and executed their assault on the Li family, mentioning several key figures and specific action plans. These records depict the premeditated attack on my family by the Shadow Alliance. Li Yunfei gritted his teeth, his eyes aflame with indignation. Zhang Chun furrowed his brow. This information is invaluable. We can utilize these clues to locate those pivotal individuals. Ling Feng added, we must also confirm their whereabouts to ensure we can apprehend them all, based on the newly acquired intelligence. Li Yunfei and his companions resolved to devise a detailed action plan. They decided to first investigate several significant strongholds marked on the map to ascertain the particulars of these locations before proceeding further. We shall divide into several groups to investigate these strongholds, ensuring we can gather more intelligence, Li Yunfei asserted, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination. Zhang Chun and Ling Feng concurred, and they commenced a thorough discussion regarding specific roles and operational details, ensuring that each step would be executed flawlessly. Li Yunfei led a group of disciples to the first stronghold indicated on the map, situated deep within a dense forest, an environment of profound concealment. Zhang Chun and Ling Feng, in turn, guided other disciples to the remaining strongholds to conduct simultaneous investigations. Everyone proceeded with utmost caution to ensure safety. Li Yunfei got unat, his gaze imbued with vigilance. The disciples acknowledged their understanding, advancing with care to evade detection by the enemy. As Li Yunfei and his team penetrated deeper into the forest, they indeed uncovered a hidden stronghold of the Shadow Alliance. This site was meticulously concealed, surrounded by numerous patrolling figures clad in black. We must tread carefully. There may be numerous ambushes lurking here, Li Yunfei whispered, his eyes scanning the surroundings with acute alertness. Ling Feng led the disciples to stealthily approach the stronghold, carefully observing the movements of the adversaries, seeking the opportune moment for further investigation. After meticulous observation, Li Yunfei and his team successfully infiltrated the stronghold, acquiring a wealth of intelligence. They discovered that the Shadow Alliance was not only researching forbidden techniques, but also orchestrating a grander conspiracy aimed at subverting the entire order of the cultivation realm. This intelligence was of paramount importance, and we must expedite its return, Li Yunfei declared, his gaze filled with unwavering determination. Ling Feng and the disciples swiftly gathered the acquired intelligence, cautiously retreating from the stronghold to ensure the safety of the information. Upon securing their escape, Li Yunfei and his team reconvened with Zhang Chun and Ling Feng to share their respective findings. They realized that these pieces of intelligence, when combined, unveiled a far more extensive plot. The Shadow Alliance was not merely engaged in forbidden research. They were scheming to disrupt the very fabric of the cultivation world. Zhang Chun remarked, a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Li Yunfei nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must thwart their plans to safeguard the entire cultivation realm. Chapter 64: Departure from the town after acquiring crucial intelligence. Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, Ling Feng, and their disciples continued to closely monitor the movements of the Shadow Alliance. They discovered that the core members of the Alliance appeared to be preparing to leave the town, presenting a new opportunity for them to further pursue and confront the enemy. In a tea house in Black Rock City, Li Yunfei and Zhang Chun were diligently gathering intelligence regarding the Shadow Alliance. A softly conversing patron caught their attention. It was rumored that a group of individuals clad in black was set to depart the town, seemingly bound for a more clandestine stronghold. The patron whispered, his gaze imbued with an air of mystery. Zhang Chun smiled subtly, signaling to Li Yunfei, it seems our chance has arrived. Li Yunfei nudda, a glimmer of resolve in his eyes. Indeed, we must seize this opportunity to continue our pursuit. Quickly returning to their camp, Li Yunfei relayed the information to Ling Feng. They resolved to formulate a meticulous plan to closely track the core members of the Shadow Alliance, ensuring they could procure further intelligence. We shall divide into several groups, pursuing from different directions to ensure we remain undetected, Li Yunfei stated, his eyes reflecting caution. Ling Feng concurred. Precisely, we must proceed with care, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, and Ling Feng led their disciples in stealthily following the core members of the Shadow Alliance, ensuring they remained unseen. They maintained a respectful distance while attentively observing their surroundings. Everyone, be vigilant and do not reveal our presence, Li Yunfei whispered, his gaze fixed ahead. The disciples nodded in understanding, carefully navigating through the woods to avoid drawing the enemy's attention. After a period of tracking, Li Yunfei and his team discovered that the core members of the Shadow Alliance had entered a secluded valley encircled by towering peaks, making it exceedingly concealed. It appears this is a significant stronghold for them, Zhang Chun remarked, his demeanor calm. Li Yunfei nodded in agreement. Indeed, we need to investigate further to ascertain their activities here. On the outskirts of the valley, Li Yunfei and his team cautiously concealed themselves, meticulously observing the movements of the Shadow Alliance. They noted a vast cave within the valley, guarded by several individuals in black. This cave undoubtedly harbors important secrets, Ling Feng remarked, his eyes alert. Li Yunfei affirmed, yes, we must find a way to infiltrate the cave and uncover their plot. To gain entry into the cave, Li Yunfei and his companions resolved to devise a detailed infiltration plan. They decided to stealthily enter the valley under the cover of night, evading the guards to penetrate the cave's interior. We must act with utmost caution to avoid detection, Li Yunfei instructed quietly, his eyes shining with unwavering determination. Zhang Chun and Ling Feng expressed their agreement, and they began to meticulously discuss the specific steps of their operation, ensuring every detail was foolproof. As night fell, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, and Ling Feng led their disciples silently toward the valley. They cautiously circumvented the guards, gradually approaching the mouth of the cave. Everyone remained vigilant, striving to maintain silence. Li Yunfei whispered a reminder, his gaze fixed intently ahead into the cavern. The disciples advanced with utmost care, each step taken with great deliberation to avoid drawing the enemy's attention. After successfully eluding the sentinels, Li Yunfei and his team finally penetrated the interior of the cave. The sight within astonished them. Not only was there an abundance of spiritual artifacts and medicinal herbs, but also an array of peculiar instruments and contrivances. It seemed this was a site for their research and the crafting of forbidden techniques. This appears to be where they conduct their experiments, Zhang Qin murmured, a hint of disbelief evident in his eyes. Li Yunfei nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, we must uncover more evidence to expose their conspiracy." Deep within the cave, Li Yunfei and his team stumbled upon several significant scrolls and records. These documents meticulously chronicled the Shadow Alliance's plans and the forbidden arts they were investigating. "These records are of utmost importance. We must secure them," Ling Feng said quietly, a trace of anxiety in his expression. Li Yunfei concurred, "Yes. We must withdraw carefully to ensure the safety of this intelligence." Having successfully acquired the information, Li Yunfei and his team retreated from the cave with great caution, ensuring they did not attract any enemy attention. They swiftly returned to their camp and commenced the analysis of this crucial intelligence. These revelations unveil many secrets of the Shadow Alliance. We must utilize them promptly, Zhang Chen asserted, determination gleaming in his eyes. Li Yunfei nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, we must act swiftly to thwart their schemes." Chapter 65. Mysterious Assistance in the Pursuit of the Shadow Alliance. Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, Ling Feng, and their disciples found themselves not only facing the threats posed by their enemies, but also receiving clandestine protection from a mysterious force. This force appeared to possess insights into their movements and provided timely aid, enabling them to extricate themselves from perilous situations. During a nighttime infiltration of the Shadow Alliance's stronghold, Li Yunfei and his team were unexpectedly ambushed by a multitude of adversaries, their assault fierce and overwhelming. "Everyone, be cautious and safeguard yourselves," Li Yunfei called out, rallying his disciples to resist with all their might. Just as they found themselves in dire straits, several beams of cold light suddenly shot forth from the depths of the forest, striking down several enemies with precision. Almost immediately, a group of cloaked figures emerged from the shadows, swiftly joining the fray and assisting Li Yunfei in repelling the attackers. Once the battle concluded, Li Yunfei scrutinized these enigmatic figures, noting their exceptional skills, clearly indicative of rigorous training. One of the leading figures stepped forward, removing their mask to reveal a determined visage. "Li Yunfei, we are your allies, sent to aid you," the leader stated, a glimmer of friendliness in their gaze. Li Yunfei was momentarily taken aback. "Who are you? Why are you helping us?" With a subtle smile, the leader replied, "We are the guardians of the hidden world, tasked with the covert protection of the righteous." As their conversation deepened, Li Yunfei learned that these cloaked individuals belonged to an ancient secret organization known as the Guardians of the Hidden World. They had been entrusted through generations with the duty of shielding virtuous individuals and combating malevolent forces. The Guardians of the Hidden World? I never imagined such an organization existed. Zhang Chan exclaimed, admiration evident in his eyes. The leader nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, we have operated in the shadows, ensuring that the forces of justice remain unvanquished by evil." Upon grasping the identity of the Guardians, Li Yunfei and his team resolved to collaborate with them in their struggle against the Shadow Alliance. The members of the Guardians expressed their willingness to continue providing protection and support in secrecy. "With your assistance, our chances of victory have significantly increased," Ling Feng declared, determination radiating from him. The leader of the Guardians smiled. "We will safeguard you from the shadows, ensuring that you can accomplish your mission seamlessly." Under the vigilant protection of the Guardians, Yunfei and his team set forth once more, heading toward their next target stronghold. They understood that the road ahead remained fraught with challenges, yet with such formidable allies by their side, their confidence was bolstered. We shall press on and unveil the machinations of the Shadow Alliance, Yunfei asserted, his gaze imbued with an indomitable spirit. Zhang Chun and Ling Feng voiced their unwavering support, leading their disciples in preparation for the forthcoming challenges. Throughout their subsequent endeavors, the members of the Guardians remained a constant shadow, intervening at critical moments to defuse numerous perilous situations and ensuring the smooth progression of their mission. With their protection, we can focus more intently on our tasks, Zhang Chun remarked, gratitude evident in his gaze. Yunfei nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, we must seize this opportunity to utterly vanquish the Shadow Alliance. Under the guardianship of the Hidden Protectors, Yunfei and his team pressed forward, uncovering one secret of the Shadow Alliance after another. Each step they took was fraught with challenges, yet their resolve remained unwavering as they forged ahead. We must continue to strive, lest we disappoint the expectations of the Hidden Protectors, Ling Feng stated, determination glimmering in his eyes. Yunfei smiled, yes. As long as we unite as one, we shall overcome all adversities. In the clandestine protection of the Hidden Protectors, Yunfei, Zhang Chun, Ling Feng, and their disciples continued their pursuit of the Shadow Alliance's secrets. Their intelligence indicated the presence of a significant stronghold of the Shadow Alliance ahead, a camp teeming with nefarious individuals. To unveil the machinations of the Shadow Alliance, they resolved to journey to this camp and gather further intelligence. Following the route indicated in their intel, Yunfei and his team stealthily approached the den of miscreants. The camp lay concealed within a dense thicket, surrounded by stringent defenses and vigilant sentries. The security here is exceedingly tight. We must proceed with caution, Yunfei whispered, a hint of wariness in his gaze. Zhang Chun nodded in agreement. Yes, we need to locate a concealed vantage point to assess their situation. Under Yunfei's guidance, the team discovered a hidden elevation from which they could observe the camp's entirety. They noted several figures clad in black moving about within the camp, evidently significant members of the Shadow Alliance. These individuals did not appear to be mere guards. They were likely elite troops of the Shadow Alliance, Ling Feng observed, his eyes betraying vigilance. Yunfei concurred. Yes, we must tread carefully to ensure we remain undetected. Concealed atop the elevation, Yunfei and his team meticulously scrutinized the camp's activities. They discerned several conspicuous structures within the camp, surrounded by numerous guards patrolling back and forth. We need to ascertain the purpose of these buildings. Perhaps we can identify their core stronghold, Zhang Chun whispered, his gaze fixed on the camp. Yunfei nodded in affirmation. Yes, let us observe for a while longer to gauge their movements. After a period of careful observation, Yunfei and his team noted some irregularities. Within a large tent at the center of the camp, several apparent leaders were engaged in a clandestine meeting. That tent may serve as their command center. We need to investigate further, Ling Feng whispered, a glimmer of resolve in his eyes. Yunfei nodded, yes. We must discover a way to access the large tent and uncover their plans. To infiltrate the large tent, Yunfei and his companions decided to devise a meticulous infiltration plan. They resolved to stealthily enter the camp as night descended, probing into the secrets of the command center. We must act with utmost caution to ensure we are not discovered, Yunfei instructed quietly, a steadfast determination reflected in his gaze. Zhang Chun and Ling Feng expressed their agreement and commenced a thorough discussion regarding the specific action steps, ensuring that every move was impeccably planned. As night fell, Yunfei, Zhang Chun, and Ling Feng stealthily led their disciples closer to the encampment. They meticulously avoided the patrolling guards, gradually approaching the heart of the camp. Be vigilant and silent, Yunfei whispered, his gaze fixed intently on the grand tent ahead. The disciples advanced with utmost caution, each step calculated to avoid drawing the enemy's attention. After successfully eluding the guards, Yunfei and his team finally infiltrated the interior of the grand tent. Inside, the tent was brightly lit, and several high-ranking members of Shadow Alliance were engaged in discussion over a complex map. These maps appear to be of great significance. We must ascertain their plans. Zhang Chun remarked, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Li Yunfei nodded in agreement. Indeed, let us remain concealed and listen to their discourse. While observing from the shadows, Li Yunfei and his team overheard the conversations of the Shadow Alliance's leaders. They deliberated the precise locations of several crucial strongholds in an impending large-scale operation. This intelligence is of utmost importance. We must bring it back, Ling Feng whispered, his expression revealing a trace of anxiety. Li Yunfei concurred, yes. We must exercise caution during our withdrawal to ensure the safety of the evidence. Chapter 66. The Conspiracy of Enemies after successfully infiltrating and gathering intelligence from the villain's camp. Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, Ling Feng, and their disciples returned to their encampment to analyze the information. They discovered that the Shadow Alliance's conspiracy was far more intricate and perilous than they had anticipated. To avert this impending catastrophe, they resolved to unveil the entire truth behind the plot. In a secluded corner of the camp, Li Yunfei and his companions meticulously scrutinized the maps and records obtained from the large tent. This intelligence revealed several crucial strongholds of the Shadow Alliance and a large-scale operation set to unfold. These strongholds are the heart of the Shadow Alliance. We must annihilate them completely, Ling Feng asserted, his gaze resolute. Zhang Chun nodded in agreement. Indeed, but we require more specifics to comprehend their exact plans. Through a thorough analysis, Li Yunfei discovered a record mentioning an operation titled The Night Descends. This operation aimed to utilize forbidden techniques to utterly disrupt the order of the cultivation world. The codename for this operation is The Night Descends. They intend to unleash an unprecedented catastrophe through forbidden arts, Li Yunfei remarked, a hint of tension evident in his eyes. Ling Feng furrowed his brow. Such forbidden techniques are exceedingly dangerous. We must thwart them. Zhang Chen added, yes. We need to trace the origins of these forbidden arts to ensure they cannot execute their plan. To counter the Shadow Alliance's conspiracy, Li Yunfei and his team decided to devise a detailed strategy for prevention. They resolved to first dismantle several key strongholds to weaken the Shadow Alliance's power, before launching an offensive against their core plans. Let us split into groups to attack these critical strongholds, Li Yunfei stated, his determination unwavering. Zhang Chun and Ling Feng concurred, and they began to discuss the specific steps of their operation in great detail, ensuring every aspect was meticulously planned. Before the operation commenced, Li Yunfei and his team undertook exhaustive preparations. They inspected all equipment, ensuring everything was in prime condition. Simultaneously, they maintained contact with the reclusive guardians to secure support at crucial moments. We must ensure all equipment is in optimal condition. This mission carries immense significance, Li Yunfei cautioned, a note of vigilance in his demeanor. Ling Feng and the disciples nodded in understanding, diligently checking each piece of equipment to guarantee there would be no oversights. Once fully prepared, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, and Ling Feng led their disciples toward the first target stronghold. They understood that this operation would be a decisive step determining their success or failure. Proceed with caution. Ensure our safety, Li Yunfei instructed quietly, his resolve palpable. The disciples acknowledged their understanding, moving stealthily to avoid detection by the enemy. Upon reaching the first target stronghold, Li Yunfei and his team swiftly initiated their actions. They approached the stronghold silently, timing their ambush perfectly. Prepare yourselves. We shall strike when they let their guard down, Li Yunfei commanded in a low voice. A calm glimmer in his eyes, Ling Feng and Zhang Chun led their disciples into a swift offensive, successfully vanquishing the foes within the stronghold and dismantling their forbidden technique apparatus. Following the destruction of the first stronghold, Li Yunfei and his team pressed onward, methodically dismantling other pivotal bases of the Shadow Alliance. Their actions were rapid and efficient, inflicting severe damage upon the enemy with each encounter. We must seize the moment and deny them the chance to retaliate, Zhang Chen remarked, his gaze exuding calm determination. Li Yunfei nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, We must maintain our momentum and utterly obliterate their scheme. After dismantling several critical strongholds, Li Yunfei and his team finally pinpointed the Shadow Alliance's ultimate objective, a clandestine stronghold concealed deep within the mountains. This location was the nucleus of the Nightfall Initiative, where they would engage in the decisive battle. This is their final bastion. We must exert every effort, Ling Feng declared, his eyes radiating resolve. Li Yunfei smiled, yes. As long as we unite in purpose, we shall surely overcome them. Under the covert protection of the reclusive guardians, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, and Ling Feng led their disciples into the mountains, poised for the final confrontation. They were aware that the path ahead was fraught with unknown challenges, yet their hearts brimmed with unwavering faith and boundless hope. Having identified the Shadow Alliance's ultimate stronghold, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, Ling Feng, and their disciples understood that the impending battle would be pivotal in determining their fate. To ensure the success of their endeavor, Li Yunfei resolved to devise a meticulous plan to decisively shatter the Shadow Alliance and thwart their nefarious plot. Within a secluded cave, Li Yunfei convened all core members for an urgent meeting. They gathered in a circle, the atmosphere thick with tension. This will be our most crucial battle. We must ensure that every detail is executed flawlessly, Li Yunfei stated plainly, his eyes shimmering with determination. Zhang Chun nodded in agreement. Indeed, we need to comprehend the enemy's layout and defenses to devise a comprehensive strategy. Based on previously acquired intelligence, Li Yunfei and his companions began to analyze the enemy's configuration and fortifications. They discovered that the Shadow Alliance's stronghold was situated deep within a towering mountain, surrounded by dense forests and treacherous peaks, with formidable defenses. We must identify a breach and exploit their weakest point, Ling Feng suggested, his eyes reflecting contemplation. Li Yunfei concurred. Precisely. We can utilize the cover of night to approach the stronghold stealthily. Having established a general strategy, Li Yunfei commenced the allocation of tasks. Each group was assigned specific responsibilities and objectives, necessitating close cooperation to ensure the mission's success. Zhang Chun, you lead a team to attack from the east. Drawing the enemy's attention, Li Yunfei directed. Zhang Chun acknowledged, understood. We will strive to create chaos and provide you with an opportunity. Ling Feng, you lead another group to infiltrate from the north, tasked with dismantling the enemy's forbidden technique apparatus. Li Yunfei continued with unwavering resolve. Ling Feng expressed his understanding. Rest assured, we will ensure the completion of our mission. I led the main forces to launch a frontal assault, directly targeting the heart of the enemy. Li Yunfei concluded with a glint of determination in his eyes. As night descended, he and his team prepared for their mission. Cautiously, they approached the Shadow Alliance's stronghold, utilizing the cover of darkness to gradually close in on the enemy's defensive positions. Maintain concealment and utter not a sound, Li Yunfei whispered, his gaze fixed ahead. His disciples nodded in understanding, proceeding with utmost caution, ensuring that each step went unnoticed by the adversary. Upon nearing the outer defenses of the stronghold, Li Yunfei issued the command, and the operation commenced. Zhang Chun led a group to initiate the attack from the east, creating chaos to divert the enemy's attention. Now, Zhang Chun bellowed, charging forward with his disciples into the fray, igniting a fierce battle. Simultaneously, Ling Feng stealthily led another group from the north, silently approaching the enemy's forbidden technique devices. We must destroy these devices swiftly, Ling Feng urged, his resolve evident in his eyes. Under the cover provided by Zhang Chun and Ling Feng, Li Yunfei led the main forces in a direct assault. They swiftly breached the enemy's lines, penetrating the core of the stronghold. We shall strike at the heart and dismantle their command center, Li Yunfei proclaimed, brandishing his sword as he engaged in fierce combat with the enemy. The disciples, emboldened, followed Li Yunfei with unwavering courage, vowing to obliterate the Shadow Alliance's schemes. The battle was intense, with blades clashing and the air thick with the scent of blood. Li Yunfei faced off against the high-ranking members of the Shadow Alliance in a life-and-death duel. Your conspiracies end here, Li Yunfei roared, his sword flashing like lightning as it lunged toward the foe. The enemy, initially cold and mocking, began to falter under Li Yunfei's relentless onslaught. To the north, Ling Feng and his disciples successfully infiltrated the area, housing the forbidden devices, swiftly executing their mission and dismantling the enemy's critical apparatus. These devices have been destroyed. Their plans cannot proceed, Ling Feng stated, a hint of satisfaction in his expression. With the cover provided by Zhang Chun and Ling Feng, Li Yunfei finally broke through the enemy's last line of defense, annihilating the command center of the Shadow Alliance. The enemy, in disarray, fled in panic. Chapter 67. The night raid. After shattering the core stronghold of the Shadow Alliance, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, Ling Feng, and their disciples understood that remnants of the enemy still lurked in the shadows, poised to retaliate. They resolved to continue their nocturnal assaults before the adversary could regain its strength, aiming to eliminate these threats entirely and ensure the safety of the cultivation world. With the clandestine support of the Hidden Guardians, Li Yunfei acquired the precise location of the remaining forces of the Shadow Alliance. These factions were concealed within a remote valley, secretly plotting new schemes. We must not grant them any respite. We must strike decisively, Li Yunfei declared, his gaze infused with determination. Zhang Chun and Ling Feng nodded in agreement, and they resolved to act immediately, launching their attack under the cover of night. Before their departure, Li Yunfei convened all disciples, meticulously outlining the operational plan. They were divided into several groups, each with distinct objectives and tasks, ensuring the mission could be executed swiftly and efficiently. This operation must be rapid and precise, leaving the enemy no opportunity to react, Li Yunfei stated, his demeanor calm. As night fell, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, and Ling Feng stealthily approached the enemy's hideout, utilizing the cover of darkness to gradually near the valley while evading sentries and traps. Remain silent. Do not make a sound, Li Yunfei cautioned, his focus unwavering. The disciples advanced cautiously, each step taken with utmost care to avoid drawing attention from the enemy. Upon nearing the enemy encampment, Li Yunfei issued the command to commence the operation. Zhang Chun led one group in a flanking assault, swiftly dismantling the outer defenses of the adversary. Attack! Zhang Chun bellowed, propelling his disciples into a fierce clash. Simultaneously, Ling Feng guided another group to infiltrate from the rear, aiming directly for the enemy's command center. We must swiftly dismantle their command system, Ling Feng whispered, his resolve evident. The battle erupted rapidly within the enemy's encampment, as blades flashed and shadows danced, the air thick with a palpable aura of bloodshed. Li Yunfei engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the enemy leader. Your schemes end here, Li Yunfei ruarat, his sword flashing like lightning, piercing toward his foe. The enemy leader sneered defiantly, but under Li Yunfei's formidable onslaught, he began to falter. Under Ling Feng's leadership, the disciples successfully penetrated the enemy's command center, swiftly obliterating their core apparatus, effectively dismantling the enemy's command structure. These devices have been destroyed. Their plans are utterly thwarted, Ling Feng remarked, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Zhang Chun added, we must eradicate all remaining forces to ensure complete security. After vanquishing the enemy's main contingent, Li Yunfei and his team continued to purge the remnants within the encampment, ensuring no adversaries escaped. They annihilated all forbidden devices and pertinent records, thoroughly shattering the enemy's schemes. We have finally completed our mission, Zhang Chun remarked, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of satisfaction. Li Yunfei nodded in agreement. Indeed, we have successfully averted a catastrophe. After accomplishing their objective, Li Yunfei and his team took a brief respite at the camp. They reflected on the operation, drawing insights and lessons to prepare for future challenges. We must remain ever vigilant to prevent similar threats from arising again, Ling Feng asserted, his gaze resolute. Li Yunfei smiled. Yes, as long as we stand united, we shall overcome any adversity. Following their brief interlude, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, and their disciples readied themselves once more, poised to confront the challenges that lay ahead. They understood that although the Shadow Alliance's conspiracy had been thwarted, the path before them was still fraught with unknown trials. Yet, their hearts brimmed with unwavering conviction and boundless hope. Ling Feng, Zhang Chun, let's press onward. There is much yet to accomplish, Li Yunfei declared with steadfast determination, his eyes shimmering with indomitable spirit. Ling Feng and Zhang Chen nodded in agreement, their expressions equally imbued with resolve and determination. No matter what we encounter, we shall face it together. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting a warm glow upon them as Li Yunfei and Zhang Chen led their disciples forward, embracing new challenges and aspirations. They understood that as long as they remained united and worked collectively, they could surmount any obstacle and welcome a brighter tomorrow. Their steps were firm and resolute as they continued onward, advancing toward a more luminous future. Chapter 68. Covert withdrawal after a successful evacuation and a brief respite. Li Yunfei, Zhang Chen, Ling Feng, and their disciples prepared to return to their sect with the crucial intelligence they had acquired. This intelligence not only unveiled the sinister plots of the Shadow Alliance, but also contained vital clues essential for the safety of the cultivation world. To ensure the secure transmission of this information, they resolved to devise a meticulous departure plan. Within the camp, Li Yunfei summoned all core members to deliberate on how to safely convey the intelligence back to the sect. They decided to split into several groups, departing from different directions to divert the enemy's attention and safeguard the intelligence. We must guarantee the safe arrival of the intelligence at the sect. There can be no missteps, Li Yunfei asserted, his gaze radiating determination. Zhang Chen and Ling Feng nodded in agreement, and they began assigning tasks to ensure each group had a clear route and objective. Li Yunfei, Zhang Chen, and Ling Feng each led a group of disciples, departing the camp from distinct directions. They carefully evaded enemy pursuit, utilizing the terrain and the cover of darkness to ensure a secure exit. Everyone be cautious. Refrain from making any noise, Li Yunfei whispered, his eyes fixed intently on the path ahead. The disciples nodded in understanding, proceeding with utmost care, every step taken with meticulous caution to avoid drawing the enemy's attention. During their retreat, Li Yunfei and his team, leveraging the mountainous terrain and the cloak of night, successfully evaded enemy patrols and ambushes. They opted for a concealed path, striving to avoid direct confrontation with the adversary. We must steer clear of the enemy patrols and find a safer route, Zhang Chen murmured, a hint of contemplation in his eyes. Li Yunfei nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must remain vigilant to ensure our safety. Just as they were about to exit the enemy-controlled territory, an elite squad of foes suddenly appeared before them, evidently in pursuit. The enemy has arrived. We must act swiftly, Ling Feng warned in a hushed tone, tension flickering in his eyes. Li Yunfei promptly issued orders. Everyone scatter, use the terrain for cover, and avoid direct engagement. During their retreat, some fierce skirmishes were unavoidable. Li Yunfei and his disciples, capitalizing on the terrain's advantages, engaged in brief but intense battles with the enemy. Protect yourselves and minimize losses, Li Yunfei shouted, brandishing his sword as he clashed fiercely with the adversary. The disciples, emboldened, followed Li Yunfei, fighting valiantly, determined to effectuate their escape. After a tumultuous battle, Li Yunfei and his team ultimately repelled the enemy, successfully exiting the hostile zone. They entered a safe, forested area, where they took a moment to regroup. We have succeeded, yet we must not let our guard down. Vigilance is paramount, Zhang Chen remarked, his eyes resolute. Li Yunfei agreed. Indeed, as long as we stand united, we can overcome any adversity. After their brief respite, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chen, Ling Feng, and their disciples continued onward, bearing the vital intelligence back to their sect. They understood that this intelligence was of paramount importance to the safety of the cultivation realm and must be delivered promptly. We must return to the sect without delay and present this information to the elders, Li Yunfei declared with unwavering resolve shining in his eyes. Ling Feng and Zhang Chen expressed their agreement, hastening their pace to ensure the swift delivery of the intelligence. After several days of arduous travel, Li Yunfei and his team finally arrived at the sect, where they were greeted with fervent enthusiasm. Upon learning that they had brought back crucial intelligence, the elders convened an emergency meeting without hesitation. This intelligence is exceedingly vital. We must analyze and utilize it as soon as possible, Zhang Chen asserted, his gaze imbued with determination. Li Yunfei nodded in affirmation. Indeed, we must act swiftly to ensure the safety of the cultivation realm. Following their successful return and analysis of the critical intelligence, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, Ling Feng, and the elders discovered that the remnants of the Shadow Alliance had not been entirely eradicated. They were still lurking in the shadows, plotting a resurgence. To eliminate these foes once and for all, Li Yunfei resolved to set a trap to lure the enemy into a decisive ambush. Within the sect's council hall, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, Ling Feng, and several elders deliberated on how to orchestrate this ambush. They decided to utilize the intelligence they had previously gathered to fabricate a false report that would entice the remnants of the Shadow Alliance to approach. We can disseminate word that we have uncovered an ancient treasure at a certain location to draw them in, Li Yunfei proposed, his eyes sparkling with insight. Zhang Chen nodded in agreement. This plan is viable. We can seize this opportunity to annihilate them in one fell swoop. Ling Feng added, we need to select a location with complex terrain that would facilitate our ambush. After thorough discussion, they resolved to set their trap at a place known as Thunderwind Gorge. The area was steep and rugged, flanked by towering peaks, with a narrow canyon running through its center, making it ideal for an ambush. The intricate terrain of Thunderwind Gorge perfectly suits our strategy, Li Yunfei remarked, his gaze resolute. The elders unanimously concurred, and they began to meticulously formulate an operational plan to ensure flawless execution. To guarantee the successful implementation of their plan, Li Yunfei commenced the distribution of tasks. Each group was assigned distinct responsibilities and objectives, necessitating close cooperation to secure success. Zhang Chun, you will lead a team to establish an ambush on the eastern side of the gorge, tasked with intercepting the enemy's vanguard, Li Yunfei instructed. Zhang Chun nodded, understood. We will be well prepared. Ling Feng, you will lead another team to set an ambush on the western side of the gorge, responsible for flanking the enemy's rear. Li Yunfei continued, his gaze steadfast. Ling Feng acknowledged, rest assured, we will ensure the completion of our mission. I will lead the main force to lie in wait at the center of the gorge, prepared for the enemy to enter our trap, Li Yunfei concluded, his eyes gleaming with determination. To lure the enemy into the snare, Li Yunfei directed his disciples to disseminate false intelligence, claiming that an ancient treasure had been discovered in Thunderwind Gorge, thereby attracting the remnants of the Shadow Alliance. They utilized various channels to spread the word, quickly capturing the attention of the enemy. The news has spread. We merely need to await the enemy's capture, Zhang Chen remarked, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Li Yunfei nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must prepare meticulously. Following the dissemination of the information, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, and Ling Feng led their disciples to wind Thunder Gorge to commence the deployment of their ambush. They meticulously established numerous traps and concealed troops along both sides of the canyon, ensuring that once the enemy entered, escape would be impossible. Everyone, be cautious as you set the traps. We must not be discovered by the enemy, Ling Feng instructed in a low voice, his gaze reflecting vigilance. The disciples diligently arranged a variety of traps and ambush points, ensuring that everything was in optimal condition. Once the ambush was prepared, Li Yunfei and his team awaited the enemy's arrival in silence. As night descended, the gorge lay in stillness, yet each individual remained on high alert, ready to engage in battle at any moment. Maintain silence and be attentive to your surroundings, Li Yunfei softly reminded, his eyes fixed ahead. The disciples nodded in understanding, holding their breaths as they quietly awaited the enemy's approach. Shortly thereafter, Li Yunfei discerned that the enemy's vanguard had entered the gorge. In the darkness, a group of figures clad in black advanced cautiously, evidently intrigued yet wary of the rumored treasure. The enemy has arrived. Prepare yourselves, Li Yunfei commanded in a hushed tone, calmness glimmering in his eyes. Zhang Chun and Ling Feng swiftly entered combat mode, leading their disciples to conceal themselves in the shadows, awaiting the opportune moment. As the enemy's main forces reached the center of the gorge, Li Yunfei issued a command, and the hidden disciples launched a rapid assault. Zhang Chun led a group to attack from the east, while Ling Feng flanked from the west. Engage, Li Yunfei shouted, charging into the enemy ranks with his main force, igniting a fierce battle. The enemy was caught off guard, ensnared within the trap set by Yunfei, besieged from all sides and struggling to resist. The clash was intensely fierce, with blades flashing and the air thick with the scent of impending death. Yunfei confronted the enemy's leader in a life-and-death duel. "Your schemes end here," Yunfei bellowed, his sword flashing like lightning as it thrust toward his foe. The enemy leader smirked in response, yet gradually faltered under Yunfei's formidable onslaught. Chapter 69. Movements after successfully laying an ambush and vanquishing the remnants of the Shadow Alliance. Yunfei, Zhang Chun, Ling Feng, and their disciples remained vigilant. They understood that although the principal forces of the Shadow Alliance had been decimated, some adversaries might still be at large, plotting to regroup. To eradicate this threat entirely, they resolved to continue tracking the movements of these foes. Within their encampment, Yunfei, Zhang Chun, and Ling Feng meticulously analyzed the remnants and intelligence gathered from the battle. They uncovered several clues suggesting that the remnants of the Shadow Alliance were converging, preparing to orchestrate new schemes at another clandestine location. Zhang Chun voiced his concern, his gaze betraying a hint of worry. Yunfei nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, we must pursue them relentlessly and obliterate their plans." To ascertain the precise whereabouts of these remnants, Yunfei decided to formulate a comprehensive tracking strategy. They divided into several groups, each venturing in different directions, while maintaining communication with the Hidden Guardians to ensure timely acquisition of further intelligence. "We need to act separately to swiftly uncover the traces of these remnants," Yunfei declared, his eyes glimmering with determination. Ling Feng concurred, stating, "Yes, we must act swiftly and afford them no respite." Yunfei, Zhang Chun, and Ling Feng each led their respective groups of disciples, embarking on a thorough search from different angles. Utilizing the clues and maps previously acquired, they progressively narrowed their search area, ensuring they would not overlook any sign of the enemy. "Exercise caution and remain vigilant," Yunfei urged softly, his gaze fixed intently on the path ahead. The disciples nodded in understanding, proceeding with utmost care, each step taken with meticulous deliberation to ensure no clue was overlooked. During the search, one of Yunfei's groups stumbled upon suspicious signs deep within a thicket. These indications suggested that a significant number of people had once camped there, clearly revealing it as a temporary encampment of the Shadow Alliance. "This appears to be one of their temporary camps," Ling Feng remarked, his eyes reflecting caution. Yunfei nodded. "Indeed, we need to investigate further to ascertain if we can unearth additional clues." Determined to uncover the precise movements of these remnants, Yunfei resolved to delve deeper into this temporary encampment. They meticulously scoured every nook and cranny, ultimately discovering some abandoned items and records in a concealed area. "These records may contain vital information. We must take them back for thorough analysis," Zhang Chun stated, his gaze illuminating with anticipation. Yunfei agreed. "Yes, these records are likely to unveil their forthcoming plans." Having successfully acquired these records, Yunfei and his team swiftly returned to the encampment, commencing a detailed analysis of the information. They discovered that these records elaborated on the gathering points of the Shadow Alliance's remnants and their scheming intentions. The documents indicated that they planned to convene in a place known as Black Wind Valley, plotting new intrigues. Ling Feng spoke, a hint of tension evident in his gaze. Yunfei furrowed his brow. "Heifeng Valley? It is an exceedingly concealed location. We must act swiftly in order to thwart the Shadow Alliance's schemes." Yunfei resolved to commence their mission without delay, setting forth for Heifeng Valley. They formulated a detailed assault strategy to ensure a decisive victory against their adversaries. "We need to divide into several groups, encircling Heifeng Valley from various directions to ensure they have no escape," Yunfei declared, his eyes radiating unwavering determination. Zhang Chun and Ling Feng nodded in agreement, and they began to allocate tasks, ensuring each group had explicit responsibilities and objectives. Before their departure, Yunfei convened all disciples once more, meticulously explaining the operational plan. They examined all equipment to guarantee that everything was in optimal condition. Everyone must exercise caution to ensure safety, Li Yunfei cautioned, a note of prudence in his gaze. The disciples nodded in understanding, carefully inspecting each piece of gear to prevent any oversights. After thorough preparations, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, and Ling Feng led their disciples onward to Heifeng Valley, fully aware that this endeavor would be a pivotal step in determining their success or failure. We must act swiftly to secure our triumph, Li Yunfei asserted with resolve shining in his eyes. The disciples, invigorated with morale, followed Li Yunfei into battle, vowing to obliterate the machinations of the Shadow Alliance completely. After several days of arduous travel, Li Yunfei and his party finally arrived at Heifeng Valley. They concealed themselves at the valley's entrance, meticulously observing the enemy's movements, waiting for the optimum moment to launch their attack. Everyone, be cautious and avoid drawing the enemy's attention, Ling Feng whispered, his gaze fixed intently on the valley's mouth. The disciples remained hidden, silently awaiting the signal to act. As night fell, Li Yunfei decided it was time to initiate the final assault. They approached the enemy camp stealthily, ready to strike at the most opportune moment to utterly dismantle the enemy's plans. Now, Li Yunfei commanded, and the disciples surged into the fray, engaging in fierce combat. Under the coordination of Zhang Chun and Ling Feng, Li Yunfei's team swiftly dismantled the enemy's resistance, thoroughly vanquishing the remnants of the Shadow Alliance. Li Yunfei gathered Zhang Shen, Ling Feng, and the elders of the sect to discuss how to fully leverage their existing cultivation resources to enhance the sect's overall strength. We must integrate all resources to ensure every disciple receives the finest cultivation environment, Li Yunfei stated, his eyes reflecting resolute determination. Zhang Chun concurred, indeed. We must concentrate our resources and prioritize the development of those with the greatest potential. Ling Feng added simultaneously, we must ensure equitable distribution of resources so that every disciple can advance. After consolidating their resources, Li Yunfei resolved to initiate a new round of cultivation programs. They devised a comprehensive training regimen, encompassing a range of methodologies from foundational to advanced levels. We shall provide each disciple with clear objectives and plans to ensure their continuous progress, Li Yunfei proclaimed, a glimmer of wisdom illuminating his gaze. The disciples expressed their understanding and commenced their new training according to the plan, diligently striving to enhance their abilities. In addition to elevating the disciples' strengths, Li Yunfei was acutely aware of the importance of his own prowess. He resolved to utilize the sect's secret realm for seclusion, aiming to transcend to a higher level of mastery. I shall enter the secret realm for seclusion. During this period, the affairs of the sect will be entrusted to you, Li Yunfei declared to Zhang Chun and Ling Feng, his gaze radiating determination. Zhang Chun nodded, assuring him, rest assured, we will manage the sect well until your return. Ling Feng echoed his understanding. Focus on your cultivation. We will handle all matters diligently. Once everything was prepared, Li Yunfei entered the sect's secret realm, embarking on his secluded training. The realm brimmed with abundant spiritual energy, making it an exceptional venue for cultivation. Li Yunfei settled beside the spiritual pool, beginning to absorb the energy, steadily enhancing his cultivation level. I must break through my current limits and reach new heights, Li Yunfei silently vowed, his eyes reflecting unwavering resolve. Within the secret realm, he concentrated on mastering the sect's supreme mental technique. Through relentless practice and comprehension, he gradually grasped the essence of the technique, his cultivation advancing steadily. This time, I must achieve a breakthrough, Li Yunfei silently resolved, his gaze sparkling with wisdom. Fully aware of the preciousness of time, he seized every moment to cultivate, continuously challenging his limits. Each breakthrough marked a new beginning. I must grow stronger. Only then can I protect the sect, my family, and my friends. Li Yunfei's heart brimmed with motivation, driving him to train even harder. In the final stages of his seclusion, Li Yunfei sensed that he was on the verge of a pivotal breakthrough. He concentrated all his energy, absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, preparing for the ultimate breakthrough. This is the critical moment of my breakthrough. I must give it my all, Li Yunfei silently affirmed, his gaze shining with resolute brilliance. Chapter 70. The crisis of Li Yunfei after successfully repelling the counterattack of the Shadow Alliance. Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, Ling Feng, and their disciples believed they could take a moment to recuperate. However, an unseen crisis was silently approaching. Li Yunfei faced an unprecedented and formidable threat, one that not only endangered his life, but also jeopardized the very existence of their sect. While Li Yunfei and his disciples were engaged in their routine patrol, a sudden disturbance emanated from the nearby woods. Li Yunfei reacted swiftly, commanding everyone to remain vigilant. Yet, the enemy's movements were alarmingly rapid. "Everyone, be cautious. There's something amiss," Li Yunfei warned loudly, his eyes glinting with apprehension. No sooner had he spoken than a black arrow shot forth from the dense forest, aimed directly at him. Li Yunfei quickly brandished his sword to deflect it, but the strange power imbued in the arrow inflicted excruciating pain. "It's a poisoned arrow. Be careful," Ling Feng shouted, his gaze brimming with tension. The poison coursed rapidly through Li Yunfei's body, rendering him in agony and weakness. He recognized the rarity of this venom. Immediate treatment was imperative, lest the consequences be dire. "We must return to the sect at once and seek the elders' assistance for the antidote," Zhang Chun urged anxiously, concern etched on his face. Li Yunfei, gritting his teeth against the pain, declared, "We must act swiftly. We cannot allow the enemy to succeed." Just as they prepared to retreat to the sect, the remnants of the Shadow Alliance launched a fierce assault. Clearly, they had laid a trap, waiting for Li Yunfei to succumb to the poison before delivering a fatal blow. "They're here. Protect the sect master," Ling Feng bellowed, rallying the disciples to fight valiantly. Despite being poisoned, Li Yunfei persevered through the agony, wielding his sword with determination. He understood that he must endure until the very last moment, lest his disciples lose their faith. The battle was intensely fierce, and Li Yunfei and his companions found themselves in dire straits. The enemy was numerous, and reinforcements continually arrived, compressing Li Yunfei's defensive line. "We cannot falter. We must hold our ground," Li Yunfei gritted out, his eyes shining with unwavering resolve. Zhang Chun and Ling Feng fought desperately by his side, acutely aware that every second was vital. As Li Yunfei felt his strength waning and the poison gradually engulfing him, a group of mysterious figures clad in black suddenly appeared, swiftly joining the fray to bolster Li Yunfei and his team against the onslaught. "The Guardians of the Hidden Realm have arrived," Zhang Chun exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes alight with hope. The emergence of the Guardians turned the tide of battle. Their formidable prowess quickly subdued the offensive of the Shadow Alliance, and Li Yunfei's group finally glimpsed a flicker of hope. Under the protection of the Guardians, Li Yunfei and his team withdrew to the sect. The elders immediately set to work on the antidote, and, after a tense treatment, the poison within Li Yunfei was finally eradicated, allowing his body to begin its recovery. "Thank you for your assistance. Without you, we would have been in grave danger," Li Yunfei expressed gratefully, fatigue evident in his gaze. The leader of the Guardians smiled faintly, saying, "It is our duty to protect the righteous." In the aftermath of the crisis, Li Yunfei engaged in profound reflection regarding the events that had transpired. He was aware that the enemy's machinations had not been entirely eradicated, and both he and the sect continued to face formidable challenges. "We must remain ever vigilant and not allow the adversary any opportunity to exploit," Li Yunfei asserted resolutely, his gaze reflecting unwavering determination. Zhang Chun and Ling Feng nodded in agreement, acutely aware of the gravity of the crisis and resolved to enhance their strength and vigilance. After enduring the perils of poison and brutal combat, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, Ling Feng, and their disciples received assistance from the reclusive Guardians, successfully retreating the sect and neutralizing the toxins. However, they understood that the enemy was still lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. In order to decisively vanquish the Shadow Alliance, Li Yunfei resolved to collaborate with the reclusive Guardians to confront the challenges that lay ahead. Within the sect's council chamber, Li Yunfei convened Zhang Chun, Ling Feng, and the leader of the reclusive guardians to deliberate on how to further their cooperation and ensure the safety of the cultivation world. We must unite our efforts to completely eradicate the remnants of the Shadow Alliance, Li Yunfei proclaimed with steadfast resolve. The leader of the reclusive guardians nodded in agreement. We have been supporting you from the shadows. Now it is time for us to act together. Zhang Chun and Ling Feng also expressed their backing, understanding that this collaboration was paramount in defeating their foe. To ensure the success of their endeavors, Li Yunfei and the reclusive guardians meticulously crafted a comprehensive plan. They decided to split into several groups to launch simultaneous assaults on the enemy's final stronghold, aiming to utterly dismantle the Shadow Alliance's schemes. We need to strike from multiple directions at once to deliver a decisive blow to the enemy, Li Yunfei remarked, his eyes glinting with wisdom. The leader of the reclusive guardians concurred. Indeed, we shall dispatch our elite forces to fight alongside you. Having devised their strategy, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, Ling Feng, and the members of the reclusive guardians began to prepare for action. They meticulously inspected all equipment, ensuring everything was in optimal condition, while also bolstering morale to instill confidence in every participant. Everyone must remain vigilant and ready for battle, Li Yunfei cautioned, a hint of caution in his gaze. The disciples nodded in understanding, carefully checking each piece of equipment to guarantee that no detail was overlooked. Once adequately prepared, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, and Ling Feng led their disciples, alongside the reclusive guardians, toward the enemy's last bastion. They recognized that this operation would be a pivotal step in determining their fate. We must act swiftly to ensure our success, Li Yunfei declared with unwavering conviction. The disciple spirits soared as they followed Li Yunfei, ready to engage valiantly, vowing to dismantle the Shadow Alliance's insidious plot. Chapter 71. The successful elimination of foes after a fierce battle and the assistance of the hidden guardians, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, Ling Feng, and their disciples finally reached the critical moment of their decisive confrontation. Defeating the leader of the Shadow Alliance was merely the first step. They had to eradicate all remaining foes to truly ensure the safety of their sect and the realm of cultivation. During the process of clearing the battlefield, Li Yunfei discovered that some enemies were still resisting. Although the main forces had been routed, these remnants still posed a threat to the sect. We cannot spare any enemy. They must be completely eradicated, Li Yunfei declared resolutely, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination. Zhang Chun nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, we must ensure that no one escapes." Ling Feng also expressed his support. "Let us act separately to thoroughly eliminate these residual forces." To ensure the complete annihilation of the enemy, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, and Ling Feng decided to split into groups. They led their disciples to disperse, surrounding the foes from different directions, ensuring that no enemy could evade capture. "Everyone, proceed with caution and remain vigilant," Li Yunfei cautioned softly, his gaze imbued with prudence. The disciples nodded in understanding, advancing with utmost care, each step taken with meticulous attention to avoid overlooking any adversary. Li Yunfei led a group of disciples to a dense forest, where they discovered some remaining enemies hiding. They swiftly encircled the area, preparing to launch their attack. "We must act quickly. We cannot afford to give them any chance to counterattack," Li Yunfei commanded in a hushed voice, his eyes fixed ahead. Zhang Chun and Ling Feng also led their respective groups, tracking and eliminating foes from different directions. Their actions were swift and effective, gradually cornering the enemy. Upon confirming the enemy's position, Li Yunfei issued a command, and everyone sprang into action simultaneously, swiftly surrounding and launching a surprise assault. Though the enemies fought desperately, they gradually retreated under the ferocious onslaught of Li Yunfei and his disciples. Attack! Li Yunfei Baluba, leading his disciples into the fray, igniting an intense battle. Zhang Chun and Ling Feng, on another front, initiated their assault, their swords flashing in a dazzling display as blades interwove, plunging the entire battlefield into chaos. Amidst the turmoil of battle, Li Yunfei recognized several adversaries who had directly participated in the downfall of the Li family. A burning fury ignited within him. He was determined to personally eliminate these foes. Avenging his family. Your end has come, Li Yunfei shouted in wrath, his sword light flashing like lightning as it pierced toward the enemies. The foes, realizing their impending doom, were filled with terror, yet they fought desperately to resist. However, one by one, they fell under Li Yunfei's overwhelming assault. During the extermination, Li Yunfei finally came face to face with the leader of his enemies. His rage reached its zenith. He was resolute in his intent to obliterate this principal culprit. Your evil deeds end here, Li Yunfei roared, his sword gleaming with lethal intent. The enemy leader fought with all his might to defend himself. But under Li Yunfei's relentless onslaught, he gradually revealed signs of defeat. Ultimately, seizing the opportunity, Li Yunfei thrust his sword through the leader's chest, bringing an end to this blood feud. This is for my family's vengeance. Li Yunfei spoke coldly, a hint of relief evident in his gaze. After successfully eliminating his adversaries, he and his team proceeded to scour the battlefield, ensuring that no remnants of the enemy remained. They obliterated all forbidden devices and pertinent records, thoroughly dismantling the enemy's insidious scheme. We have finally accomplished our mission, Ling Feng remarked, his eyes reflecting a sense of fulfillment. Zhang Chen nodded in agreement, declaring, indeed, today marks a new beginning. After eradicating their foes, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chen, and Ling Feng led their disciples back to the sect. Along the way, the disciples' faces radiated joy and pride, for they understood that today's victory was the fruit of their unity and valor. We did it. We defended the sect, one disciple exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Li Yunfei smiled and nodded, affirming, yes, this victory belongs to each and every one of us. Having successfully vanquished their enemies and thwarted the Shadow Alliance's plot, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chen, Ling Feng, and their disciples initially believed they could take a moment to breathe. However, they soon realized that the enemy had not vanished entirely. Remnants of their forces remained active in the shadows. To eliminate these threats once and for all, Li Yunfei resolved to continue their efforts, tracking down and exterminating all remnants of the Shadow Alliance. After a brief respite, Li Yunfei convened all core members to discuss their next course of action. They decided to persist in their pursuit of the enemy, ensuring enduring peace in the realm of cultivation. We cannot allow a single foe to escape. They must be completely eradicated, Li Yunfei declared with unwavering resolve. Zhang Chen nodded in agreement, asserting, yes, we must forge ahead and provide no opportunity for retaliation. Ling Feng also expressed his support, stating, we need to act swiftly and maintain efficiency. To uncover the enemy's hideouts, Li Yunfei decided to dispatch disciples to gather intelligence. Utilizing various channels, they gradually discerned the enemy's movements. The intelligence indicated that the remnants were fleeing north. We must pursue them, Li Yunfei stated, his eyes glinting with calm determination. The disciples nodded in understanding, swiftly dispersing to track the enemy's trail. Li Yunfei led a group of disciples along the route indicated by the intelligence, stealthily following the enemy. Cloaked by the night, they evaded the enemy's sentinels, gradually closing in on their hiding place. Everyone, tread carefully and remain silent, Li Yunfei cautioned, his gaze fixed ahead. The disciples advanced cautiously, each step taken with utmost care to avoid detection. During their pursuit, Li Yunfei and his team suddenly fell into an ambush set by a group of enemies. Clearly prepared, the foes sought to exploit the terrain's advantage to overpower Li Yunfei and his companions. The enemy has laid an ambush here. Be vigilant, Ling Feng warned loudly, his eyes betraying alertness. Li Yunfei swiftly commanded his disciples to counterattack. Employing the terrain and agile tactics, they successfully neutralized the ambush and repelled the enemy. After successfully fending off the attackers, Li Yunfei resolved to continue the chase. They understood that with unwavering perseverance, they would ultimately discover the enemy's hideout. We must not relent. We must continue our pursuit, Zhang Chen declared resolutely, determination glimmering in his eyes. Li Yunfei nodded in agreement. Indeed, We shall strike with fervor and utterly annihilate them. In a mountainous forest, Li Yunfei and his team engage in a fierce chase against their adversaries. They traversed treacherous peaks and dense woodlands, maintaining acute vigilance to ensure they would not be outpaced by the enemy. Everyone, watch your step and be wary of traps, Li Yunfei cautioned softly, his gaze imbued with caution. The disciples advanced cautiously, each step fraught with peril, yet they did not flinch. After several days of relentless tracking, Li Yunfei and his team finally uncovered a new enemy stronghold, a concealed cave surrounded by traps and sentinels. This is their refuge. We must proceed with utmost caution, Ling Feng whispered, his eyes reflecting vigilance. Li Yunfei nodded in agreement. Let us first observe and identify their defensive weaknesses. Concealed outside the cave, Li Yunfei and his disciples began to scrutinize the enemy's movements. They discerned that while the enemy's defenses were formidable, there existed several vulnerabilities. We can exploit these weaknesses to launch a surprise attack, Zhang Chun suggested quietly, wisdom illuminating his gaze. Li Yunfei concurred. Indeed, we must devise a meticulous assault plan to ensure our success. After thorough observation, Li Yunfei and his team formulated a comprehensive strategy for the ambush. They decided to divide into several groups, attacking from various directions to obliterate the enemy's stronghold. Remember your tasks. We must ensure absolute precision, Li Yunfei instructed softly, his eyes shimmering with resolve. The disciples nodded in understanding, meticulously preparing for the moment of attack. As night descended, Li Yunfei and his team stealthily approached the enemy's lair. At the opportune moment, they launched their assault, swiftly decimating the enemy. Attack! Li Yunfei bellowed, leading his disciples into the fray, where a fierce battle ensued. Zhang Chun and Ling Feng struck from different angles, their blades flashing as sword and dagger danced in a chaotic symphony, plunging the battlefield into turmoil. After an intense confrontation, Li Yunfei and his team finally shattered the remnants of the enemy's forces. Their stronghold lay in ruins, and the adversaries could no longer rise again. We have succeeded, Ling Feng exclaimed with elation, joy radiating from his eyes. Li Yunfei smiled and nodded. Yes, we have decisively defeated them. Chapter 72. The Attack of the Venomous Spider. After enduring a perilous night, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, Ling Feng, and their disciples pressed onward, traversing the treacherous forest. Unbeknownst to them, new dangers lurked in the shadows, awaiting their arrival. With utmost caution, Li Yunfei and his party navigated through the woodland, each individual maintaining a heightened sense of awareness. Following the fierce battle of the previous night, they were acutely aware of the myriad unknown threats concealed within this forest. Stay vigilant and heed the sounds around us, Li Yunfei murmured, his gaze betraying a sense of caution. His disciples nodded in understanding, gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes fixed resolutely on the path ahead, ensuring that no detail would escape their notice. As they advanced, Ling Feng suddenly noticed peculiar webs woven between the trees. These webs appeared extraordinarily resilient and were exuding a faint, toxic miasma. Everyone, be cautious. There is something amiss with these webs, Ling Feng warned softly, his eyes reflecting alertness. Li Yunfei swiftly approached to investigate and discovered that these webs were no ordinary creations, but rather the lair of a highly venomous spider. This is the nest of the venomous spider. Be careful not to touch these webs, Li Yunfei instructed, his eyes gleaming with steely calm. Just as they attempted to circumvent the webs, a horde of enormous venomous spiders surged forth from the trees. These creatures, cloaked in darkness, bore eyes that glimmered with a chilling light. The venomous spiders are upon us. Prepare for battle, Zhang Chun shouted, drawing his sword and engaging fiercely with the creatures. Li Yunfei and Ling Feng quickly joined the fray, their swords flashing like lightning, each strike imbued with strength and resolve. The sheer number of spiders and their swift movements posed a formidable challenge. They utilized their webs to dart between the trees, launching relentless assaults against Li Yunfei and his companions. Each attack bore the threat of venom, and the consequences of a single bite could be dire. Exercise caution to avoid being bitten, Li Yunfei warned loudly, his eyes betraying anxiety. Under Li Yunfei's command, the disciples coordinated their efforts, fighting with tenacity. They wielded their swordsmanship and spiritual energy, gradually repelling the onslaught of the venomous spiders. In the midst of battle, Li Yunfei displayed exceptional combat skills and indomitable spirit. He swung his long sword with precision, dispatching spiders one after another while directing his disciples in their fight. Protect yourselves and focus your strength to vanquish these venomous spiders, Li Yunfei shouted, his eyes radiating calmness and wisdom. His swordplay was ruthlessly effective, each strike targeting the spiders' vital points, causing their numbers to dwindle and shifting the tide of battle in favor of Li Yunfei's group. Just as they began to gain the upper hand, a colossal venomous spider queen descended from the treetops, her arrival rendering the battlefield even more perilous. That is the queen of the venomous spiders. Be wary, Ling Feng warned loudly, his eyes filled with trepidation. The Spider Queen's power far exceeded that of her ordinary kin, her attacks swift and lethal. Li Yunfei understood that they must defeat this queen swiftly. Otherwise, they would find themselves ensnared in a far graver peril. Li Yunfei was resolute in his determination to engage in a life-and-death confrontation with the poison Spider Queen. His sword radiated with the brilliance of lightning, each strike imbued with an unwavering conviction of victory. However, the poison Spider Queen responded with astonishing swiftness, each of her attacks laced with venom. Let us unite and vanquish her. Zhang Chen and Ling Feng swiftly joined the fray, standing alongside Li Yunfei in their battle against the poison Spider Queen. The trio's collaboration gradually revealed the queen's vulnerabilities. After an intense exchange, Li Yunfei seized the moment, thrusting his sword deep into the abdomen of the poison Spider Queen, thus concluding the fierce encounter. We have triumphed, Ling Feng exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with joy. Following the defeat of the poison Spider Queen, Li Yunfei and his companions promptly cleared the battlefield, ensuring no remnants of the poisonous spiders remained. The disciples meticulously inspected their surroundings, removing every web and drop of venom. Everyone has worked hard. We are finally safe, Li Yunfei remarked, a hint of fatigue evident in his gaze. The disciples nodded in understanding, aware that though the battle had been arduous, they had successfully defeated the poison spider and safeguarded their own lives. With determination and hope, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chen, and their disciples readied themselves once more after a brief respite, preparing to advance and confront the challenges that lay ahead. They understood that the road ahead was still fraught with unknown dangers, yet their hearts brimmed with steadfast faith and boundless hope. Ling Feng, Zhang Chen, let us press on. There are still many tasks awaiting our completion, Li Yunfei asserted resolutely, his gaze shimmering with indomitable spirit. Ling Feng and Zhang Chen nodded in agreement, their eyes equally filled with determination and resolve. No matter what we encounter, we shall face it together. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting a warm glow upon them as Li Yunfei, Zhang Chen, and their disciples continued onward, embracing new challenges and hopes. They knew that as long as they remained united and worked collaboratively, they could overcome any obstacle and welcome a brighter tomorrow. Their steps were firm and resolute, propelling them forward toward a more radiant future. Chapter 73. Poisoned after vanquishing the venomous Spider Queen, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chen, Ling Feng, and their disciples believed they could momentarily relax. However, an even greater crisis loomed silently ahead. During the battle with the Spider Queen, Li Yunfei was unfortunately struck by her poisonous stinger, and the venom began to spread within him. As they continued their journey, a sudden wave of excruciating pain surged from the wound, and the toxin rapidly disseminated throughout his body. His complexion turned pale, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Yunfei, what is wrong? Ling Feng noticed Li Yunfei's distress and inquired urgently, concern etched across his features. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Li Yunfei replied in a low voice, I was hit by the Spider Queen's stinger during our fight, and now the poison is spreading. Zhang Chen's expression shifted with alarm. We must find an antidote immediately, otherwise the consequences could be dire. Determined to expedite their search for a remedy, Li Yunfei resolved to press on in pursuit of herbs or wise individuals who might offer assistance. They swiftly deliberated potential solutions and decided to head to a nearby village, where they hoped to find knowledge of an antidote. We must act quickly. We cannot afford any delays, Li Yunfei urged, his gaze resolute. Supporting him, Zhang Chun and Ling Feng quickened their pace, fully aware that every passing moment posed a greater threat to Li Yunfei's life. After a strenuous trek, they finally arrived at a small village. The villagers, upon seeing their arrival, displayed expressions of surprise, clearly unaccustomed to the presence of outsiders. "Is there anyone here knowledgeable about antidotes or herbal remedies?" Zhang Chun asked the villagers, his eyes filled with hope. An elderly villager approached, scrutinizing Li Yunfei's injuries before nodding. "We have an old herbalist in our village. He may know how to counteract the poison." Under the villager's guidance, Li Yunfei and his companions made their way to the herbalist's abode. It was a modest dwelling, cluttered with various herbs and bottles of medicine. "Old herbalist, our friend has been severely poisoned. We need your assistance," Ling Feng implored, urgency radiating from his demeanor. The herbalist, an elderly man with flowing white hair, carefully examined Li Yunfei's wounds and then spoke. "This is the venom of the spider queen, exceedingly potent, but I shall attempt to concoct an antidote using herbs." The herbalist began to prepare the medicinal concoction, skillfully blending various ingredients into a simmering potion. Li Yunfei endured the torment of the poison, knowing he must remain strong to overcome this ordeal. This potion will neutralize the poison, but it will take time to take full effect. During this period, you must remain still and quiet, the herbalist cautioned, concern evident in his eyes. Li Yunfei nodded appreciatively. "Thank you for your help. I will persevere." After consuming the potion, Li Yunfei felt the toxins within him gradually being neutralized. Yet this relief was accompanied by an even more intense pain and alternating sensations of heat and cold. His body trembled uncontrollably, and cold sweat poured down like rain. "Everyone, stay vigilant. Do not let anyone disturb Yunfei," Zhang Chun instructed his disciples, his gaze filled with determination. Ling Feng and the disciples anxiously stood guard beside Li Yunfei, acutely aware of the critical nature of the moment, knowing they must ensure his safety. During the onset of the lethal poison, Li Yunfei, through sheer willpower, endured the agony. He understood that only by persevering could he conquer the toxin and rise again. "I cannot falter. I still have much to accomplish," Li Yunfei silently vowed, his eyes radiating steadfast resolve. Zhang Chun and Ling Feng remained unwaveringly beside him, continually encouraging him. "Yunfei, you can do this. We are all here for you." After several hours of torment, Li Yunfei's body gradually regained its tranquility, the poison being steadily neutralized by the herbal remedy. His complexion regained some color, and his breathing grew steadier. "It seems the medicinal concoction is working. The toxin is being eliminated," the old herbalist remarked, his eyes reflecting satisfaction. Li Yunfei opened his eyes and looked at the old herbalist gratefully. "Thank you for your life-saving assistance." Upon successfully detoxifying, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, and their disciples readied themselves once more, prepared to forge ahead and embrace the challenges that lay ahead. They understood that the path still brimming with unknown dangers. Yet their hearts overflowed with unwavering faith and boundless hope. "Ling Feng, Zhang Chun, let us advance. There are still many tasks awaiting our completion," Li Yunfei declared resolutely, his gaze shimmering with indomitable spirit. Ling Feng and Zhang Chun nodded in agreement, their eyes equally filled with determination and resolve. "No matter what we encounter, we will face it together." After overcoming the poisoning, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, Ling Feng, and their disciples continued onward, fully aware that the road ahead remained fraught with unknown perils and challenges. In the face of overwhelming difficulties, they recognized that they needed not only strength, but also steadfast belief and endless hope. As they traversed a treacherous mountain range, Li Yunfei and his team encountered unprecedented hardships. A sudden change in weather unleashed a tempest, rendering the path exceedingly perilous, with landslides and mudslides looming as imminent threats. "We must find a safe place to take shelter from the rain. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire," Ling Feng urged, his eyes betraying tension. Li Yunfei nodded in agreement, Everyone, be cautious. Stay close to the group and do not stray. Amidst the raging storm, Li Yunfei and his team struggled forward, each step becoming increasingly arduous as the disciples' stamina began to wane. Just then, a landslide occurred, and a massive torrent of mud cascaded towards them. "Be careful, quickly evade," Zhang Chun shouted anxiously, his eyes filled with urgency. The disciples reacted swiftly, but several were still swept away by the mudslide. Gritting his teeth, Li Yunfei exerted every ounce of strength to lead the remaining disciples to a relatively safe spot to take shelter from the downpour. Enveloped in the deluge, despair enveloped Li Yunfei and his team. The loss of their scattered disciples, the struggle for survival, and the looming unknown dangers severely undermined their confidence. "We must locate the lost disciples and cannot abandon them," Li Yunfei asserted with unwavering determination in his gaze. Zhang Chun and Ling Feng echoed their support, understanding that unity was paramount in confronting the present adversity. As the torrential rain began to subside, Li Yunfei led his disciples in search of their scattered companions. They trudged through the muddy path and eventually discovered several lost disciples in a cave. "Thank goodness you are safe. Is everyone well?" Li Yunfei inquired, concern evident in his eyes. Although weary, the lost disciples gazed at Li Yunfei with gratitude, replying, "Thank you, Master, we are unscathed." Upon reuniting with the lost disciples, Li Yunfei and his team restored their cohesion. They sheltered from the rain within the cave, offering each other encouragement and gradually regaining some strength. "We must stand united. Only through solidarity can we overcome the challenges before us," Zhang Chun proclaimed with resolute determination in his gaze. Ling Feng concurred, "Indeed, everyone must persevere. We will surely navigate through this predicament." Once the rain ceased, Li Yunfei resolved to press onward. They recognized that remaining stationary would only invite greater peril. Only by bravely confronting their circumstances could they find a way forward. "Let us continue onward. A safer refuge lies ahead," Li Yunfei declared, his eyes gleaming with hope. The disciples nodded in agreement, faithfully following Li Yunfei as they moved forward with renewed confidence. During their journey, Li Yunfei and his team stumbled upon an ancient ruin, shrouded deep within the forest, exuding an aura of antiquity and mystery. "Perhaps we might discover the resources and clues we seek here," Ling Feng remarked, anticipation shining in his eyes. Li Yunfei concurred, "Indeed, let us venture inside and see if we can unearth something valuable." Within the ruins, Li Yunfei and his team uncovered numerous ancient texts and treasures. These riches encompassed not only precious cultivation resources, but also records pertaining to the history of the immortal realm. "These texts and treasures are of immense significance to us," Zhang Chun stated, his eyes sparkling with delight. Li Yunfei nodded in agreement. "Indeed, these resources can aid us in enhancing our strength to face future challenges." The discovery of treasures within the ancient ruins rekindled hope among Li Yunfei and his team. They recognized that these riches would not only bolster their strength, but also provide crucial support for the battles that lay ahead. "We must wisely utilize these resources to ensure that everyone can experience growth," Li Yunfei asserted, his eyes radiating determination. Ling Feng and Zhang Chun also expressed their support, fully aware that unity and collective effort were of utmost importance at this juncture. Chapter 74. The search for herbs. After uncovering treasures within the ancient ruins, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, Ling Feng, and their disciples reignited their hopes. However, they were acutely aware that formidable challenges lay ahead. As they pressed forward, Li Yunfei resolved to seek out more herbs to counter potential injuries and toxins in the future. During their journey, Li Yunfei learned of a nearby valley where exceptionally rare herbs were said to grow. These herbs not only possessed the ability to detoxify, but also could swiftly restore the spiritual and physical strength of cultivators. "If we can locate these herbs, they will greatly aid our endeavors ahead," Li Yunfei stated, his gaze resolute. Zhang Chun nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we must search for these herbs to prepare for the battles to come." Ling Feng also expressed his support. "We must proceed with caution. This valley may conceal unknown dangers." Having determined the direction of the valley, Li Yunfei led his disciples towards this fabled locale. They traversed dense forests and scaled treacherous peaks before finally reaching the valley's entrance. "Everyone, be vigilant. There may be peril lurking here," Yunfei cautioned softly, his eyes betraying a sense of alertness. The disciples nodded in understanding, cautiously entering the valley and meticulously observing their surroundings. Upon entering, Yunfei and his team were awestruck by the breathtaking scenery before them. The valley was lush and vibrant, adorned with an array of exotic flora, and the air was suffused with a delicate fragrance of medicinal herbs. "This place is indeed remarkable," Feng remarked, his eyes filled with wonder. Zhang Chun concurred. "Yes, these plants appear to be exceedingly precious." Yunfei scrutinized the area and noticed several particularly striking herbs. Their leaves a pale green and emitting a faint glow. "Those herbs are likely what we seek," he declared, his eyes sparkling with hope. Yunfei guided his disciples to approach the herbs with utmost care. They understood the significance of these plants and the necessity of cautious harvesting to preserve their medicinal properties. "Everyone, be careful not to damage the roots of these herbs," Yunfei whispered, concern evident in his expression. Following Yunfei's instructions, the disciples gently unearthed the herbs, ensuring that each one remained intact. Just as they were in the midst of harvesting, Yunfei suddenly noticed peculiar markings near the herbs. The marks appeared to be claw prints left by a sizable creature, indicating that other dangers lurked nearby. "Be cautious. There may be large demonic beasts in the vicinity," Yunfei warned in a low voice, his vigilance heightened. Zhang Chun and Feng immediately became alert, swiftly organizing their disciples into a defensive formation to guard against any sudden threats. Sure enough, moments later, a colossal demonic beast emerged from a thicket. Its eyes glinted with a sinister red glow, and its sharp fangs gleamed menacingly. "The beast is upon us. Prepare for battle," Feng shouted, drawing his sword to engage in a fierce confrontation with the creature. Yunfei and Zhang Chun swiftly joined the fray, their swords gleaming like lightning, each strike imbued with power and resolve. The formidable strength of the demon beast was undeniable, yet Yunfei and his companions did not falter. They coordinated seamlessly, employing the terrain and their spiritual energy to gradually suppress the beast's onslaught. "Everyone be cautious. Do not let the demon beast's attacks land," Yunfei admonished, his gaze reflecting a calm determination. The disciples, buoyed by morale, fought valiantly under Yunfei's leadership, vowing to vanquish the creature. After a fierce battle, they finally succeeded in defeating the demon beast, which collapsed to the ground, rendered immobile. "We did it!" Zhang Chun exclaimed, his eyes brimming with joy. Yunfei nodded with a smile. "Indeed, not only have we found the herbs, but we have also triumphed over the demon beast." Following the victory, Yunfei and his team promptly cleared the area, ensuring no other potential threats remained. They meticulously gathered all the herbs, preparing to return to camp. "These herbs are vital for our forthcoming endeavors. We must safeguard them diligently," Yunfei instructed, concern evident in his eyes. The disciples nodded in comprehension, carefully storing the herbs as they readied themselves for the journey back. After collecting the herbs and ensuring the site was secure, Yunfei led his disciples back to the camp, aware that their harvest would significantly bolster their capacity to confront future challenges. "With these precious herbs, we can effectively address any injuries or toxins that may arise," Zhang Chun remarked, his gaze filled with optimism. Feng concurred, "Indeed, we must make the most of these resources to enhance our strength." Having successfully harvested the herbs and returned to camp, Yunfei, Zhang Chun, and their disciples prepared to set forth once more, ready to face the challenges that lay ahead. They understood that the path forward remained fraught with unknown dangers. Yet their hearts were filled with unwavering conviction and boundless hope. Feng, Zhang Chun, let us press on. There is much yet to accomplish, Yunfei declared resolutely, his eyes shining with indomitable spirit. Feng and Zhang Chun nodded in agreement, their expressions mirroring steadfastness and determination. "No matter what we encounter, we will face it together." Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting warmth upon them as Yunfei and Zhang Chun led their disciples onward, embracing new challenges and aspirations. They knew that as long as they remained united and worked diligently, they could overcome any adversity and welcome a brighter tomorrow. Their steps were firm and purposeful as they advanced, ready to greet a more radiant future. Upon successfully locating the herbs and returning to camp, Yunfei, Zhang Chun, Ling Feng, and their disciples continued their journey, embarking on a new expedition. However, the road ahead still held unknown perils, necessitating constant vigilance and preparation for self-rescue and struggle. While traversing a dense forest, Yunfei and his team suddenly encountered a landslide. A massive torrent of mud and debris cascaded down the slope, enveloping them in an instant. "Be careful! Move aside!" Zhang Chun shouted, urgency evident in his eyes. The disciples reacted swiftly, striving to evade the mudslide, yet several were still swept away by the torrent. Yunfei and Ling Feng exerted themselves in rescue efforts, attempting to recover the lost disciples. They quickly organized the remaining disciples to launch a rescue operation, navigating the treacherous terrain with great difficulty, cautiously searching for those buried beneath the debris. "We cannot abandon any disciple," Yunfei declared resolutely, his gaze radiating determination. Zhang Chun led another group of disciples into the search and rescue efforts, utilizing their spiritual energy to sense the presence of buried comrades, successfully extricating several from their perilous entrapment. Following the mudslide, Yunfei and his team faced formidable survival challenges. The injured disciples required medical attention, while food and water became exceedingly scarce. They had to rely on self-rescue and mutual assistance to endure this arduous period. "We must locate food and water, while also providing care for the injured disciples as swiftly as possible," Ling Feng stated, his eyes reflecting unwavering resolve. Yunfei nodded in agreement. "Indeed, let us divide our efforts. One group will search for sustenance and water, while another will tend to the wounded." Zhang Chun led a contingent deeper into the forest in search of edible wild fruits and a water source. They advanced cautiously through the woods, ultimately discovering a grove of fruit-bearing trees and a crystal-clear stream. "These fruits are edible, and the water is pristine. We shall bring it back," Zhang Chun announced, his eyes glimmering with joy. The disciples hastily gathered the wild fruits and filled their containers with fresh water to return to the camp. Simultaneously, Yunfei and Ling Feng guided another group in treating the injured at the camp. They utilized the herbs previously collected to brew medicinal concoctions, administering them to each wounded disciple in turn. "These remedies will aid in their recovery. We will persevere," Yunfei reassured them, his gaze imbued with confidence. Under the influence of the herbal brews, the injured disciples gradually regained some strength, gazing gratefully at Yunfei and Ling Feng, their eyes brimming with hope. During this trying time, Yunfei and his team demonstrated remarkable unity and a spirit of cooperation. They supported one another, collectively confronting their adversities, and gradually regained their vitality. "We must stand united. Only then can we conquer the challenges before us," Zhang Chun asserted, his eyes filled with determination. Ling Feng concurred. "Indeed, we must all hold firm. We will undoubtedly emerge from this predicament." Having successfully salvaged their situation and begun to recover, Yunfei resolved to press onward. They understood that remaining stagnant would only heighten the dangers. It was only by bravely facing their circumstances that they could discover a path forward. "We shall continue onward, surely. A safer haven lies ahead," Yunfei proclaimed with conviction, his eyes shimmering with the light of hope. The disciples nodded in agreement, rallying behind him as they advanced with renewed confidence. In their continued journey, Yunfei and his team stumbled upon an untainted water source and fertile land, a vibrant locale that seemed to be a rare sanctuary. "This place appears ideal for us to rest and regroup temporarily," Ling Feng remarked, his gaze filled with anticipation. Zhang Chun also expressed his agreement, affirming the presence of a water source and food in this location, which would enable their recovery. After discovering this safe haven, Yunfei resolved to allow the team to rest temporarily, replenishing their physical and spiritual strength. They erected a makeshift camp and began to cultivate and gather resources to prepare for future challenges. Let us rest here and regain our strength. We shall soon set forth once more, Li Yunfei declared, his gaze resolute. Following a series of tribulations, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, Ling Feng, and their disciples embarked on their journey anew. However, the toxins lingering within Li Yunfei had not been entirely eradicated, and soon, the poison reemerged, subjecting him to excruciating pain and the peril of life itself. As they pressed onward, Li Yunfei was suddenly seized by a wave of intense agony. His complexion turned ashen, and cold sweat drenched him as the toxins wreaked havoc within him once more. Yunfei, what is amiss? Ling Feng, noticing Li Yunfei's distress, urgently inquired. His eyes filled with concern. Li Yunfei gritted his teeth against the pain and murmured, "The toxins have flared up again. I need to rest for a moment." Zhang Chen's expression shifted alarmingly. "We must find a safe place immediately for you to rest and receive treatment." The group swiftly searched for a secure location, ultimately discovering a cave nestled within a secluded grove. This natural refuge could temporarily shield them from the elements. "Let us pause here for a while and allow Yunfei to address the toxin," Zhang Chun suggested, his eyes betraying his worry. The disciples hastily set up camp within the cave, carefully placing Li Yunfei upon a soft bed of grass. The resurgence of the toxins plunged Li Yunfei into profound agony, his muscles convulsing, alternating between chills and fever, and his breathing becoming rapid and labored. He understood that he must endure with fortitude to weather this tormenting ordeal. "We must assist Yunfei. He cannot bear this suffering alone," Ling Feng asserted, his gaze unwavering. Zhang Chun nodded in agreement. Indeed, everyone lend a hand. We shall find a solution. Chapter 75. The Antidote. Under the guidance of the venerable apothecary, the disciples commenced the preparation of a new antidote. Utilizing the herbs they had previously gathered, they swiftly concocted a medicinal broth, hoping to alleviate Li Yunfei's suffering. This infusion would assist in mitigating the onset of toxins. Ling Feng declared, handing the potion to Li Yunfei. With great reluctance, Li Yunfei swallowed the brew, feeling a slight reprieve from the toxins within him. Yet the pain remained excruciating. He closed his eyes, striving to concentrate, attempting to ease his agony through meditation. Observing Li Yunfei's distress, the disciples expressed their concern and encouragement. They understood that only through unity could they navigate this arduous moment together. "Master, you will surely recover. We are all by your side," one disciple remarked, his gaze filled with hope. Li Yunfei nodded faintly, experiencing a flicker of warmth in his heart. He recognized that the support of his disciples was his greatest source of strength. In the ensuing days, Li Yunfei engaged in a fierce struggle against the toxins within his body. He consumed the antidote while meditating and practicing to bolster his resilience. "I cannot be vanquished by these toxins. There remains much for me to accomplish," Li Yunfei silently affirmed, determination shining in his eyes. Zhang Chun and Ling Feng steadfastly remained by his side, continually encouraging him. "Yunfei, you can do this. We are all with you." After several days of relentless effort, the toxins within Li Yunfei were gradually subdued. His physical condition began to improve, and his complexion brightened. "It seems the medicinal broth is effective. The toxins are being purged," Ling Feng remarked, relief evident in his expression. Li Yunfei opened his eyes, gazing gratefully at his companions. "Thank you for your assistance. I'm feeling much better." Having successfully suppressed the toxins, Li Yunfei rose once more. He understood that although the toxins were temporarily subdued, vigilance was imperative to ensure they would not resurface. "We must forge ahead. We cannot linger here," Li Yunfei declared resolutely, determination radiating from his gaze. Zhang Chun and Ling Feng nodded in agreement, acutely aware that maintaining vigilance and ensuring Li Yunfei's safety was paramount. Following the successful suppression of the toxins and their subsequent departure, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, Ling Feng, and their disciples continued their journey. Li Yunfei's condition steadily improved, and he resolved to delve deeper into the study of the herbs they had previously gathered, hoping to uncover additional miraculous properties to further solidify his health and enhance the strength of their entire group. As they advanced, Li Yunfei diligently researched and experimented with various herbal combinations. During their rest periods, he meticulously analyzed the characteristics and effects of each herb, striving to discover the optimal formulation. These herbs indeed possess potent detoxifying effects, yet I sense their potential extends far beyond this. Li Yunfei mused, wisdom gleaming in his eyes. Ling Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, we should fully exploit these resources to elevate our collective strength. After extensive research, Li Yunfei ultimately uncovered a new formula, one that not only detoxified but also rapidly restored the cultivators' spiritual energy and vitality, and even enhanced their physical constitution. This is an exceptionally potent remedy that can significantly enhance our combat prowess. Li Yunfei exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with hope. Zhang Chen also expressed his delight, stating, "Wonderful. This will greatly assist us in our forthcoming endeavors." Li Yunfei resolved to prepare this new medicinal brew immediately, ensuring that every member of the team would partake in it to bolster their collective strength. Together with Ling Feng and Zhang Chen, he meticulously concocted the potion according to the new recipe. The group took turns stirring the brew, as continuous agitation was essential to ensure its efficacy. Li Yunfei remarca, his gaze filled with concentration. The disciples eagerly participated in the preparation process, carefully following Li Yunfei's instructions to guarantee the quality of the potion. Once the concoction was ready, Li Yunfei took the first sip, instantly feeling a warm surge coursing through his body, invigorating him and purging any lingering toxins. The effects of this potion surpass my expectations, he marveled, joy radiating from his eyes. Zhang Chen and Ling Feng also sampled the brew, experiencing a swift restoration of their spiritual energy, a significant boost in physical strength, and an uplift in their spirits. This potion is truly remarkable. Our capabilities have been immensely enhanced, Ling Feng declared, his eyes glimmering with joy. Under Li Yunfei's guidance, everyone in the team consumed the new potion. The disciples felt a rapid recovery of their spiritual and physical energies, their morale soaring. "Master, this potion is truly extraordinary. We feel remarkably revitalized," one disciple exclaimed, his eyes brimming with hope. Li Yunfei nodded with a smile. "Indeed, this potion will be a crucial guarantee for our impending battles." With the aid of the potion, Li Yunfei decided to intensify the disciples' training to further augment their combat abilities. During their breaks, they engaged in various forms of cultivation and practical drills to solidify the potion's effects. We must seize this opportunity to hone our skills, ensuring we can make the most of it in future battles. Li Yunfei encouraged, his gaze resolute. The disciples responded enthusiastically, diligently training under Li Yunfei's guidance to elevate their strengths. After successfully purging the toxins and enhancing their abilities, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chen, Ling Feng, and their disciples resolved to return to the small village that had previously aided them. They wished to express their gratitude and use their newly discovered herbs to assist the villagers. On the journey back to the village, Li Yunfei reminisced about the help they had received there. He was acutely aware that the villagers' kindness and selfless assistance had provided vital support during the team's most challenging moments. "This time, I hope to do something for the villagers to show our appreciation," Li Yunfei said to Zhang Chen and Ling Feng, warmth emanating from his gaze. Zhang Chen agreed. "Yes, the villagers' support was pivotal for us. We ought to repay them." Ling Feng nodded as well. "Now that we possess new herbs, we can help them address some health issues." Upon their return to the small village, the villagers eagerly came forth to greet them. They were profoundly delighted by the return of Li Yunfei, extending a warm welcome to him and his companions. "Master Li, we are thrilled to have you back. You all appear rejuvenated," a villager exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with joy. Li Yunfei smiled in response, expressing gratitude. "Thank you all for your concern. We have returned to convey our appreciation." He and his team resolved to host a grand feast to honor the villagers. They presented a selection of spiritual herbs and fruits acquired during their cultivation, prepared an abundant array of dishes, and personally took to the kitchen to craft a sumptuous dinner for the villagers. "You have all worked hard. This is but a token of our appreciation. We hope you enjoy it," Ling Feng remarked with a sincere smile. The villagers expressed their heartfelt thanks, relishing the lavish meal with beaming smiles of happiness. In addition to the feast, Yunfei made the decision to utilize the newly acquired herbs to address some common ailments and health concerns among the villagers. A temporary medical station was established in the center of the village, offering free consultations and treatments. These herbs possess remarkable efficacy for various ailments. There is no need for concern, Zhang Chun reassured, his gaze filled with compassion. Villagers flocked to seek medical attention as Yunfei and his disciples patiently tended to them, providing herbal remedies and treatment advice. Before long, the health of the villagers showed significant improvement. Through the efforts of Yunfei and his team, the villagers' lives became notably better. Their gratitude overflowed, and they expressed a desire to reciprocate the kindness shown to them. Your assistance has been invaluable. We too wish to do something for you, a villager said, his eyes filled with sincerity. Yunfei smiled and shook his head. You have already aided us tremendously. This is simply what we ought to do. To further support the villagers, Yunfei decided to share some straightforward cultivation methods and insights, hoping to enhance their quality of life. They organized a cultivation seminar within the village, introducing the villagers to fundamental techniques. Though these methods are simple, they greatly benefit both health and spirit, Yunfei explained, his eyes brimming with hope. The villagers listened attentively and actively practiced. They began to experience the advantages of cultivation and expressed a desire to continue learning and practicing. Before Yunfei, Zhang Chun, Lingfeng, and their disciples set forth on their journey, the villagers displayed immense enthusiasm and gratitude. They not only offered various forms of assistance, but also wished to send off Yunfei and his companions with blessings for their travels. Following the gratitude feast and medical consultations, the villagers prepared a series of farewell activities for Yunfei and his team. They sought to express their appreciation in their own way and convey their best wishes. Master Li, your help has been monumental. Please accept our heartfelt thanks, the village chief said, visibly moved. Yunfei smiled in return. This is what we ought to do. Thank you all for your warm hospitality. The villagers eagerly presented their most treasured possessions as gifts for Yunfei and his team. These offerings included hand-woven bags, freshly picked fruits, and various handcrafted items made by the villagers themselves. These are our humble tokens of appreciation. We hope you will cherish them, one villager expressed, sincerity radiating from their gaze. Zhang Chun, moved, accepted the gifts, saying, "Thank you for your thoughtfulness. We will treasure these presents." On the eve of their departure, the villagers gathered in the square to extend their heartfelt blessings to Yunfei and his companions. They performed traditional songs and dances that had been passed down through generations, offering prayers for their journey. May you travel safely and return in peace. The village chief led the villagers in a unified wish, his eyes filled with hope. Yunfei, touched by their kindness, replied, "Thank you all for your blessings. We promise to return safely." During the farewell, the village chief presented a particularly special gift, a long-preserved spirit stone. This stone not only contained rich spiritual energy, but also symbolized the villagers' deepest affections. This spirit stone is a treasure of our village. We now give it to you, hoping it brings you good fortune, the chief said earnestly. Yunfei solemnly accepted the spirit stone, replying, "Thank you for your generosity. We will make good use of this stone." As the villagers bid farewell with their blessings, Yunfei, Zhang Chun, Lingfeng, and their disciples set forth on a new journey. The villagers stood at the village entrance, watching them leave with eyes full of reluctance and hope. "Take care, and we shall return." Yunfei waved goodbye, determination gleaming in his eyes. Zhang Chun and Lingfeng also waved farewell to the villagers, expressing, "Thank you for your support and blessings." Chapter 76. The Secret of the Small Village. After bidding farewell to the villagers of the small hamlet, Yunfei, Zhang Chun, Lingfeng, and their disciples unexpectedly uncovered several clues, hinting that this seemingly ordinary village might be concealing a hidden secret. Determined to unravel the mystery that lingered in his mind, Yunfei resolved to return to the village. After a period of absence, Yunfei and his entourage embarked once more on the journey back to the village, treading carefully to avoid alarming the villagers. We must ascertain the truth behind these signs. Li Yunfei stated resolutely, his gaze reflecting unwavering determination. Zhang Chen nodded in agreement. Indeed, only by uncovering the truth can we better assist the villagers. To avoid disrupting the villagers' daily lives, Li Yunfei opted to conduct their exploration under the cover of night. They established a temporary camp on the outskirts of the village, and, as dusk fell, stealthily infiltrated the hamlet in search of clues. Remain silent and stay vigilant, Ling Feng whispered, his eyes betraying a sense of alertness. The disciples dispersed, meticulously searching every nook and cranny of the village in hopes of uncovering some hints. In a secluded corner of the village, Li Yunfei stumbled upon a loose stone slab. Gently prying it open, he revealed an entrance to a concealed underground passage. Here lies an underground tunnel. This must be the village's secret, he murmured, curiosity glinting in his eyes. Zhang Chun and Ling Feng hastened to his side, and together they cautiously ventured into the underground passage, eager to discover what lay beyond. After traversing the tunnel for some time, they stumbled upon an ancient underground palace. The palace, adorned with intricate carvings and vibrant murals, stood in stark contrast to the village's modest exterior. This palace appears to be quite ancient. It must possess a rich history, Zhang Chun remarked in astonishment. Awe evident in his expression, Ling Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, this place harbors many secrets. We must tread carefully. Within one of the palace's chambers, Li Yunfei discovered a collection of ancient texts. These tomes chronicled numerous histories and secrets of the realm of cultivation, some of which left him utterly astounded. The contents of these texts are of great significance. They may provide us with vital clues, Li Yunfei reflected, his eyes lost in contemplation. Zhang Chun and Ling Feng diligently perused the texts, unearthing crucial information regarding the village's history. Through their readings, Li Yunfei learned that this small village was, in fact, the descendant of an ancient cultivation family. To escape the relentless pursuit of their enemies, they had assumed false identities and resided in this remote mountain village for generations. The underground palace served as a relic left by their ancestors, a sanctuary for cultivation and refuge. How profound is the historical backdrop of this village, Ling Feng remarked, admiration shining in his eyes. Zhang Chen nodded. Indeed, this elucidates the villagers' knowledge of cultivation and herbal medicine. During their exploration, Li Yunfei also discovered several cultivation chambers, replete with an array of cultivation tools and spiritual herbs, indicating that the villagers had been clandestinely practicing their craft all along. Though they led an ordinary existence, they remained steadfast in their pursuit of asceticism. The cultivation chambers served as a testament to the villagers' unwavering efforts to enhance their abilities. Li Yunfei spoke with profound respect in his gaze. Zhang Chun and Ling Feng also admired the villagers' perseverance and resilience. They had silently safeguarded their heritage. Upon uncovering the secrets of the small village, Li Yunfei resolved to protect it with all his might. He understood that should the villagers' secrets be exposed, it could invite greater troubles and dangers. We must safeguard this village and ensure that their secrets remain concealed from the outside world, Li Yunfei declared resolutely, determination shining in his eyes. Zhang Chun and Ling Feng echoed their support, affirming, indeed, we shall spare no effort in ensuring the safety of the villagers. When the village chief and the villagers learned that Li Yunfei and his companions had discovered the hidden palace, they did not express blame, but rather gratitude. They recognized that Li Yunfei and his friends genuinely wished to assist the village. Thank you for your understanding and support. We will do our utmost to protect our home, the village chief remarked, his eyes radiating appreciation. Li Yunfei responded with a smile, "It is our duty. Together, we shall face the challenges that lie ahead." After ensuring the protection of the village and its secrets, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, and their disciples prepared once more for new challenges and hopes. They were acutely aware that the path ahead remained fraught with unknown dangers, yet their hearts brimmed with unwavering faith and boundless hope. Ling Feng, Zhang Chun, we must press onward. Greater challenges await us, Li Yunfei asserted, a resolute glimmer in his gaze. Ling Feng and Zhang Chen nodded, their eyes equally filled with determination. Whatever we encounter, we shall confront it together. Sunlight filtered through the trees, casting a warm glow upon them as Li Yunfei and Zhang Chen led their disciples forward, ready to embrace new challenges and hopes. They understood that as long as they remained united in purpose and effort, they could overcome any obstacle and welcome a brighter tomorrow. After safeguarding the small village's secrets and bidding farewell to the villagers, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chen, Ling Feng, and their disciples continued their journey. Soon, they stumbled upon an ancient and mysterious well, hidden deep within the forest, clearly concealing more enigmatic secrets. As they traversed a dense thicket, Ling Feng suddenly halted, having discovered a well shrouded in weeds ahead. This well appeared exceedingly old, its mouth etched with indistinct runes. Li Zhangmin, come quickly. There's an ancient well here. Ling Feng called to Li Yunfei, curiosity evident in his eyes. Li Yunfei approached, scrutinizing the ancient well closely. This well seems extraordinary. We should investigate it thoroughly. Li Yunfei, Zhang Chen, and Ling Feng gathered around the well, meticulously examining the runes at its mouth and the carvings on its walls. These runes were evidently an ancient form of ascetic script, though they had become indistinct and difficult to decipher. These runes must possess special significance. Yet we require more information to interpret them, Zhang Chen remarked, his gaze reflecting deep contemplation. Ling Feng nodded, affirming, indeed. We must proceed with caution to avoid triggering any concealed mechanisms. In pursuit of uncovering the secret of the ancient well, Li Yunfei resolved to descend into its depths. He secured a rope around his waist and gradually lowered himself to the bottom of the well. The interior was damp and dim, exuding an aura of antiquity. Master Li, please prioritize your safety. We shall provide support from above, Ling Feng advised, his eyes filled with concern. Li Yunfei carefully reached the bottom, where he discovered a stone door adorned with ancient runes. The door appeared robust, yet seemed capable of being opened. After ensuring his safety, Li Yunfei decided to attempt to unlock the stone door. He infused the runes with his spiritual energy, feeling an ancient and formidable force coursing through the door. As he channeled his energy, the stone door gradually creaked open, revealing a passage leading underground. I have opened the door. There is a passage ahead, and I shall proceed, Li Yunfei declared, determination shining in his eyes. Ling Feng and Zhang Chen provided support from above, urging, exercise caution. We stand ready to assist you at any moment. Upon entering the passage, Li Yunfei encountered a spacious underground chamber, lavishly adorned with walls etched with ancient runes and murals, evidently the remnants of a long-lost cultivation family. This appears to be an ancient training ground, Li Yunfei murmured, awe evident in his gaze. In the center of the underground space stood a massive stone tablet inscribed with detailed insights and techniques for cultivation. Clearly the legacy of a great master. These teachings would greatly benefit any practitioner. Beyond the techniques inscribed on the tablet, Li Yunfei also discovered numerous precious cultivation resources within the secret underground realm. These treasures included spiritual herbs, spirit stones, and rare elixirs, all immensely beneficial for enhancing one's cultivation. These resources are invaluable. They can significantly bolster our strength, Li Yunfei exclaimed, joy radiating from his expression. Zhang Chen and Ling Feng soon descended, their excitement palpable at the discoveries. This truly is an unexpectedly monumental gain. Li Yunfei resolved to bring these precious insights and resources back to the surface to share with his disciples. They meticulously collected the resources and diligently recorded the techniques from the stone tablet. These insights and resources are of utmost importance to each of us. We must make the most of them, Li Yunfei asserted, his gaze resolute. His disciples unanimously concurred, aware that this discovery would profoundly influence their future cultivation and battles. After gathering all the resources and documenting the vital information, Li Yunfei and his team ascended back to the surface. They showcased their invaluable findings to all the disciples, strategizing on how to utilize these resources to enhance the strength of their entire group. We must devise a comprehensive cultivation plan to ensure everyone benefits from these resources. Zhang Chun proposed, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Ling Feng agreed, stating, "Indeed, this discovery will greatly aid our entire team." Once the cultivation plan was established, Li Yunfei led his disciples in a collective training session. They gradually enhanced their cultivation and combat prowess by utilizing the resources and techniques obtained from the underground secret realm. Everyone must seize the time to cultivate and strengthen their abilities. Only then can we meet the challenges that lie ahead, encouraged Li Yunfei, his gaze filled with determination. The disciples responded fervently, diligently practicing under Li Yunfei's guidance to elevate their own strength. Recently, the urgency of transformation has fueled our motivation, allowing for swifter updates. Thank you for your cooperation in exiting reading mode. Chapter 77. The villagers' plea after Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, Ling Feng, and their disciples shared the treasures from the ancient well and significantly enhanced their powers. They prepared to continue their journey. However, just as they were about to depart, the villagers from a small hamlet unexpectedly arrived, bearing an urgent request. In the early morning, as Li Yunfei and his disciples engaged in their daily cultivation, the village chief and several villagers hurriedly approached, their expressions fraught with anxiety. "Master Li, we implore you to assist us," the chief exclaimed, his eyes reflecting boundless worry. Li Yunfei quickly stepped forward, concern etched on his face. "Chief, what has transpired? Please tell us." Taking a deep breath, the chief spoke gravely. "A band of robbers has appeared near our village, relentlessly harassing the villagers, stealing their possessions, and even harming the innocent. We are utterly powerless against these ruffians, which is why we have come to seek your help." Upon hearing the chief's account, Li Yunfei recognized the gravity of the situation and resolved to aid the villagers in overcoming this predicament. "Rest assured, we will do everything in our power to assist you," he declared with unwavering determination. Zhang Chun and Ling Feng echoed their support, affirming, "Indeed, we shall not stand idly by." The villagers expressed their heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Master Li, and thank you all for your assistance." To confront the threat posed by the robbers, Li Yunfei promptly decided to devise a tactical plan. He convened Zhang Chun, Ling Feng, and several seasoned disciples to discuss specific countermeasures. "We need to ascertain the particulars regarding the robbers, including their numbers, strength, and patterns of activity," Li Yunfei stated, his gaze steady and composed. Zhang Chun nodded in agreement. "We can dispatch a few disciples to conduct reconnaissance and gather intelligence." Ling Feng added simultaneously, "We must fortify the village's defenses to ensure the safety of the villagers." Li Yunfei dispatched several disciples skilled in stealth and reconnaissance to the area where the robbers were known to operate, tasking them with collecting vital information. These disciples, utilizing their spiritual powers and the advantages of the terrain, approached the robbers' encampment with utmost caution. "Exercise extreme care and ensure that you remain undetected," one disciple whispered earnestly, his expression revealing his vigilance. After a meticulous reconnaissance effort, the disciples successfully gathered detailed information about the robbers and returned to Li Yunfei with their findings. Based on the intelligence provided, Li Yunfei learned of the robbers' numbers and capabilities. Not only were they numerous, but some possessed considerable cultivation levels, posing a significant threat to the villagers. These robbers' leaders possess a certain level of cultivation. "We must approach this situation with caution," Li Yunfei remarked, his demeanor calm yet serious. Zhang Chun and Ling Feng expressed their satisfaction with the thoroughness of the intelligence. "With this information, we can formulate a more detailed battle plan." Having fully grasped the enemy's situation, Li Yunfei resolved to adopt a strategy of divided forces to strike decisively, first focusing their strength on the robbers' leaders, followed by systematically dismantling their power. "We shall first target their leaders to dismantle their command structure, then methodically take them down one by one," Li Yunfei elucidated, his gaze resolute. Zhang Chun and Ling Feng voiced their support, affirming, "This is an excellent plan. We shall cooperate with all our might." After formulating a tactical plan, Li Yunfei and his disciples commenced preparations for battle. They meticulously examined their equipment and arranged formations, ensuring that every detail was in readiness. Everyone must prioritize safety and remain vigilant. Ling Feng reminded, concern evident in his gaze. The disciples nodded in understanding, acutely aware of the significance of this confrontation. To minimize potential losses among the villagers, Li Yunfei resolved to launch a nighttime ambush. As dusk descended, he stealthily led his disciples towards the bandits' encampment, poised to strike. "We must act swiftly to ensure a decisive blow," he commanded in a hushed tone, determination gleaming in his eyes. Zhang Chen and Ling Feng directed their respective teams, surrounding the bandits' camp from various angles, awaiting Li Yunfei's signal. Once all was in place, with a commanding shout, Li Yunfei initiated the assault. They harnessed their spiritual energy and strategic advantages, swiftly dismantling the bandits' outer defenses, zeroing in on their leader. "Attack!" Li Yunfei bellowed, leading his disciples into the fray, where fierce combat erupted. Under his guidance, the disciples rapidly overpowered the bandit leader, shattering their command structure. The bandits, disorganized and demoralized, scattered in panic, quickly falling to the disciples one by one. "We have succeeded," Zhang Chen exclaimed, his eyes alight with joy. Li Yunfei smiled and nodded, affirming, "Indeed, the villagers are finally safe." After their triumphant defeat of the bandits, Li Yunfei and his disciples returned to the village to relay the victorious news. Upon hearing the tidings, the villagers gathered to express their gratitude. "Thank you, Master Li, and to everyone for your aid. You are our saviors," the village chief declared, his eyes brimming with appreciation. Li Yunfei responded with a smile. "It is our duty. The safety of the villagers is paramount." Following their successful resolution of the bandit threat and the villagers' heartfelt thanks, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chen, Ling Feng, and their disciples reconvened, preparing to advance further. However, Li Yunfei faced a daunting choice. He had to determine the next direction to ensure the team's growth and readiness for future challenges. Before departing the quaint village, he withdrew into a tranquil grove nearby. Deep in contemplation, he recognized that the road ahead was fraught with unknown perils and challenges, where each step held profound significance. "I must make the right choices, not only for myself, but for the entire team," Li Yunfei silently vowed, his eyes radiating resolve. To arrive at the most prudent decision, Li Yunfei chose to seek the counsel of Zhang Chen and Ling Feng. The three convened at a stone table just outside the village, embarking on a discussion of their future path. "We have several avenues before us. One is to delve deeper into our cultivation, enhancing our strength. Another is to seek additional allies, broadening our influence. And lastly, to investigate and track those hidden foes lurking in the shadows," Li Yunfei articulated, his demeanor calm and collected. Zhang Chen concurred. "Indeed, each path bears its merits and drawbacks. We must weigh the pros and cons carefully." Ling Feng added, "We must ensure that every step we take is measured and deliberate, for it is only through such caution that we can confront the challenges that lie ahead." After a period of thoughtful contemplation and discussion, Li Yunfei resolved to first delve deeper into his cultivation, enhancing the overall strength of the team before seeking additional allies, and ultimately conducting investigations to track their adversaries. "Our strength is the most fundamental assurance. Only by becoming formidable can we confront greater challenges," Li Yunfei declared resolutely, determination gleaming in his eyes. Zhang Chen and Ling Feng expressed their support, affirming, "Indeed, we must fortify ourselves before contemplating anything else." To achieve their cultivation goals, Li Yunfei decided to seek a location rich in spiritual energy for their training. After some exploration, they learned of a nearby celestial mountain abundant in spiritual essence, deemed an ideal site for their practice. "We can journey to that celestial mountain and engage in seclusion for cultivation," Zhang Chen suggested, his gaze brimming with anticipation. Li Yunfei nodded in agreement. "Yes, that celestial mountain is indeed rich in spiritual energy, perfectly suited for our training." Having reached a decision, Li Yunfei and his team bid farewell to the villagers of the small hamlet. The villagers, filled with reluctance, sent them off with heartfelt blessings. "Leader Li, may you have a safe journey and return victorious soon," the village chief expressed, his eyes reflecting gratitude and sorrow. Li Yunfei smiled in response. "Thank you all for your blessings. We shall surely return." Under the villagers' send-off, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, and Ling Feng led their disciples toward the celestial mountain. They traversed through forests and scaled rugged peaks, finally arriving at the foot of the celestial mountain. Indeed, this mountain was rich in spiritual energy, ideal for cultivation. Ling Feng exclaimed with delight. The spiritual essence here is truly abundant. Li Yunfei smiled and nodded. Yes, we shall engage in seclusion here to enhance our strength. Upon reaching the celestial mountain, Li Yunfei and his disciples began to prepare the cultivation site. They selected a valley where the spiritual energy was most concentrated and erected a temporary training camp. Everyone, let's split up to ensure each person has a suitable environment for cultivation, Li Yunfei instructed calmly. The disciples swiftly set to work, erecting tents and arranging formations to guarantee safety and efficacy during their training. Once all preparations were complete, Li Yunfei led his disciples into seclusion for cultivation. They utilized treasures and resources acquired from an ancient well to deepen their practice and enhance their combat prowess. We must seize this opportunity and give our all. This training is immensely significant for us, Li Yunfei encouraged, his gaze filled with unwavering resolve. The disciples responded eagerly, striving diligently under Li Yunfei's guidance to elevate their abilities. With the aid of the celestial mountain's spiritual energy and abundant resources, Li Yunfei and his disciples experienced remarkable advancements in their cultivation. They not only shattered their previous limitations, but also mastered an array of combat techniques and spells. Our strength has significantly increased, and we now face future challenges with greater confidence, Zhang Chun remarked, his eyes shining with joy. Ling Feng concurred. Indeed, this training has been exceptionally successful. We are now much stronger. After successfully completing their secluded cultivation, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, and their disciples once again prepared to embark on a new journey, ready to embrace fresh challenges and hopes. They were acutely aware that the path ahead remained fraught with unknown perils, yet their hearts brimmed with unwavering faith and boundless optimism. Ling Feng, Zhang Chun, we are now stronger and more capable of facing greater challenges, Li Yunfei declared resolutely, his gaze shimmering with indomitable spirit. Ling Feng and Zhang Chun nodded in agreement, their eyes equally filled with determination and resolve. No matter what we encounter, we will confront it together. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting a warm glow upon them as Li Yunfei and Zhang Chun led their disciples onward, ready to embrace new trials and aspirations. They understood that as long as they remained united and worked in concert, they would undoubtedly overcome all adversities and welcome a brighter tomorrow. Chapter 78. The recommendation. As the secluded cultivation on the celestial mountain neared its conclusion, Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, and Ling Feng were engaged in a discussion regarding their forthcoming plans. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it an inexplicable force. Li Yunfei, with his keen senses, detected the anomaly of this energy and swiftly rose, casting a vigilant gaze around him. "Who goes there?" Li Yunfei inquired loudly, his eyes betraying a hint of tension. After a brief moment, a figure emerged slowly from the shadows of the trees. It was an elderly man clad in a gray robe, his hair and beard white as snow, yet his gaze conveyed profound wisdom and extraordinary power. "I am Li Yunfei, a junior here. May I inquire as to your esteemed identity?" Li Yunfei respectfully clasped his fists and bowed, tentatively asking. The elder smiled gently, his eyes radiating kindness as he regarded Li Yunfei. "Young man, there is no need for alarm. I am merely a passerby, having heard of your cultivation here and coming to pay a visit." Li Yunfei, though puzzled, maintained his politeness. "It is an honor to have you grace us with your presence. Might I ask if you have any guidance to offer?" The old man approached, scrutinizing Li Yunfei with an approving gaze. "Your aptitude is remarkable, and your resolve is unwavering. You are destined for great achievements in the future." Feeling the sincerity in the elder's eyes, Li Yunfei's wariness diminished slightly. "Thank you for your kind words, senior. I shall endeavor to cultivate diligently and live up to your expectations." The elder nodded slightly, then retrieved an ancient tome from his sleeve, presenting it to Li Yunfei. "This is the record of cloud points, containing esoteric methods and insights for cultivation, which will greatly aid your future endeavors. Yunfei accepted the record of cloud points, the book exuding an aura of antiquity and mystery, and he could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Thank you for this precious gift, Senior. I shall study it with utmost dedication. The elder regarded Yunfei, speaking slowly. This record of cloud points is not merely a manual for cultivation. It is also a legacy of the Cloud Points sect. The sect is a prominent force within the realm of immortality, boasting profound heritage and formidable strength. Upon hearing this, Yunfei's heart stirred. The Cloud Points sect? Is that not the legendary top-tier sect? The elder nodded, a glimmer of light flickering in his eyes. Indeed, the Cloud Points sect not only possesses numerous talented disciples, but also abundant resources for cultivation and powerful legacies. Should you gain entry, you will find expansive opportunities for development. Yunfei, feeling both exhilarated and hesitant, asked, Senior, given the sect's immense prowess, do I truly possess the qualifications to join? The elder smiled. You're not only qualified, but also an exceptionally suitable candidate. Your talent and character are sufficient to distinguish you within the Cloud Points sect. After a moment of contemplation, determination shone in Yunfei's eyes. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I shall make every effort to reach the Cloud Points sect and strive for entry. The elder nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. I look forward to your performance within the sect. Remember, regardless of the challenges you encounter, do not surrender. Persevere, and you shall achieve great things. Yunfei solemnly nodded. I will certainly heed your teachings and strive to meet your expectations. With a gentle smile, the elder turned and began to walk away. His figure gradually faded into the shadows of the trees, leaving behind the record of cloud points and a heart full of anticipation in Yunfei. Yunfei clutched the point cloud record tightly in his hands as he returned to Zhangchun and Lingfeng, recounting the events that had just transpired. Zhangchun and Lingfeng listened, equally astonished and filled with anticipation. Yunfei, this is indeed a rare opportunity. The Point Cloud sect is a premier establishment in the realm of cultivation. By entering its ranks, you will have greater chances to enhance your abilities, Zhangchun remarked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Lingfeng echoed his support. Certainly, Yunfei, you must seize this opportunity. We will stand behind you wholeheartedly. Yunfei nodded, his gaze resolute. Yes, I shall not let this chance slip away. I am determined to journey to the Point Cloud sect and strive for admission. After conferring with Zhangchun and Lingfeng, Yunfei resolved to set out for the Point Cloud sect without delay. Before departing, he bid farewell to the small village at the foot of the Immortal Mountain, expressing gratitude for the villagers' assistance and support. Master Li, may you have a smooth journey and return victorious soon, the village chief said, his eyes reflecting both reluctance and well wishes. Yunfei smiled in response. Thank you all for your blessings. I shall certainly return. With the Point Cloud record and a heart brimming with hope, Yunfei embarked on his journey to the Point Cloud sect. He was aware that the road ahead would be fraught with unknown challenges and trials. Yet his heart was filled with unwavering conviction and indomitable will. Point Cloud sect, here I come, Yunfei silently vowed, his gaze shining with determination and hope. He believed that with perseverance, he would surely stand out in the Point Cloud sect and embrace an even brighter future. Upon returning to his room, Yunfei gently laid down the Point Cloud record, his mind still in a state of turmoil. The tome emanated a soft luminescence, its pages alive with an aura of profound mystery. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to earnestly study this manual. He sat cross-legged on his bed and carefully opened the first page of the Point Cloud record. The text began with the most fundamental cultivation methods, elaborating on various techniques and principles in great detail. Yunfei read attentively, not overlooking a single word. He discovered that the Point Cloud record not only contained a wealth of cultivation knowledge, but also recorded the insights and experiences of many esteemed predecessors. Is that so? Yunfei murmured softly, a glimmer of understanding shining in his eyes. As he delved deeper into the text, he gradually entered a state of complete absorption. His mind was wholly immersed in the world within the book, as if he were present in the cultivation scenes of those revered masters. time slipped away unnoticed, and Li Yunfei became entirely oblivious to his surroundings. At last, Li Yunfei finished the majority of the point cloud record. He set the book aside, closed his eyes, and began to organize and digest the knowledge he had gleaned. After a moment, he opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his face. This point cloud record was indeed extraordinary. Not only was its content rich, but its explanations were also clear and accessible, providing immense benefit. Li Yunfei marbalati nuarli. He rose to his feet and stretched his limbs, feeling that the spiritual energy within him was more abundant than ever, as if he had undergone a qualitative enhancement. He decided to follow the methods outlined in the point cloud record to attempt breaking through his current limitations. Li Yunfei adjusted his breathing and circulated the spiritual energy throughout his body, following the meridian pathways as described in the text. Initially, his progress was quite smooth. However, upon reaching a critical acupoint, he encountered an obstruction. He concentrated his mind, attempting to break through this barrier, but his efforts repeatedly ended in failure. Just as he pondered how to overcome this challenge, he suddenly recalled the elders' parting words. When faced with difficulties, do not give up. Taking a deep breath, he revitalized his spirit, continuously adjusting the flow of his breath and spiritual power. After considerable effort, he finally succeeded in breaking through the bottleneck, advancing his cultivation. Yet, a sense of confusion lingered within him. Although the Dianyin record provided a detailed introduction to the various aspects of the Dianyin sect, certain elements left him perplexed. As a premier sect in the world of cultivation, one would expect the number of disciples to be vast. However, the text recorded a disciple count that contradicted what he had heard. What could be the source of this discrepancy? Furrowing his brow, Li Yunfei fell into contemplation. He recalled that the text mentioned the number of Dianyin disciples to be around several thousand. Yet he had heard from other sources that the actual number was merely a few hundred. This disparity was indeed significant. Had these disciples perished? Had the disciples of the Dianyin sect truly endured some catastrophic event, resulting in such losses? This thought flashed through Li Yunfei's mind, filling him with unease. He continued to ponder, sensing that this matter was far from simple. As the foremost sect in the realm of cultivation, the alarming number of fallen disciples must have an undisclosed reason. Perhaps, upon entering the Dianyin sect, he could uncover the truth behind it all. It was not merely to enhance his own cultivation that he sought to join the Dianyin sect. He was determined to unveil these mysteries. Li Yunfei resolved firmly in his heart. In the days that followed, he diligently studied the Dianyin record while preparing his belongings for the journey to the Dianyin sect. He understood that the opportunity to enter the sect was rare, and he must be thoroughly prepared. During this time, Li Yunfei also engaged in discussions with the elders and cultivators in the village, seeking their insights on cultivation matters. They expressed their support and blessings for him, hoping he would achieve greater accomplishments within the Dianyin sect. Li Yunfei, your aptitude is exceptional and your resolve unwavering. You shall undoubtedly stand out in the Dianyin sect, the village chief said, his gaze filled with anticipation. Thank you, chief. I will strive diligently to meet everyone's expectations, Li Yunfei replied earnestly, nodding in agreement. At last, the day of departure arrived. With his satchel slung over his back, the Dianyin record in hand, and a heart brimming with hope, he embarked on his journey to the Dianyin sect. He felt a blend of anticipation and a hint of apprehension. What secrets lay hidden within the Dianyin sect? He vowed to uncover them. Li Yunfei silently affirmed, his gaze radiating determination. On the road to the Dianyin sect, he continuously reflected on the contents of the Dianyin record and his own uncertainties. He recognized that the Dianyin sect was not only a formidable sect, but also a realm imbued with mystery and challenge. He understood that he must remain vigilant at all times to establish his footing within this new world. No matter how arduous the path ahead may be, I shall not relinquish my resolve, Li Yunfei silently affirmed to himself, his steps growing ever more resolute. One fateful night, during his journey, he paused, seeking a safe haven to rest. Seated beside the flickering campfire, he withdrew the tome The Chronicle of Point Clouds to continue his studies. The glow of the flames illuminated the pages, seemingly igniting the hope that resided within his heart. Point Cloud sect, I shall undoubtedly unveil your enigmatic veil. Li Yunfei mused inwardly, his gaze radiating determination and resolve. He understood that this journey was not merely an elevation of his cultivation, but an adventure to unravel the mysteries that lay ahead. Chapter 79 Visit as night descended. The stars twinkled in the sky, and the moonlight poured over the earth like water, imbuing the atmosphere with a sense of tranquility and mystery. Li Yunfei sat in his room, silently engrossed in the Cloud Point record. At that moment, he had immersed himself in the profound mysteries of the text, oblivious to the changes occurring in the outside world. Suddenly, a gentle knock at the door interrupted Li Yunfei's thoughts. He furrowed his brow, rose, and walked to the door. Gently opening it, a girl clad in white stood outside, her face adorned with a smile, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity and excitement. "Who are you?" Li Yunfei asked, momentarily taken aback, unsure of the visitor's identity. "I am Jiang Shuang, just returned from the Cloud Point sect. I heard there is a newly initiated disciple here, and I came specifically to see you," Jiang Shuang replied with a playful tone. Li Yunfei scrutinized Jiang Shuang and suddenly recalled something, a look of realization crossing his face. "Jiang Shuang, you are Jiang Shuang. We have met before. I remember you." Jiang Shuang's smile widened. "It seems you still remember me, brother Yunfei. We used to play together in our childhood." Li Yunfei nodded, reminiscing about many childhood memories. In their youth, he and Jiang Shuang were close companions, often frolicking and teasing each other. He also recalled that Jiang Shuang had a lively and adorable younger sister, Li Linger. "What brings you here?" Li Yunfei inquired with a hint of curiosity. "I made a bet with Jing Cheng. He claimed you would surely decline my visit. While I firmly believed you would welcome me," Jiang Shuang mischievously winked, her tone brimming with confidence and anticipation. Li Yunfei smiled slightly. "Well, you won. I certainly welcome you. Please come in and have a seat." Jiang Shuang stepped inside with delight, surveying Li Yunfei's room, which was simply decorated yet suffused with the fragrance of books. She approached the desk and spotted the Cloud Point record, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in her eyes. "You've already begun reading the Cloud Point record? It seems you are truly dedicated," Jiang Shuang praised. Li Yunfei nodded. "This is fundamental for entering the Cloud Point sect. I must master it as swiftly as possible." Jiang Shuang took a seat, her expression turning serious. "Brother Yunfei, I have heard about the significant upheaval your family has faced. Are you doing well?" Li Yunfei's expression darkened, and he couldn't help but think of Li Linger. He sighed softly. "Yes, my family has encountered a great calamity. I can only strive to improve myself, hoping that one day I can avenge them." Jiang Shuang looked at him, her eyes filled with sympathy and concern. "Brother Yunfei, I know you're strong, but sometimes you must learn to rely on friends. You are not alone. Jingcheng and I are here to support you." Li Yunfei gratefully nodded. "Thank you, Jiang Shuang. Your presence brings me warmth." Jiang Shuang smiled and patted his shoulder. "No need for thanks. We are friends. By the way, is there anything about the Cloud Point sect that remains unclear to you? I can help clarify." Li Yunfei pondered for a moment before asking. "As I read the Cloud Point record, I discovered that the number of disciples in the Cloud Point sect does not align with what I had heard. What is the explanation for this discrepancy?" Jiang Shuang's expression shifted slightly, and after a moment of hesitation, she remarked, "This matter is rather intricate. The Point Cloud sect has indeed faced several significant calamities, resulting in the demise of many disciples. The specifics are somewhat unclear to me, but I have heard that these tribulations are connected to certain mysterious forces." Li Yunfei nodded, his heart laden with doubts. It seemed that upon entering the Point Cloud sect, there remained a multitude of matters for him to comprehend. Jiang Shuang sighed, acknowledging, indeed, the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges and uncertainties. However, as long as we uphold righteousness and steadfast faith, we shall surely surmount all obstacles. The two engaged in conversation for quite some time, traversing topics from childhood memories to the legends of the Point Cloud sect, from insights on cultivation to future aspirations. No subject was left untouched. Li Yunfei felt a long-lost warmth and support, as though the burdens on his heart had lightened considerably. Observing that night had deepened, Jiang Shuang rose to take her leave, saying, "Yunfei brother, let us conclude here for tonight. You should rest early." Tomorrow holds many tasks. Li Yunfei accompanied her to the door, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Jiang Lushuang. Your presence brings me great joy and fills me with confidence for the future. With a smile, Jiang Lushuang replied, no need for formality. We are friends. After all, until tomorrow. As he watched her depart, a wave of warmth surged within him. Although the road ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty and challenge, he understood that he was not alone. With the support and assistance of friends, he would undoubtedly conquer every hardship. Returning to his chamber, he resumed his study of the point cloud record, each word within the tome appearing more lucid and potent, guiding him toward his path. Point cloud sect, I am coming. Li Yunfei silently affirmed, his gaze imbued with determination and confidence. He recognized that his journey of cultivation had only just commenced, and he would face each challenge with unwavering courage. As night enveloped the world, Li Yunfei became engrossed in the profound intricacies of the point cloud record. Each word and phrase seemed to unveil the mysteries of cultivation, deepening his understanding of the point cloud sect. At that moment, a series of knocks at the door jolted him back to reality. Who is it? Li Yunfei inquired, setting aside his book and moving toward the entrance. It is I, Jing Cheng, came a clear voice from outside. Li Yunfei opened the door to find a young man clad in a blue robe, standing with a smile that exuded confidence and composure. He remembered that this was Jing Cheng, whom Jiang Lushuang had mentioned as a member of the Point Cloud sect. Brother Cheng, please come in, Li Yunfei said with a gentle smile, stepping aside to allow him entry. Jing Cheng entered the room, surveying the surroundings before commenting. It seems you have adapted quite well. Your room is quite tidy. Li Yunfei replied, it's manageable, thanks to the assistance provided by Jiang Lushuang. That girl is always so enthusiastic. Jing Cheng chuckled and added, by the way, she mentioned bringing some food today. She should arrive shortly. Indeed, moments later, Jiang Lushuang arrived, carrying a basket brimming with a variety of delicacies. As she entered, she cheerfully announced, Yunfei brother, I brought some food, all prepared by my own hands. Li Yunfei took the basket and expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you, Jiang Lushuang, you have truly worked hard. It's nothing, as long as you enjoy it, Jiang Lushuang replied, placing the basket down and casually handing him a piece of pastry. Try this, it's my specialty. Li Yunfei accepted the pastry and took a gentle bite, instantly enveloped by a wave of sweet fragrance. He exclaimed, this is truly delightful. Jiang Lushuang, your culinary skills are exceptional. Jiang Lushuang beamed with joy. I'm glad you like it. Jing Cheng also sat down, took a piece of pastry, and remarked, it's indeed delicious. Jiang Lushuang, your skills have improved remarkably. Jiang Lushuang replied with a smile, I'm happy to hear that. By the way, Jing Cheng, my brother Li Yunfei is still somewhat unfamiliar with the situation of the Dianyun sect. Could you provide him with a detailed introduction? Jing Cheng nodded, of course. He set down the pastry and spoke earnestly. The Dianyun sect is one of the most renowned cultivation sects in our region, boasting a long history and profound heritage. The sect has numerous disciples, and many elders possess formidable cultivation levels. Li Yunfei nodded. I have seen this in the Dianyun records. But there are still some things I do not quite understand, such as the seemingly limited number of disciples in the Dianyun sect. Jing Cheng's expression turned thoughtful, and after a moment he said, this issue is a bit complex. Although the Dianyun sect appears powerful on the surface, it has actually endured several significant calamities in recent years, resulting in the loss of many disciples. Li Yunfei furrowed his brow and inquired, what kind of calamities? Jing Cheng sighed. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, only that these calamities are linked to some mysterious forces. The elders within the sect are quite reticent about it, only mentioning that these calamities are caused by formidable enemies from outside. Li Yunfei pondered. It seems I will need to further understand these circumstances after joining the Dianyun sect. Jing Cheng nodded. Yes, but you need not worry too much. There are still many experts within the sect who will ensure the safety of us new disciples. Jiang Lushuang interjected, exactly, brother Li Yunfei. You only need to focus on your cultivation without excessive concern. Li Yunfei nodded. Thank you for your reminders. I will keep them in mind. The three continued their conversation for quite some time, discussing everything from the history of the Dianyun sect to cultivation insights from the sect's rules to future plans. covering an array of topics. Li Yunfei felt the warmth and support from his friends, and his inner doubts and anxieties gradually dissipated. Jing Cheng glanced at the time, stood up, and said, "It's getting late. We should head back. Li Yunfei, if you have any questions in the future, feel free to reach out to us." Chapter 80. The Cultivator. After Jing Cheng and Jiang Lu Shuang departed, Li Yunfei settled down once more to delve into the point cloud record. However, fleeting memories of his parents and family occasionally disrupted his concentration. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door, more urgent than before, as if something pressing had transpired. Li Yunfei rose to open the door, revealing Jing Cheng standing outside with a large bundle in hand, while Jiang Lu Shuang stood behind him, sporting a mischievous grin. "Jing Cheng, Jiang Lu Shuang, what brings you here?" Li Yunfei inquired. Jing Cheng replied with a smile. "Li Yunfei, I have prepared some food for you." The provisions Jiang Lu Shuang brought earlier lacked sufficient nutrition. Li Yunfei expressed his surprise. "Brother Jing Cheng, you took the trouble to prepare all this?" Jing Cheng shook his head. "It was not my intention. The elders specifically instructed me to do so. You are currently in a crucial period of cultivation, and your body requires ample nutrition and energy." Jiang Lu Shuang chimed in teasingly. "Indeed, Jing Cheng is quite the considerate big brother, preparing all this just for you." Li Yunfei chuckled at her words. "Brother Jing Cheng, you are truly thoughtful." Coming quickly, the trio re-entered the room, where Jing Cheng meticulously arranged the food on the table. There were fresh fruits and vegetables, expertly prepared meats, and some rare spiritual herbs and fruits. Upon seeing such a sumptuous spread, Li Yunfei gratefully remarked, "Brother Jing Cheng, you have truly gone above and beyond. These items are indeed a rarity." Jing Cheng smiled. "It is nothing. This is all for your cultivation. The sect has a dedicated kitchen that provides nutritious meals for the disciples. Such sustenance is vital for us cultivators." Jiang Lu Shuang interjected playfully. "Jing Cheng, are you implying that my cooking isn't good enough?" Jing Cheng shook his head, laughing as he replied, "Of course not. Jiang Lu Shuang, I have always enjoyed your culinary skills. However, Li Yunfei currently requires more nutrition. While your pastries are delightful, they cannot serve as a meal." Feigning indignation, Jiang Lu Shuang retorted, "Humph, you cultivators are indeed picky. What do you think, brother Li Yunfei?" Li Yunfei responded with a smile. "Jiang Lu Shuang, your pastries are truly delicious, but brother Jing Cheng makes a valid point. I indeed need more nourishment at this moment." Seeing Li Yunfei's agreement, Jiang Lu Shuang relented with a smile. "All right, since you both say so, I shall prepare more pastries for you as snacks in the future." Jing Cheng nodded and solemnly stated, "Li Yunfei, I must remind you of one more thing. Although familial matters weigh heavily on your heart, cultivation is your most pressing task now. Do not become overly fixated on family affairs." Li Yunfei fell silent for a moment before nodding. "Brother Jing Cheng, I understand your meaning. I shall always remember my parents' wishes and familial responsibilities, yet my focus must remain on cultivation." Jing Cheng smiled with satisfaction. "That is well. Only by becoming stronger can you better protect your family and fulfill your parents' aspirations." At that moment, Jiang Lu Shuang suddenly retrieved a crystal-clear fruit from the basket and presented it to Li Yunfei, saying, "Li Yunfei, brother, please try this. It is the cold fragrance jade essence fruit." Li Yunfei accepted the fruit, noticing its delicate aroma, as if imbued with a magical potency. In astonishment, he inquired, "Jiang Lu Shuang, what is this fruit? I have never encountered anything like it before." Jing Cheng clarified, "This is the cold fragrance jade essence fruit, an exceedingly rare spiritual fruit. It not only possesses a delightful flavor, but also aids cultivators in enhancing their spiritual power. Jiang Lu Shuang prepared it especially for you." Jiang Lu Shuang beamed with pride. "So, what do you think, Li Yunfei, brother? Isn't my gift wonderful?" Li Yunfei expressed his gratitude. "Jiang Lu Shuang, this gift is truly precious. How can I ever repay you?" Jiang Lu Shuang waved her hand dismissively. "No need for formalities, Li Yunfei, brother. We are friends. This is simply what friends do." Holding the cold fragrance jade essence fruit, Li Yunfei felt the latent spiritual energy within and was overwhelmed with gratitude. He took a deep breath and said, "Thank you, Jing Cheng, Jiang Lu Shuang. With your support, I will strive even harder in my cultivation to meet your expectations. Jing Cheng nodded. Li Yunfei, remember, you're not fighting alone. The Cloud Point sect is your new home, and we are all your friends. Jiang Lushuang added with a smile. Indeed, we will always support you. Li Yunfei nodded firmly. I understand. Thank you both. As night deepened, the three of them engaged in light-hearted conversation. The atmosphere relaxed and joyful. Li Yunfei felt an unprecedented warmth and strength, as if the burdens of his family were momentarily lifted. When the night grew quiet, Jing Cheng and Jiang Lushuang took their leave. Li Yunfei stood at the door, watching them depart, a surge of resolute strength welling up within him. Back in his room, he picked up the Cloud Point record once more and continued his studies. He knew his path of cultivation was long, but with the support and encouragement of friends, he believed he could journey further. In the days to come, Li Yunfei resolved not only to train diligently, but also to heed his parents' teachings and uphold his familial responsibilities. He was determined to achieve greater heights within the Cloud Point sect, to become a true powerhouse, avenging his family and bringing honor to his parents. The fragrance of the cold fragrance jade essence fruit lingered in the room, seemingly heralding a future filled with hope and challenges on the Yunfei's path of cultivation. He would grow step by step along this journey, transforming into a fearless cultivator. Meanwhile, Dian Xiuli and Zhang Tianyi sat in a tranquil room, the picturesque scenery outside reflecting the serene morning light of the Cloud Point sect streaming through the window. Dian Xiuli meticulously perused an ancient tome, while Zhang Tianyi rested with closed eyes, both preparing for the cultivation ahead. At that moment, Jing Cheng pushed open the door, his face marked by urgency. Upon seeing Dian Xiuli and Zhang Tianyi, he spoke with a hint of impatience. Senior brother Dian Xiuli, senior brother Zhang Tianyi, how is Li Yunfei faring? Dian Xiuli raised her head and let out a soft sigh, saying, although Li Yunfei's injuries are quite serious, his youth and strong recovery ability are in his favor. However, given that this injury affects his vital energy center, he must be cautious in his recuperation and avoid rushing the healing process. Jing Cheng, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow, concern evident in his expression. Can he continue his training now, or does he require an extended period of rest? Zhang Tian opened his eyes and spoke solemnly. Jing Cheng, there is no need for excessive worry. We have prepared a special treatment for him. As long as he follows our prescribed regimen during his training, he will recover swiftly. Jing Cheng felt a slight relief, but still expressed his concern. What exactly should we do? Dian Xiuli smiled faintly and explained. We plan to have Li Yunfei cultivate in the cold pool. The spiritual energy within the cold pool is both pure and abundant, which is highly beneficial for healing his injuries. Moreover, the cold aura of the pool can stimulate his latent potential and expedite his recovery. Jing Cheng nodded thoughtfully, recognizing the merits of the cold pool, yet he was apprehensive. However, the icy atmosphere is quite fierce. Given Li Yunfei's current condition, can he withstand it? Dian Xiuli's gaze was resolute. This is precisely what we must consider. Therefore, we will prepare some protective spiritual herbs to help him resist the cold. As long as we adhere to the plan, he will not only recover, but also achieve significant enhancement during his time in the cold pool. Feeling somewhat reassured, Jing Cheng declared, I will prepare the spiritual herbs immediately and inform Li Yunfei. Zhang Tian rose, patting Jing Cheng on the shoulder. Let us go together, so that Li Yunfei can make some preparations in advance. The trio soon arrived at Li Yunfei's residence, where he was seated on his bed, meditating. His complexion appeared somewhat pale, yet his eyes shone with a determined light. Upon noticing his senior brother's arrival, he immediately stood and saluted. Senior brothers, is there something you need? Dian Xiuli responded with a smile. Li Yunfei, your injuries require special care. We have decided to send you to the cold pool for cultivation. This is an excellent opportunity, so be prepared. A flicker of anticipation and confusion crossed Li Yunfei's eyes. Cultivation in the cold pool? What kind of place is that? Jing Cheng elaborated. The cold pool is a secret realm of the Dianyan sect, rich in spiritual energy, which greatly aids cultivators. However, the cold aura is indeed fierce, necessitating special protective herbs to ensure safe training. Li Yunfei pondered for a moment before nodding. I understand. Senior brothers, I am willing to cultivate in the cold pool. No matter how challenging it may be, I will strive to overcome it. Zhang Tian nodded in satisfaction. Well said, Li Yunfei. During this period, you must prepare thoroughly. We will provide all the necessary herbs and resources. In the following days, under the guidance of his senior brothers, Li Yunfei commenced rigorous preparations. They gathered various protective herbs for him and meticulously explained the methods and precautions for cultivating in the cold pool. At last, the day of departure arrived. Li Yunfei packed his belongings, equipped with the herbs and gear prepared by his senior brothers, and set forth on the journey to the cold pool. Nestled deep within the back mountains of the Dinyan sect, the cold pool offered a tranquil environment rich in spiritual energy, making it an ideal locale for cultivation. As he journeyed along the way, Li Yunfei found himself enveloped in a tangle of emotions. Both eager for the cultivation at the cold pool and apprehensive about the unknown challenges that lay ahead. Yet, he understood that this endeavor was not solely for the purpose of healing his injuries. It represented an invaluable opportunity for self-improvement. He knew he must dedicate himself entirely to seize this rare chance. After several hours of arduous travel, Li Yunfei finally arrived at the cold pool. Indeed, it was as his senior brothers had described. Spiritual energy was so dense it seemed almost palpable, coalescing into a mist. However, a bone-chilling coldness struck him immediately, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Dian Xiuli and Zhang Tian were already awaiting him by the cold pool. Upon seeing Li Yunfei's arrival, they stepped forward to greet him. Dian Xiuli smiled and said, Li Yunfei, you have finally arrived. This is the cold pool. Are you prepared? Li Yunfei nodded resolutely, replying, Senior brother, I am ready. Zhang Tian handed him a vial of protective elixir, stating, This is a protective elixir. Consume it before entering the cold pool, and then follow our instructions for your cultivation. Li Yunfei accepted the elixir and consumed it without hesitation. Instantly, he felt a warm current coursing through his body, dissipating much of the coldness that had enveloped him. Taking a deep breath, he followed his senior's guidance and slowly stepped into the cold pool. The water was crystal clear, but exuded an intense chill. With each step into the pool, Li Yunfei felt the coldness gradually penetrate his being, yet he gritted his teeth, relying on the protective elixir to fend off the frigid assault. When he was fully submerged, the surrounding coldness seemed to take on a life of its own. Surging towards him, Li Yunfei closed his eyes, focused his mind, and began to channel the spiritual energy within him through the meridians, as recorded in the Dian Yun record. Initially, the onslaught of coldness was excruciating, but as time passed, he gradually acclimated to the sensation. The spiritual energy within him became increasingly vibrant, spurred by the cold's provocation. He could distinctly feel his meridians expanding, and the injuries in his energy were slowly mending. Time seemed to stand still within the cold pool, as Li Yunfei devoted himself entirely to his cultivation, oblivious to how long the outside world had passed. Whenever the pain became unbearable, he recalled the hopes of his seniors and the responsibilities of his family, reigniting within him the strength to persevere. Chapter 81. Practical training. Dian Xiuli and Zhang Tian stood by the cold pond, closely observing Li Yunfei's training progress, and they were immensely pleased with his performance. Dian Xiuli remarked, Li Yunfei is truly a rare talent in cultivation. His perseverance and innate ability are admirable. Zhang Tian nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, not only does Li Yunfei possess exceptional qualifications, but his character is also remarkably resilient. I believe he will journey far along the path of cultivation in the Point Cloud sect. After several months of rigorous training by the cold pond, Li Yunfei's injuries to his qi had completely healed, and his cultivation had reached a new pinnacle. Emerging from the cold pond, he felt revitalized, with abundant and pure spiritual energy coursing through him. Dian Xiuli and Zhang Tian approached to welcome him, their faces alight with expressions of satisfaction upon witnessing Li Yunfei's transformation. Dian Xiuli stated, Li Yunfei, your cultivation has advanced rapidly, and your qi injuries have fully recovered. You may now continue your higher-level training within the Point Cloud sect. Li Yunfei expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you for your support, brothers. Without you, I could not have achieved my current success. Zhang Tianyi patted his shoulder and smiled. There's no need for thanks, Li Yunfei. You are a member of the Point Cloud sect. We will always stand by you. Now, you may return and rest. Taking the time to adjust your state of being. Nodding, Li Yunfei felt a surge of anticipation for the future. He understood that his journey in cultivation was just beginning, and countless challenges awaited him. Regardless of how arduous the path ahead might be, he would face every challenge with unwavering courage, striving to become a true powerhouse. With the conclusion of his training at the Cold Pond, Li Yunfei found his path to cultivation increasingly clear, and his understanding of the Point Cloud sect deepened. In the days to come, he would persist in his efforts to cultivate, continuously enhancing his strength, seeking vengeance for his family, and forging a bright future for himself. Upon exiting the Cold Pond, the guidance and counsel from Dian Xiuli and Zhang Tianyi provided Li Yunfei with a clearer direction for his future training. Dian Xiuli led him to a tranquil pine forest, where the sound of rustling pines filled the air, accompanied by a faint aroma of pine. Standing upon a flat stone, Dian Xiuli, with a serious demeanor, addressed Li Yunfei. Li Yunfei, your training at the Cold Pond was merely the beginning. From here on, you must cultivate with greater diligence, leaving no room for complacency. Li Yunfei solemnly nodded, replying, Senior Brother Dian, I understand. Please guide me on how I should proceed with my training. Taking a deep breath, Dian Xiuli slowly replied, having undergone the extreme cold baptism at the Cold Pond, the spiritual energy within you has become purer. However, this is insufficient. You must continuously enhance your combat abilities through practical experience. Cultivation is not solely about seclusion. It requires real-world experience. Upon hearing this, Li Yunfei felt a jolt of realization and earnestly inquired, Senior Brother, how should I engage in practical training? Dian Xiuli smiled gently. We will arrange some sparring sessions with other disciples, and you will also need to participate in various sect missions. These tasks will not only hone your combat skills, but also enhance your adaptability. Li Yunfei nodded in acknowledgement, responding, I understand, Senior Brother. I will exert myself fully and live up to the expectations of my seniors. Dian Xiuli nodded in satisfaction, remarking, Excellent, Li Yunfei. Remember, no matter the challenges you face, never yield. Only by continuously challenging oneself can one truly become strong. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Tianyi also arrived in the pine forest. He approached Jing Cheng and spoke in a solemn tone. Jing Cheng, I have a task to entrust to you. Jing Cheng respectfully bowed, saying, Senior Brother Zhang Tianyi, please give your instructions. Zhang Tianyi gazed steadfastly at Jing Cheng, stating, I need you to assist Li Yunfei in adapting to the upcoming training regimen. You are responsible for his daily training, ensuring he can enhance his combat prowess in the shortest time possible. Additionally, you must recite the disciples' rules to him, enabling him to better comprehend the sect's regulations and spirit. Upon hearing this, Jing Cheng nodded and replied, Understood, Senior Brother Zhang Tianyi. I will do my utmost to help Li Yunfei improve. Zhang Tianyi patted Jing Cheng's shoulder, approvingly stating, Very well, Jing Cheng. I believe you will successfully accomplish this task. Li Yunfei's future is promising. He requires your support and guidance. After watching Zhang Tianyi depart, Jing Cheng turned towards Li Yunfei. He observed Li Yunfei diligently practicing the fundamentals and silently admired his diligence and perseverance. Approaching him, he softly said, Li Yunfei, I will now teach you to recite the disciples' rules, which are the basic requirements for every disciple of the sect. Li Yunfei halted his practice, standing respectfully. Senior Brother Jing Cheng, please guide me. Jing Cheng nodded and began reciting the disciples' rules. Disciples' rules, the teachings of the sages, first filial piety and brotherly respect, then caution and trustworthiness, to love the multitude and befriend the virtuous. If there is surplus strength, then pursue scholarship. Do not speak falsely, nor make light promises. Retreating a step, the world expands. Enduring a moment, the winds calm. Li Yunfei listened attentively, echoing Jing Cheng's words, striving to engrave these rules in his heart. He understood that these were not merely the sect's basic requirements for disciples, but also essential principles for cultivating one's character. Observing Li Yunfei's concentrated demeanor, Jing Cheng felt a surge of gratification. He gently patted Li Yunfei's shoulder, saying, Li Yunfei, These rules are not just mere texts. They are the tenets you must adhere to throughout your cultivation journey. Only with a steadfast character can you travel further along the path of cultivation. Li Yunfei solemnly nodded. Senior brother Jing Cheng, I will certainly remember these rules and hold myself to a strict standard. Jing Cheng smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. Now, let us change into our Taoist robes and proceed to the cold pool to continue our training. Li Yunfei responded affirmatively and followed Jing Cheng to the sex equipment room. Here, various Taoist robes and training tools were displayed. Jing Cheng selected a suitable robe for Li Yunfei and handed it to him. This robe, crafted from special materials, would better protect him during his training in the cold pool. Li Yunfei accepted the robe, feeling its soft yet resilient texture. He quickly donned it, appreciating the comfort and sense of security it provided. He expressed his gratitude. Senior brother Jing Cheng, thank you for your assistance. Jing Cheng waved his hand with a smile, saying, no need for thanks, Li Yunfei. We are brothers. This is to be expected. Come, let us head to the cold pool. Once again, the two individuals arrived by the cold pool. Li Yunfei took a deep breath, ready to confront the forthcoming trials of his cultivation. Jing Cheng observed him and encouraged. Li Yunfei, this time you must pay closer attention to the fluctuations of the cold energy within the pool. Let the flow of spiritual energy be more agile. Li Yunfei nodded and, following Jing Cheng's guidance, stepped once more into the frigid waters. This time, he sensed the coldness was even more piercing, yet his physique had adapted remarkably, allowing him to distinctly feel the vitality of his inner spiritual energy. As he delved deeper into his training, Li Yunfei gradually entered a state of self-forgetfulness. His body and spirit were continuously tempered by the baptism of the cold pool, and he could clearly perceive his advancements. Although the cold was bone-chilling, under Li Yunfei's direction, it transformed into a catalyst for his cultivation. Jing Cheng closely monitored Li Yunfei's progress, and witnessing his successful advancement filled him with profound satisfaction. He understood that Li Yunfei's future was brimming with infinite possibilities. As long as he persevered, he would undoubtedly achieve greater accomplishments on his path to immortality. As night fell, the frigid air of the pool thickened, yet Li Yunfei remained steadfast in his practice. His body gradually acclimated to the cold's onslaught, and the flow of spiritual energy became increasingly smooth. With each breath, he felt himself growing stronger. Eventually, Li Yunfei emerged from the cold pool, his face bearing a hint of fatigue, yet more prominently displayed were determination and confidence. He sensed his progress and glimpsed the hope of a promising future. Jing Cheng approached, offering him a towel. Li Yunfei, your performance today was commendable. How does your body feel? Li Yunfei nodded, wiping the droplets from his face, and replied with a smile. Senior brother Jing Cheng, I feel excellent. The training in the cold pool has greatly aided me. I can distinctly perceive my improvement. Jing Cheng smiled with relief. That's wonderful. Now, you need to rest well. Tomorrow we shall continue. Li Yunfei nodded in agreement. Thank you, senior brother. I will strive to improve. The two returned to their lodgings together, and Li Yunfei felt a warm energy flowing within his heart. He knew that his path of cultivation had only just begun, with more challenges awaiting him. However, he no longer felt solitude. With the support and assistance of his seniors, he believed he could overcome any obstacles and become a true powerhouse. In the days that followed, Li Yunfei continued his practice in the cold pool, challenging his limits each day. His cultivation progressed swiftly, and the spiritual energy within him became purer and more potent. Every session in the cold pool brought him unprecedented feelings of advancement and fulfillment. Meanwhile, Jing Cheng continuously guided Li Yunfei, assisting him in resolving various challenges encountered during cultivation. Their synergy flourished, and Li Yunfei's progress brought Jing Cheng great satisfaction. At last, after an extended session in the cold pool, Li Yunfei sensed that the energy within him had reached a new pinnacle. He realized that he had achieved a significant breakthrough in his cultivation. He had fully recovered from the injuries to his energy reservoir, and his abilities had undergone a qualitative leap. Upon leaving the cold pool, Li Yunfei returned to his quarters, quietly regulating his breath and attuning himself to the changes in his spiritual energy. He understood that greater challenges lay ahead, yet he was prepared. Li Yunfei made remarkable progress during his cultivation in the cold pool, experiencing a significant enhancement in his spiritual power and a complete recovery from his injuries. However, during one session of meditation, an unexpected anomaly suddenly occurred. On this particular day, Li Yunfei entered the cold pool as usual, embracing the chilling air while guiding the flow of spiritual energy within him. Soon after, he began to sense a peculiar force surging within his body. This force seemed to surge uncontrollably through his meridians, bringing waves of excruciating pain. What is happening? Li Yunfei was startled and endeavored to calm his mind, attempting to master this strange power. Yet, it appeared to possess a will of its own, growing increasingly violent as if it sought to burst through his meridians. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he gritted his teeth, enduring the agony while continuing his cultivation. Nevertheless, the power within him spiraled further into chaos. His spiritual energy became disordered, and the energy in his dantian began to surge violently, striking against his meridians. At that moment, his inner demons assailed Li Yunfei. Countless dark and painful memories flooded his mind. His family's destruction, the tragedy of his parents' demise, all resurfaced vividly. These memories transformed into malevolent phantoms, ravenously tearing at his psyche. Li Yunfei could not suppress a cry of anguish, as a spiritual power slipped entirely from his grasp, causing his meridians to begin fracturing under the immense pressure. He was engulfed in a heart-wrenching pain, as if his body were being torn into countless fragments. In that instant of utter chaos, his consciousness plunged into darkness. It felt as though he had fallen into an endless abyss, surrounded by coldness and despair. He struggled desperately, seeking to escape this plight. Yet an invisible force held him firmly captive. Suddenly, a glimmer of light illuminated his surroundings, and the darkness vanished instantaneously. He found himself in a familiar place, the back mountain of the Li family estate. Here, lush trees shaded the area, and a gentle stream flowed, a sight he often visited in his childhood. Is this an illusion? Li Yunfei pondered, yet everything before him felt so vividly real. He slowly rose to his feet, surveying his surroundings, trying to comprehend the situation. At that moment, a familiar voice called out, "Brother Yunfei, how did you end up here?" Li Yunfei turned to see a girl in a white dress running towards him. Her sweet smile and the familiar glimmer in her eyes revealed her to be his long-lost sister, Li Linger. Linger, a jolt of emotion surged through Li Yunfei as he hastened forward, grasping her hand tightly. "Linger, is it truly you?" Linger smiled and nodded. "Yes, it is me. Brother Yunfei, what happened to you?" A warm wave washed over Li Yunfei as he embraced Linger tightly, tears shimmering in his eyes. "Linger, I thought I would never see you again." Linger gently patted his back, her voice soothing. "Brother Yunfei, do not be sad. I've always been here waiting for you." Li Yunfei released Linger, wiping the tears from his eyes. "Linger, how did you come to be here? What is happening?" Linger smiled and shook her head. "Brother Yunfei, do not worry. This is our home. We can live here together forever." Although Li Yunfei felt a sense of confusion in his heart, everything before him appeared so vividly real that he was almost compelled to believe in its authenticity. Yet, a whisper of rationality deep within him cautioned that it might merely be an illusion. At that moment, a surge of excruciating pain coursed through his body, as if he were being torn apart once more. He realized that his physical form remained submerged in the cold pool, and the uncontrollable flow of his spiritual energy was inflicting grave damage upon his meridians. "Linger, I must leave this place. I cannot remain here." Li Yunfei vehemently shook his head, striving to extricate himself from the illusion before him. Li Linger's smile gradually faded, revealing a hint of reluctance and sorrow in her eyes. "Brother Yunfei, do you not wish to be with me?" Li Yunfei's heart felt as though it had been pierced, yet he understood that he must return to reality. Gritting his teeth, he endeavored to concentrate, attempting to shatter the illusion surrounding him. At that precise moment, a formidable force struck suddenly, causing him to feel a wave of agony, as if he were about to be shattered into countless fragments. His consciousness began to blur, and the scenes before him began to twist and distort. "Do not give up," Li Yunfei shouted within his mind. summoning the last vestiges of his strength in a bid to break through the illusion. At long last, his awareness gradually sharpened, and the imagery before him began to restore itself. He discovered that he was still in the cold pool. Although his spiritual energy remained chaotic, he could still sense a flicker of spiritual essence. "I will survive," Li Yunfei proclaimed within, forcefully stabilizing his mind and beginning to guide his internal energy back to normalcy. He understood that as long as he persevered, there was hope for restoration. Amidst the agonizing torment, Li Yunfei continuously regulated his breathing and controlled the flow of his energy. His body, influenced by the dual forces of cold and spiritual energy, gradually began to mend, and his severed meridians slowly healed. Eventually, Li Yunfei sensed that his spiritual energy was stabilizing, and his meridians were progressively being restored. He slowly opened his eyes, realizing he was still in the cold pool, where the chilling air remained piercing, yet he no longer felt overwhelming pain. "I did it," he mused within, rising to his feet and feeling that he had regained much of his strength. He recognized that this experience had not only subjected him to immense suffering, but had also fortified his resilience. Emerging from the cold pool, Li Yunfei spotted Jing Qing anxiously awaiting him. His face was pale, evidently shaken by the earlier upheaval. "Li Yunfei, are you all right?" Jing Cheng inquired urgently. Li Yunfei managed a strained smile, replying, "I am fine, Senior Brother Cheng. Thank you for your concern." Jing Cheng let out a sigh of relief. "Your earlier condition was exceedingly perilous. Fortunately, you managed to endure. You must now rest properly and refrain from overexerting yourself." Li Yunfei nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in Jing Cheng's words. Though he had persevered, his body still required time to recuperate. He gazed gratefully at Jing Cheng, his heart brimming with anticipation and determination for the future. As Li Yunfei felt his internal energy gradually stabilize and his meridians continue to heal, he realized that despite still feeling somewhat weakened, he had gleaned invaluable insights from this ordeal. Just as he endeavored to steady himself, a melodious sound suddenly rang in his ear. "Brother Yunfei, do you remember the days we played together in our childhood?" The voice, imbued with a hint of innocence and playfulness, seemed to strike a chord deep within Li Yunfei's heart. He was startled, lifting his gaze to see Li Ling'er standing before him, her smile as sweet as ever. Her voice and appearance mirrored his memories, as if time had reversed, transporting him back to those carefree days of youth. "Ling'er," Li Yunfei murmured, a glimmer of moisture appearing in his eyes. He could not suppress the surge of emotions within, slowly approaching Li Ling'er, enveloped in the warmth of that familiar smile and voice. Li Ling'er looked at him with sparkling eyes. "Brother Yunfei, do you recall the days we spent playing on the back mountain? You always protected me, ensuring I wouldn't get hurt." A wave of warmth washed over Li Yunfei as he reminisced about their time on the back mountain, one of his most cherished memories. They chased and frolicked, gathering fruits, as if the entire world were their playground. "Ling'er, of course I remember," Li Yunfei softly replied, his eyes brimming with nostalgia and sorrow. "You are my dear sister. How could I ever forget?" Li Ling'er innocently blinked, continuing to inquire, "Brother Yunfei, have you become stronger now? Will you still protect me?" A pang of anguish struck Li Yunfei, as if the wounds of his heart were being reopened. He tightly embraced Li Ling'er, fearing her disappearance once more. "Ling'er, I will surely protect you. No matter what happens, I will always be by your side." Li Ling'er smiled, nestling against him, softly saying, "Brother Yunfei, you must strive hard. I believe you can become the strongest cultivator." Yet in that tender moment, Li Yunfei suddenly felt the surroundings beginning to distort and transform, Li Ling'er's figure becoming hazy. His heart tightened as he realized this might all be an illusion. "No, don't leave me." Li Yunfei clutched Li Ling'er tightly, desperately trying to hold onto that warmth and kinship. Yet, the illusion inevitably began to shatter, Li Ling'er's figure gradually fading away, leaving only endless darkness and pain. Li Yunfei felt as if his heart were being cleaved, everything before him dissolving into nothingness. He cried out Li Ling'er's name in anguish. Yet the only response was an overwhelming silence and void. He sensed his soul being torn apart, plunging into an abyss of despair. At that moment, a surge of warmth suddenly coursed through Li Yunfei, and he felt his consciousness gradually returning, the darkness before him beginning to dissipate. He slowly opened his eyes, discovering he still lay beside the cold pool, Jingcheng anxiously calling his name. "Li Yunfei, wake up! What is wrong with you?" Jingcheng's voice was filled with concern and urgency, shaking Li Yunfei's body in an attempt to rouse him. Li Yunfei slowly sat up, his eyes still reflecting a flicker of confusion and pain. He looked at Jingcheng, striving to regulate his breath and regain his composure. "Senior brother, Jingcheng, I think I just entered an illusion," Li Yunfei whispered, his voice quivering slightly. Jingcheng let out a sigh of relief, patting Li Yunfei on the shoulder. "I'm glad you're all right. I was truly frightened when I saw you suddenly lose consciousness and your aura become chaotic." Li Yunfei nodded, gazing gratefully at Jingcheng. "Thank you, brother Jingcheng. If it weren't for you, I might still be trapped in that illusion." Jingcheng offered a gentle smile, providing comfort. "There is no need for thanks, Li Yunfei. We are brothers in our craft. How could I stand by and watch you in peril? However, your condition was indeed perilous. You must take the time to rest properly and refrain from pushing yourself further." Li Yunfei contemplated for a moment before responding, "Brother Jingcheng, I will heed your advice. I will rest well and adjust my state of mind." The two departed from the cold pool, returning to their residence. Sitting by the window, Li Yunfei gazed at the stars in the sky, his heart brimming with complex emotions. He understood that although the illusion he had just experienced was but a figment, the feelings within it were profoundly real. He felt an intense longing and concern for his family, particularly for his sister. Chapter 82. The Admonition on a Frigid Night. Jingcheng's voice thundered in Li Yunfei's ears, causing a sharp pain in his eardrums. Li Yunfei awakened. "You cannot succumb." Abruptly jolted from his reverie, Li Yunfei found his forehead drenched in cold sweat. As the surroundings gradually came into focus, he realized he still lay beside the cold pool, with Jingcheng gazing at him, worry etched on his face. "Senior brother, Jingcheng." Li Yunfei's voice was faint, yet he was enveloped by a sense of warmth and strength. Jingcheng exhaled a sigh of relief, though a hint of concern lingered in his eyes. "You are finally awake. Moments ago, you fell into an illusion, and your spiritual energy spiraled out of control. I feared for your safety." With great effort, Li Yunfei propped himself up, assessing his body. To his relief, his meridians were intact rather than fractured as he had previously feared. They merely felt fatigued. Gratitude welled within him as he addressed Jingcheng. "Thank you, senior brother Jingcheng. Had it not been for you, I might have truly remained trapped in that illusion." Gently, Jingcheng patted Li Yunfei's shoulder. "It is a relief you are unharmed. You must continue your training, but exercise greater caution. Do not allow the demons of your mind to find an opening." Li Yunfei nodded, inhaling deeply before resolutely stating, "I understand, senior brother Jingcheng. I shall be more vigilant." In the ensuing days, under Jingcheng's guidance, Li Yunfei resumed his practice by the cold pool. This time, he was exceedingly careful, meticulously ensuring each step to avoid falling into the traps of his inner turmoil. Gradually, his spiritual energy stabilized, and his meridians began to heal more effectively. At long last, after numerous sessions at the cold pool, Li Yunfei's cultivation reached new heights. He felt the energy within him purer and more potent, and his meridians had grown more resilient. It was clear to him that he had made significant strides in his cultivation. Emerging from the cold pool, Li Yunfei felt a profound sense of liberation. He expressed his gratitude to Jingcheng. "Senior brother Jingcheng, I am truly thankful for your unwavering support and guidance. Without you, I could not have achieved this progress." Jingcheng smiled faintly and patted Li Yunfei's shoulder. "There is no need for thanks, Li Yunfei. We are brothers in the same path. It is only natural. Your accomplishments today are primarily due to your own diligence." Li Yunfei nodded, his heart brimming with appreciation and determination. He recognized that further effort was essential to advance on his path of cultivation. At that moment, Zhang Tianyi approached, his gaze imbued with seriousness and anticipation. Looking at Li Yunfei, he spoke in a low voice. "Li Yunfei, your cultivation has shown remarkable improvement. Yet you must grasp that the path of training is fraught with uncertainty and challenges. You must remain ever vigilant, without a trace of complacency." Li Yunfei respectfully bua. Senior brother Jean Tianyi, I understand. Please continue to guide me. I shall strive harder. Jean Tianyi nodded, his tone carrying a note of sternness. Next, you will need to undertake various tasks assigned by the sect. This will not only hone your practical skills, but also enhance your adaptability. Remember, cultivation is not solely about secluded practice. It necessitates continuous self-improvement through real-world experiences. Li Yunfei nodded solemnly, declaring to his senior brother, Jean Tianyi, I shall heed your guidance and devote myself wholeheartedly to the task at hand. Jean Tianyi smiled with satisfaction, replying, Excellent. You must remember, irrespective of the challenges you encounter, never yield. It is only through relentless self-challenge that one can truly become formidable. In the ensuing days, under the mentorship of Jingqing and Jean Tianyi, Li Yunfei engaged in a series of sect missions. These undertakings not only enriched his practical experience, but also taught him to maintain composure and respond adeptly in times of crisis. Following each mission, Li Yunfei would return to the cold pond to continue his cultivation. He understood that the practice at the cold pond significantly aided him, enhancing his spiritual energy and enabling him to master his own power more effectively. As time passed, Li Yunfei's cultivation advanced steadily, and his combat skills saw remarkable improvement. His resolve grew firmer, and he faced challenges with greater poise. One night, standing atop a mountain, Li Yunfei gazed down upon the entirety of the Point Cloud sect, his heart brimming with determination and hope. He recognized that his path of cultivation had only just begun, with numerous challenges awaiting him. Yet, he no longer felt isolated. Bolstered by the support and assistance of his brothers, he believed he could surmount any obstacle and evolve into a true powerhouse. Liner, I shall become stronger to protect our family, Li Yunfei silently vowed, his gaze radiating unwavering resolve. He understood that his future was filled with promise, and he would embrace each challenge with fearless courage, progressing towards an even more illustrious future. In the months that followed, Li Yunfei's life within the Point Cloud sect became increasingly fulfilling. He not only participated in various training sessions and missions, but also absorbed the sect's rules and knowledge, broadening his perspective and deepening his understanding of cultivation. With each session at the cold pond, Li Yunfei could perceive his continuous progress. His spiritual energy grew purer, and his meridians more resilient. He realized he was drawing ever closer to becoming a true master. However, the path of cultivation was never devoid of obstacles. During a session at the cold pond, Li Yunfei sensed a tumult within his internal spiritual energy, as if a powerful force surged through his meridians. He recognized this as a potential new challenge. I cannot give up, he urged himself inwardly, striving to stabilize his mind and regulate the flow of energy within him. He felt his meridians gradually expand under the tremendous pressure, with the spiritual energy becoming increasingly vibrant. At that moment, Li Yunfei seemingly transcended into an entirely new realm. He felt a resonance between his spiritual energy and that of the universe, his internal energy becoming purer and more robust. He understood that he had once again broken through a significant barrier, reaching a new pinnacle. Emerging from the cold pond, Li Yunfei experienced a profound sense of relief. He knew he had made substantial progress, yet this was merely the beginning, with further challenges awaiting him. Observing Li Yunfei's transformation, Jean Tianyi nodded approvingly, stating, Li Yunfei, your cultivation has advanced rapidly, but you must remain vigilant at all times, never allowing the slightest slackening. Li Yunfei nodded respectfully. Senior brother Jean Tianyi, I understand. Please continue to guide me. I will certainly strive harder. Jean Tianyi patted Li Yunfei on the shoulder, his tone imbued with encouragement. Excellent. You must remember, the path of cultivation is fraught with uncertainties and challenges. However, as long as you remain steadfast in your beliefs and persist in your efforts, you will undoubtedly become a true powerhouse. Jean Tianyi's gaze was piercing, and his voice, deep and resonant, cut through the cold air with remarkable clarity. Li Yunfei, he began, you must comprehend that your greatest adversary on the path of cultivation is not the formidable foes outside, but rather the inner demons that reside within yourself. Upon hearing this, Li Yunfei's expression grew serious, and he nodded earnestly. Senior brother Zhang, I understand. Please teach me how to vanquish these inner demons. Zhang smiled slightly, his eyes reflecting a hint of approval. Inner demons stem from your fears, anger, and obsessions. You must confront them, accept them, and then sever them with unwavering conviction. As he spoke, he retrieved a verdant jade ring from his sleeve and handed it to Li Yunfei. This is a jade ring, infused with pure spiritual energy, which will aid in stabilizing your mind during cultivation. It serves not only as your protection, but also as a testament to my expectations of you. Li Yunfei accepted the jade ring, feeling the spiritual energy within it, and a warm current surged through his heart. He bowed deeply and expressed his gratitude. Senior brother Zhang, I will cherish this gift and live up to your expectations. Zhang patted his shoulder once more, his voice filled with encouragement. Remember, Li Yunfei, no matter how arduous the path ahead may be, as long as you remain resolute, you will triumph over all adversities. Li Yunfei nodded, determination shining in his eyes. He understood that his journey of cultivation would be filled with uncertainties and challenges, yet he was prepared to face each one head-on. As the night deepened, Li Yunfei sat alone in his room, holding the jade ring bestowed by Zhang, his heart awash with emotions. This ring represented not only assistance in his cultivation, but also the hopes and trust that his senior brother had placed in him. A sense of responsibility and motivation welled up within him, propelling him to forge ahead. At that moment, a gentle knock echoed from outside the door. Li Yunfei set down the ring and walked over to open it. Standing outside was Jiang Lushuang, holding a basket and wearing a warm smile. Brother Yunfei, I brought some food for you. I hope you enjoy it, she said, her eyes sparkling with concern. Li Yunfei smiled gratefully. Jiang Lushuang, you are truly wonderful. Please, come in. Jiang Lushuang entered the room and placed the basket on the table. She opened the lid to reveal several exquisite dishes. Handing Li Yunfei a pair of chopsticks, she smiled, I made all of this myself. Please give it a try. Li Yunfei took the chopsticks and sampled the dish, instantly enveloped by a sense of familiar warmth. Jiang Lushuang, your culinary skills have improved remarkably. These dishes remind me of the taste of home. Jiang Lushuang beamed with pride. I'm glad you like it, Brother Yunfei. I know you've been working hard on your cultivation lately and need to replenish your strength. Li Yunfei felt a warmth in his heart as he gazed gratefully at Jiang Lushuang. Thank you, Jiang Lushuang. Your support brings me immense happiness. Jiang Lushuang waved her hand dismissively, smiling. No need for thanks. We are friends. This is only natural. As they shared a meal, the atmosphere was relaxed and heartwarming. Li Yunfei sensed a long-lost warmth and support, realizing that he was not alone. With the companionship and backing of friends, he could surely overcome any obstacles. After finishing their meal, Jiang Lushuang tidied up the dishes, standing up with a smile. Brother Yunfei, make sure to rest well. I'll come to see you again tomorrow. Li Yunfei accompanied her to the door, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Jiang Lushuang. You're truly a wonderful friend. Jiang Lushuang smiled and waved. No need for politeness. See you tomorrow. Li Yunfei watched her depart, a wave of warmth surging within him. He understood that although his path of cultivation was fraught with difficulties and challenges, the support and companionship of friends would enable him to journey further. Upon returning to his room, Li Yunfei grasped the jade ring once more, feeling the pure spiritual energy it emanated. He recognized that it was not merely a tool for cultivation, but also a symbol of his senior brother's expectations and trust in him. I must become stronger, protect our family, and fulfill my senior brother's hopes, he silently vowed, a steadfast light shimmering in his eyes. In the days that followed, Li Yunfei continued his practice in the cold pool while engaging in various tasks assigned by the sect. His cultivation progressed steadily, and his combat abilities experienced significant enhancement. His resolve grew stronger, and he faced challenges with greater composure. After each mission, Li Yunfei would return to the cold pool to continue his training. He understood that the cultivation in the cold pool was immensely beneficial, not only enhancing his spiritual power, but also allowing him to master his strength more effectively. During one session in the cold pool, Li Yunfei felt the spiritual energy within him becoming purer and more robust, while his meridians grew more resilient. He realized he had made tremendous progress. But this was merely the beginning. Many more challenges awaited him. Chapter 83. The twin grudges. As dusk approached a few days later, the sky gradually darkened, and the lights of the point cloud sect flickered in the mountains. Li Yunfei had just completed a day of cultivation and, upon returning to his quarters, was greeted by a familiar fragrance. He opened the door to find Jiang Lushuang busily arranging a meal, her face adorned with a warm smile. "Brother Yunfei, I have brought you dinner again," Jiang Lushuang said, her face lighting up at the sight of him. Gratefully, Li Yunfei approached the table filled with an array of delectable dishes, his heart warmed by her thoughtfulness. "Lushuang, you are truly wonderful, always putting in such effort." With a gentle smile, Jiang Lushuang handed him a pair of chopsticks. "Brother Yunfei, you have worked hard in your cultivation. You need to replenish your strength. Do try it. I made your favorite dishes today." Li Yunfei took the chopsticks, sampled a bite, and was immediately enveloped by a sense of familiar warmth. "It's truly delicious, Lushuang." "Thank you." Jiang Lushuang gazed at him, concern flickering in her eyes. "Brother Yunfei, how has your cultivation been progressing? How do you feel?" Nodding, Li Yunfei replied with a smile, "My cultivation has seen significant improvement, thanks to your support and that of the senior brothers. I feel quite well." However, Jiang Lushuang's smile gradually faded, her gaze clouded with sadness. "Brother Yunfei, did you know that I too carry my own burdens of hatred?" Li Yunfei set down his chopsticks, his expression turning serious. "Lushuang, please tell me." With a soft sigh, she looked out the window. "My family was once a grand lineage, but we were nearly obliterated in a sudden disaster, and my parents perished in that calamity." Upon hearing this, Li Yunfei felt a jolt within, empathizing deeply. "Jiang Lushuang, I understand your pain. We share similar experiences." Tears glimmered in her eyes as she continued, "I was very young at the time, unaware of much. All I knew was that my family was leaving me one by one. I fell into despair for a time, but I realized I had to be strong to survive." A warm surge of compassion filled Li Yunfei's heart as he gently grasped her hand. "Lushuang, we both have painful pasts. Yet it is precisely these tribulations that have forged our resilience. Remember, we have each other and the support of our senior brothers." Jiang Lushuang nodded, mustering a faint smile. "Thank you, Brother Yunfei. Whenever I am with you, I feel warmth and strength." Li Yunfei felt a pang of sorrow, knowing the trials Jiang Lushuang had endured. Yet she remained steadfast. He embraced her tenderly, whispering, "Jiang Lushuang, let us strive together. The future will undoubtedly be brighter." Nestled in Li Yunfei's embrace, Jiang Lushuang experienced an unprecedented sense of warmth and security. "Brother Yunfei, I believe we can overcome any adversity and embrace a beautiful future." Together, they held each other in silence, drawing strength and warmth from their connection. Li Yunfei understood that he had not only to seek vengeance for his family, but also to forge a better future for both Jiang Lushuang and himself. In the stillness of the night, Dian Qiuli and Jing Cheng sat in a tranquil room, engaged in a significant conversation. Jing Cheng, who had quickly advanced in his cultivation, still grappled with inner demons. Dian Qiuli spoke with a hint of concern in his voice. Jing Cheng nodded in agreement, responding, "Indeed, senior brother. Li Yunfei possesses exceptional talent and determination, yet his past weighs heavily upon him. He must discover his own equilibrium." After a moment of contemplation, Dian Qiuli continued, "We must assist him in overcoming these internal obstacles. Otherwise, his path of cultivation will be fraught with challenges." Jing Cheng solemnly nodded, "Senior brother, I understand. I will persist in aiding him during his training, providing him with ample support and guidance." Chapter 84. The sigh of fate as the night deepened and the moonlight cascaded like water over the mountains of the Cloud Point sect. Dian Qiuli sat alone by a stone table, a flicker of complex emotions illuminating his eyes. The night breeze swept by, and he let out a soft sigh, as if lamenting the capriciousness of fate. Jing Cheng approached, sensing the gravity of his brother's demeanor, and softly inquired, "Brother, what occupies your thoughts?" Dian Qiuli lifted his gaze towards Jing Cheng and slowly replied, "Jing Cheng, I am contemplating the fates of Li Yunfei and Jiang Lushuang. They have endured an abundance of suffering, yet their spirits remain remarkably resilient. which is truly admirable. Jing Cheng nodded in agreement, expressing, "Indeed, brother. Their past has forged them into stronger individuals. Yet I worry that these painful memories may hinder their progress." After a moment of reflection, Dian Qiuli continued, "We cannot deny the anguish residing within them, but we must not allow this pain to bind them. I believe we should provide them with the opportunity to express their emotions. It may prove beneficial to their cultivation." Jing Cheng furrowed his brow, a hint of confusion in his voice as he asked, "Brother, what do you mean?" Dian Qiuli sighed and elucidated at times. "One must release the burdens of repression and sorrow to attain true liberation. Having faced so much, Li Yunfei and Jiang Lushuang require a means to vent their feelings. And as their elder brothers and sisters, we should facilitate such an opportunity." Jing Cheng nodded, a glimmer of understanding dawning upon him. "Brother, I comprehend now. I will seek a moment for them to express their emotions, freeing themselves from suppression." Dian Qiuli smiled with satisfaction, patting Jing Cheng's shoulder. "You are doing wonderfully. I trust you will be able to assist them." As the night settled into silence, Li Yunfei sat in his chamber, engaged in meditation. He was acutely aware that his path of cultivation was fraught with the unknown and challenges, yet with the unwavering support and companionship of his brothers. He felt an abundance of confidence and hope. As he began to enter a meditative state, a gentle breeze wafted through, enveloping him in a familiar warmth, as though an invisible hand guided him into a mysterious dreamscape. In this dream, Li Yunfei found himself standing on an expansive meadow, surrounded by lush green grass and the fragrant aroma of blooming flowers. As he surveyed his surroundings, he spotted a quaint wooden cottage in the distance, stirring a sense of familiarity within him. He approached the cottage slowly, pushing the door open to find a familiar figure seated inside, his sister, Li Ling. Upon seeing Li Yunfei enter, her face blossomed into a joyful smile. "Brother Yunfei, you have finally come." A wave of emotion surged through Li Yunfei, tears glistening in his eyes as he exclaimed, "Linger, is it truly you?" Li Linger nodded with a smile. "Yes, Brother Yunfei, I have been waiting for you all along." Feeling a rush of warmth, Li Yunfei stepped forward and embraced her tightly. "Linger, I have missed you dearly." Gently patting his back, Li Linger spoke softly, "Brother Yunfei, do not be saddened. I have always been in your heart. As long as you remember me, I shall never truly depart." Li Yunfei's heart was soothed, enveloped by an unprecedented sense of calm and fulfillment. He was aware that this was merely a dream, yet the emotions within it were undeniably real. He murmured, "Ling, I will become stronger to protect our family and ensure that no one else suffers harm." Li Linger smiled and nodded, "Brother Yunfei, I believe in you. You will surely succeed." At that moment, the imagery of the dream suddenly became hazy, and Li Yunfei felt a powerful force pulling him back to reality. He abruptly opened his eyes, discovering himself still seated in his room, the moonlight cascading through the window onto the floor, instilling a sense of tranquility. Li Yunfei inhaled deeply, feeling an invigorating strength within him. He understood that he must persistently forge ahead to realize his aspirations. Gently grasping the jade ring bestowed by Zhang Tianyi, he sensed its spiritual energy, his resolve fortifying further. The following morning, Li Yunfei walked along the mountain path of the Dianyun sect with Jing Cheng. Jing Cheng glanced at Li Yunfei and inquired, "Yunfei, how did you rest last night?" Li Yunfei nodded and replied with a smile, "Very well, Brother Jing Cheng. I had a dream about my sister Li Linger, and I felt myself growing stronger." With unwavering determination in his eyes, he added, "Brother Jing Cheng, I am prepared. No matter the challenges ahead, I shall strive to overcome them." As he pondered, a gentle knock echoed from outside the door. Li Yunfei set down the book in his hand and approached the door, opening it to find Jiang Lushuang standing there with a basket in hand. "Brother Yunfei, I brought you some food again," she said with a smile, her eyes sparkling with concern. Li Yunfei smiled gratefully. "Jiang Lushuang, you are truly wonderful. Please come in." Jiang Lushuang entered the room, placing the basket on the table and unveiling its contents, which were several plates of appetizing dishes. She handed Li Yunfei a pair of chopsticks, saying with a smile, "I made all of these myself. Do give them a try." Li Yunfei accepted the chopsticks, tasting a bite of the dish and instantly feeling a wave of familiar warmth. It's truly delicious, Jiang Lushuang. Thank you. Jiang Lushuang looked at Li Yunfei. Her eyes filled with concern. Brother Yunfei, how has your cultivation been progressing? How do you feel? Li Yunfei nodded and replied with a smile. My cultivation has significantly improved, thanks to your support and that of the brothers. I feel great. A look of relief graced Jiang Lushuang's face. That's wonderful. Brother Yunfei, you must take good care of yourself and not overexert. Li Yunfei nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Jiang Lushuang. Your support brings me immense happiness. Jiang Lushuang waved her hand dismissively, smiling. No need for thanks. We are friends. It's only natural. Chapter 85. Warmth. The cicadas chirped with remarkable clarity in the serene summer night as Li Yunfei slowly opened his eyes amidst the symphony of their calls. His room was bathed in the gentle glow of moonlight, and the shadows of trees outside swayed in the breeze as if narrating the tales of summer nights. Sitting up, Li Yunfei rubbed his eyes, enveloped by an extraordinary tranquility. He realized that he had just emerged from a profound dream, a dream so vivid that it transported him back to a cherished time. In this dream, Li Yunfei stood on an expansive meadow, surrounded by lush greenery and fragrant blossoms. As he surveyed his surroundings, he spotted a quaint wooden cottage not far away, stirring a familiar sensation within him. He approached the cottage slowly, pushed the door open, and beheld two familiar figures inside, his mother and his younger sister, Li Ling'er. His mother wore a warm smile, her eyes brimming with affection and concern. Li Ling'er, meanwhile, played joyfully nearby, her face lighting up with surprise as she exclaimed, Brother Yunfei, you finally came? A wave of warmth surged through Li Yunfei's heart as he hurried forward, embracing his mother and sister tightly, tears glistening in his eyes. Mother Ling'er, I truly miss you both. His mother gently stroked his head and spoke softly, Yunfei, do not be sorrowful. We have always been by your side. As long as you remember us, we shall never depart. Li Yunfei felt his heart being soothed, enveloped by a sense of unprecedented calm and contentment. He whispered, Mother Ling'er, I promise to grow stronger and protect our family, ensuring that no one suffers harm again. His mother nodded with a smile, her eyes shimmering with encouragement and hope. Yunfei, I believe in you. You are the pride of our family, destined to fulfill your dreams. Li Ling'er, tugging at Li Yunfei's hand with curiosity, inquired, Brother Yunfei, I heard you've seen the firefly butterflies. What are they like? Do they shine like stars? Looking at Li Ling'er, his eyes filled with affection and warmth, he replied tenderly, Yes, Ling'er, firefly butterflies are exquisite creatures. They emit a soft glow at night, akin to stars, truly enchanting. Excitement sparkled in Li Ling'er's eyes as she imagined the beautiful firefly butterflies, and she joyfully exclaimed, Brother Yunfei, I long to see the firefly butterflies. Will you take me to see them? A pang of heartache struck Li Yunfei, for he knew this was merely a dream. Yet he gently reassured Li Ling'er, Once I grow stronger, I will certainly take you to see the firefly butterflies, and together we shall marvel at the beauty of a night sky. Li Ling'er nodded enthusiastically, her eyes filled with anticipation for the future. Their mother gazed at them lovingly, her face adorned with a contented smile. In that heartwarming moment, Li Yunfei felt a powerful force pulling him back to reality. He suddenly opened his eyes, realizing he was still seated in his room, the moonlight cascading onto the floor, imparting a sense of tranquility. Taking a deep breath, Li Yunfei felt an influx of strength within him. He understood that he must continue to forge ahead to realize his aspirations. He gently grasped the jade ring bestowed by Zhan Tianyi, feeling the ethereal energy within, which fortified his resolve. What could it possibly be? Li Yunfei murmured to himself, straining to recall, yet he was unable to seize even a fragment of that elusive memory. At that moment, a light, cheerful footfall echoed from outside the door. Li Yunfei lifted his gaze to find Rong Fei standing at the entrance, a smile gracing her face. Chapter 86. Grandfather's birthday. Good morning, Brother Yunfei. A sweet voice interrupted Li Yunfei's reverie. He smiled in response. Good morning, Rong Fei. Is there something you need? Rong Fei entered the room and gently closed the door. Brother Yunfei, I came to remind you that today is grandfather's birthday. You haven't forgotten, have you? Li Yunfei paused, realization dawning upon him. Oh yes, today is grandfather's birthday. How could I forget such an important occasion? Rongfei chuckled softly, taking a seat beside him. You've been training hard lately. It's not surprising that you might forget. Let's go together. Grandfather will surely be delighted to see you. Li Yunfei nodded, a warm feeling swelling within him. Thank you for the reminder, Rongfei. I truly almost overlooked it. Rongfei shook her head and smiled. There's no need for thanks, brother Yunfei. We are family. It's only natural. The two of them stepped out of the room and strolled along the serene paths of the Dinyan sect. The morning sunlight bathed them in warmth, imparting a sense of tranquility. As they walked, memories began to surface in Li Yunfei's mind, cherished moments spent with his grandfather. He recalled how, in his youth, his grandfather would often take him to the back mountain to practice martial arts, imparting basic training techniques. The grandfather's voice was always gentle, filled with love and expectation. Yunfei, remember, no matter how arduous the training, you must persevere. Only with unwavering conviction can one become a true stronghold. Those words echoed in his ears. A wave of warmth and emotion surged within Li Yunfei. He understood that his grandfather's expectations had always been his motivation to forge ahead. Today, on his grandfather's birthday, he was determined to showcase his growth and progress. Upon returning to his room, Li Yunfei changed into a clean Taoist robe and prepared some gifts before setting out with Rongfei to visit his grandfather. Along the way, his mood gradually settled. He recognized that today was not merely a day of celebration, but also an opportunity to express gratitude and respect to his grandfather. His grandfather's residence was nestled in a tranquil part of the Dinyan sect, surrounded by lush greenery and fragrant blossoms. As Li Yunfei and Rongfei entered the courtyard, they saw their grandfather tending to the plants, a warm smile gracing his face. Grandfather, happy birthday! Li Yunfei and Rongfei chorused, their faces illuminated with genuine smiles. The grandfather looked up, and upon seeing them, his expression softened with joy. You're here. Come in and take a seat. Li Yunfei approached and presented the gifts he had prepared. Grandfather, this is a present for you. I hope you like it. The grandfather accepted the gift, nodding with a smile. Thank you, Yunfei. I truly appreciate this gift. As Li Yunfei and Rongfei settled down, their grandfather gazed at them, his eyes shimmering with affection. Yunfei, how has your training been lately? Have you encountered any difficulties? Li Yunfei nodded earnestly. Grandfather, my training has been progressing smoothly thanks to the support of my senior brothers. My cultivation has improved significantly. The grandfather nodded in satisfaction. Very well, Yunfei. Remember, cultivation requires not only diligence and effort, but also resilience of spirit. Regardless of the challenges encountered, one must steadfastly uphold their beliefs and persevere. Grandfather gazed at Rongfei, warmth flickering in his eyes. Rongfei, you too, he said. You are both the pride of our Cloud Point sect. Support one another and progress together. Li Yunfei and Rongfei nodded in agreement, understanding that their grandfather's words were not merely expectations, but also a source of inspiration. Throughout the morning, Li Yunfei and Rongfei accompanied their grandfather in the courtyard, laughter resonating around them. Li Yunfei felt a long-lost warmth and tranquility, realizing how precious such moments were. As noon approached, disciples of the Cloud Point sect began to arrive at their grandfather's residence, bearing an array of delicacies and gifts. They gathered together to celebrate their grandfather's birthday. The atmosphere lively and heartwarming. During the festivities, their grandfather offered encouragement and blessings to each disciple, his words imbued with wisdom and compassion. Li Yunfei felt an immense strength, recognizing that this was not only their grandfather's hope for them, but also the motivation they needed to forge ahead. As nightfall descended once more and the celebrations gradually came to a close, the disciples began to take their leave. Li Yunfei and Rongfei bid farewell to their grandfather, preparing to return to their own quarters. Grandfather, I shall become stronger, protect our family, and realize our dreams, Li Yunfei silently vowed, determination shining in his gaze. He understood that his future brimmed with hope, and he would confront each challenge with fearless courage, stepping toward a more glorious tomorrow. Chapter 87. A vow for vengeance. As the grand birthday celebration was about to commence, grandfather Li Aoshan occupied the seat of honor. His gentle gaze surveying the disciples gathered to extend their congratulations. The plaza of the Dianyun sect was adorned with vibrant decorations and laden with an array of sumptuous delicacies, creating a jubilant and fervent atmosphere. The disciples beamed with smiles, eagerly offering their well wishes to Li Aoshan. Yet, within his eyes lingered a hint of anticipation and anxiety. His grandson, Li Yunfei, had yet to arrive, and it was the sight of Yunfei's growth and progress that he most eagerly anticipated on this special day. Where could Yunfei be? Li Aoshan murmured softly, a flicker of worry crossing his features. At that moment, Rongfei approached, speaking gently. "Grandfather, Brother Yunfei may be preparing a special gift. Allow me to find him." Li Aoshan nodded, responding warmly. "Very well, Rongfei. Please see if he requires any assistance." Rongfei acknowledged his words and turned to leave the plaza, heading towards Yunfei's quarters. She was aware that he would surely endeavor to accomplish something remarkable on this significant day. Meanwhile, Li Yunfei was in his room, donning a robe of azure, his heart brimming with determination and hope. He understood that today was not only his grandfather's birthday, but also the moment to demonstrate his resolve to everyone. "I must show grandfather my progress and determination," he silently vowed, his eyes glimmering with unwavering resolve. Once clad in his robe, Li Yunfei inhaled deeply, pushed open the door, and stepped into the morning sunlight. His stride was resolute, his gaze steadfast, as though he was prepared to face any challenges that lay ahead. As Li Yunfei made his way to the plaza, the disciples turned to regard him with admiration. Dressed in his azure robe, he exuded an air of vitality, eliciting smiles of approval from those present. Upon noticing his arrival, Li Aoshan's face broke into a smile of contentment. "Yunfei, you have finally come." Li Yunfei approached respectfully, bowing to his grandfather. "Grandfather, happy birthday. May you enjoy health and longevity." Li Aoshan nodded, his eyes reflecting affection and hope. "Thank you, Yunfei. Today is a special occasion. Do you have anything significant to share with everyone?" Taking a deep breath, Li Yunfei fixed his determined gaze upon the crowd. "Dear brothers and sisters, today marks Grandfather S.'s birthday, a truly momentous day. I have some words to convey." The disciples fell silent, their attention fixed on him, awaiting his address. Li Yunfei's gaze swept across the assembly before he solemnly declared, "My family once faced utter devastation. My parents perished in that calamity. Today, I stand here to make a vow. I shall seek vengeance and restore justice for my family." His words resonated with strength and conviction, instilling admiration among the disciples, while a mix of pride and sorrow flickered in Li Aoshan's eyes. "Yunfei," Li Aoshan spoke slowly, "we all recognize your determination, but remember, vengeance is not the sole objective. You must continually enhance yourself on the path of cultivation to truly fulfill your aspirations." Li Yunfei solemnly nodded. "Grandfather, I understand. I shall strive diligently in my cultivation, continuously enhancing my strength until the day I can avenge our family." At that moment, a sudden and intense pain surged through his mind, as if countless demons were tearing at his very consciousness. He felt himself being pulled into a dark abyss by a formidable force, where everything around him grew hazy and distorted. Was this the realm of inner demons? A shock coursed through Li Yunfei's heart as he endeavored to steady his mind and escape this predicament. He found himself standing in a pitch-black wilderness, thick fog enveloping him, as if darkness itself had consumed everything. Li Yunfei strained to discern his direction, only to realize that no matter which way he turned, the scenery remained unchanged. "Do you believe you can achieve revenge?" A deep voice resonated through the darkness, laden with endless mockery and menace. Li Yunfei's heart tightened as he struggled to maintain his composure. "Who are you? What do you desire?" From the shadows emerged a vague figure, gradually becoming clearer. It was himself. The other Li Yunfei's eyes glimmered with malevolence as he sneered. "You are but a weakling, utterly incapable of fulfilling your desires. You will forever languish in pain and despair until you completely collapse." A A sharp pang coursed through Li Yunfei's heart, yet he recognized this as merely the machinations of his inner demon. Steadfastly, he declared, "No, I will not be defeated by you. I have the support of my friends and seniors. I will surely overcome all adversities and achieve my goals." The sinister Li Yunfei scoffed, "Friends? Support? They are nothing but burdens destined to hinder your progress. You are fated to a life of solitude, struggling in darkness." Anger flared within Li Yunfei, but he understood that maintaining his composure was essential to vanquish his inner demon. He took a deep breath, focusing his mind, silently reciting the heart technique taught to him by the Battle Heaven sect, attempting to dispel the demon's onslaught. As he channeled his heart technique, the surrounding darkness began to recede, and the malevolent Li Yunfei grew increasingly indistinct. Li Yunfei felt his consciousness gradually clarifying. He had discovered the means to conquer his inner demon. "I will not be defeated by you. I shall persist until I realize my objectives," he resolutely stated, his gaze radiating unwavering determination. As his words echoed, the darkness dissipated entirely, and Li Yunfei's consciousness returned to reality. He opened his eyes to find himself still standing in the banquet hall, surrounded by disciples who regarded him with concern. Li Aoshang approached, his eyes glimmering with care. "Yunfei, are you all right?" Li Yunfei inhaled deeply and nodded. "Grandfather, I am fine. It was merely the inner demon at play, but I have triumphed over it." Li Aoshang nodded with satisfaction. "Excellent, Yunfei. Remember, the inner demon is your greatest adversary on the path of cultivation. Only by continuously conquering yourself can you truly become powerful." Li Yunfei solemnly nodded. "Grandfather, I will cherish your teachings and strive to cultivate diligently, constantly improving myself." The birthday banquet continued amidst warmth and jubilation, as Li Yunfei felt an unprecedented surge of strength and determination. He realized his cultivation path was fraught with unknowns and trials, yet with his grandfather's and friends' unwavering support, he would undoubtedly surmount all obstacles to emerge as a true paragon of strength. Chapter 88. The Illusion of Inner Demons. Li Yunfei sat alone in his chamber, his thoughts a tempestuous sea. He understood that his path of cultivation was fraught with challenges, and the inner demons were but one of them. Though he had sworn an oath before the assembly during the longevity banquet, the tendrils of fear and unease still coiled within his heart, refusing to dissipate. Determined to confront this shadow once more and eradicate it completely, he resolved to delve into profound meditation. Closing his eyes, he gradually slipped into a trance, the world around him blurring as his consciousness drifted into a new realm of illusion. Within this phantom landscape, Li Yunfei found himself once more upon that desolate expanse of darkness, where thick mist clung heavily to the air. He knew this was but a manifestation of his inner demon. To conquer it, he must remain composed and resolute. "You've returned. How tenacious!" The malevolent version of himself emerged once again, a cold smirk twisting his lips. "Do you truly believe you can defeat me?" Li Yunfei tightened his grip on the sword, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. "I shall vanquish you, no matter how arduous the path may be." The sinister Li Yunfei sneered coldly. "Then let us see you try." Taking a deep breath, Li Yunfei focused his entire being, silently reciting the mantra imparted to him by Zhang Tian. He sought to harness his spiritual energy to dispel the illusions conjured by the inner demon. As the mantra flowed through him, he felt the gathering of his inner chi, coalescing into a formidable force. Raising his sword, the blade shimmered with a radiant brilliance under the influence of his spiritual power. Li Yunfei understood that this sword was not merely a weapon of cultivation. It was the very embodiment of his soul. Only with this blade could he sever the shackles of the inner demon and attain true liberation. "Demon of the heart, you shall no longer bind me." Li Yunfei let out a resounding battle cry as he brandished his sword forward, its razor-sharp energy slicing through the vast firmament, directly targeting the malevolent version of himself. The sinister Li Yunfei's countenance abruptly changed as he attempted to evade, yet the swift and relentless sword energy pierced through his form with unerring precision. As the sword's energy penetrated, the surrounding darkness began to dissipate rapidly, and the illusory visions shattered into nothingness. Li Yunfei felt a powerful tremor, as though the entire world quaked beneath him. He understood. He had successfully severed the delusions of his inner demons. Yet, he must remain vigilant, lest they encroach upon his mind once more. I shall not be defeated by you. I will press forward until I achieve my purpose, Li Yunfei declared with unwavering resolve, his gaze burning with indomitable determination. With his words, the darkness dispersed entirely, and Li Yunfei's consciousness returned to reality. His eyes snapped open abruptly, revealing the familiar surroundings of his chamber, where the tranquil moonlight spilled across the floor, bestowing a serene ambience. Drawing a deep breath, Li Yunfei felt his heart brimming with newfound strength and clarity. He knew this victory over his inner demons was but one trial on his arduous path of cultivation. Many greater challenges still lay ahead. At that moment, a soft knock echoed from beyond the door. Rising to his feet, Li Yunfei strode forward and opened it, finding Zhang Tianyi standing outside, his eyes laced with quiet concern. "Senior brother Zhang Tianyi, what brings you here?" Li Yunfei was somewhat astonished, yet overwhelmed with profound gratitude. As Zhang Tian entered the room and closed the door, he focused intently on Li Yunfei. "Yunfei, I sensed a wave of spiritual energy from you moments ago. Have you encountered any difficulties?" Li Yunfei nodded, letting out a sigh. "Senior brother, I just entered the illusion of my inner demons again, but this time I successfully severed the connection." Zhang Tian nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. Yunfei, your ability to confront and conquer your inner demons signifies a substantial enhancement in your character. However, remember that these demons will not vanish entirely. They will re-emerge throughout your cultivation journey. Only by continually overcoming them can you truly attain strength." Li Yunfei nodded earnestly. "I understand, senior brother. I will persist in my efforts and continue to elevate my character." Zhang Tian smiled gently, patting Li Yunfei on the shoulder. "You have done well, Yunfei. Now, I shall provide you with new guidance to further enhance your cultivation." Li Yunfei expressed his gratitude with a nod. "Thank you, senior brother. I will study diligently." Zhang Tian took a seat and began to elaborate on advanced cultivation techniques and mental methods. His voice was deep and resonant, imbued with a mysterious power that invigorated Li Yunfei, gradually dispelling all fatigue and unease. "First, you must learn to control the flow of your spiritual energy. It is essential to maintain stability during cultivation and to swiftly adjust its application in battle," Zhang Tian instructed. Li Yunfei listened attentively, responding, "Senior brother, I will remember these teachings." Subsequently, Zhang Tian elaborated on the techniques for utilizing spiritual energy and strategies for combat. He not only discussed the theory, but also demonstrated personally, allowing Li Yunfei to grasp these techniques more intuitively. Li Yunfei felt his perspective broaden, gaining a deeper understanding of cultivation. He recognized that these techniques and mental methods would significantly aid his practice and combat skills. "Yunfei, remember, cultivation is not merely about enhancing your strength. It is also about learning to adeptly apply that power in battle," Zhang Tian remarked, his gaze reflecting a glimmer of hope. Li Yunfei nodded earnestly, declaring, "Senior brother, I will strive tirelessly to meet your expectations." Zhang Tian nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, Yunfei. Now let's practice these techniques together, and I will guide you along the way." Taking a deep breath, Li Yunfei concentrated all his mental faculties and began practicing according to Zhang Tian's instructions. He felt the flow of his spiritual energy becoming increasingly smooth, with each movement infused with strength. Zhang Tian observed closely, offering occasional guidance to help Li Yunfei adjust his movements and the application of his energy. His instruction was both meticulous and professional, providing Li Yunfei with immense benefits. Chapter 89. A significant opportunity. The morning sun bathed the valley of the Cloud Point sect in golden light, as Li Yunfei diligently practiced in the training grounds, his heart brimming with a profound love and pursuit of the swordsmanship. After months of arduous training, both his skills and cultivation had seen remarkable enhancement. However, his senior brother, Zhang Tianyi, had informed him that to truly grasp the essence of the sword and to create his own sword techniques practical combat experience was indispensable. One day, Zhang Tianyi called Li Yunfei aside, his expression grave. "Yunfei," he said, "your swordsmanship and cultivation have improved significantly, yet to truly comprehend the sword's intent, you require further practical experience. I shall arrange for you to descend the mountain for training." Li Yunfei was taken aback, then felt a surge of excitement and anticipation. "Senior brother, I am ready. Please guide me." Zhang Tianyi smiled faintly and nodded. "Excellent. Descending the mountain for training is not only an opportunity to enhance your strength, but also a process of tempering your character. In your journey, you will encounter various demon beasts and other cultivators. These encounters will test both your swordsmanship and your resolve." He continued, "First, you must prepare the necessary items, including healing and cultivation elixirs, talismans, food, and water. Secondly, remain vigilant at all times and do not easily trust strangers. Demon beasts and other cultivators may pose threats to you." Li Yunfei nodded solemnly. "Senior brother, I shall heed your counsel. Remain alert and prepare thoroughly." Zhang Tianyi nodded with satisfaction, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "Yunfei, this journey down the mountain is a crucial opportunity for you to enhance your strength and comprehend the sword's intent. I believe you will succeed and return even stronger." Li Yunfei expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother. I will do my utmost to complete this training." Upon returning to his room, Li Yunfei began to prepare for his descent. He first gathered healing and cultivation elixirs, which would aid him in regaining vitality and spiritual energy at critical moments. Next, he arranged talismans for defense and offense. Finally, he packed food and water for unforeseen circumstances. While Li Yunfei was organizing his items, a light, cheerful footfall echoed from outside the door. He looked up to see Jiang Lushuang standing at the entrance with a smile. "Brother Yunfei, I heard you're going down the mountain for training. May I accompany you?" Jiang Lushuang inquired, her eyes filled with eagerness and concern. Li Yunfei was momentarily stunned, then felt a warmth within. "Lushuang, are you truly willing to join me? This training could be perilous." Jiang Lushuang nodded resolutely. "Brother Yunfei, I have made up my mind. I wish to take this opportunity to enhance my own cultivation, and with you by my side, I fear no danger." Li Yunfei gratefully nodded. "Lushuang, thank you. I am delighted to have you accompany me. Together, we shall strive to complete this training." Jiang Lushuang smiled as she stepped into the room, assisting Li Yunfei in organizing his belongings. The two chatted and laughed, creating a relaxed and warm atmosphere. They understood that this training was not merely an opportunity for personal growth, but also a test of their mutual support and trust. After thorough preparations, Li Yunfei and Jiang Lushuang packed their belongings, slung their bags over their shoulders, and prepared to embark on their journey down the mountain for training. Before their departure, they approached Zhang Tian with solemnity and bowed respectfully. "Senior brother, we are fully prepared. Please guide us," Li Yunfei declared, his gaze radiating unwavering determination. Zhang Tian regarded them, a glimmer of pride and hope flickering in his eyes. "Excellent. Yunfei, Lushuang, remember to remain vigilant during your trials, supporting one another. I trust you will accomplish your journey and return even stronger." Li Yunfei and Jiang Lushuang nodded earnestly. "Senior brother, we shall heed your teachings and strive to complete this trial with all our might." Zhang Tian smiled gently, patting their shoulders. "Set forth, and may fortune favor you on your journey." After bidding farewell to Zhang Tian, Li Yunfei and Jiang Lushuang stepped beyond the gates of the Cloud Sect, embarking on their descent for the trial. The mountain path twisted and turned, shaded by verdant trees, as the morning sun filtered through the leaves, casting a tranquil and beautiful ambience. Walking along the trail, Li Yunfei felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation and resolve for the future. He understood that this trial would serve as a significant test, yet he was confident that with Jiang Lushuang's companionship and senior brother Zhang Tian's guidance, he would navigate it successfully and achieve greater growth. "Where shall we conduct our trial, brother Yunfei?" Jiang Lushuang inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and eagerness. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yunfei replied, "We shall first venture to the deep forest at the mountain's base. It is teeming with beasts and other practitioners, making it an ideal arena for our trial." Jiang Lushuang nodded. determination glimmering in her eyes. Very well, I shall follow your lead. Together, we shall strive to complete this trial. The two descended the mountain, their steps resolute, their hearts brimming with anticipation and determination for what lay ahead. They recognized that this trial was not merely an opportunity to enhance their strength, but also a profound journey of spiritual elevation and personal growth. After a considerable time of walking, they finally arrived at the deep forest at the mountain's foot. Towering ancient trees loomed overhead, casting shadows that obscured the sun, while the air was imbued with a refreshing essence. Li Yunfei and Jiang Lushuang paused to absorb their surroundings, filled with both vigilance and excitement. Lushuang, this is the deep forest, our first station in this trial. It is home to many ferocious beasts. We must remain alert and look out for one another. Li Yunfei advised, his eyes reflecting caution. Jiang Lushuang nodded, gripping her sword tightly. Brother Yunfei, I will be cautious. Together, we shall work hard to complete this trial. They pressed onward, the forest alive with the sounds of chirping birds and the distant roars of beasts, imparting an aura of mystery and peril. They navigated carefully, maintaining constant vigilance, prepared to confront any imminent dangers. Suddenly, a deep, menacing roar shattered the tranquility of the forest. Li Yunfei and Jiang Lushuang halted abruptly, scanning their surroundings with heightened awareness. A beast approaches. Be cautious, Li Yunfei whispered, tightening his grip on his sword, ready for battle. Jiang Lushuang swiftly drew her long sword, her eyes filled with resolve. Standing side by side, they faced the impending danger, their hearts steeled with fearlessness and determination. Moments later, a colossal beast erupted from the thicket, its fearsome visage and sharp claws exuding an aura of ferocity. Li Yunfei and Jiang Lushuang faced their adversary without a hint of trepidation, swiftly engaging in battle. Li Yunfei executed the Point Cloud 9 technique, his sword radiating brilliance akin to a shooting star, striking directly at the vital points of the beast. Jiang Lushuang, standing by his side, provided agile and versatile support, their movements harmoniously synchronized. After an intense confrontation, the beast finally succumbed, and though Li Yunfei and Jiang Lushuang were breathless, their eyes sparkled with the joy of victory. Brother Yunfei, we did it! Jiang Lushuang exclaimed, her face alight with a radiant smile. Li Yunfei nodded, determination gleaming in his gaze. Indeed, Lushuang, we must press on and complete this trial. The two exchanged a knowing smile and ventured deeper into the forest. They were acutely aware that this trial would be fraught with challenges and dangers, yet with each other's unwavering support and companionship, they were resolute in overcoming all obstacles and emerging ever stronger. Chapter 90. The Western Kunlun Mountains, the town of Liu, owing to its unique geographical position, bustles with extraordinary activity. Situated at the crossroads of several major trade routes and surrounded by majestic mountains rich in resources, it serves as a vital hub for both cultivators and merchants. The streets are lined with numerous shops offering an array of cultivation resources, magical artifacts, and elixirs, attracting a multitude of cultivators for trade and exchange. Li Yunfei and Jiang Lushuang strolled into Liu, immersing themselves in the vibrant atmosphere. The streets teemed with people, the air filled with the lively shouts of vendors. As they walked, they sought a suitable inn to rest. Brother Yunfei, this place is so lively, Jiang Lushuang exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement. Li Yunfei smiled gently and nodded. Indeed, Lushuang, Liu is an important commercial center, a place where cultivators exchange resources and information. Let's find a place to settle down before exploring further. They soon discovered an inn named Ping'an Inn, which offered a tranquil environment at reasonable prices. Li Yunfei and Jiang Lushuang secured 2 rooms and settled in. Jiang Lushuang appeared quite exhilarated, surveying her surroundings with keen interest. Brother Yunfei, this is truly a wonderful place. We could stay here for a few days and practice, she said, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Li Yunfei nodded in agreement, smiling. Yes, Lushuang. This training is vital for us. Please rest here at the inn while I venture into the western Kunlun Mountains for a period of cultivation and to hunt beasts. To enhance my strength. Jiang Lushuang looked at Li Yunfei with concern, "Brother Yunfei, the western Kunlun Mountains are perilous. You must exercise caution." Gently patting her shoulder, Li Yunfei reassured her, "Do not worry, Lu Xiang. I will be careful. Rest well at the inn, and I shall return." After ensuring Jiang Luxiang was settled, Li Yunfei departed from the inn, heading towards the western Kunlun Mountains. This range is frequently visited by cultivators, teeming with ferocious beasts and fraught with danger and challenges. Yet it harbors abundant resources, making it an ideal locale for strengthening one's abilities. As Li Yunfei traversed the mountain path leading to the western Kunlun Mountains, he clutched several acceleration talismans, prepared to use them if necessary. These talismans, crafted during his studies at Yinyun sect, could significantly enhance his speed, aiding him in swiftly navigating perilous areas. Upon entering the mountains, Li Yunfei felt the environment shift dramatically. Towering ancient trees obscured the sunlight, and a chilling aura permeated the air. He proceeded cautiously, remaining vigilant and attentive to the sound around him. As dusk descended, Li Yunfei resolved to halt his journey and search for a secure resting place. He discovered a relatively concealed cave, cleared the area, and set up several defensive talismans at the entrance to guard against any sudden beast attacks. As night enveloped the landscape, Li Yunfei sat at the cave's mouth, consuming some provisions and water. He understood that this night would not be tranquil. The surrounding beasts could emerge at any moment, necessitating his utmost vigilance. Before long, a low, ominous roar echoed from the distance, shattering the stillness of the night. Li Yunfei swiftly rose to his feet, gripping the long sword tightly, his gaze imbued with a blend of calmness and vigilance. A dark shadow leapt from the woods, a colossal demon wolf, its fearsome visage and razor-sharp claws exuding an aura of ferocity. Undeterred, Li Yunfei charged forth to confront the beast. The way of the sword, 9 styles of point cloud, he murmured as his sword sliced through the air like a shooting star, aimed directly at the wolf's vital points. The demon wolf let out a thunderous roar and lunged at Li Yunfei. The two engaged in a fierce aerial battle, their weapons clashing, producing a series of metallic clangs. Li Yunfei's movements were swift and powerful, each strike infused with unparalleled strength. He executed the 9 styles of point cloud, his swordplay both versatile and unpredictable. Despite the wolf's savagery, it gradually found itself overwhelmed by Li Yunfei's formidable onslaught. After an intense exchange, Li Yunfei seized an opportunity, driving his sword into the wolf's heart, thus concluding the fierce encounter. The demon wolf fell, emitting a final, mournful howl before succumbing to death. Breathing heavily, Li Yunfei stood with his sword sheathed, a flicker of satisfaction and contentment in his eyes. This battle not only tested his swordsmanship, but also allowed him to experience the tension and thrill of real combat. He understood that only through relentless practice could he truly enhance his strength and character. He carefully stored the wolf's carcass, intending to return with it for resource exchange. Subsequently, Li Yunfei returned to his cave, re-establishing defensive talismans before resuming his rest. In the nocturnal forest, the distant growls of beastly creatures and the calls of nocturnal animals lent an air of mystery and danger to the surroundings. Seated cross-legged, Li Yunfei commenced his meditation, seeking to adjust his state of mind. He recognized that this was merely the beginning of his trials, with numerous challenges awaiting him. Only through continuous effort and perseverance could he achieve greater heights in the way of the sword. As dawn broke, Li Yunfei concluded his meditation, feeling revitalized, with the spiritual energy within him more abundant than before. He gathered his belongings and continued his journey deeper into the western Kunlun Mountains, prepared to embrace new challenges and experiences. Chapter 91. Fierce battles and perils. As dawn broke, the depths of the western Kunlun Mountains were shrouded in a delicate morning mist. Li Yunfei meticulously gathered his belongings, ready to venture further into the mountain range. Although the previous night's skirmish had left him utterly exhausted, he understood that this was merely the inception of his trials, with countless challenges awaiting him. He proceeded cautiously along the mountain path, the surrounding terrain growing increasingly intricate, and the signs of ferocious beasts becoming more pronounced. Suddenly, a deep, Resonant roar echoed from ahead, sending a jolt of apprehension through him as he swiftly drew his sword, alertly gazing toward the source of the sound. Not far off, a colossal venomous lizard with a serpentine tail was slowly advancing. Its massive form was cloaked in thick scales, while its tail resembled a robust serpent tipped with a deadly stinger. Yunfei instantly recognized it as a third-tier beast, formidable and perilous. It appeared that a fierce battle was imminent. It seems today will bring a brutal confrontation, Yunfei muttered to himself, quickly entering a combat-ready state. The venomous lizard emitted a low growl and lunged at Yunfei with ferocious speed. Its movements were swift, the stinger on its tail glinting ominously, exuding a toxic aura. Yunfei deftly evaded, employing his signature technique, the point cloud 9 forms, as his sword danced through the air, unleashing a flurry of strikes aimed at the beast's vital points. Despite the lizard's ferocity, Yunfei's swordsmanship was far more agile and precise. His sword light shot forth like meteors, each thrust imbued with immense force and intent. After an intense exchange, Yunfei finally seized an opportunity, plunging his sword into the beast's heart, successfully vanquishing it. The venomous lizard collapsed, letting out a final, anguished roar before succumbing to death. Breathless, Yunfei stood with his sword sheathed, a glimmer of satisfaction illuminating his gaze. This encounter had not only immersed him in the thrill and tension of real combat, but also deepened his understanding of his own prowess. He carefully stored the lizard's remains, intending to exchange them for resources later. Subsequently, Yunfei pressed deeper into the mountains, where the environment grew ever more complex and treacherous. After a short while, he discerned some unusual movements among the trees ahead. Cautiously approaching, he discovered a group of gale weasels. These creatures were exceptionally swift, often appearing in packs. Their offensive capabilities formidable. However, the gale weasels seemed to display unusual behavior. They appear unusually vigilant, Yunfei murmured to himself, observing their actions. They seem to be evading something. Continuing forward, he remained on high alert. Suddenly, a powerful pressure emanated from ahead, startling him as he realized that he was about to confront an even mightier beast. In a nearby clearing, a scarlet ice fox was gracefully pacing. Its elongated form was cloaked in a layer of ice-blue fur, exuding a cold and piercing gaze. The scarlet ice fox was a high-tier beast, endowed with potent ice-based offensive capabilities, rendering it exceedingly dangerous. Yunfei understood that this adversary would be far more challenging. Yet, he did not flinch. Gripping his sword tightly, he prepared for battle. It seems today will bring forth a fierce contest, he whispered to himself, swiftly entering a combat stance. The scarlet ice fox emitted a low growl and lunged at Yunfei, its movements imbued with an icy chill. Yunfei swiftly evaded, executing the point cloud 9 techniques. His sword sliced through the air, emanating beams of light that targeted the vital points of the demonic beast. The crimson ice fox possessed formidable offensive power. Each leap released an icy chill that rendered the surrounding atmosphere almost stagnant. Yunfei sensed his spiritual energy rapidly depleting, yet he did not falter, continuing his fierce engagement with the beast. After a tumultuous battle, he finally seized an opportunity, plunging his sword into the heart of the crimson ice fox, successfully vanquishing it. The creature collapsed, emitting a final, anguished howl before succumbing to its fate. Gasping for breath, Yunfei sheathed his sword, standing resolute, his gaze reflecting a blend of relief and satisfaction. This confrontation not only imparted the thrill and tension of combat, but also deepened his understanding of his own strength. In the depths of the western Kunlun Mountains, morning light cascaded over the dense forest as Yunfei pressed onward, his heart brimming with anticipation for the future. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure surged forth, sending a chill coursing through him. This formidable and frigid aura prompted him to heighten his vigilance. Could it be a high-level demonic beast? Yunfei murmured to himself, swiftly suppressing his aura and stealthily approaching the source of the oppressive force. Not far ahead, in a clearing, a young cultivator was besieged by several gale weasels. He bore multiple injuries, his breath shallow, yet he valiantly resisted the onslaught of the beasts. Upon noticing Li Yunfei's arrival, a glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. "Help!" The young cultivator gasped, his gaze pleading. Without hesitation, Li Yunfei drew his sword and executed the point cloud 9 techniques once more, the blade's radiance streaking through the air like a meteor, swiftly repelling the gale weasels. The beasts, intimidated by the overwhelming sword intent, emitted a low growl before scattering in disarray. "Are you all right?" Li Yunfei inquired with concern as he approached. The young cultivator, panting heavily, nodded with difficulty. "Thank you. I was being pursued by that Crimson Ice Fox. It is far too powerful. I stand no chance against it." Li Yunfei furrowed his brow, a sense of caution enveloping him. He understood that the Crimson Ice Fox was not only immensely strong, but also exceptionally intelligent, making it a formidable adversary. "Rest for a moment. I shall keep watch for the Crimson Ice Fox," he assured, his eyes resolute. The young cultivator nodded gratefully. "Thank you, but please be careful. That Crimson Ice Fox is extremely dangerous." At that instant, a surge of icy air swept through, plummeting the temperature around them. Li Yunfei swiftly turned, spotting the Crimson Ice Fox advancing from the nearby woods. Its gaze was cold and piercing, radiating an immense pressure. "It seems our foe has arrived," Li Yunfei murmured, tightening his grip on the sword, prepared to confront the challenge. The Crimson Ice Fox emitted a low growl and lunged fiercely at Li Yunfei. Its movements were swift and imbued with a chilling aura, causing the surrounding air to feel as if it had frozen. Li Yunfei adeptly dodged, employing the point cloud 9 techniques once more, his sword carving through the air, aimed at the beast's critical points. The battle escalated rapidly as Li Yunfei and the Crimson Ice Fox engaged in a fierce aerial duel. The beast's assault was relentless, each strike infused with an icy chill that drained Li Yunfei's spiritual energy. Yet he did not flinch, continuing his fierce battle against the monstrous beast. Li Yunfei's movements were swift and powerful, each strike infused with unparalleled strength. His sword glimmered like a meteor, every thrust carrying immense force and intent. Although the Scarlet Ice Fox was ferocious, it gradually appeared overwhelmed by Li Yunfei's formidable onslaught. The way of the sword, point cloud 9 styles. Li Yunfei murmurat, as his sword sliced through the air like a shooting star, aiming directly for the fox's vital points. The Scarlet Ice Fox let out a piercing shriek, its body shuddering violently before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Panting, Li Yunfei sheathed his sword, a glimmer of relief and satisfaction reflecting in his eyes. He swiftly checked the young cultivator's injuries, discovering that although gravely wounded, he was not in mortal peril. Li Yunfei retrieved